Yes, I remember. Thank you, Sister Shu, Yinyo said. After speaking, Shuyan asked him to carry 2 baskets of cooled sweet potatoes to Yi Shuliang's house. She also asked him and Ma Shi to help grind the sweet potato flour. She chose only these 2 families because once they knew how the sweet potato flour was made, it wouldn't be hard for them to make the cake. She trusted Yi Shuliang and Ma Shi, so she felt comfortable leaving it to them. Yinyo was chosen because he was still young and simple-minded, without many bad intentions, and his family was really struggling. However, Yinyo couldn't take the sweet potatoes away. He could only come to Yi Shuliang's house daily to work. Yi Shuliang and Ma Shi agreed, without surprise. Shuyan then gave them 2 old iron scrapers she had previously made. Yi Shuliang was very fond of such a large piece of iron and promised he wouldn't damage it, though he didn't know how to use it. Shuyan took 1 sweet potato and demonstrated with the scraper, then asked Yi Shuliang and Yinyo to try. Yi Shuliang held the sweet potato and scraped it carefully, and with each scrape, the sweet potato turned into fine bits that fell into the basin below. He praised, "This tool works really well. This scraper is useful, but you need to be careful not to hurt your hands when scraping at the end." Shuyan pointed to the holes in the scraper and showed how it looked at the end. "See, if you're not careful, you might scrape off a piece of skin, so be extra cautious later." "Don't worry, Sister Shu, we're used to working," Yi Shuliang said. Yinyo nodded as well. "Yes, don't worry." Since there were only 2 scrapers, one of them would always be without a tool, so Shuyan also taught them to find rough stones with very coarse surfaces to use instead. All the fine bits that fell off were handed to Shuyan, who was responsible for settling and drying the flour. After 7 days, they finally dried over 400 jin of flour. Song Changyan sent a cart to pick it up and brought her the remaining 60 taels of money. The sweet potato flour project was finished. Actually, Shuyan had kept some sweet potatoes in her space, so she could still enjoy them later. The winter solstice had passed, and the weather was getting colder. In the mornings, Shuyan found it hard to get out of bed and didn't want to leave the warm blankets. For breakfast, she made a fried egg with jujube sugar in the soup. One bite made her feel warm all over. Winter had arrived, and animals in the deep mountains had less food. Some would come down the mountain to find food. Shuyan didn't go to Nanshan, but instead went to Shaodong Mountain. The winter bamboo shoots in the mountains have started to grow. Although there are already many spring and autumn bamboo shoots in the space, Shuyan still dug up dozens of jin of winter bamboo shoots. She never thought it was too much to eat. When she was about to leave, she stepped on something hard, which made her foot hurt. She picked it up and found it was a good find. It turned out to be acorns. Shuyan looked up and saw acorns all over the ground. These things are hard and difficult to bite. Even after cooking, they are bitter and astringent. Besides little squirrels, no one wants them, even if they rot on the ground. This was a good deal for Shuyan. Cooking acorns in water doesn't taste good, but grinding them into powder and making jelly is different. She hurriedly lowered her head and collected about 100 to 150 jin to try making jelly. "Chang'an Changle, I'm back. Come quickly and see what good things I found." Hearing Shuyan's cheerful voice, Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle ran out quickly. "Mother, what did you find?" "Let's go inside and talk," Shuyan said, her fingers numb from the cold. Inside the kitchen, there was a charcoal stove. The charcoal was left over from making mosquito coils before, enough to last through this winter. Yi Changle thoughtfully scooped hot water from the pot to wash Shuyan's hands. Once she warmed up, Shuyan took the acorns out of the space. "Mother, why did you pick acorns?" Yi Chang'an asked suspiciously. "They look just like stones outside, everywhere, and useless." "To make food," Shuyan raised her eyebrows and said. "Really? Can you eat these?" Yi Chang'an's eyes widened. "Of course, and they're very tasty," Shuyan replied. During times of famine, acorns were a common food source for people in the mountains. They could be lifesavers in emergencies. Yi Chang'an couldn't imagine eating acorns, but his mother had a magical ability to turn things into something wonderful. Maybe an immortal grandpa had told her how to do it. He decided to wait and see. "Just wait. I promise you'll want to eat it again after trying," Shuyan said confidently. To make acorn jelly, She first needed to dry the acorns and remove their shells. But the winter sun wasn't very strong, and she didn't want to wait 3 or 5 days. So she washed and dried a large iron pot, then poured in 10 jean of acorns and roasted them slowly, over low heat. Soon, the shells cracked open, revealing the white nut inside. Xu Yan also borrowed a pounding tool from Yi Shuliang and put the cracked acorns into grind. "Chang'an, help me prepare a big basin of water," she said while pounding. Cracked chestnuts were sorted to remove broken shells, then all were poured into water. The remaining impurities floating on the surface were carefully scooped out and discarded, and the chestnuts soaked for 3 days. During these 3 days, Xu Yun was not idle. She took the children to Xiaodong Mountain to continue collecting chestnuts. She was confident she could sell the chestnut jelly at a good price. "Mom, all the ones on the ground are picked up. Only the ones on the trees are left," Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el said, looking at the chestnuts on the trees. Although many chestnuts had fallen to the ground, the trees still bore plenty of fruit. "Watch this," said Xu Yun. She picked up a long stick and gently tapped the branches full of chestnuts. The chestnuts fell to the ground with a crackling sound, like gifts from nature. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el happily squatted down, picking up each shiny little treasure, thinking about the delicious food their mother would make with them. The soaked chestnuts were changed with water daily, as if giving them a bath. After 3 days, the water became clear, and the chestnuts softened, losing the bitter taste that made people frown. Xu Yan cut the soaked chestnuts into small pieces, placed them in a small stone grinder borrowed from someone, and ground them. Then she added water and slowly turned the handle on top of the grinder. The chestnut paste flowed out through the cracks of the stone. Both Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el watched in amazement, surprised by this method of making chestnut paste. Xu Yan asked Yi Chang'el to find a piece of cloth in the house. "Mom, here's the cloth," said Yi Chang'el, running over and handing it to Xu Yan. "Thank you, Chang'el," Xu Yan replied. She poured the chestnut paste onto the cloth, gently squeezed it so the liquid could drip into a basin, leaving the coarse residue behind. Then she let the liquid sit quietly to settle. "Mom, this is similar to making cold noodles," said Yi Chang'el. "Chang'el, you're very observant," praised Xu Yan. "But it's still a bit different from making cold noodles. You'll see tomorrow." The next day, Xu Yan poured the settled chestnut paste into a pot, added water, and cooked it over low heat. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el were responsible for keeping the fire going. Xu Yan kept stirring with a spoon to prevent sticking. As time passed, the chestnut mixture thickened until it turned into a clear, sticky paste. This process was similar to boiling sugar and required patience and careful attention. When the chestnut paste was thick enough to hang on a spoon, it was poured into a basin to cool naturally. During winter, placing it outside for 2 hours was enough for the paste to solidify into a smooth, slippery jelly that looked like a big piece of alpine candy. Comfortably, Xu Yan poured out the cold jelly, cut it into pieces, and prepared some seasonings like garlic paste, vinegar, soy sauce, and others. She mixed the seasonings well and drizzled them over the jelly or used them as dipping sauce. She also served another bowl with some sweet syrup poured on top. "Come try it." The jelly was cut into neat cubes and quietly rested in a ceramic bowl, decorated with fresh green scallions. The bright colors made it look very refreshing. With a gentle sniff, a light nutty aroma mixed with the scent of the seasonings hit the air, making people want to take a deep breath. The two siblings carefully picked up chopsticks and gently grabbed a piece. The jelly moved slightly on the chopsticks, showing its good elasticity. Yi Chang'an swallowed and was the first to taste it. The smooth texture of the jelly instantly covered his tongue, releasing a fresh, nutty flavor. Then came the spicy garlic, the tangy vinegar, and the salty soy sauce, all blending in the mouth with clear layers. Yi Chang'el watched him eagerly and asked, "Brother, how does it taste?" "Delicious. Very delicious."
Ye Chang'an eklaymet ekşi tedli.
This jelly was so smooth that it went down easily without much chewing. So amazing. "Yes, it's really tasty." "Mom, you're so clever." Yi Chang'el couldn't remember how many times she had praised Xu Yan for being so talented. "It's really good to have a mom." Shuyan also let them taste the sweet jelly, which received unanimous praise. Especially Yi Changel, who usually liked sweet things, finished almost the entire bowl. "Mom, let's take this to town and sell it. We'll definitely make money," Yi Chang'an said confidently. "Yes, I think so too. But we need to make more first." This time they planned to go to Xianweiju in Luyang town to try selling. They could also buy some grains and salt. If the shopkeeper refused to buy, they could set up a stall and sell it themselves. "Mom, are we leaving now?" "There are still many ahead," Yi Chang'an said a bit regretfully. "Chang'an, aren't you hungry?" They had been out early picking acorns, and now it was almost noon. "Actually, I am a little hungry," Yi Chang'an admitted with a smile, feeling his stomach empty after Xu Yun's comment. "We've already collected over 200 jin of acorns these days, enough to make about 10 bowls of jelly. We'll go back this afternoon and make it, then take some to town in a few days."
Okay, Ye Chang'an nodded.
"Let's go home," Yi Changel cheerfully called out as her voice echoed through the woods. She was already hungry, having finished all the snacks in her small bag.
Wait.
Shiyun's gaze rested on a piece of withered wood. "Mother, what's wrong?" Yi Chang'an looked in the direction of Shiyun's gaze. They saw a group of dark, ear-shaped plants growing on the dead wood. Gently, Shiyun peeled the fungi from where they clung, trying not to disturb their growth environment. "What is this?" Yi Changel asked, smiling. "Wood ear mushrooms, they are a type of fungus," Shiyun patiently explained. "They are very nutritious. Whether stir-fried, cold, or added to soup, they taste very good." "Then let's pick more." Yi Chang'an and Yi Changel believed everything Shiyun said, trusting that if she said it was tasty, it must be. The wood ears were soft and springy, looking especially fresh in the cold air. Every mushroom they picked brought joy. As time went on, their baskets filled with these black, ear-shaped fungi. With full harvests, they headed home. Back home, Shiyun couldn't wait to fill a basin with water and carefully wash the mushrooms, planning to serve them at lunch. Yi Chang'an helped Yi Changel build a fire. Together, they steamed rice, and then came out to help Shiyun wash the mushrooms. "Mother, how should we eat these mushrooms today?" Yi Changel asked eagerly. Shiyun already had a plan. Since there wasn't enough time to boil chicken, and they were hungry, she said, "Today, we'll make a simple cold salad with the mushrooms and stir-fried mushrooms with shredded meat." After washing the mushrooms, Shiyun took them to the kitchen. In another pot, she added clean water and waited for it to boil before pouring in the mushrooms. Yi Changel liked watching Shiyun cook, standing on tiptoe to see better. Shiyun explained, even for a cold dish, wood ear mushrooms shouldn't be eaten raw. They need to be blanched in boiling water. Yi Changel listened carefully and nodded. Blanching took about 1 or 2 minutes to remove the raw taste and impurities. After blanching, Shiyun quickly cooled the mushrooms in cold water to keep them crisp and tender. She then mixed minced garlic, vinegar, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and sesame oil in a small bowl. Once the mushrooms cooled, she drained them and placed them in a large bowl. She poured the prepared sauce over the mushrooms and mixed well. Shiyun sighed regretfully, wishing she had chili peppers. If she had added chili and poured hot oil over it, it would have added spiciness and a fragrant aroma. The prepared wood ear mushrooms still need to sit for about 20 minutes to allow them to fully absorb the flavors of the seasoning. While waiting, Shiyun makes shredded pork with wood ear mushrooms. She takes a piece of pork, stands in front of the stove, holding a sharp kitchen knife, and skillfully cuts the fresh pork into thin strips. The strips jump under the knife as if eager to join the cooking feast. Shiyun then asks Yi Changel to bring out another empty bowl. She puts the pork strips into the bowl, adds some soy sauce and cornstarch, and mixes everything with her hand. This helps the pork absorb the flavors and become tender and smooth, as if giving it a gentle massage to relax before cooking. Next, she scoops out the water used to blanch the wood ear mushrooms and wipes the remaining water from the bottom of the pot with a cloth. Once the pot is preheated, she adds an appropriate amount of lard. As the lard melts, it makes a soft sizzling sound, and the temperature rises. Shiyun pours the marinated pork strips into the pot and stirs quickly. The pork turns color fast in the hot oil and releases a tempting aroma. She keeps stirring with a spatula to make sure each is evenly heated and turns a golden color. I'm going to add the wood ear mushrooms now, Changle. Stand back a little, Shuyun says, gently pushing Yi Changle away to prevent oil splashes from hitting her face. Then, she adds the blanched wood ear mushrooms into the pot and stirs everything together. The mushrooms jump and dance in the pan, mingling with the pork in a lively dance. She also washes some wild chives, cuts them into sections, and adds them to the stir-fry, adding more color and nutrition to the dish. Finally, she sprinkles some salt, continues to stir, and ensures the seasoning is evenly distributed over the mushrooms and pork. The ingredients in the hot pan gradually blend, releasing an irresistible aroma. It's ready to eat, Shuyun says. She plates the stir-fried wood ear mushrooms and pork, and the fragrant smell makes everyone eager to taste it immediately. Both siblings smile with anticipation as they look forward to trying the new dish. They pick up a chopstick of the stir-fried mushrooms and pork, savoring each bite. Their satisfied expressions show how successful the dish is. Then they try some cold wood ear mushrooms, enjoying the crisp texture, which surprises them even more. With just these two dishes, they are so hungry that they eat 2 full bowls of rice each. Seeing Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle look so happy, Shuyun has a good idea. In the afternoon, the 3 of them sit around a charcoal stove, processing the acorns they collected over the past few days. 3 days later, after breakfast, Shuyun and the children set off towards Luyang town. Entering the Xianwei-ju, the young waiter warmly greeted them and asked, "Are you here for a quick snack or to stay overnight?" Shuyun replied, "I have some new and interesting foods that I want to sell to your place. Please introduce me to the boss." The young waiter's face immediately fell, and his tone became unfriendly, as if swatting a fly. "Are you sure? Xianwei-ju is the biggest restaurant in town. Don't try to fool us with your homemade stuff. Go somewhere else." Shuyun and the others came out, still able to hear the waiter's complaints. "Business is bad in winter. Last month, we didn't even get paid. People keep selling wild vegetables here, but we haven't caught anything rare. Do they think we're charity?" Yi Chang'an couldn't stand it and argued, "Why does this young waiter look down on us? My mother's food is unique. Your place is no good judgment." "All right, Chang'an, don't waste your words on him. He's short-sighted. Don't lower yourself to argue with him. Let's go," Shuyun said sarcastically. Yi Changle rolled his eyes at the waiter and said, "If you're not willing to earn money, you're really a fool." The 3 turned to leave, but a voice came from upstairs. "Who dares to cause trouble in my restaurant? Request failed. Come and take a look. Street food, a feast for your taste buds. Come try it. Big flavors from a small stall, delicious and affordable. Great value for money." Shuyun's lively call was unique and refreshing, attracting everyone's attention. She continued shouting, "Chestnut jelly noodles. Only 2 coins for a big bowl. You won't lose or be deceived. Every bite is a surprise." An older woman in patched clothes couldn't resist curiosity and came over, asking, "Young lady, what kind of food is this?" She was the first customer. Shuyun cheerfully handed her a tasting bowl. "Auntie, please try. This is chestnut jelly noodles, homemade. It's soft and smooth, mixed with seasonings as a dish, and drizzled with syrup as a dessert."
Try it.
Yi Changle quickly brought a bamboo spoon for the aunt to eat with. The aunt tasted both bowls and said, "This food is quite new and interesting. The flavor and texture are good. I'll pay 2 coins. Shuyun smiled and said, "Auntie, you're my first customer today. Thank you for your support. Let me tell you how to make this stir-fried." The aunt was surprised. It can be stir-fried? On such a cold day, no matter how fresh the food is, a hot dish is always more comforting and warms you up. Yes, you can stir-fry it with meat, cook it alone as a vegetarian dish, or add it to soup. All taste good. Shuyun shared her method of making acorn jelly with the aunt. The aunt was very happy to hear this and felt she had gained a lot. She thanked Shuyun and wished her prosperous business before happily leaving. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle were amazed. They couldn't believe such a simple idea could work as a business. Having successfully made their first sale gave them more confidence. Eager to learn, they ask Xian to teach them a few words. Street snacks, big satisfaction. They are both salads and desserts. You can eat them cold or hot. 2 coins for a small bowl, 5 coins for 2 big bowls. The first 10 customers will also get free tips on 5 different ways to make it. First come, first served. After shouting, Yi Changle tugged at Xian's sleeve and asked, Mom, are you only going to tell the recipes to the first 10 customers? It's so cold today, not many people want cold food. Surely many will want to buy and make it at home. Xian smiled and whispered softly, that's just a trick. It plays on people's desire to get a good deal. If someone says they don't want cold food in this weather, we'll just tell them that's fine. Yi Changle nodded happily, saying she had learned something. The innocent voices of Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle drew more people over. Some people who had been lingering nearby heard about the cheap price of 5 coins for 3 bowls and the special recipe for the first 10 customers. They eagerly crowded around. Of course, having a stall naturally attracted many passers-by. Soon, more and more people gathered around Xian's small stall. Miss, I'll have 2 coins worth. I want 5 coins worth. Xian quickly greeted everyone, introducing her acorn jelly. Some bought it, while others just looked and then left. As it was nearing the end of the day, an elderly woman with gray hair arrived. Miss, could you give me some of the leftover bits? She asked, pointing at the scraps on the side of the bowl.
Sure.
Today's my first day, so I want everything to be lucky. I'll give you these leftovers. If you like it, come back next time. The elderly woman smiled warmly. Thank you, young lady. Oh, is that your child? She looked at Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle. Yes, they replied happily, greeting her, hello, grandma. The elderly woman smiled kindly, as if seeing her own grandson. These 2 children are well taken care of. She left with a smile, and Xian looked down at the 2 siblings. Things are different now. A few months ago, she was like a little chick with hardly any meat on her, but now she's gained weight and grown taller. Her small face is rosy, and her smile is very charming. Xian feels very proud. She has a natural talent for raising children. That morning, she sold all 3 big bowls she brought. Some latecomers were disappointed they couldn't buy any, but Xian explained she would come again tomorrow, and they left happily. With the money she earned, she felt proud and satisfied. The 2 siblings walked more happily, and Xian decided to eat in town before heading back. First, she bought 3 meat pies from the little brother, who sells them. Not to brag, but his meat pies are definitely the best in town. She always wants to buy them. They smell so good. Xian and her children then bought 3 bowls of hot wontons from a snack stall. After biting into a fragrant, juicy meat pie, drinking a hot soup and eating a few bites of wontons, they felt very comfortable.
Ah.
After eating, they all let out a contented sigh. Their stomachs were full, their bodies warm, and they felt energized, so they headed back. In the afternoon, Xian and the 2 children prepared the cold noodles they would sell the next day, making 4 large bowls so there would be enough for any customers. They boiled the noodles and let them solidify nearby. Then Xian took dozens of pounds of fresh chestnuts from her space, starting the process of shelling, rinsing, and soaking. She worked until late, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the 3 of them eagerly arrived at the stall spot, only to find that their usual place was taken by other vendors. These people looked at her with unfriendly eyes. Mom, why are these people like this? Yi Chang'an clenched his small fists in anger. They're just worried about profit. They see our business doing well and feel jealous, Xian explained. Actually, she hadn't prepared well enough and hadn't shared her profits, which made others angry. Let's go to the end of the stall line, Xian said, holding her 2 children's hands, and they moved to the back of the line. Mom, we're so far away now. No one will come. Even if we shout loudly, only a few people will hear us, Yi Chang'an said anxiously, stomping his feet. But Xian remained calm. She looked at Yi Changle, who was silently setting up his things. Changle, why are you talking? Mom, I was thinking that if only we had a sign on our shop on the street, people would see right away what we sell. Yes, Changlu, you are very clever. If we had a good sign, people who want to sell would see it and come naturally. Yi Chang'an said happily, but then looked around with some worry. But how should we make the sign? Don't worry, Mother has a plan. Chang'an, you go to the restaurant and ask the shopkeeper for a piece of charcoal to draw on this. The charcoal dust can be washed off. While thinking about what to draw, Xu Yun comforted Yi Chang'lo. She turned around and took out a piece of light-colored cloth from the space she bought last time. Mother, this cloth is too expensive. If it gets dirty, it's not worth it. It's okay. I'll have Chang'an ask for a piece of wood charcoal at the restaurant to draw on it. The charcoal dust can be cleaned. I feel better now. Mother, I'm back. Yi Chang'an ran back quickly. Xu Yun was holding a half-burned piece of wood, using one end that was turned into charcoal to sketch a simple picture on the cloth. In just a few strokes, she drew a clear picture of cold noodles and wrote cold noodles, 2 won per bowl, 3 bowls for 5 won, along with 5 different ways to make it. Mother, your sign is very simple and strange, but it captures the essence of our family's cold noodles. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Now, let's find 2 bamboo poles to hold it up. Xu Yun looked around but couldn't find any bamboo or wooden sticks nearby. She had to borrow 2 bamboo poles from the dumpling stall owner. When they pulled up the sign, the people around looked at the drawing with curiosity. Gradually, some people came over, including returning customers from yesterday. Miss, you've changed the place? I looked for you for a long time. Luckily, I saw your sign. Wow, this drawing is very unique. Did you draw it? This Andy was the first person to buy cold noodles yesterday. Yes, sister. How much do you want a day? I followed the method you gave me yesterday and made some at home. My family liked it very much. Today, I'll give you 5 won. Xu Yun quickly drew 2 large pieces for the auntie, wrapped them in leaves, and put them into her basket. With this loyal customer spreading the word, new customers started to try. Miss, I'll have a piece. I want one too. Soon 2 bowls were gone. While there were no customers, Xu Yun cut several more pieces and gave them to nearby vendors. Miss, you're too kind. Yes, this piece is worth 2 won. The vendors carried their cold noodles, smiling and thanking her, hiding their envy and jealousy in their eyes. Later, when more customers came to buy cold noodles, Xu Yun also took the opportunity to promote the products they sold. Everyone more or less earned some money, and they became friendlier to her, often giving her small gifts in return, vegetables from the vegetable seller, 2 eggs from the egg seller, and some even offered her a better spot to set up her stall closer to the street. Yi Chang'an was amazed again. He realized there were many skills involved in running a stall, including building good relationships with nearby vendors. This place is where our business does the best. Other vendors who haven't made much money will probably be jealous. But it's important to keep peace. We need to be friendly not only with customers, but also with competitors. This helps us sell smoothly over the long term. Plus, when we promote their products while doing our business, it costs us nothing. They will remember our kindness, and in the future, they won't target us. This is what my mother calls sharing benefits, but when she says that, I feel like we're the ones getting the advantage, Yi Chang'an said. Xu Yun smiled and said, yes, because in this world, almost no one gives up their own benefits unless it's good for them. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'e looked at each other and said, Mother, we understand, but we still don't quite get it. That's okay. You're still young and haven't experienced much. When you see more things in the future, you'll naturally understand. There's no need to force yourself to remember. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'e nodded blankly. And so, for several days, the cold noodles prepared by Xu Yun kept selling out. The new and interesting dish, called acorn shell noodles, became famous as people talked about it. One day, when there was only 1 piece of cold noodle left, a familiar customer bought it. Miss, do you remember me? You're the accountant from Shitting Restaurant. Xu Yun recognized him immediately. Yes, you have a good memory, miss. Just call me Li Shu, he said with a smile. Mr. Li, did you come specifically to buy my food?
Yes.
Yesterday, my wife bought a piece, and I thought it tasted good, so I wanted to buy another today. I didn't expect that the person making this food is you, Li Shu said happily. He had been looking for Xu Yun for a long time. Mr. Li, you're lucky to come now. There's only 1 piece left. I'll wrap it up for you, Shuyun said quickly. She skillfully wrapped the cold noodle with 2 leaves, leaving a string on top for easy carrying. She had practiced this over the past few days. Li Shu paid her 2 coins and asked, "It's so cold today. Are you planning to keep selling cold noodles here in the future?" When Shuyun heard this, she immediately understood that there was more to his words. She asked, "May I ask what Mr. Li thinks?" The man replied, "Miss, why not sell this cold jelly to our Ding Ting restaurant? That way, you won't have to suffer from the cold wind." Li Shu smiled, but his gaze was on Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el, whose faces had turned red from the cold wind. In recent days, Shuyun had been thinking about this problem. As the weather grew colder, she didn't want the children to come out with her to sell food and catch a cold. When customers came, it wouldn't be many, so selling to Ding Ting restaurant was the best choice. "I'm worried that your second shopkeeper might not like my skills," Shuyun said, expressing her concern. Li Shu replied, "Don't worry about that, Mississippi. Our head shopkeeper has tasted your desserts and praised your skill. He's also very annoyed that the second shopkeeper refused you. Now, the second shopkeeper is no longer with Ding Ting restaurant." "Really? The head shopkeeper resigned from the second shopkeeper?" Shuyun asked in surprise. "Yes. Although the second shopkeeper is the head shopkeeper's brother, he really has no talent for this line of work." Shuyun nodded. The second shopkeeper was indeed unprofessional, even worse than the manager of Xianwei Ju. So Li Shu waited a moment, quickly packed up, and then followed him to Ding Ting restaurant. "Miss, please wait in the main hall. I will go to the back courtyard to invite the shopkeeper," Li Shu said.
Okay.
Soon, a well-proportioned middle-aged man dressed modestly, but not extravagantly approached. From a distance, one could feel his calm and confident demeanor. "Are you the talented girl?" he asked. "Shopkeeper, you flatter me." Shuyun dares not claim to be talented. "I just put in some clever ideas," Shuyun replied politely. His respectful words made him look at Shuyun more carefully. She had a delicate face, without makeup, yet naturally beautiful. Her bright almond-shaped eyes were clear and deep, seeming to see through people, showing intelligence and determination. Her lips always carried a gentle smile, neither boastful nor pretentious, giving a calm and composed impression. He couldn't help but think that Miss Shu wouldn't stay hidden forever. Such talent needed to be kept close. The shopkeeper immediately invited Shuyun and the others to a private room on the 2nd floor and personally poured tea for them. After they sat down, he said, "Miss Shu, would you like to come to my Ding Ting restaurant?" Shuyun frowned. "I don't understand what you mean, shopkeeper. I want to hire you as a chef here, focusing on making desserts. I will pay you 2 taels of silver each month, and I am willing to give you 3/10 of the sales from your desserts." The shopkeeper thought that with someone as talented as Shuyun, the compensation he offered was generous enough. She had no reason to refuse. Comfortably, Shuyun shook her head and said, "I think the shopkeeper misunderstood. I'm not here to look for a job. I prefer to be the shopkeeper myself and not work for others." "Miss, do you think my offer isn't good enough?" Shuyun smiled and shook her head. "No, I just don't want to be a cook. I want to run my own business." Just then, Li Shu was outside knocking on the door. The shopkeeper called him in. "Shopkeeper, I bought some street food. Please try it." Shuyun saw that it was her cold noodles. She looked at Li Shu, who nodded gently at her. "Is this a new snack recently?" "It seems to be called acorn cold noodles," the shopkeeper said. "Yes, shopkeeper, you have good eyes." Li Shu handed over some chopsticks. The shopkeeper was very friendly and asked Li Shu to bring out more chopsticks so they could eat together. "I heard the staff talking about how delicious these cold noodles are. They can be eaten cold, hot, or as snacks. It's quite new and interesting. Today, I want to taste what it really tastes like." The shopkeeper picked up a small piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly to savor the flavor. The taste is different. I've never had such soft, tender, and smooth noodles. They're even better than tofu. They remind me a bit of your pastries," the shopkeeper said with a smile to Shuyun. Li Shu smiled and turned to the shopkeeper, saying, "That's because these cold noodles are made by Miss Shu." The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. "Miss, are these noodles really made by you?" Xu Yun smiled. Yes, I made them. Thank you for your praise. The shopkeeper seemed pleasantly surprised and stood up to walk around. Oh, miss, you truly have a skillful hand. Can you tell me what ingredients you used? I believe I have a good sense of taste, but I can't quite tell. Xu Yun exchanged glances with her two siblings. They looked a little worried. Although she was afraid the shopkeeper might react like the one from the fairy taste inn, she still told the truth. They are made from acorns. Acorns? The ones squirrels eat? Xu Yun nodded. After a brief moment of silence, the shopkeeper burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
Acorns are bitter, yet you managed to turn them into such a delicious dish. That's truly magical. Would you be willing to sell this cold noodle to me? His admiration made Xu Yun and her siblings feel relieved. Xu Yun smiled and said, if the shopkeeper doesn't mind, I am happy to sell it. Then, miss, please name your price. I definitely won't sell the recipe. I plan to put this dish in the shopkeeper's store for sale, and we will split the profits equally. The shopkeeper looked a bit troubled. Not to mention the profit split, but the girl wants quite a lot. Also, in winter, my business isn't good, and this dish isn't something every customer will order. So, you won't make much money. What if there is more than one dish? Xu Yun raised an eyebrow and asked, does the girl have other delicious foods? The shopkeeper inquired. Xu Yun shook her head. Relying on just one or two dishes won't change the slow winter business. When it's cold outside, without enough attractive food, no one wants to go out. I heard that the Shitting Building hosts a spring banquet every year. At that time, your business is even better than the neighboring town's Xianweiju. So, why not hold a winter feast now? The shopkeeper sighed deeply, shoulders drooping. I'd love to hold one, but spring is plenty of wild vegetables and game. In winter, there's not much tasty food. That's why I want to hire you as a chef to make some new and interesting snacks to attract customers. Actually, I have some new ingredients and cooking methods, Xu Yun said, reaching out to take 2 black fungus mushrooms from a covered basket. Have you seen this dish? I haven't seen it before. It's a dark ingredient, the shopkeeper asked with curiosity. Yes, it's called black fungus. The dishes made from it have a unique flavor.
Why don't I cook some for you to try?
The shopkeeper clapped his hands.
Great.
I'm very curious about black fungus. Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen. It's no wonder the shopkeeper can run such a place. His quick acceptance of new things is beyond ordinary. The shopkeeper led Xu Yun to the back kitchen, where he asked the staff to prepare a stove. The chef stood nearby, watching her with curiosity. Mom, I'll light the fire, Yi Chang'an volunteered. Good, Xu Yun smiled at him. She planned to make stir-fried black fungus with yam and cold black fungus salad. First, she prepared the cold black fungus salad, which needed to sit for a while after mixing. Next was stir-fried black fungus with yam, which she also brought with her. Is this yam? One of the chefs asked. Xu Yun looked at him and smiled. Yes, not many people know it. You seem quite knowledgeable. The chef shyly replied, a few years ago, I saw an old farmer selling it in another place. I didn't expect yam to be used in cooking. After washing the dirt off the yam skin, Xu Yun wrapped it in a cloth and started peeling it, then sliced it into thin pieces. To prevent them from turning black due to oxidation, Xu Yun quickly soaked them in water. She also sliced the carrots and set them aside. The old friends in the kitchen, green onions and garlic, were also prepared. The oil in the pot had started to heat up. Xu Yun threw in the green onions and garlic. They sizzled and released a tempting aroma. Next, she took out the yam and black fungus from the water, drained them, and quickly added them to the pot to stir-fry with the aromatics. The yam slices became semi-transparent, and the black fungus turned tender. Then she added the carrot slices, which made the dish look colorful and bright. She seasoned it with salt and a little soy sauce. It's a pity there was no MSG, so she had to make do. Before serving, Xu Yun sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. A dish of stir-fried black fungus and yam, full of color, aroma, and flavor, was ready. Xu Yun brought it to a small table nearby for the shopkeeper and the chefs to taste. Eagerly, the shopkeeper picked up a chopstick and took a bite. The black fungus was smooth and slightly chewy, while the yam had a delicate texture. The crispness of the yam contrasted nicely with the softness of the fungus. The combination made the dish both rich and harmonious. During cooking, the yam and black fungus release some water, so the dish was moist and not too dry. It was truly a fine dish. The shopkeeper put down his chopsticks, and the other chefs began tasting. After trying, they all nodded in approval and looked at Shuyun with praise. "Miss, how much do you want for this dish?" Such a unique and delicious dish deserved to be on the menu at Shitting Pavilion. "I can sell this dish to you, but did you forget what I just said about the winter feast?" The shopkeeper thought for 2 seconds and asked eagerly, "Miss, do you have more dishes like this black fungus and yam stir-fry? Or like the acorn jelly?" "Not really." "Then how about organizing a banquet?" The shopkeeper asked with doubt. "In fact, there's no need for so many new and fancy dishes. You, the shopkeeper, are a businessman. You probably understand better than I do what makes a good gimmick." "Just give the winter feast a name," Shuyun replied calmly. The shopkeeper frowned. "A name? In the cold winter, what kind of name would be attractive enough?" He looked at Shuyun again. She seemed confident and composed, clearly having a plan in mind. So, the shopkeeper slightly bowed and said, "If you have a good idea, I will buy it at a high price." Shuyun picked up a slice of yam. In the curious eyes of everyone, she slowly spoke. Yam has the effect of strengthening the spleen and stomach, helping improve digestion. It is suitable for people with weak spleen and stomach. It also helps nourish the kidneys and can relieve symptoms like sore waist and knees caused by kidney deficiency. After speaking, she picked up a piece of wood ear mushroom. Wood ear has the benefit of boosting energy, promoting the flow of qi and blood in the body, and helping reduce discomfort caused by fatigue. It is rich in iron, which helps prevent and treat iron deficiency anemia. It also nourishes the blood and keeps the skin healthy, making it look rosy. The shopkeeper immediately understood. "Miss, you also know about medicine?" Shuyun smiled. "Just a little." Based on the benefits of yam and wood ear she introduced, the shopkeeper asked, "Are you suggesting I create a medicinal diet name?" "Yes, a health-boosting dish to maintain health. I think many gentlemen and ladies would come to try it." "Yes, those wealthy men and women don't lack food or clothing. They love to eat rare things to improve their health. If there was a health-preserving winter feast, the food pavilion would surely be packed. But just these 2 dishes aren't enough." Seeing his dilemma, Shuyun said, "There are many healthy foods for winter, like winter bamboo shoots, mushrooms, radish, and even chestnuts can be cooked. Lamb is also very nourishing to eat in winter." The shopkeeper looked at the head chef. The chefs shook their heads. "These ingredients are quite common. How can we make something new? And using chestnuts in cooking is unheard of. The success of this winter feast depends on that final touch." He couldn't afford to fall behind now. Gritting his teeth, he made a firm decision. "Since Miss has such a good idea for the food pavilion, I'll show my sincerity first. I'm willing to split the profits from each winter feast table 50-50 with you. But do you have any other creative ideas to make this winter feast special?" Shuyun thought for a moment. "That's fine, but I have one condition. I will provide all the ingredients for the winter feast." "No problem, but I will buy at my usual wholesale price," the shopkeeper said. He would have to spend money to find these ingredients in the mountains anyway. "Of course. I wouldn't want you to lose money," Shuyun replied. She then offered several dishes that the chefs wouldn't usually make, mainly different ways to prepare chestnuts, wood ear mushrooms, yam, and acorn jelly. "Add a lamb and radish soup, and that will make 9 dishes," Shuyun summarized.
Ha ha ha.
The shopkeeper laughed out loud, his muscles trembling with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with joy. What a health-boosting medicinal dish. What a winter feast. "Young lady, you are truly a genius. The new ingredients and methods provided by Shuyun will surely make the winter feast famous. When the time comes, the business at the dining hall will be very busy." The shopkeeper admired Shuyun deeply and wondered if she was a noble lady from a fallen aristocratic family. While thinking, Shuyun reminded him, "Shopkeeper, can we sign a contract?" "Oh, yes, yes." The shopkeeper called Li Shu to write the contract, then took some red clay. After Xu Yun checked that everything was correct, she signed her name, pressed her fingerprint, and he signed as well. After signing, Xu Yun looked at his name, Zhao Caifa, and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Zhao, I look forward to working happily with you." "Yes, yes, I am sure we will have a happy partnership," Zhao Caifa replied with a smile.
There were 2 copies of the contract.
Xu Yun quickly stored her copy in her space, making everything secure. "Shopkeeper Zhao, could you do me another favor?" Xu Yun asked. "Miss, just say the word. Even if you ask for 10 favors, as long as I can do it, I won't hesitate," he replied. It's just a small matter. She wanted him to buy some grain. Buying grain for the dining hall was normal, no matter how much. Buy grain? That's easy. How much do you need? Zhao Caifa asked. 3 sure. All right. Zhao Caifa didn't think much about it. The girl didn't seem like someone who farms, so buying extra grain to stockpile was normal. Helping her buy it might also prevent trouble from others. A woman with 2 children should be cautious. Thinking this, Zhao Caifa arranged for people to buy the grain and even thoughtfully organized a cart to deliver it to Xu Yun and her companions. Xu Yun didn't refuse. It was cold, and riding in a carriage was much more comfortable. She thanked Zhao Caifa again. He waved his hand, not bothering to chat much, and immediately went to prepare for the winter feast. Xu Yun returned to the counter and thanked Li Shu, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for helping me make the connection." It was clear that at first, Zhao Caifa only wanted her to make some pastries, but Li Shu clearly had other intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to bring cold noodles. "Miss, your thanks are too much. I also have my own reasons. Our shopkeeper is generous. When business is good, he gives bonuses every month. Just this spring, I received quite a bit. But recently, business has slowed down, and we workers haven't had extra money." Li Shu smiled a little shyly and continued, "I have 3 children, and they are growing up day by day. I thought about buying a bigger house, but I still need a little more money. I originally liked the girl's cold noodles and wanted to use its recent popularity to attract more customers to Shitting Restaurant. But I didn't expect the girl to be so clever and suggest the winter feast. Now I have enough money to buy a new house." Xu Yun understood and said, "Mr. Li is a good father, but I suggest you wait to move until next year. If possible, buy more grain to store." Li Shu was confused. "Why do you say that, girl?" Xu Yun just smiled and said goodbye, leaving Li Shu to wonder if her words had deeper meaning. She could only hope he would accept her advice. On the way back in the carriage, Yi Chang'an secretly asked Xu Yun, "Mother, why do you want to handle providing ingredients? I'm worried we can't supply enough, and we won't make much money. It's hard work and not very rewarding. I just want to give Yi Niu and others a chance to earn money. Look at Yi Niu's grandma and Xiao Chao's sister. They wear thin clothes and can't afford warm ones or blankets for winter. And your Aunt Xinghua and others are the same," Xu Yun replied. "That's how it is, mother." "You're so kind," Yi Chang'an praised her, blushing a little. Children are always so honest and simple. She had just taught him that no one gives up their benefits without reason, and he seemed to have forgotten so quickly. Of course, she had other reasons too. In the cold winter, Xu Yun and her 2 siblings went up the mountain to find a lot of mountain goods, but it was not easy. It was better to supply more ingredients to Shitting Restaurant and store some for herself. When the carriage returned home, the coachman helped unload the grain and then waved his whip to leave. Xu Yun ignored the villagers watching and left the 2 children to guard the house. She went to the homes of the small potato planting team, Yi Shuliang's, Yi Zhuang's, Zhang Xuanju's, Yi Zhang's, Zhang Xinghua's, and Yi Niu's, to ask for help in finding ingredients to supply the restaurant. At first, Yi Shuliang, Yi Zhuang, and Zhang Xuanju, who had earned a lot of money with Xu Yun, trusted her completely. Whatever she asked, they agreed without hesitation. She told the children to go back first, and then went to Yi Zhang's house. He and Gao's wife also agreed without hesitation. They really needed the money. Xu Yun happened to pass by Zhang Xinghua's house. Before she reached the door, she heard an old woman shouting angrily, "Xinghua, I am your mother. Even if I found you a rough, unruly person, you still have to marry him. If not, You're unfilial. Mother, please give me back my money. That's all I have, and I need to buy winter clothes for Yener and Xiong. Zhang Xinghua's hair was messy. She knelt on the ground, pulling at the old woman's sleeve.
Bah!
What's yours is mine. You're my daughter, so what's mine is yours. Those two kids are strong and healthy. Just stuff some cotton into their clothes and it'll be fine. Today, I want to make things clear to you.
Stay home and prepare.
I'll come to pick you up in a while. I warn you, don't cause trouble, or you'll regret it. After saying this, the old woman pushed Zhang Xinghua to the ground and left. The two children ran out of the house to see if their mother was okay. Zhang Xinghua held them silently, tears falling. Shuyan didn't want to interfere, but this scene reminded her of how the original owner was bullied by Grandma Go. So, despite feeling awkward, she stood at the gate and called out, "Sister Xinghua." Startled, Zhang Xinghua looked up quickly, saw her, and hurriedly turned away to wipe her tears. When the two children saw a stranger, they ran into the house and shut the door. "Is something the matter?" Zhang Xinghua came to the door, her face full of tears. She hurriedly forced a smile, which looked both sad and a bit funny. Shuyan said, "Today I took a business from the town's food shop, Ding Lu, to provide some mountain ingredients. I wonder if you have time to help me? I am free. Just tell me what you need, and I can go right now. No rush. You should tidy up first." Shuyan looked at the crooked table and chairs in her yard and her tear-streaked face. She silently handed her a handkerchief and said with a smile, "Wipe your tears. This handkerchief is sewn by me. Don't laugh at me." Zhang Xinghua shook her head, biting her lip lightly. Tears appeared in her eyes. Such small acts of kindness can break a person's composure when they are vulnerable. Her tears finally couldn't be held back and flowed freely. "Shu girl, I'm sorry I just made you laugh." Zhang Xinghua sniffed, wiped her tears with the handkerchief, and turned sideways to make way. "My home is simple. If you don't mind, come in and talk." Shuyan nodded and stepped through the courtyard gate. Zhang Xinghua's house was no different from Yinyo's, just a simple thatched hut. The kitchen was enclosed with two broken mats, which still let in the wind, but at least provided some cover. Zhang Xinghua helped lift the crooked table and stools so Shuyan could sit down. She then turned to fix her hair and poured water for her. "I don't have any tea here, only boiling water." "Sister Shuyan, don't mind," she said. Shuyan replied, "I don't like tea, just hot water is fine." "Sister-in-law, don't worry about busying yourself.
Come, sit down."
As soon as Zhang Xinghua sat, opened in the door behind her, and two small heads peeked out, curious to see Shuyan. Seeing them, they looked like frightened little rabbits and quickly shut the door. After a moment, they peeked out again. Zhang Xinghua, noticing her children, reached out and called, "Yener, Daxiong, come out and meet Auntie Shuyan." Yi Yener and Yi Daxiong shyly stepped out, blushing and calling softly, "Hello, Auntie Shuyan." Shuyan saw they were still wearing thin summer clothes and their straw shoes. Zhang Xinghua probably couldn't afford winter clothes for them, so they had to stay inside all day. No wonder she had never seen Zhang Xinghua take the children outside. "Yener, Daxiong, come here," Shuyan said with a smile, waving at them. The children hesitated and didn't dare move. They looked up at their mother. Zhang Xinghua nudged them. "Your Annie called, so go over." Shuyan reached into her pocket and gave them some roasted chestnuts and candied jujubes. She smiled warmly and said, "Take these and eat." Zhang Xinghua hurriedly took the treats from the children's hands and returned them to Shuyan. "Sister Shuyan, what are you doing? You should take them back." "Look at this," Shuyan said cheerfully. "These are just things I picked from the mountain, not worth much. As your sister-in-law, this is my first gift to meet my niece and nephew. If you don't want the kids to take them, are you worried they're not good enough?" She simply pushed the snacks back into the children's hands and stood up, sending them back into the house and closing the door before returning. A warm feeling filled Zhang Xinghua's heart. Even a stranger was so kind to her and the children, but her own mother. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt a deep sadness waiting to be released. Softly, Shuyan gently stroked her back and said, "Sister-in-law, if you want to talk, I am here to listen. Ancient women often had many grievances, either from their husbands, parents-in-law, or favoritism from their own parents. Young Sister Shu, I feel so wronged. Zhang Xinghua's tears flowed like a flood, showing how deep her hurt was. I'm also my mother's daughter. Why does she only love my brother and treat me like dirt? She says I can marry whoever I want, whether they are foolish or lame.
Why?
I am also a living person with my own thoughts. She is my mother, so why can't she think of me? I'm already a widow. If I remarry, how will my children Yener and Daxiong live? Xu Yun couldn't answer her emotional outburst. The problem of valuing boys over girls has always been a tough, unsolvable issue. People who don't love you won't change, so you must learn to take care of yourself. I didn't mean to overhear your mother's words earlier. Do you think she wants to marry you off for a good dowry? Xu Yun asked. Zhang Xinghua nodded. Yes, he's a widower. He paid 2 taels of silver, which is a very high dowry. Xu Yun asked again, did you tell Brother Shi about this? If he can come up with that money, then you could get married. Zhang Xinghua looked uncomfortable and lowered her head without speaking. Brother Shi.
He.
Request failed. My name is Zhou Yunhe. Then I will call you Yunhe Grandma from now on, Xu Yun said. Haha, it's been a long time since I heard my name. Hearing it again, it sounds quite nice. Yunhe Grandma chuckled happily. After chatting for a while, Yunyo returned. Xu Yun told him she planned to go up the mountain to find food, and he agreed readily. After saying goodbye to Yunyo's family, Xu Yun finally could go home and rest. She took the large bowl of water handed to her by Yang Lu and drank it all in one gulp. Yang Lu took the empty bowl from her and asked, Mother, have you told Uncle and Aunt about this? Yes, they all agreed. Xu Yun assigned different tasks to each of the 6 families. Because Zhang could easily build a simple earthen kiln to open acorn shells, more convenient than frying them in a pot, his family was responsible for collecting acorns and shelling them. Yi Shouliang and Yi Zhuang's families were responsible for digging mountain yams, while the other 3 families picked mushrooms, gathered chestnuts, and dug winter bamboo shoots. The work was clearly divided, and the 6 families started their tasks that same day. The next day, Xu Yun's family gradually gathered all kinds of mountain produce. Zhao Caifa saw Xu Yun and didn't need her to personally deliver the mountain goods to the town every day. Instead, he sent a coachman with a horse-drawn carriage to pick them up. So, every day, a carriage could be seen taking goods from Xu Yun's house. The villagers watched with envy and often asked the 6 families about it, but everyone politely avoided giving clear answers. Some people approached Xu Yun, saying they also wanted to help find mountain goods to make money. But I already have enough people helping, Xu Yun replied. If you want to join, out of family loyalty, I can only give you 10 jin each day. The person in front of her was Yi Erlai, whom Xu Yun respectfully called uncle according to the rules. Yi Erlai, impatient, sneered coldly and angrily threw a bowl on the ground. Just 10 jin? That's only 2 or 3 cents. What's the point? Xu family, I think you're getting rich and forgetting your roots. You're willing to let outsiders like Zhang Shuangzhu make money, but won't give your own people a chance. Don't forget, you're orphaned and single mother. You will need the help of your kin in the future. Think carefully about this. After saying this, he glared threateningly at Xu Yun, then shook his sleeve and left. Xu Yun also got angry. She silently picked up the broken pieces of the bowl. Why say such things? It's just a bowl, and it wasn't expensive. Villagers outside, watching the scene, also started to resent Xu Yun. Xu Yun didn't care anymore. She didn't know all of them well, and she couldn't help everyone. If they were upset, so be it. Maybe next year, things would be different. She simply closed the door. The crowd outside gradually dispersed, but then there was a knocking at the door. Who's there? Xu Yun's tone was unfriendly and stern, still upset from earlier. The knocking paused for a moment, then continued. Who is it? Xu Yun asked loudly through the door, losing patience. A weak voice came from the door. Second aunt, it's Xiaohua. Xiaohua, why are you here? Xu Yun pulled her inside quickly and closed the door again. Second aunt, Yi Xiaohua hesitated, looking embarrassed. There's nothing you can't tell, second aunt, Shuyun said, making her sit down and pouring her a bowl of water. Xiaohua calmed a little and then gathered her courage to speak. Second aunt, can I help you find mountain goods like Uncle Shouyang and the others to earn some money? Where are your parents? Shuyun asked. Recently, I heard Chang'an and Chang'el say they want to sell you? Yes, Xiaohua nodded, feeling both grateful and sad. I don't think they plan to sell me anymore. Father, mother, and grandma, since last month after finishing their work, they have become much thinner, and their spirits are not as good as before. Especially grandma. The doctor said her health is damaged at the root, and she can only rest and recover. The family still needs her to take care of them. She still has value to them, so they haven't sold her yet. But once they no longer need her, they will sell her. I know they have done many bad things to second aunt. I apologize to you on their behalf. Although they are not kind, they are still her family. As she spoke, Yi Xiaohua knelt down in front of Xu Yun. Xiaohua, get up quickly, get up. Xu Yun hurriedly helped her up. She felt sorry for the girl, but if she gave Xiaohua this work, it would be like using money to support Grandma Go and the others. Xu Yun was unwilling. Sorry, Xiaohua. They treated me badly before. I think you saw it all, selling my children, stealing my recipes, trying to ruin my reputation. I can't forgive these things. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua lowered her head even more. But, Xiaohua, I can teach you to recognize the mountain goods I need. Business at the food hall is booming. Take advantage of this opportunity. Pick those vegetables and sell them in town. You should be able to earn some silver. Xu Yun said. Now, Yi Tian's family has been expelled from the clan. If Yi Tian and Li Shi encounter any misfortune, without the protection of the clan, Yi Xiaohua doesn't know how much she will suffer. Her eyes lit up, and she knelt down again in front of Xu Yun. Second aunt, your great kindness, I will never forget it. I will always keep it in my heart.
Yi Xiaohua querida.
Second aunt is the only person in this world who has been so kind to her. She has nothing to repay, and if second aunt asks her to risk her life in the future, she would do so without hesitation. Xiaohua, don't cry. Listen carefully. The money you earn should be used to buy more food. Even coarse grains are fine, understand? Xu Yun said seriously. I understand, second aunt.
Yi Xiaohua nodded.
She didn't ask any more questions because second aunt must have a reason for what she said. Good, come here. I will now teach you to recognize these things. Xu Yun pointed to dried mushrooms and fungi. Yes. Yi Xiaohua listened carefully and remembered everything in her heart. Thus, with these dried mushrooms and fungi, they could sell over 10 silver coins a day. The family might eat a little worse, but they could survive. Every day, the 6 family members gathered mountain goods and earned silver. They were busy, but happy. Yi Niu and Yi Xiaocao helped Zhou Yunhe with some rehabilitation massages and serve her medicine to relax her muscles. After that, they planned to peel winter bamboo shoots and wash wood ear mushrooms from their yard. Nawatsi, wait a moment. Carry me to the door of the house. I want to watch you all. Okay, Grandma. Yi Niu carefully placed his grandmother on a chair and leaned some heavy objects behind her to prevent her from falling backward. Life started to look brighter, and Zhou Yunhe felt in a good mood, humming a countryside tune. Nawatsi, I haven't seen you in a long time. You look healthy. A passing aunt heard her singing and greeted her. Thanks to your help, Dog's mother, Zhou Yunhe replied with a smile. Nawatsi, is your leg better? Dog's mother asked curiously. It's not fully healed, but it's recovering. It just needs some time. Didn't you say I looked good earlier? That's strange. Looking at your leg, and your face is rosy. You don't seem sick at all. Dog's mother came closer and looked at her again, noticing she looked just as healthy as before her illness. Not just rosy, I also feel energetic. Nawatsi, which famous doctor cured you? My eyes have been bad for a long time, and I've taken many medicines, but they didn't help. I want that doctor to examine me too, Dog's mother asked. It was the same person as before, the healer Xu Shi, who cured the village chief's grandson, Zhou Yunhe replied. No way. Xu Shi just got lucky last time. She said she just happened to meet another doctor who treated the same illness, and that's how she cured the grandson. She doesn't have real skills, Dog's mother said with a dismissive look. Dog's mother, if you don't believe me, ask someone else, Zhou Yunhe suggested. Curious, Dog's mother asked who? In the past 2 days, Yi Shouliang was walking around the village. Surprisingly, the villagers didn't avoid him and even asked about his health. At first, he was confused, not understanding why everyone was asking. But after being asked many times, he gradually figured it out. People were inquiring about Xu Yun's medical skills. He is honest and told the truth about how Xu Yun treated him. Soon, some villagers started to try and see Xu Yun themselves. Xu Yun and her 2 companions were in the kitchen making acorn jelly. They hadn't rested for days, working nonstop to make many batches of acorn jelly, and bought several basins and small water jars for the task. All right, finish this pot. It should last for several days. We can finally take a break. Xu Yun wiped her forehead with a cloth and said, Mother, you rest now. I'll handle it. Yi Chang'an took the spatula from her hand, stood on a small stool, and stirred the boiling chestnut flour in the pot, stirring it carefully. He realized that this was not an easy task. Each stir met resistance, and after a few strokes, his arm felt sore. It was easy to see how tired Xu Yun usually was. He and his sister were just helping out, so it was quite relaxed. Thinking of this, Yi Chang'an looked at Xu Yun again, noticing she seemed a bit thinner and more tired. Seeing his concern, Xu Yun said, Chang'an, let me do it now. No, it's okay, Mother. I can do it, Yi Chang'an said through gritted teeth. Brother is tired, and I am here. Mother, you should rest. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Chang'an, go see who it is. This pot of cold noodles will be ready soon. I'll scoop it out. Mother. Yi Chang'an quickly ran outside and peeked through the door, whispering, Who is it? Outside was a woman who had asked about Zhou Yunhe's dog a few days ago. When she heard a boy's voice, she kindly said, Is this Chang'an? I am Yi Guzi's mother.
Call me Aunt Shuetian.
I came to see your mother about something. Yi Guzi's mother, Aunt Shuetian?
Who could she be?
Yi Chang'an hesitated, but didn't open the door. Instead, he politely said, Please wait a moment, Auntie. I'll go call my mother. He then went back inside to tell Xu Yun. Xu Yun had just finished scooping the last bit from the pot. I don't really know who Guzi's mother is, but she probably is a relative. I'll go see. Xu Yun scooped a few ladles of water into the pot, soaking it for easy cleaning. After removing her apron and washing her hands, she went out to open the door. Oh, Chang'an's mother. Finally, I see you, Guzi's mother said as she barged into the house. Who are you? Xu Yun asked. We don't see each other often. My family lives next to Yinyo. I am your Shui Tian brother's wife. I am much older than you, but we are peers. Just call me sister-in-law, she said with a simple smile. Although Xu Yun still didn't recognize her, she smiled politely and asked, Sister-in-law, you came specifically today. Is there something you need? I heard you cured Uncle Shouliang's long-standing leg problem and also treated Yinyo's mother, who is paralyzed. Your medical skills are so impressive. I'm here to humbly ask if you can help me with my old ailment, Guzi's mother said kindly. Xu Yun understood that she must have learned about it from Uncle Shouliang and Yinyo's mother, so she nodded. Oh, I see. Please have a seat. Tell me more about your condition, Xu Yun said, bringing a stool to sit with her. Dog mother sat down hesitantly and asked, Chang'an mother, how do you charge for medical treatment here? Dog mother is a sensible person. Although everyone is from the same clan, even close relatives should settle accounts properly. It's better to discuss the payment first. Xu Yun thought for a moment and smiled. Since we're all relatives, I don't want to take money. Sister-in-law, you are too polite. Dog mother waved her hand. No, I just went to see the doctor and had to pay a consultation fee. Even though we are relatives, I can't let you suffer a loss. Since you say that, I can't refuse. How about you bring some vegetables or beans that you don't need? Would that be okay? Xu Yun suggested. This was also a good chance to gather supplies. Dog mother thought for a moment and asked, There aren't many vegetables to eat in winter, but I have some soybeans that I don't need right now. Would you like some? Soybeans are fine, Xu Yun nodded. With soybeans, she could make soy milk and fry some fried dough sticks. Just thinking about it made her salivate. All right, sister-in-law, now you can tell me about your health problem. I just have trouble with my eyes. Dog Mother pointed to her eyes and said, "What's wrong with your eyes?" From the moment Dog Mother entered and sat down to drink water, Shuyan didn't notice any problem with her eyes. Dog Mother sighed and continued, "It's okay during the day, but in the evening, when it's a bit darker, my eyes become blurry. When it gets dark, I can't see at all." After hearing this, Shu Yun understood the situation. "Do you often feel dry eyes and tears?" Yes, that's right." Dog Mother clapped her hands in agreement. She thought Shu Yun was very skilled in medicine and trusted her even more. Dog Mother had night blindness, but she didn't know if it was congenital or temporary. If it was caused by a hereditary eye disease, like retinitis pigmentosa or poor development of rod cells, which lose the ability to produce visual purple, it would be almost untreatable. "Sister-in-law, have you had this problem for a long time?"
Dog Mother said, "Not exactly.
I developed this last year. At first, I only saw blurry at night, but gradually I couldn't see at all." Shu Yun nodded. It seemed that Dog Mother's night blindness was temporary, caused by a lack of vitamin A in her diet or some digestive issues affecting vitamin A absorption. This prevented the rod cells in her retina from producing visual purple. "All right, I understand. Your condition is very treatable. It's because of nutritional imbalance, a deficiency of certain elements in your body, that caused your night blindness." "What are elements?" "I am not malnourished. I eat 2 full meals every day." Dog Mother listened confusedly, not understanding a word. "It's not malnutrition, but an imbalance of nutrients," Shu Yun patiently explained. How to describe it to Dog Mother? She thought, "It's like not eating salt for a long time, which makes your limbs weak. That's a sign your body is missing elements." Shu Yun said that not eating salt would make her tired, and Dog Mother understood better. "So what am I lacking?" she asked. Dog Mother was quick to understand the problem. "Vitamin A. It's okay if you don't know what vitamin A is. Just remember, Dog Mother, after you go back, eat more meats like pig liver or chicken liver. Keep eating until your eyes are fully better." "Do I need medicine?" Dog Mother asked doubtfully. Shu Yun hadn't mentioned anything about prescribing medicine. She shook her head. "No need, sister-in-law. Meats are cheap anyway. Just try eating them and see if I'm right after some time." "I believe you. You haven't earned a single penny from me, so I have nothing to lose." Dog Mother was clever. She judged based on Shu Yun's interests. "If I'd known you were so good, I wouldn't have gone to Wangda for medicine that cost dozens of coins. It's useless to take it." Shu Yun said nothing. She didn't want to speak badly of other doctors. Whether they are good or bad, the villagers' eyes are sharp. But Shu Yun didn't expect that her silence about not criticizing Wangda was to avoid trouble. However, after Dog Mother spread the word about her medical skills, more villagers came to see her. Wangda, on the other hand, had fewer patients and grew resentful, wanting to cause her trouble. After returning home, Dog Mother followed Shu Yun's advice and cooked pig liver every day. Although the liver tasted bad and was hard to swallow at times, she persisted in eating it. Unexpectedly, after half a month, her night blindness improved. She quickly sent some idle yellow soybeans to Shu Yun. Dog Mother was honest and sincere. She felt her gratitude was not enough. She remembered how Yi Er had been spreading bad rumors about Shu Yun in the clan, damaging her reputation. So, when chatting with others, she praised Shu Yun's medical skills, trying to change the public opinion. Thanks to Dog Mother's promotion, 2 or 3 people came to see Shu Yun in just one day. There are common health issues like back pain, leg aches, indigestion, and headaches. There are also some embarrassing illnesses, such as gynecological problems. Yang came quietly, but didn't enter the house. She waited until the last person seeking treatment left before coming in. Young's sister Shu. "Hey, Sister Yang, why are you here? Is there a problem with the yam digging?" Yang blushed and said, No, the yams are fine. I'm here to see a doctor." "What illness do you have, sister? Please tell me your symptoms." Shu Yuan asked her to sit down. Yang's face reddened further, and she hesitated for a long time without speaking. Seeing her like this, Xu Yuan guessed it was a difficult to speak about problem. She gently patted Yang's hand to encourage her. Sister, if you don't tell me your symptoms, I can't help you. No one else is here, so you can speak freely. Yang looked at the open door, feeling shy, and stood up to close it. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally said it's that. It doesn't come regularly.
That?
Xu Yuan understood in a second. You mean your period? In ancient times, was often seen as unclean and unlucky. People believed menstrual blood was impure, and taboos related to blood and fluids made a sensitive topic. Women were excluded from certain social activities during their periods, like ancestor worship, which made even more secretive and taboo.
Yang nodded silently.
When did your period stop coming?
Xu Yuan asked. Yang remembered clearly.
Since March, earlier this year. Xu Yuan frowned. It had been more than half a year. Did your period suddenly stop, or did the blood flow gradually decrease until it stopped? Yang recalled, it was gradual. At first, the days I had my period decreased, and by the second month, the blood flow was also less. Xu Yuan nodded and continued asking. Is your period irregular, sometimes late? Yes, sometimes it's delayed. Yang nodded, feeling that Xu Yuan was very knowledgeable. Xu Yuan gently held her chin to look at her face carefully, then asked her to stick out her tongue. Yang's face was pale, and her tongue was a light red. Xu Yuan also checked her pulse. It was thin and weak. She had a good idea of what was happening but asked a few more questions to be sure. Was your menstrual blood light red before? Yes, it's not very red, and quite sparse. At this moment, Ms. Yang no longer felt shy and openly talked about her discomforts. Since my period stopped, I feel very tired all the time. I thought it was because I worked too much, so I rested for many days, but I still feel weak all over and uncomfortable. Sometimes I even feel dizzy and see spots. Okay, I understand, Xu Yan nodded. She was sure about Ms. Yang's condition. Sister-in-law, your missed periods are caused by blood deficiency. It's not a big problem. Just go to the clinic and ask the doctor to prescribe some medicine to boost and regulate your blood and periods. Famous remedies like 4 substances decoction and 8 treasure soup are good for nourishing blood and regulating. Hearing she needed to go to the clinic, Ms. Yang immediately shrank back like a quail. Xu, is there a way to get medicine without going? You haven't had a period for over half a year. How can you not take medicine? But if I go to get medicine, others will know what my illness is, MS. Yang said shyly, clearly reluctant to get treatment. Xu Yun felt helpless, but understood her. In ancient times, issues like were hard to talk about, let alone see a doctor. Plus, most doctors at clinics were men, so ordinary women like Ms. Yang, if they had such problems, had to endure in silence. It was better than telling a stranger about their private matters. Here's an idea, sister-in-law. I need to go to town tomorrow. I can buy the medicine for you. Would that be okay? Thank you so much, Xu, Ms. Yang said excitedly, standing up happily. She almost wanted to hug Xu Yun, and she did, giving her a big hug. If Xu Yun hadn't helped her get medicine, she might never have treated her menstrual problems. She truly thought it was great to have a female doctor, like Xu Yun. If more women became doctors, it would be much easier for women to see a doctor. Ms. Yang didn't know that her wish would come true in a few years. Thanks to Xu Yun's influence, more female doctors appeared. Besides taking medicine, women with blood deficiency and irregular periods also need to eat nourishing foods. Xu Yun advised Ms. Yang to eat iron-rich foods to help restore her blood. Xu, what are some iron-rich foods that can help boost my blood?
舒云拍了拍自己的额头，她说话太随意了，忘记给杨氏解释了。含铁的食物大概有猪肉、羊肉、豆类、核桃和蛋黄。补血的食物包括动物的肝脏，比如猪肝和鸡肝，还有红枣和桑葚干等，但要均衡搭配食用，不能只吃一样。舒云把普通百姓能接触到的含铁补血食物都告诉了杨氏，还叮嘱他一定要吃，不能为了省钱而亏了身体。杨氏再次感谢舒云，他明白身体比钱更重要，而且他家跟着舒云也赚了不少钱，这些吃的东西还是能买得起的。 即使买不起贵的猪肉，也买得起猪肝和蛋黄。送走杨氏后，舒云终于可以休息一下了，又叫回在外面玩耍的叶长安和叶长乐。自从舒云和这6家人合作越来越多，叶长安和叶长乐也和几家孩子玩得越来越亲密，有空时就叫着伙伴们出去玩。2兄妹回来后，舒云准备做晚饭，但在村子的另一边，王德突然放下碗筷，把他妻子吓了一跳。我说，最近来看病的人少了，还来都是那个臭娘们抢了我的生意，也不看看自己有几斤几两。因为舒云在下村传开了，有一些一直看不好病的人就去找他看病。舒云不收钱，只要一些蔬菜、粗粮，或者有手艺的人带几筐东西作为诊费，所以越来越多的人去他那看病。王德的妻子听说了，告诉了王德。那你打算怎么办？他问。我明天就去找他，让他知道规矩，不再给村里人看病，否则我就不放过他。要是他不同意呢？他又问。他敢？如果不同意，我有办法对付他。王德很生说。他还记得之前给叶族长孙子治病的事，如果舒云敢跟他作对，他就会算旧账和新仇。第82章1000金。第二天，王德带着气势去找舒云，没想到早就走了。舒云早已去了镇上，叶长安和叶长乐也跟着伙伴们出去玩了，不在家。王德在心里反复演练了几次要表现出威势的对话，但一句也用不上。舒云早早地赶着牛车去了石顶楼，今天是按照合同规定的日子来结账。
By midday, the front of the food pavilion was bustling with traffic, with a constant flow of customers and lively activity. The smell of various dishes wafted out, making people hungry. Guests were chatting happily, raising cups and exchanging toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Inside the main hall, all the tables were full. The staff moved quickly and busily, carrying dishes with towels draped over their shoulders. Their steps were light and swift. Shuyan avoided the busy staff and went to the counter. Li Shu was counting money, the beads of the abacus clicking loudly. After he finished, Shuyan greeted him. Mr. Li, I hope you are well. Oh, Miss Shuyan, when did you arrive? I came earlier, but saw you busy and didn't want to disturb you, Shuyan said with a smile. Business seemed very good, as Li Shu's face was rosy with happiness. He was more enthusiastic when talking to Shuyan. Miss Shuyan, you're here to settle the bill, right? Wait a moment, I'll call the manager. Li Shu quickly ran upstairs, and soon he and Zhao Caifa came down together. Zhao Caifa was very excited to see Shuyan, acting even more warmly than Li Shu. If Shuyan had been a man, he would have hugged her. Shuyan kept a calm smile and greeted him. Manager Zhao, long time no see. Business has been very good lately, I see. Thanks to you, miss, business is better than ever. Look at all these customers every day. During dinner time, even more come, Zhao Caifa said, happily busy with work. When the staff couldn't keep up, he personally greeted the important guests upstairs. Seeing the full hall, Shuyan had a question. Manager Zhao, the winter feast I suggested was meant for wealthy families, but I see dishes from that menu on these tables. How is that? Take a closer look at the dishes on these tables, Zhao Caifa said with a raised eyebrow. Shuyan examined the dishes carefully. Most of the tables had ordinary food, but some dishes included shredded fungus or slices of yam in the soup. She looked again at Zhao Caifa, who looked proud. She thought to herself that he was clever. These dishes claimed to be healthy and were sold at high prices, but they were just simple ingredients like fungus and yam scraps. You really are clever, Manager Zhao, she said. He chuckled, haha, I've only learned a little from the young lady. Zhao Caifa said, then asked Li Shu to settle the accounts for the past 10 days. The dishes in the main hall were not part of the winter feast, so they were not included in the cooperation. After calculations, the winter feast earned a total of 120 taels, so Shuyan received 60 taels. Zhao Caifa handed the 60 taels to Shuyan, but she did not accept it. She asked, Master Zhao, please help me exchange all 60 taels into grain. Zhao Caifa was puzzled. Xian had bought a lot of grain last time. Had she finished it so quickly? 60 taels could buy about 1,000 jin of grain, which was not a small amount. As a businessman, Zhao Caifa was well informed about outside news. Recently, he hadn't heard of anything unusual. He asked suspiciously, Miss Xian, what do you want so much grain for? Have you heard some news? Xian shook her head to deny it. Master Zhao, you know my family doesn't have land, so I thought I'd buy more grain while I have the money. It makes me feel more at ease. Plus, the northern region has been fighting, and I'm worried about sudden increases in grain prices. Zhao Caifa sighed in relief. He had thought something big was happening that he didn't know about. It turned out to be Shiyun's unnecessary worries. He comforted her, don't worry, Miss Xian. Fighting in Dejin is quite common. The government has been controlling grain prices. Even if they rise, it won't be by much. But inside, Xian was thinking that the fighting in the north was just small-scale skirmishes. Once real war broke out, the court wouldn't have time to control grain prices. Zhao Caifa admired Xian, but he could see she was still deeply worried. He couldn't help but think women's worries. However, since she had helped him earn a lot of money, he was willing to help her. All right, Miss Xian, if you're still worried, I'll buy the 1,000 jin of grain for you. But you can't carry all that at once. I'll send someone to your house to pick up the vegetables, and he can also deliver 200 or 300 jin of grain to you. It should be done in 3 or 4 days, Zhao Caifa said. That's very good. Thank you, Master Zhao. Zhao Caifa was indeed a good person. When the opportunity arose later, Xian would share some news about the coming chaos with him, her way of repaying his kindness. After leaving the food hall, Xian went straight to Jishir Hall to get medicine for Yang. Dr. Zhou, upon hearing her description of the illness, thought she was going to buy medicine herself and refused to accept her payment. Xian said, "This isn't my medicine. I'm just helping my sister-in-law from the village." Xian was very clear about helping others. She believed she should pay Dr. Zhou for his work, and if Yang paid her for the medicine, she wouldn't refuse. Dr. Zhou then quoted the price. However, Xian was very curious. Dr. Zhou seemed different from other doctors. Most doctors, when hearing about menstrual issues, either find it unlucky or feel shy. Dr. Zhou, I see your face looks normal. Do you not think menstrual problems are something shameful? Dr. Zhou replied seriously, what's shameful about it? Xian used to think her own ideas were narrow, and that even in ancient times, some doctors were open-minded. But then she heard Dr. Zhou say, my wife also had irregular periods before. At first, she didn't want to tell me, but later, when she couldn't bear the discomfort anymore, she told me. I then looked into many old books and learned how important menstrual health is for women. Menstrual problems are not minor illnesses. If doctors ignore them, many conditions can worsen and even threaten a woman's life and her chance to have children. It turned out that Dr. Zhou changed because of his wife's illness. Still, he was doing better than many other doctors. Xu bowed deeply to Dr. Zhou. If only more doctors like you, Dr. Zhou, existed, women would be much luckier. At this moment, Dr. Zhou became shy. He quickly waved his hand and said he couldn't accept such praise. After saying goodbye to Dr. Zhou and taking the medicine, Xu set off on her way out of the town. At the town gate, she was suddenly stopped by a stranger. Miss Xu, are you Miss Xu? Xu looked at the person calling her. She seemed to recognize him but couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Miss Xu, I am Zhang Ergu. You saved my son from poisoning, remember? Zhang Ergu said. Oh, it's you, she replied. It was Zhang Ergu, the one who sold her cold sweet potato seeds. Are you selling something to go back? She saw he carried a basket on his back and had 2 more baskets. Well, lately the town's food stall, Ding Lu, has started offering health-preserving banquets. I heard they have winter bamboo shoots in the dishes. I thought I could dig some to sell and make some money, Zhang Ergu said with a simple smile. Why? Do you need money urgently for something? Xu saw mud on his knees and pants, indicating he had been kneeling on the ground early in the morning digging for bamboo shoots. He carried more than 1 basket, which was not enough, so he also carried 2 more baskets of bamboo shoots. This is because our village is about to be conscripted for labor. I heard we need to repair the river channel, so I want to save some money to avoid that hardship. In ancient times, forced labor was very heavy and greatly exhausting for people. Winter was approaching, and ordinary people's clothes were mostly rough cloth, which was cheap but not very warm. Wearing such clothes made it even harder for them to endure the cold while working. In this situation, they still have to face long hours of physical labor, which is a great test for both their body and mind. Building canals often involves dangerous risks. If they encounter quicksand or underground springs while digging into the mountains, people could be pulled in and buried, leading to collapses. How can anyone survive such dangers? Zhang Ergu received news that he had to go serve in the army. He felt like the sky was falling. His family didn't have enough money to avoid the service. Luckily, he borrowed some money from the Dingfeng restaurant by selling winter bamboo shoots in town. Business has been good for 4 or 5 days. If he sells a few more days, the money will be enough. After exchanging a few words with Xu Yun, Zhang Ergu said goodbye. When they got home, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chengle also returned. "Hey, little rascals, have you eaten?" Xu Yun asked while washing her hands. "Yes, we ate. I steamed rice, and my sister cooked the vegetables." Yi Chang'an proudly said they took good care of themselves. "Mom, we saved some food for you. I'll go heat it up," Yi Chengle said, and went to the kitchen. "Okay," Xu Yun replied happily and contentedly. She was glad to come home to hot food. Yi Chengle heated up the pot, stir-fried the leftover bamboo shoots with meat, then washed the pot and heated the cabbage and egg soup. Soon, Xu Yun was served bowls and started eating. The dishes and rice were delicious. Chengle's cooking skills were now about 80 or 90% of her best. "Are you going out to play this afternoon?" Xu Yun asked. A few days ago, they made a lot of acorn jelly, so they didn't have to work so hard these days. They had more free time. "No, they probably don't feel like playing," Yi Chang'an said worriedly. "Why not?" Xu Yun asked. The children still didn't want to play. Yi Chengle also said gloomily, "This morning, it was announced that our village has to serve in the army. Mom, Yin Yo and the others went to serve. Who will help us find mountain goods now? Is it our turn for Gushi village to serve?" "No. According to Zhang Ergu, this time the duty is for our village. Yonglu village isn't under Wang Lijing's jurisdiction, so why does Gushi village also have to serve?" After finishing their meal, Xu Yun went to find village head Yi. At this moment, the Yi family was also discussing whether Yi Zheng or Yi Liang should go to serve. The faces of the family members were heavy. Xu Yun's appearance broke the somber mood. After greeting the Yi family, she directly asked, "Uncle village head, I heard our village is going to serve in the army?" "Not our village, but our neighboring village," the village head sighed and said. "It's the next village over." Originally, the labor service was supposed to be in Yonglu village, but Wang Lijing said that this time the canal repair project was large, so the government had a few more spots, and our village was chosen by lottery. "Then why is it our turn again?" Village head Yi sighed regretfully, saying, "Since not every household in the whole village needs to send someone, Wang Lijing and I drew lots separately for the upper and lower villages. I had bad luck and drew the spot. Coincidence?" Xu Yun wondered, then asked, "Did the previous canal projects also need so many people?" "There are about 100 households in Baihu, and Yonglu village also has over 100 households. Plus Gushi lower village, so nearly 200 people in total. In previous years, canal work didn't require so many people, but if the project was big, more workers would be sent. Is there any official document?" Xu Yun continued to ask. "Yes, I saw it myself," village head Yi replied confidently. "Uncle village head, when do we start the labor service?" "In 7 days." Xu Yun's heart sank. Not only was it troublesome to find someone to help her again, but the labor service itself was very hard. How could someone as old as Uncle Sholiang handle it? After leaving village head Ye's house, Xu Yun went to Uncle Sholiang's home. Uncle Sholiang and Mrs. Ma were washing mud off freshly dug yams. When they saw Xu Yun, they hurried to greet her. "Uncle Sholiang, do you know about the labor service?" Of course, he knew. He had already decided to pay 300 coins to avoid the work. Anyway, he now had some extra money, and he was old and couldn't handle it. I know, but I want to pay instead. I'm too old and weak to do the canal work. I might not make it back, Uncle Sholyong said. Hearing this, Shuyan felt relieved and told him to come to her if he didn't have enough money. After leaving Uncle Sholyong's house, Shuyan went to visit Uncle Ye's home. Uncle Yi was 16 years old this year. He was eligible for the draft, but if he went for labor service, only little Grass would be left to take care of the family, which was worrying. The door of Uncle Ye's house was not locked, and there was no sound inside. Shuyan called out from the yard, Grandma Yunha, Uncle Yi, little Grass, are you at home? Yes, we are. The door opened, and Shuyan saw Uncle Ye's face full of worry. She went inside, and Jo Yunha and little Grass also looked very anxious. Chang'un's mother is here.
Come in and sit, Jo Yunha said.
Shuyan nodded and then asked Uncle Yi, are you going to do the labor service? Uncle Yi nodded helplessly. There was no other choice. The family didn't have enough silver coins, so he had to go work on the canal. But he was worried about his grandmother and little sister. Sister Shu, don't worry. I will gather more food before I start my service, but after that, I won't be able to help you anymore. Shu Yun shook her head. The 16-year-old boy's body was still too weak to handle hard work. If something were to happen to him, what would Yunhe's mother and Yi Xiao do? Shu Yun secretly took out 3 coins from her space and handed them to Yinyo. Yinyo didn't understand what Shu Yun meant and didn't dare to take the money rashly. I can give you an advance on your pay. Use this money to avoid the labor service, and later, you can help me by digging winter bamboo shoots or wood ear mushrooms to repay me. How does that sound? Yunhe's heart warmed instantly. Yinyo was both surprised and grateful. Of course, that's good. Sister Shu, I don't know how to thank you. You always help my family. Yinyo trembled, but still dared not take the money from Shu Yun. She could only place it on the table. Shu Yun glanced at Yunhe and said, I'm not helping for nothing. I have my conditions. What are they? Yinyo asked. Shu Yun looked at Yunhe. My condition is that Yunhe's mother agrees to teach me embroidery. Yunhe's tense heart relaxed, and she smiled easily. I thought it was something difficult. It's just embroidery. If Chang'un lady wants to learn, I'll teach her everything I know, without holding back. Thank you, Yunhe's mother. I'll come when I have free time. Shuyan thought that learning embroidery would be a good hobby to pass the time in the coming years. Once Yinyo paid back the 300 coins with mountain produce, Shuyan would pay Yunhe's mother for embroidery lessons. If she asked for money now, Yinyo and the others might think she was giving charity. That's why Shuyan used the excuse of an advance on her pay. It was something they could pay back quickly with mountain produce, making it easier for them to accept than borrowing money directly. Passing by Yinyo's house, Shuyan also stopped at Zhang Xinghua's home. Zhang Xinghua didn't meet the conditions for service, but Shuyan was still worried about Xinghua's mother wanting to marry her off. Yesterday, Zhang Xinghua came to Shuyan's house to deliver mountain produce, but there were too many people looking for her to ask about that matter. Xinghua's sister-in-law, I've come in, Shuyan called out, stretching her neck over the low wall. Zhang Xinghua was washing wood ear mushrooms in the yard. She replied, the door isn't locked.
Come in.
Shuyan didn't see herself as an outsider and found a stool to sit down. Xinghua's sister-in-law, did Brother Shi come to propose to you? Yes, he did. Zhang Xinghua's cheeks instantly turned red. This means that Brother Shi Daxia has come out of the mountains alive, and it seems he really has some skills. How did your mother say about this? Talking about this, Zhang Xinghua got angry. My mother indeed asked for money, took 5 taels of silver. Brother Shi Daxia only brought back a head of a pig and a deer this time, totaling 7 taels of silver. After giving my mother the betrothal gift, only 2 taels remained. Shuyan comforted her, saying, luckily, you are already engaged. When the wedding happens, you must invite me. Zhang Xinghua spoke shyly and bashfully about the marriage. There's less than 2 months before the new year, so we plan to hold the wedding after the spring festival. I will definitely invite you then. Shuyan smiled, saying she would happily drink 2 cups of her wedding wine. Turning away from Zhang Xinghua, Shu Yun headed back and met Gao, the wife of Yi Chang. Xu Yun remembered that Yi Chang's family was also in trouble. Yi Chang was the only pillar of support, and she told Gao she was willing to pay money in advance and then settle it with mountain goods later. Gao, who also took 300 coins, thanked her but didn't want Xu Yun to go home. "Girl, don't go back yet. There are many relatives outside your house." Xu Yun asked confused, "Why are they gathered outside my house?" "It's because of the labor service issue. Everyone doesn't want to repair the river channels and wants to borrow money from you to pay for the labor." Xu Yun was speechless. Is she a savior or a spendthrift? Everyone is coming to her, even surrounding her house. She doesn't believe there's no evil spirit guiding this. That person is quite clever. If she doesn't lend the money, the villagers will be very unhappy, and this dissatisfaction is different from when they didn't do business with her before. If someone gets hurt during this labor, the villagers will think that if Xu Yun had lent them money earlier, they wouldn't have had to do the labor and wouldn't have been injured or lost their lives. When people are helpless, they tend to transfer their hatred onto others. This way, their anger or sadness has someone to vent on. And Xu Yun would be the one they vent their frustration on. But if she lends the money easily, the problem will only get worse. This matter is hard to handle, so Xu Yun decided to go find Yi Zuchang. When Yi Zuchang heard this, he hurriedly took his 2 sons and went to Xu Yun's house. Sure enough, many people were waiting outside her door. Yi Zuchang counted about a dozen households. His face turned pale with anger, and he shouted, "What are you all doing here? Like bandits. Elder uncle, we really can't continue with this forced labor. The Xu family has earned a lot of silver, so we should be able to borrow some from her, right?" "Exactly. We're not refusing to pay her back, just borrowing in an emergency," said another man. Chief Yi was so angry at these words that his eyes nearly blacked out. "Quiet. How can someone from my Yi family have such shameless people? Look at your attitude. Do you think you're borrowing money? I believe we've paid enough already. Go home quickly." "I won't leave. I won't borrow money today, or my husband will have to go do that terrible labor." The woman sat down on the ground, determined not to leave. Others followed her example. Yi Jingdao said, "You all stop going too far. Xu's money didn't come from nowhere. Do you think she has to lend it to you? All right. If you don't leave soon, I will have to enforce the family rules. Anyone want to try?" When they heard about the family rules, they suddenly became quiet, but they still didn't want to leave. Meanwhile, Wang De was bragging to Wang Lijing about how good his idea was. "Brother, don't worry. In a few days, I guarantee many people from the Yi family will bring their money to you." Wang Lijing stroked his beard, smiling proudly. "That's a good plan. How did you think of it?" Wang De was relieved and just smiled back. He couldn't say he had planned everything to trick Xu Yun, so he sent someone good with words to persuade the poor villagers. Wang De changed the subject and asked, "Hey, brother, is this plan really reliable? If we give them the money but can't get the job done, we'll lose a lot." Wang Lijing said, "Don't worry. I've checked everything carefully. It's very secure. When I get promoted, you'll be the next village chief." Hearing Wang Lijing paint such a big picture, Wang De started dreaming about how he could make a lot of money by setting up various schemes once he became village chief. Then everyone like Xu Yun and Li Yunyan would have to listen to him obediently. But unfortunately, just 2 days later, their dreams were shattered by Xu Yun. With Elder Ye's strong persuasion, the villagers finally dispersed. Xu Yun stepped out from her hiding place and thanked Elder Yi. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle had been at home the whole time. When they saw so many people gathered at the door, they didn't dare to open it and hid inside. Only when Xu Yun returned did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Mother, they won't come again, will they?" Yi Chang'an asked worriedly. Xu Yun shook her head and said, "It's hard to tell. If someone behind these villagers is deliberately causing trouble, that person must be targeting her. Since she hasn't gained anything yet, they won't give up easily. Who could it be?" Xu Yun thought for a moment but had no clues. Besides Grandma Go and the others, she had no deep enemies. However, Grandma Go and the others now looked almost dead, so they couldn't cause such a big disturbance. This situation couldn't go on. She needed to find a way to discover who was behind this. The next day, as she expected, her house was crowded with people early in the morning. Some even tried to climb over her wall. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el held her sleeves tightly, not letting her go outside. "Mom, don't go. I'll go find the village head instead," Yi Chang'an said. He was worried that the others might cause trouble for Xuyan. If they didn't lend them money, who knew what they might do? Xuyan told them, "Close the door tightly. Stay inside, and don't come out." After speaking, she went to the front door and opened it. Yi Chang'an didn't listen and instead pulled Yi Chang'el into the kitchen, opening the door that led to the backyard. The two siblings moved a table to the base of the wall and stacked several baskets on it to make it taller. "Brother, be careful," Yi Chang'el said, looking up at Yi Chang'an, who was standing on the baskets and wobbling. Unfortunately, Yi Chang'an just reached the top of the wall on tiptoe, then turned over and sat on the wall. It was easy to get up but hard to come down. Falling from over 2 meters could easily sprain his ankle if he wasn't careful. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and climb down. He held onto the top of the wall with both hands, pushed his feet against the wall, and when he couldn't go further, he took a deep breath, let go, and jumped down. Luckily, he landed on his, so he was fine. "Brother, are you okay?" Yi Chang'el's worried voice came from the other side of the wall.
"I'm fine."
"Chang'el, stay in the kitchen. I'm going to find the village head now." After saying that, Yi Chang'an ran off. Yi Chang'el obediently leaned against the kitchen door and peeked through to see what was happening with Xuyan. Outside, seeing the door open, the crowd hurriedly gathered around, chattering loudly. "Chang'an's mother, just lend us some silver. That kind of forced labor is inhuman. Chang'an's mother, you've earned a lot of money this year. Just a little from your fingers, and it's enough to lend us. Yeah, we're all relatives. Please help us." Shuyun's gaze slowly swept over each person. She needed to remember these people clearly. Remember these people who seem to beg, but are actually forcing her. "I can lend you money, but I don't have silver right now. I will go to town in a few days to settle accounts, then I can lend you some. Now, each of you line up and tell me your name and how much silver you want to borrow. When I get the money, I will notify you." Xuyan spoke seriously, but she used a clever tactic. She never accepted vague schemes. She wanted to find out the truth first. Everyone saw that Xuyan didn't seem to be lying, so they agreed. Even if she was tricking them, they could come back later and confront her. Xuyan walked to the yard and called out, "Who wants to come in first?" "I will." A woman stepped forward. "I'll go first." Others wanted to follow, but Xuyan said to the woman, "Do you want everyone to know how much you want to borrow?" The woman thought, "The weather this winter has been strange. It hasn't rained for almost 2 months, and there are signs of a drought. Things might get worse in the future. Since the Shu family is finally willing to lend money, maybe it's better to borrow more for a good new year. But money should not be shown openly." She didn't want others to know how much she wanted to borrow. "Go, wait outside," the woman said, shooing them away like chasing flies, and then she shut the door. Xuyan glanced at her, took a sip of hot water, and asked, "What is your name, ma'am?" "Just call me Egg Yolk Lady," the woman replied straightforwardly, sitting down. "Chang'an lady, I want to borrow 500 coins. I'll lend you an extra 100 coins, making it 600 in total. But you have to tell me, who was the first to ask me for money?" "It was Yi Hoer," she answered confidently. With an extra 100 coins tempting her, Egg Yolk Lady quickly revealed the name. "Who is Yi Hoer?" Xuyan asked. "He's a kid who has no parents in the family, raised by eating from many households. But he's lazy and loves to steal chickens and do sneaky things. Over time, people stopped liking him. Did he come today?" Xuyan asked. "Yes, he's outside the door. He's so thin he looks like a monkey." "All right, Egg Yolk Lady, you can go back now. Don't forget, Chang'an lady, the 600 coins," she added before leaving. Xuyan nodded casually. Egg Yolk Lady opened the door, and another person came in. As the door opened, Xuyan glanced at Yi Hoer, who was mentioned. Sure enough, he was very thin, but he didn't look sick. His face was rough, but his calculating eyes betrayed him. Xuyan asked several more people, and they all said that Yi Hoer was the first to suggest borrowing money from her. Yi Hoa was the last to arrive, smiling politely. Chang'an lady, my name is Yi Hoa. I live at the east end of the village. I want to borrow 800 coins from you. Would that be possible? Yi Hoa rubbed his hands and kept glancing at her. Who told you to come ask me for money? Yi Hoa, who had no past conflicts or grudges with her, was likely being influenced by someone behind the scenes. But it was also possible that Yi Hoa was stirring up trouble for money himself, which is why Xu Yun asked him directly. Yi Hoa hesitated slightly, then quickly looked away, pretending not to understand. There's no one. We all decided together, he said. I'll give you 800 coins, no need to pay back. Just tell me who asked you. Based on what the others had said earlier, Yi Hoa was an orphan with no family, and he relied on help from the tribe. He was quite short of money. That 700 coins was a huge temptation for him, especially since he could use the money to avoid manual labor. Yi Hoa sniffed and said, There's no one. It was just everyone's idea. He kept rubbing his index finger and thumb. Xu Yun understood well enough. Yi Hoa thought 700 coins was too little. Just tell me how much you need, and I'll tell you everything, she said. All right, since Lady Chang'an is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. 1 or 2 silver coins will do, but I need them first, Yi Hoa said. She didn't trust him, knowing he probably didn't have silver coins on hand. Xu Yun frowned. She thought Yi Hoa was greedy. If she didn't give him the silver, he probably wouldn't say anything. He was just after that small amount of money. Xu Yun hated being blackmailed the most. She really didn't want to give him the money. Just then the tribe leader arrived. Actually, the tribe leader had been there for a while, standing quietly outside listening. Yi Hoa, are you still involved in extortion now? Tribe leader. Yi Hoa shrank back, afraid to look at him. He was already lonely and had no family. Losing the tribe leader's protection would make life even harder. You don't need to explain. Just tell me who ordered you to do this, the tribe leader asked. That. Doing such a terrible thing and still hesitating? Speak up. The tribe leader said angrily. It was Wang De. People who come to her for treatment are usually those whose illnesses Wang De cannot cure. He only gives them temporary relief with some medicine that doesn't address the root cause. Even minor ailments can cost hundreds of coins in medicine. Such deception makes Wang De unfit to be a doctor, and he doesn't deserve to be called a healer. What benefits has Wang De promised you? Xu Yun asked. Yi Hoa is very clever and won't do work without pay. Yi Hoa didn't want to say, but after glancing at the stern village chief, he honestly explained, Wang De said if everyone can borrow silver from you, he will cancel my labor duty. Can he even control the labor duties? Xu Yun was a bit surprised. Wang De is just an ordinary commoner. Where does he get such authority? He can't control it, but Wang Lijing can.
Wang De is Wang Lijing's cousin.
If he just whispers in Wang Lijing's ear, it becomes easy, Yi Hoa said. Xu Yun looked at the village chief. If fewer people serve, won't the higher authorities question Wang Lijing? The village chief waved his hand and said, losing 1 or 2 people isn't a big problem. Wang Lijing is good at winning people's favor. I think the officials will still give us some face. So, Wang Lijing also knows about this matter.
But why?
Why would Wang Lijing agree to help Wang De? Besides, even if Xu Yun lends money to her relatives, it doesn't benefit Wang De. It only makes her look bad, and the money she lends doesn't go into his pocket. Xu Yun always feels something's wrong but can't quite figure out what. Yi Hoa, go tell Wang De I don't want to lend money, and then come back and tell me his reaction, Xu Yun said. Let Wang De help her solve the mystery.
Huh? Why?
Yi Hoa asked. Just go when I tell you. No need for excuses, the village chief sternly ordered. After Yi Hoa left, he asked, do you also think this isn't simple? The village chief also thought for a moment and felt things were not straightforward. Behind the relatives borrowing money from Xu Yun, besides Wang De resenting her, there seemed to be another hidden reason. Because even if Wang De wanted revenge because Xu Yun took his business, asking her to lend money to others in a subtle way seems too naive. The village chief shook his head. Everyone in the village knows Wang De's character. He's revengeful and greedy. He's not fit to be called simple. Xu Yun poured hot water for the village chief, brought out a fire basin to warm him, and also invited Yi Chang'an and Yi Chengle to sit by the fire. On the other side, the clever leaf monkey quickly went to Wangda's house and repeated Shiyun's words. Brother Wangda, Shiyun's wife, said, she doesn't want to lend us money. We've been begging her for 2 days, and she won't give in at all. What should we do? That stubborn woman. What can I do? Wangda paced back and forth inside the house, muttering, this is bad. No more silver. Wangda looked up and saw the leaf monkey still standing quietly to the side. He hurriedly shut his mouth and told him to go back first. After the leaf monkey left, Wangda immediately went out and headed to Wang Lijing's house. Seeing Wangda enter Wang Lijing's house, the leaf monkey returned to tell Xu Yun and Head Yi about Wangda's reaction. After hearing this, Xu Yun and Head Yi exchanged glances, guessing something. All right, it's not your problem anymore. You can go now, said Head Yi to the leaf monkey. Relieved, the leaf monkey hurried away as if he had been granted amnesty. Uncle Clan Leader, what do you plan to do next? Xu Yun asked. Of course, I want an explanation. How dare they scheme against my people? I won't let this go. Head Yi was furious, clenched his fists tightly, as if ready to fight. Uncle Clan Leader, I am involved too.
I want to join you, Xu Yun said.
Xu Yun told the children to lock the house and wait obediently at home for her return, then followed Head Yi to Wang Lijing's house. Wang Lijing was already overwhelmed by worries about money. When he heard the knocking at the door, he became even more annoyed and sent Wangda, who was drinking tea nearby, to answer it. When Wangda opened the door and saw Head Yi and Xu Yun, he felt uneasy and asked, the magistrate is busy now. Come back tomorrow. Go away. I'm not here to see you. Head Yi pushed Wangda aside and went inside. Didn't I tell you to send them away? Why did you let them in? Wang Lijing was squatting beside a fancy official hat chair, not looking up. Since becoming magistrate, he felt different from ordinary people, with a higher status. The main hall was where he received guests, so he wanted to show his status. He bought 2 very expensive official hat chairs to appear refined. He thought that having these chairs made him special, but deep down he was still a farmer and used to squatting on the ground when thinking. It's me, said Head Yi. Wang Lijing looked up and saw Head Yi and Xu Yun, then stood up straight and sat properly in his chair. What's the matter? Just tell me. Wang Lijing's tone was very impatient, especially when he saw Xu Yun, which made him feel even more annoyed. Half a month ago, he exchanged a fine jar of wine for the news that some old officials in the government were about to retire. He planned to give a good gift to the clerk so he could have a chance to be promoted. Although officials don't need to have official titles, they still have positions and salaries. Many people were eyeing this vacancy, so Wang Lijing's gift couldn't be too small. To do this, Wangda suggested a plan. He told Wang Lijing to make a fake document, claiming that the large-scale canal project needed 20 or 30 workers. Then, they used a trick to have the clan leader, Yi, draw a lot to be conscripted for labor. Wangda would then persuade the Yi family to borrow money from Xu Yun. Wang Lijing, with many years in this position, found it easy to make a fake document. If some people couldn't pay, they could be arranged to work on the canal. The more people involved, the faster the project would finish, which made the higher-ups happy. This plan would flatter the officials, upset Xu Yun, help Wang Lijing make some money, and Wangda could also get a share, making up for the business he lost to Xu Yun recently. It was a win-win situation. Wang Lijing thought it was a good idea and agreed. However, Xu Yun refused to agree under pressure from his clan members. As a result, Wang Lijing's plan to give gifts and get promoted fell apart, and he looked at Xu Yun with a bad attitude. Lijing, do you have anything to do with Wangda's matter? Clan leader Yi summarized the situation and asked Wang Lijing. Wang Lijing originally wanted to support Wangda and was angry, so he said impatiently, I don't think Wangda did anything wrong. He just suggested that Yi Monkey could borrow money from the Xu Yun family. It was just a few words. Why should I interfere? Wangda echoed, exactly, I just said a few more words and came up with a bad idea. The women in the village talk more than I do. Should I be responsible for everything? Wang Lijing looked very arrogant, which made clan leader Yi very angry. Li Zheng, it's natural for you to support your clansmen, but as the official, you shouldn't be biased. You must distinguish right from wrong. Wang De clearly intends to retaliate and maliciously incite Yi Monkey to cause conflict among our people, making our clan unhappy. His actions are unforgivable. You're crossing the line. Wang Lijing also got angry and shouted loudly. Yi Zushu was the name of clan leader Yi. I have even more to say. Wang De, did you know about this in advance? Chief Ye's eyes seemed to shoot fire. If you knew in advance, why didn't you stop it? What do you mean? Are you relying on your royal family to look down on us Yi clan because you have many people? Wang Lijing was so angry that his blood was rushing to his head, and his face turned a dark green. How dare you speak to me like that? Yi Zushu, are you drunk today, coming here to cause trouble? I'm not drunk. I'm very sober, Yi clan leader replied coldly, flicking his sleeve. Su Yun was stunned to see Yi clan leader act this way. It seemed Yi clan leader was ready to break with Wang Lijing, giving up on any future cooperation. In fact, over the years, Yi clan leader had been holding back anger. The Wang family, relying on their numbers and Wang Lijing's protection, had often bullied the Yi clan. From small things like queue jumping for water and land disputes to larger issues like ancestral sacrifices and burning paper during Qingming, the Wang family always found reasons to upset the Yi clan. They would say things like, your clan's Jisoo Day disturbed our ancestors, or your burning paper ashes drifted onto our fields, ruining crops, and you should pay compensation. Every time, the Yi clan would argue logically, but in the end, Wang Lijing would just lightly let them go. His repeated leniency made the Wang family more and more arrogant. This time, not only Wang De but even Wang Lijing didn't take the Yi clan seriously. They planned their schemes freely. Although Yi clan leader didn't know the exact plans of Wang Lijing and Wang De, he could guess most of it. Even if the Yi clan was weak, Yi clan leader didn't want to hold back anymore. Today, he wanted to stand up for his people, show a firm attitude, and let Wang Lijing know he was not someone to be pushed around. In the future, if they wanted to bully the Yi clan again, they'd have to think twice. Seeing Yi clan leader's strong stance, Wang Lijing's tone softened a little. This matter, Wang De is at fault, but the real problem lies with that Yi monkey. He's the main troublemaker inciting your Yi people. You should go back and punish him. As he spoke, Wang Lijing poured tea for Yi clan leader and Xu Yun. As for Wang De, I will punish him to reflect on his mistakes at the ancestral hall. From now on, I will supervise his words and actions to make sure he doesn't do it again. Hearing this, Wang De was very unhappy. He wanted to speak back, but Wang Lijing shot him a stern look, and he could only hold his anger and make a sour face. Humph, always like this, Yi clan leader sneered. Wang Lijing lost patience and placed the teacup down heavily. So, what do you want to do? Don't look down on me. Chief Yi wanted to say more, but Xu Yan stopped him with a look. Both she and Chief Yi knew that the real issue was the forced labor this time. From what Yi Hoer described, Wang De was worried about the silver borrowed from Xu Yun by the Yi people, but all the borrowed silver was handed over to the official Wang Lijing. Since Wang De could take some of the money, Wang Lijing would also take a share, and it would be the largest part. If we think this way, and Wang Lijing can embezzle the silver meant for forced labor, then maybe there's a problem with the forced labor itself. Lijing, I have a question I don't understand. Please help me clarify. Xu Yun changed the subject because arguing all the time was pointless. Go ahead, ask. Seeing that Xu Yun was still respectful, Wang Lijing felt more comfortable. It's about the forced labor. I heard that for the river repair this time, only about 100 households from Yonglu village were conscripted and no additional workers were asked for. Wang Lijing and Wang De immediately looked guilty and asked back, who told you that? It's my fellow villager. She happens to work as a maid for the county magistrate's wife, Xu Yun said. Chief Yi looked at her in surprise. Does Xu Yun's mother have such connections? Xu Yun winked at him, and Chief Yi immediately understood that she was making up that story to deceive Wang Lijing. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Xu Yun's courage was too much. Wang Lijing had people in the government, and if he asked around, He would find out whether her story was true or not. What if she was exposed? Seeing Xu Yun's serious expression and confident tone, Wang De grew more anxious and kept glancing at Wang Lizheng. Wang Lizheng wasn't lying when he said he wasn't worried. He never expected Xu Yun to know someone as high up as the county magistrate's wife. Maids can't know much. They might overhear a few things in the back house, but if it's false or unclear, and it reaches the ears of the magistrate, there will be trouble. Old Jiang was just old Jiang. When a situation was about to be exposed, Wang Lizheng remained calm, trying to probe or guide Xu Yun, making her doubt herself. But because of Wang Lizheng's words, Xu Yun was sure he was lying. If the forced labor was really as he claimed and he was confident about it, he would even show her the official documents. Instead, he was just testing and threatening her with words. Thank you, Wang Lizheng, for worrying about my fellow villager. I still want to ask you, is the forced labor really as you say? Comfortable and composed, Xu Yun showed no sign of panic. Wang Lizheng was unsure whether her words were true or false, but at this point, he couldn't contradict her and could only nod in agreement.
Yes.
Xu Yun gave the head of the Yi family a meaningful look. He immediately understood her meaning and said, "All right, then there's nothing more. We'll go now." "Wait, you." The conversation suddenly stopped. Wang Lizheng was caught off guard, wondering why they were leaving so soon. Did Xu's family have nothing more to say? What's wrong? Do you still have something to say? The head of the Yi family asked. It's nothing. What could Wang Lizheng say? Xu Yun hadn't responded directly to him, and her face showed no emotion. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. He should have realized from the last incident with Wu Er that Xu's family was clever and had their own plans. He shouldn't have provoked her easily. Now, with her words, it was likely Xu's family and the Yi family head would go to the county town to question that maidservant. Given the situation, Xu's family probably couldn't stay any longer. After Xu Yun and the Yi family had left, Wang Datsai, feeling anxious and worried, grabbed Wang Lizheng and asked, "Cousin, do you think that woman really knows the county magistrate's maid? If she reports to the magistrate, won't we be in trouble?" Wang Lizheng didn't want to think further and felt a deadly anger rising inside him, like a poisonous snake. "Go find Zhang Matzi." Wang Datsai was surprised. "Are you thinking of?" He made a gesture across his neck. Wang Lizheng didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. "Tell him to act quickly and cleanly." No one could stop him from climbing higher. Anyone blocking his way would be made to disappear. On the way back, Xu Yun shared her thoughts with the head of the Yi family. Is the labor service thing really false? The Yi family had asked in disbelief. Xu Yun nodded, most likely. Isn't that playing with our people's lives? It's too much. The Yi family head said angrily. I want to report him to the county office. Xu Yun stopped him. Uncle, we don't have evidence. We have witnesses. Many people heard him talk about the labor service. Xu Yun shook her head. The Wang family will definitely side with Wang Lizheng. Others outside our Yi family might be afraid of his power and stay silent, or they might have been bought. If only our family members testify, he could say we're all in it together to slander him, and we might even be accused of collusion. The Yi family had understood that such a situation was very possible. He felt helpless and angry. Could it be that we just let Wang bully us? Xu Yun said, "Tomorrow I need to go to the county town. Uncle Clan Leader, tell the villagers not to rush to pay Wang Lizheng. Everything can wait until I return."
All right.
Do you really have connections at the county office? Clan Leader Yi asked.
Somewhat.
Hearing her answer, Clan Leader Yi seemed reassured, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Then I'll leave everything in your hands. Clan Leader Yi felt that with Xu Yun around, all problems could be solved. But Xu Yun didn't expect that tonight she would face danger. Yi Chengel sensed that she was acting strangely and asked, I don't know either. I just feel very anxious for no reason. Xu Yun gently touched her chest, trying to calm her pounding heart. Just as she finished speaking, there was a loud knocking at the door, which made her nerves tighten. Since no one opened the door for a long time, the knocking grew even louder. Xu Yun hurriedly put on her shoes to open it. Who is it? It was very dark outside. Xu Yun looked through the door, but couldn't see who was there. The person outside didn't speak or knock anymore. The wind blew away the clouds covering the moon. In that moment, moonlight shone down, and the cold gleam of a knife in the person's hand reflected through the door, dazzling her eyes. Xu Yun took a deep breath, covering her mouth to stop a frightened sound from escaping, then carefully tiptoed back the way she came. Who is this? A robber, a bandit, or perhaps a wandering refugee? In just a few seconds, she kept guessing in her mind. At this time, Yi Chang'an, seeing Xu Yun not return for a long while, came out to look for her and called, "Mother." Hearing him call her, Xu Yun's scalp went numb. It seemed the person outside also heard and started knocking again. Xu Yun quickly ran to his side. "Quick, let's go." Just as she was about to go inside to hold Yi Chang'el, the voice of the Yi clan had came from outside. "Yi Chi's wife, are you home?" Xu Yun let out a big breath of relief, and the alarm in her mind disappeared. She walked to the door and opened it. Outside, the clan head of the Yi family held a torch. Besides him, there were villagers watching the commotion and 2 constables. One of them stepped forward and asked, "May I ask if this is Xu Yun, Miss Xu?" "I am. Are you Captain Yang?" When Xu Yun went to the county office to treat the county magistrate's wife, Captain Yang happened to want to report to the magistrate but was stopped by the steward, who said the magistrate was busy and told him to see the county deputy if he had urgent matters. "Yes, I am. Captain Yang, are you coming from the county town? What brings you here?" Seeing how tired they looked, Xu Yun guessed they had urgent business. "It's urgent." More and more people gathered. Some even just came out in their clothes, with messy hair. Captain Yang could only ask Xu Yun to step aside and speak privately. The magistrate's mother is sick. She's seen many doctors, but nothing helps. "We came to see you, Miss Xu. Is it a serious illness?"
Xu Yun asked.
"Not exactly. It's hard to explain briefly. Miss, you should come and take a look. Since it is not an emergency, can we go tomorrow?" "It's too late tonight. You 2 might as well stay in our village tonight and set out early tomorrow,"
Xu Yun said.
Captain Yang also thought it was late and that traveling at night was risky. Besides, he couldn't just let Miss Xu sleep. If she was tired tomorrow and delayed seeing the old lady for her illness, he would not be able to bear it. "Then please, village chief, find a place for us brothers to stay." Captain Yang turned to village chief Yi. Village chief Yi thought for a moment. Finding a place for 2 men was a bit difficult. They needed a home without young wives, with spacious rooms, and a family that was careful and quiet. "Please, you 2 stay at my house," said Yi Shouyang. Thinking about it, Yi Shouyang's house was the most suitable, close to Xu Yun's home. "All right, Brother Shouyang, then please take the 2 gentlemen to rest. They've traveled a long way today and must be very tired," said Yi.
"Yes."
Captain Yang and another constable bowed to thank village chief Yi and Yi Shouyang. "Everyone, disperse now and go back to sleep," said the village chief. Zhang Matzi, who was among the crowd, saw Captain Yang go to Yi Shouyang's house next door. Tonight's plan was ruined, and he left feeling disappointed. After the 2 officials left, the crowd dispersed. Only then did he ask Xu Yun, Yi Chi's wife, "What's going on? Why did the officials come looking for you?" Xu Yun told him about how she had accidentally helped the county magistrate's wife earlier. Village chief Yi looked at Xu Yun with even more respect, thinking that Wang Lijing's matter was settled. A family's success depended on 2 things, having many children and producing capable people. Whether in government or business, someone must lead the family forward. Otherwise, like the Yi family now, full of common folks with no power or influence, they could only be bullied by the minor official from the Wang family. As for Wang Lijing, he was sleeping so soundly that morning he was still dressing when Wang Da hurriedly knocked on the door to tell him that officials had arrived. "Are you saying Captain Yang specifically came to invite Miss Xu?" Wang Lijing could no longer pretend to be calm. He was so flustered he hadn't even put on his socks, so he just put on his shoes barefoot and rushed to Xu Yun's house. Captain Yang and his companion were already waiting outside. Xu Yun finished packing her things, locked all the doors, and handed the key to Yi Shouyang. She asked him and Ma Shi to come daily to feed the chickens, oversee the harvest, weigh the vegetables, and deliver the ingredients on time to the Ma family's food stall. She was worried she might delay again, just like last time when she went to the county town to treat the county magistrate's wife. After arranging these matters, she took her 2 children and followed Captain Yang onto the carriage. Captain Yang sat outside the carriage, waved his whip, and the horses started to trot. However, when they reached the village entrance, someone stopped them. "Wait, I am the local village head. I have a few words to say to Madame Xu. Please, sir, wait a little longer." Captain Yang frowned and said unhappily, "Whatever you have to say can wait until Miss Xu returns." After saying that, he raised his whip again, but inside the carriage, Xu Yun's voice was heard. "Captain Yang, could you please be kind? The village head stopped the carriage halfway, but I believe it's for something important. I promise it won't take more than half a cup of tea." Captain Yang thought that Xu Yun was the savior of the county magistrate's wife and was respected by the magistrate. Her face couldn't be ignored. "Since Miss Xu has spoken, I will make an exception. But time is tight, so Miss Xu, please hurry." "Thank you, Captain Yang." Xu Yun smiled and thanked him. She got off the carriage and walked a bit farther away, then said to Wang the village head, "I wonder what brings you here?" Of course, Xu Yun knew why Wang the village head was so anxious to stop the carriage and find her. It was because he saw Captain Yang's attitude towards her and was unsure of her background, so he came to ask her not to reveal the labor service matter. The matter came so suddenly that Wang the village head hadn't even had time to speak properly and didn't know how to start. "Village head, please speak quickly." Captain Yang is urging, Xu Yun impatiently reminded. Seeing her attitude, Wang the village head couldn't help but get angry. "Miss Xu Yun, your Yi family wants to live peacefully in Gushi village, and that depends on me," the village head. "It's best you don't talk nonsense in front of the magistrate." Xu Yun hated threats the most. She sneered and retorted, "You are just a small village head. Even if I get the magistrate to replace you, so what? Who are you, and why would the magistrate listen to you?" Wang the village head mocked. Although Wang the village head didn't know her background, if she truly had a connection with the magistrate, why would she live in this remote and poor place? "I'm not afraid to tell you. It's me who saved the magistrate's wife. Captain Yang came urgently to see me because he wanted to treat the magistrate's mother. Since I saved 2 of his most important people, if I say you have faults or falsely report the labor service, do you think the magistrate would investigate because of gratitude?" Xu Yun directly revealed her true identity. Such a dishonest official could only be controlled by someone with power and influence. Wang Lijing was surprised to learn she had such a background and was speechless. Captain Yang guessed it was about time and started urging them. Wang Lijing also grew anxious, constantly thinking of a plan, but Xu Yun had no intention of giving him that time. She turned to leave. "Hey, wait," he called, grabbing her arm. "I'll tell your people that the labor duty has changed, so they don't need to go. What other conditions do you want? That's more like it, smart people. It's better to show your benefits early rather than waste words on unnecessary talk. My people only want the official to treat both clans fairly in future affairs." "You are the head of the Wang family, but you are also the official," Xu Yun said. Wang Lijing was afraid of Xu Yun's current power. Whatever she said, he would agree. Seeing she didn't ask for anything unreasonable, he was overjoyed. "All right, I promise I will handle things justly from now on." Xu Yun nodded and got into the carriage. She thought it was better not to cause too much trouble with Wang Lijing. He was right. Here, in this remote mountain area, many matters depended on him as the official. As long as he was cautious now, he wouldn't act recklessly anymore. The carriage reached the official road, and Xu Yun asked Captain Yang to detour to Ping'an town. She went to Shitting restaurant and told Zhao Caifa she would be away for the next 2 days, so no need to send grain. She also asked him to call the coachman to pick vegetables from Yi Shuliang's house. Finally, Xu Yun gave the kitchen 3 bowls of cold noodles she had made earlier and stored in her space to support them over the next 2 days. After leaving Ping'an town, the carriage hurried along the official road. After 3 hours, they finally arrived at the county town. Xu Yun led the 2 children into the back gate of the county office. Unexpectedly, The county magistrate's wife personally came out to greet them. The county magistrate's wife was only fair-looking, but her demeanor was dignified and gentle, clearly well-educated. Soo-yun bowed to the magistrate's wife, who helped her up and said, "Miss, you don't need to be so formal. Actually, I should thank you for curing my illness." The magistrate's wife was about to bow, but Soo-yun hurriedly stopped her. "You flatter me, madam. I am a healer. Healing and saving people is my duty. Seeing you healthy is the best thanks I could ask for." Hearing this, the magistrate's wife openly admired Soo-yun. "Women practicing medicine is rare. You have the grace of a man, and I respect you very much. I see you are younger than me. If you're willing, you can call me Sister Dong." Calling the county magistrate's wife sister is quite respectful. Soo-yun quickly said, "Of course I would like that. Sister Dong, you can call me Yun-young." Mrs. Dong smiled gently. "All right, Yun-young." After exchanging greetings, Soo-yun asked about the old lady's illness. Mrs. Dong looked uncomfortable, as if she had something difficult to say. "Yun-young, you should go see her yourself." Soo-yun was puzzled. Could it be another complicated illness? Yi Chong-in and Yi Changel were taken away by maids to rest. Soo-yun followed Mrs. Dong to the old lady's room. The county magistrate was beside the bed caring for her. When he saw Soo-yun, he looked very happy, as if he had found a great hope. "Miss Shu, you're here. Please take a look at my mother." The magistrate looked more tired than when Soo-yun saw him before, with dark circles under his eyes. "All right, don't worry, sir." Soo-yun first looked at the old lady lying on the bed. Her eyes were half open, looking very tired, but her complexion seemed normal, not like she was seriously ill. She then said, "Old madam, please extend your hand. I will check your pulse." The old lady didn't move, but secretly looked at Soo-yun a few times. Weakly, she said to the magistrate, "Son, this is the famous doctor you brought. Not only is she a woman, but she's also so young. The best doctors in the town couldn't cure my illness. Can she do it? Or maybe we should just prepare a good coffin for me." The magistrate was anxious and said, "Mother, don't say such unlucky words. Miss Shu can surely cure you. The strange illness you had last time was also cured by her. Please, just extend your hand and let her check your pulse. I'm begging you." It was clear that the magistrate was very filial. With his persuasion, the old lady finally extended her hand. Soo-yun focused and carefully felt her pulse. She frowned, surprised. The old lady's pulse was steady and strong, not at all like someone who was sick. Soo-yun was also confused. She had never seen such a strange illness before. Just as she was at a loss, Madame Dong spoke to the county magistrate. "Husband, Miss Shu has traveled a long way. She must be tired and mentally exhausted. It's normal that she can't feel her pulse properly. Perhaps she should rest well tonight and come back tomorrow to see my mother." The magistrate nodded. "That's good. That's good. Miss Shu, I'll have a room prepared for you. Stay at the county office. If my mother's condition worsens, you can treat her in time." "Thank you, I'll trouble you." After speaking, Madame Dong led her to a side room. Soo-yun asked, "Elder Sister Dong, does the old madam usually have any other symptoms? What do other doctors say?" Madame Dong first asked her maid to leave, then replied, "Miss Shu, other doctors' diagnoses are exactly the same as yours. But my mother does seem to have episodes every few days, and her condition doesn't improve even after taking medicine. This kind of strange illness, I've never seen it before. I'm afraid I'm at a loss. Perhaps we should ask the magistrate to invite a more skilled doctor." She didn't know what the illness was and couldn't prescribe the right treatment. She couldn't joke about lives, and if she couldn't treat it, she shouldn't boast about being able to. It was better to admit her limitations and let a better doctor handle it. Madame Dong pursed her lips, her eyes showing a complex, unreadable emotion. She said, "Miss Shu, don't rush to leave. You might want to ask Dr. Song at Jisher Hall. He might know more about this illness." Hearing this, Soo-yun was even more confused. Could Dr. Song really know what the illness was? Curious and puzzled, Soo-yun hurried to Jisher Hall. "Is that you, young lady?" The shopkeeper recognized her quickly, with good memory and sharp eyesight. Are you here to see young Master Xiao? No, I'm here to see Dr. Song, Xuyan replied. He's in the backyard. I'll inform him for you, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Thank you, young man. Soon, Dr. Song didn't come out but instead asked the shopkeeper to bring Xuyan inside. Dr. Song, hello, Xuyan greeted. Dr. Song waved for the shopkeeper to leave. You're here to ask about the old madam's illness, right? Since Dr. Song was so direct, Xuyan skipped the pleasantries and asked, yes, do you know what kind of illness the old madam has? Have you checked her pulse and looked at her face? Dr. Song asked in return. Xuyan nodded. Yes, but her pulse and face show she's healthy. She doesn't seem sick. Yet, the county magistrate says she often feels anxious, has palpitations, and even faints. I really don't know what her illness is. Dr. Song stroked his beard and said, sometimes, people's eyes can be fooled by appearances, but the pulse never lies. Xuyan was momentarily stunned, and then understood. Is the old lady pretending to be sick? Dr. Song didn't answer, which was itself an answer. Most of the time, when elders pretend to be ill, it's just to get their children's attention. The county magistrate sent the old lady back to her hometown to avoid her mother-in-law's nagging, and she was probably unhappy about it. By pretending to be sick, she could make her son care for her, live with him again, and also use her illness to boss around her daughter-in-law. 3 birds with 1 stone. The doctor who examined her probably guessed that the old lady was pretending, so he simply let her do so. As outsiders, we shouldn't interfere in the county magistrate's family affairs. If we're careless, we might become the target of blame. It's better to stay away. Now, the difficult task of treating the healthy old lady fell to Xuyan, and Dr. Song could only hope she would succeed. Xuyan finally understood why Mrs. Dong spoke hesitantly. She had known all along that the old lady was pretending to be sick, but hadn't dared to say it outright. Now, only the county magistrate, who was very filial, didn't know about her pretense. Since the old lady had tasted the benefits of pretending, she wouldn't give up easily. She probably planned to keep pretending as long as she could. This was becoming a tricky situation. Xuyan thought for a moment and then saw that the medicine prepared by the medicine boy had a solution. She went to the medicine cabinet, recited a long list of medicine names, and told the assistant to prepare the herbs. Miss, are you sure you want these medicines? The assistant looked at her strangely, as if she was requesting something unusual. What's wrong? Dr. Song came over and asked. Master, the medicines this young lady wants are a bit. The assistant recited another list of medicine names. Dr. Song seemed to understand Xuyan's plan and told the assistant to prepare normal medicines for her. Finally, he said to her, your method is quite clever. Xuyan smiled at him and left with several large packages of medicine, the cost of which was naturally charged to the county magistrate. With a good plan in place, Xuyan ate dinner very happily. The cook at the county magistrate's house was excellent, delicious and refined, and she ate 2 large bowls. After a good night's sleep, the next day, Xuyan felt refreshed and went to see the old lady. She checked her pulse again. Although the old lady's pulse seems healthy like an ordinary person's, I heard she often feels anxious and has palpitations. I think she might have a temporary heart condition. What is a temporary heart condition? The county magistrate asked, and Mrs. Dong looked confused. It's just a sudden heart problem, likely caused by the old lady worrying too much in her daily life and not being able to release her emotions. That's why she's fallen ill, right, old lady? Xuyan looked at the pretending sick old lady. The old lady finally had a legitimate reason for her illness, and she quickly responded, yes, the doctor is right. My son, I worry about you day and night. I can't tell others about your matters, so all my worries are stuck inside. How can my heart not get sick? Sorry, mother. It's all my fault for being careless and making you worry. From now on, my wife and I will serve you well, the magistrate said with guilt. Then he turned to Xuyan and asked, Miss Xu, can this illness be cured? Xuyan raised an eyebrow. Of course, but the old lady's condition is special. It needs time to recover and must be taken with medicine 3 times a day, without missing a dose. Hearing this, the old lady was overjoyed. She had been worried that the doctor's diagnoses were just her pretending to be sick, but Shuyan gave her a valid reason to recover slowly and stay in bed for a long time. So the old lady said, "Son, this doctor is really amazing. She diagnosed my illness right away. I trust her. My condition can only be healed gradually. I might need to stay here for a while longer." The magistrate comforted her. "Mother, you can stay as long as you want. I will personally give you your medicine until you get better." The old lady was very happy. My son, I raised you in vain." Mrs. Dong looked worried. She thought, as long as the old lady is here for a day, she will be bullied for a day. Could Xu Yun not see that the old lady was pretending to be sick? As women, Xu Yun understood Mrs. Dong's thoughts perfectly. She gave her a look. "Sister Dong, I prepared some special medicine yesterday. Come with me to the kitchen to boil the medicine for the old lady." Mrs. Dong understood her look and said to the magistrate, "Husband, I'll take Miss Xu to boil the medicine first." The magistrate nodded. "Go ahead." Outside on the corridor, Xu Yun said, "Sister Dong, don't worry. I've gathered some rare herbs. The old lady will recover in less than 3 days." After a large bowl of thick, bitter-smelling medicine was boiled, Mrs. Dong finally understood what Xu Yun meant by "the effect will be good." Xu Yun had collected more than a dozen extremely bitter herbs like Huanglian coptis, Huangbai philodendron, and Baize Chow white tongue grass. Just smelling this bitterness made her want to, not to mention drinking 3 big bowls of it every day. The old lady probably wouldn't be able to swallow even 1 bowl without vomiting. The old lady frowned as she smelled the medicine and turned her head, unwilling to drink. However, since the county magistrate personally fed her with a spoon, she had no choice but to take a sip. After just 2 sips, she spat it out and shouted, "Why is this medicine so bitter? I won't drink any more. Take it away." The bitterness was too hard to swallow, and ordinary people definitely couldn't handle it, especially in such a large bowl. Xu Yun smiled and said, "Old madam, this medicine is bitter, but it targets your illness. I promise that if you drink it for a month, your health will improve a lot." 1 month? The old lady looked at the thick, dark medicine in the bowl, trembling with fear. If she had to drink it for another month, her intestines might come out. Xu Yun nodded. "Old madam, don't worry. Your illness needs time to heal. Given your current condition, you need to drink this medicine for 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5 months? The old lady suddenly felt dizzy. If I have to drink such bitter medicine, I might as well die right now. She had never tasted such bitterness before. Even a sip made her tongue go numb. "Mother, what are you saying? Good medicine is bitter but beneficial. You need to drink it to get better. Come, son, feed her." The county magistrate extended the spoon to her mouth again. There was no way out. She was in a difficult position and could only grit her teeth and drink it bit by bit. After 2 sips, she spat out some more and patted her chest, trying to suppress her nausea. She said painfully, "Son, please get some sugar to mix into it." "No." Xu Yun stopped the maid beside her. She spoke seriously. "You can add sugar. The bitterness helps the medicine work better." The magistrate, feeling sorry for his mother, thought that adding some sweetness might make it easier to drink. He didn't realize it would ruin the medicine's effectiveness, but without sugar, she was suffering greatly. Mrs. Dong said, "Mother, why don't you just drink it all at once? I'll ask someone to give you some candied fruit to help mask the bitterness." "How about that?" The magistrate was delighted. "That's a good idea." He immediately called a maid to bring a plate of candied fruit. Thinking she would taste sweetness after finishing the medicine, the old lady eagerly held the bowl and drank large mouthfuls. By the time she reached the bottom, only some residue remained. She was at her limit and no longer needed help. She grabbed the plate and greedily shoved the candied fruit into her mouth. The bitterness was somewhat reduced, and her nausea eased. She relaxed and sank onto the bed. Xu Yun said again, "Sister Dong, the old lady's medicine is complicated to prepare. Now, we can prepare the medicine for noon and tonight. Yes, I'll have someone start right away, Mrs. Dong replied. Shuyun was actually reminding the old lady that if her illness didn't improve soon, she would have to take medicine constantly. When the old lady heard about taking medicine, her face looked very unhappy. The bitter taste in her mouth hadn't fully gone, and more medicine was waiting for her. Moreover, after drinking such a large bowl of medicine, there was no room left in her stomach for food. She thought she might as well drink medicine 3 times a day to fill her stomach. She had originally come to enjoy her son's company, but now she was suffering through this. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She decided to try to get better quickly and smiled at Shuyun, saying, "Miss Shu, I think drinking this medicine makes me feel much better. I believe I will recover in a few days. Your medical skills are really impressive." Shuyun chuckled secretly. "Thank you for your praise, but it's not that my skills are so good. It's because your body is quite strong. Still, you need to keep drinking the medicine at least for half a month." "I don't think so. You said I have a good foundation, so I believe I'll be fine after just 3 or 5 days," the old lady replied. She didn't want to suffer for so long. She was just worried that recovering too quickly might make her son suspicious. Otherwise, she could jump out of bed right now and kick over the medicine she just brewed, making all the bitter medicines disappear. "I hope it will be as you say, that you can recover soon," Shuyun said, not really agreeing but smoothing things over. As the old lady gradually seemed to be getting better, Shuyun prepared to leave. "Miss Yun, you don't really have to rush off. The county town is very fun, though I don't go out often. Now that you're here, I have company. Let's go shopping this afternoon, and tomorrow we can go out of town to enjoy the plum blossoms." "How does that sound?" Mrs. Dong asked eagerly. Shuyun also wanted to have fun, but she couldn't leave her family business behind. She still needed to go back and watch over it herself. Plus, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el also missed home. As the saying goes, a nest of gold or silver is no better than one's own doghouse. The 2 siblings felt uncomfortable and bored staying here. They wanted to go back and find their friends. Shuyun had no choice but to politely decline Mrs. Dong's kind offer. Mrs. Dong couldn't persuade her further and could only let her go. Although the old lady was pretending to be ill, Mrs. Dong still paid a generous consultation fee, which showed her gratitude. Shuyun earned her living through her skills, so she didn't refuse the money. Before leaving, Mrs. Dong took out 2 taels of silver and handed them to her. "Miss Yun, please hire a carriage to go back. Captain Yang has urgent official business and can't send you." "It's nothing. Official business is important, but I know the way home well. I can go back by myself," Shuyun replied. She also told the children to say goodbye to Mrs. Dong. Mrs. Dong watched them turn and walk away, feeling conflicted inside. She called out, "Young Sister Yun, wait a moment." Mrs. Dong stepped forward, pulled her to a corner, and said softly, "Young Sister Yun, maybe you should find a guard to you home. Things haven't been peaceful lately. Has something happened?" Shuyun felt a strange premonition of trouble. Mrs. Dong nodded and lowered her voice, saying, "A few months ago, that group of refugees seems to have returned. Captain Yang was sent out secretly to investigate. He said about 20 people are involved, but there might be more hidden in the dark. This was a top-secret matter." Her husband had told her to keep quiet because she was afraid the news would cause panic among the people. But Shuyun was kind to her, and she worried that if they met the refugees on the way, she might lose her life. She didn't want to feel guilty forever. Shuyun's breath caught, and her face turned serious. She asked Sister Dong, "When did this happen?" "It's just a couple of days ago. Someone reported seeing the refugees. My husband was busy caring for his mother, so the county magistrate took over the county affairs. Captain Yang was sent to investigate and only returned last night to report." "Did those people commit any crimes this time?" Mrs. Dong thought for a moment and said, "It seems they didn't kill anyone or steal this time. Still, you should be careful on your way back. Better safe than sorry." "Thank you, Sister Dong. I will be careful." Shuyun bid farewell to Mrs. Dong and walked forward, her mind full of worries. She didn't hear anyone calling her behind her. "Miss Shu, Mistress Shu," a voice called from afar. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle heard it and stopped Xu Yun, who was lost in thought. Mother, someone is calling you. Xu Yun snapped out of her thoughts, stopped, and turned around. The person calling her was Song Changyan. Song Changyan hurried over and stopped just a hand's reach from her, panting. You're so inconsiderate. When you come to the county town, why don't you come find me? He had just learned from the shopkeeper at Jishir Hall that Xu Yun was summoned by the county magistrate. She hadn't come to see him, which made him feel a bit disappointed. Xu Yun said, I'm not here to stroll around the county town. I'm here to treat the magistrate's mother. Is she cured now? I heard that the magistrate's mother was even stranger than the magistrate's wife. How did you treat her? Well, you can ask your father. He won't tell me. Song Changyan pouted, just having had a big argument with his father earlier. He asked about Xu Yun, but his father didn't say a word and warned him not to think about impossible things. He questioned why it was impossible for him to be with Xu Yun. His father gave him a contemptuous and disdainful look and said that with his useless appearance, he didn't deserve Xu Yun, and maybe she could soar high in the future. Song Changyan was stubborn and refused to accept this. Just then, a servant came to report that he saw Xu Yun leaving through the back door of the county office. He hurried over. Are you going home? Song Changyan asked. Xu Yun nodded. Yes, I was about to hire a carriage. I promised last time to take you around properly. Why not stay a few more days in the town? No, young Master Song, I need to go back quickly because of family matters. The refugees had returned with their group, possibly with a plan. She needed to inform the clan leader to start preparing, so she had no time to play around. Besides, it was getting late, and she planned to stop by Shitting Tower on the way home. By then, it would be dark. Then when will you come back to the town next time? Song Changyan asked eagerly. Xu Yun seriously thought about this question. Until she knew what the refugees might do next, she probably wouldn't wander around. I think I won't come this year. The new year was only about a month away. Can I come find you? Song Changyan asked nervously. His gaze was so intense that his eyes almost showed a silent love. During the days he didn't see Xu Yun, he either followed his third uncle to do business or looked forward to seeing her again, hoping to bravely confess his feelings next time. But now that he saw her, he couldn't say what was in his heart, only making a simple invitation. Xu Yun was no longer a naive girl. When she was a teenager, she also had a crush. Now, Song Changyan's slightly humble and hesitant look resembled her own feelings when she liked someone secretly. She wondered if he no longer liked her. She carefully observed Song Changyan. He felt embarrassed under her gaze, dared not look directly at her, and his ears were slightly red. Xu Yun sighed, realizing he truly liked her.
Come with me.
Where to? Song Changyan asked. Xu Yun took the children to a dead-end alley, told two of the kids to walk a few steps further inside, while she and Song Changyan stood at the alley entrance. Young Master Song, do you like me? Xu Yun asked directly. Song Changyan was startled, his eyes trembling, and his face turned red. Before Song Changyan could speak, Xu Yun said, Young Master Song, I love my husband very much. Although he is gone, I will never marry again in my life. I want to keep his memory forever. Do you understand? Her words made Song Changyan feel heartbroken, but he still refused to give up. He said, Time can heal everything. You're still young. Maybe someday you will stop loving him. I am willing to wait until you forget him. No, I will never forget him. Xu Yun sighed, pretending to be deeply affectionate. Actually, my husband is just missing. Maybe he will come back someday. I have been waiting for him. My love for him has never changed. Seeing her so devoted to a man who is no longer alive, Song Changyan was deeply hurt. He also wanted to see what kind of person could make such a talented woman love him. Young Master Song, you'll find someone you love who also loves you. Don't waste your feelings on me. It's not worth it. After saying this, Xu Yun bowed politely to the stunned Song Changyan and then told the two siblings to leave. Yi Chang'an overheard their conversation clearly. When he reached Song Changyan's side, he glared at him fiercely. Xu Yun didn't have time to think about how sad Song Changyan was. She went to the carriage shop to rent a carriage and hurried back. She went to the food pavilion to tell Zhao Caifa that she was back and could continue delivering grain. By the time she reached the village, the sky was dark blue. Passing by the clan leader's house, she was stopped by clan leader Yi. Yi Qi's wife. Is that you? Since Xu Yun had no luggage, she let the coachman take her here. Uncle clan leader, it's me. I guessed it was you, clan leader Yi said with a smile. Now, only Xu Yun could ride in a carriage in the village. Uncle clan leader, I brought news from the county about the refugees. We need to go to Li Jing's place. It was too dark to walk, so Xu Yun left the children at clan leader Ye's house and planned to pick them up when she returned. Yi Qi's wife, what's going on with the refugees? Clan leader Yi asked as they walked. Xu Yun repeated Dong's words and shared her own guess. I don't know what they're planning, but even though they haven't committed any crimes yet, we should be prepared just in case. Yes, we need to be ready. If they come, we'll know how to deal with it. Clan leader Yi felt more and more uneasy. He had a vague feeling that the world might soon become unstable. Wang Lijing's family was having dinner when Xu Yun and clan leader Yi suddenly arrived. They thought the visitors might be troublemakers, so they forced a smile, worried about Xu Yun. When Xu Yun mentioned the wandering refugees, her smile suddenly disappeared, and she dropped her chopsticks on the ground. What? The refugees are back? Wang Lijing's two sons nodded in agreement, each telling their wives and children to go back to their rooms. Yes, Xu Yun repeated the situation. What should we do? Isn't it just about 20 people on the surface? What if there are more in hiding? Wang Lijing was truly scared. These farmers couldn't be used as soldiers, and even a few people together couldn't compare to a band of robbers or wandering refugees. Leader Yi and Wang Lijing both looked at Xu Yun, waiting for her to make a decision. Let's start defending ourselves first. The villagers should continue patrolling, Xu Yun thought for a moment. If possible, we need to build a watchtower. What is a watchtower? Leader Wang and Leader Yi looked at each other and asked. It's a small, tall building. Do you have paper? I can draw it so you'll understand. Yes. Go to my room and bring a piece of rough paper and some ink, Wang Lijing ordered his eldest son, Wang Chuanfa. Since bamboo is expensive and the raw material for rough paper is straw or wheat stalks, which are coarse, most common people buy rough paper for writing, while wealthy families use it as toilet paper. Xu Yun's family also used rough paper as toilet paper because she couldn't stand using the unhygienic and prickly bamboo sticks after going to the toilet. Hey, no need for ink or brushes. Just find a piece of charcoal from the stove, she said. She didn't often write with a brush and preferred using a hard pen. They found some charcoal, and Xu Yun borrowed a knife from Wang Lijing, sharpening the charcoal end into a point. She drew a simple sketch of a watchtower with just a few strokes. After finishing, Xu Yun explained, this tower should be about 7 or 8 meters tall. Standing on top, you can see far away. If you spot the refugees, ring the copper bell to warn the whole village. This idea was inspired by a TV drama she once watched. This is a good idea. No matter which direction the refugees come from, we can see them, someone said. Leader Yi and Wang Lijing were very impressed, praising Xu Yun's quick thinking and broad knowledge. After discussing everything, Xu Yun went with Leader Yi to his house to pick up the children and then returned home. After traveling all afternoon and constantly thinking about the refugees, she was mentally exhausted and wished she could lie down and sleep right away. It's good that I don't have to cook, just eating some egg pancakes stored in the space and pickled vegetables. The egg pancakes were made and immediately stored in the space, so they are still steaming when taken out. After filling our stomachs and washing up with hot water, the three of us fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xu Yun was awakened again by the sound of a copper gong, probably because Wang Li was about to inform the whole village about the refugee situation and the repair of the watchtower. Just after she finished washing, someone knocked on the door. Yechi's wife, are you in? Xu Yun opened the door to find it was Daixing, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Yechi's wife, everyone in the village has been called to the grain-drying yard. My father said the idea for the watchtower was yours, and he's worried they might not explain it well, So he wants you to explain it carefully to everyone. All right, let's go now. Since she had already finished washing, Xuyan called Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el to come along. After closing the door, she followed Daxiang. By the time Xuyan arrived at the grain drying yard, almost the entire village was there. Many people greeted her warmly. Chang'an's wife, you're here. Even Yi Erlai, who had scolded her before, greeted her with a smile. Yechi's wife, you're here. Xuyan was confused but responded with a smile. Why are these people so friendly today, looking at her like she was a treasure? Daxiang noticed her puzzled expression and said, My father gathered everyone early this morning and told them that the reason for canceling our village's labor duty was because you helped the county official's family with medical treatment. He asked everyone to remember your kindness. Instead of claiming Wang Li's achievements as his own, it was better to let everyone remember Xuyun's kindness. Xu's wife, please tell everyone how to build the watchtower and where it should be built in the village, Wang Li said. He then knocked the copper gong to quiet the people still talking. I believe Li Zheng has already explained the purpose of the watchtower. To see farther and wider, it should be at least 6 or 7 meters tall. Once built, 2 people can stand on top, covering 4 directions. I suggest building 2 watchtowers. One at the village entrance to monitor who comes in, and another near Shaodong Mountain to prevent anyone sneaking over from that side. The terrain on Shaodong Mountain is relatively gentle, while the other side, Shaonan Mountain, is steep and rugged. Beyond it is a rushing stream, so few would choose to climb over from there. After Xuyan finished speaking, discussions began again. It feels like the watchtower she mentioned is similar to the guard tower at the military camp gate. A man said something. Xuyan nodded and replied, Yes, you're right. It's similar to the kind used in the military camp, but we don't know how to use bows and arrows. If we could use bows and arrows, it would also help with defense. The man was affirmed, and a shy look appeared on his dark face. Now that we have this watchtower, should we still build patrol teams? This man had once been part of a patrol team. Yes, the watchtower only serves as a warning. But patrol teams are needed to fight off the wandering people and protect everyone, Xuyan said. After a while, no one asked more questions. Xuyan then asked Wang Lijing to take charge of the next steps. Wang Lijing brought the simple sketch Xuyan drew last night and called some experienced builders to discuss. Meanwhile, Leader Yi was responsible for gathering the former patrol team and choosing someone to guard the watchtower. Someone guarding the watchtower must have good eyesight. But how can we tell who has good eyesight?
Someone asked.
A woman said, That's easy. We can put a small object a few hundred meters away. Whoever can see it clearly has good eyesight. Leader Yi waved his hand. That's not good. The person on watch not only needs to see far, but also needs to see clearly. They must be able to tell what weapons the wandering people are holding. This is tricky. We can't have everyone climb up the tower to test their eyesight. That would be too much work. Xuyan thought, Isn't this just like a vision test? Uncle Leader, I have a simple and easy method. We only need a white cloth to know everyone's eyesight clearly. A white cloth? What's that for? Someone from the Wang clan asked disdainfully. Dog Mother, standing nearby, heard someone from the Wang family arguing and immediately defended Xuyan. You don't understand. If Chang'an says a white cloth works, then it definitely does. Just wait and see. Soon, the white cloth was brought over. This cloth belonged to Leader Ye's family. Xuyan also asked someone to bring charcoal. Chang'an, I'll bring it to you. I still have the charcoal you carved at my house last night, Wang Chunfa said. All right, thank you, Brother Wang. In no time, the charcoal was ready, and someone brought a table from home to help Xuyan draw. Xuyan started drawing based on her memory of the vision chart. Gradually, more and more people gathered around to watch. Chang'an, what kind of characters are those? It looks like a mountain character, but most of the mountain characters are written the wrong way. Hey, Yixingan, do you still know how to read? Or are you mistaken? A man nearby said with a smile. No way. I don't know many characters, but I do recognize the character for mountain. I won't be mistaken, Yixingan replied confidently. Feeling unsure, he called the village chief over to confirm. The village chief looked at the white cloth in front of him, which was covered with many different-sized and differently oriented mountain characters, like a pattern. He didn't have time to argue with Yi Shingen and others. Curious, he asked, Yi Qi's wife, what are you drawing like this? Are you testing if everyone can recognize the characters from afar? But you've written the mountain character wrong quite a few times. Shu Yun smiled and said, Uncle Chief, don't worry. You'll see soon. After a moment, Shu Yun finished drawing the eye test chart. She had someone make a wooden frame to hold it, then drew a line 5 meters away from the chart. Hey, what are those strange characters next to the letters? Someone noticed the small numbers on the edge of the chart. Village Chief. Uncle Chief, it's ready. Please ask everyone to step back outside the black line and line up. The watchtower was manned mostly by young men and boys over 15, so only men queued up for the eye test. The women, although free now, were curious about how Shu Yun used this strange drawing to test eyesight, so they watched eagerly. Village Chief Li had never seen such a strange method before. He stared with wide eyes for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Can this method really test if someone's eyesight is good? He asked. Don't worry, Village Chief. This chart was bought from a foreign trader by someone from my family who had been to the capital. It's definitely effective, Shu Yun assured him. It's not surprising that Shu Yun was making a bold claim. Everyone needed reassurance. Besides, foreign things are often considered more reliable, so they believed her. Foreign stuff, huh? Well, let's give it a try, the village chief agreed. Since the Great Jin dynasty had been trading with foreign lands for 10 years, many strange and wonderful items had come in, with all sorts of uses. Since it's foreign, it might have some special purpose, so trying it out couldn't hurt. Village chief, you know many characters. I need your help. Later, stand next to me and remember the names and the numbers I call out after the test, Shu Yun said. All right, he replied. He called Wang Chuanfa to bring some paper and a brush and stood beside Shu Yun. Shu Yun took a piece of paper from Wang Lijing's hand and raised her voice to tell the men, listen to me. When testing your eyes, do it one by one. Cover your right eye with this paper when testing the left eye. Similarly, cover your left eye when testing the right eye. Do you understand? The men all shouted, understood. Also, later I will stand in front of the eye chart and point to the letter with a stick. You must report the direction of the opening of the letter you see outside the black line. The men replied together, got it. Having explained everything clearly, Shu Yun and Li Jing went to stand next to the eye chart. Since it was everyone's first time testing their eyesight with this unfamiliar method, they were all a bit nervous. They pushed and pulled, hesitant to be the first. Wang Lijing lost patience and directly asked Wang Chuanfa to go first. Wang Chuanfa was also nervous. He held a piece of grass paper in front of his right eye and, following the stick in Shu Yun's hand, said, This one is facing up, to the left, down. Shu Yun called out a number to Lijing and then told Wang Chuanfa, Okay, switch to the right eye. Wang Chuanfa covered his left eye with the grass paper again and continued to report the direction of the E. After a while, Wang Chuanfa finished the test. Next person, please. After about half an hour, all the young men in Gushi had finished testing. In ancient times, people rarely needed glasses unless they had wealthy families who could afford to burn candles at night to read, or scholars who might develop nearsightedness, like Ouyang Xiao and Lu Yu, recorded in history. Farmers like the one in front of us usually wouldn't have the chance to become nearsighted. But even without nearsightedness, people's eyesight could vary. Vision is a complex function involving not only the eye's refractive state, like nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, but also other factors. For example, genetics. Some people are naturally better at seeing, while others are naturally poor. Nutrition also plays a role, especially insufficient intake of vitamin A and other nutrients. For instance, the dog's mother, who had night blindness, was lacking vitamin A. Most villagers had unbalanced nutrition. If someone develops eye diseases like macular degeneration, glaucoma, or cataracts, their vision can also decline. After testing, Shu Yun selected over 30 top students whose eyesight was better than others to guard the watchtower. A few days later, 2 watchtowers were built in the village. The The guards and patrol teams on top began working in shifts day and night. However, the refugees suddenly disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, Wang Lijing came to ask Xuyan if they could relax and let the guards rest. Xuyan shook her head, feeling that the refugees were hiding nearby. Lijing, the county officials sent many people to find them, but they found nothing. This means the refugees have become smarter. At first, they were just bandits robbing houses randomly, only for money. Now, it seems they have no clear goal. The unknown is the most frightening. Not knowing what these people plan to do is the biggest worry. So, when do you think this will end? Wang Lijing asked helplessly. Not until we get some news, Xuyan replied. She had a feeling it would be soon, especially with the new year approaching. The refugees might make a move. At that moment, a member of the Wang family hurried over. Lijing, the person panted as he ran in. Someone on the tower saw strangers coming toward our village. Wang Lijing stood up in shock. What? How many? Just one. His tense heart finally eased a bit. One person? That's nothing. Maybe it's a relative from somewhere. Xuyan thought for a moment and suggested, just to be safe, let's stop him and ask who he's looking for. Yeah, good idea. Let's ask, Wang Lijing told the visitor. Never mind, I'll go myself. At the village entrance, a man carried a shoulder pole and smiled. I'm just a traveling merchant, no harm meant. Wang Lijing ordered someone to check his wooden box. Inside, there were small items like needles, rouge, and other trinkets. See? I really am a merchant. I've checked, so I can come into the village to do business, the merchant said. Wang Lijing remembered what Xuyan had said. For safety, he shook his head and refused. Our village is currently preventing refugees from entering. You should go to another village to do business, he said. The merchant paused for a moment, then had a different idea. He asked Wang Lijing to turn him around and walk a few steps away. Then, secretly, he slipped a small bag of coarse salt into his pocket and pleaded, Please, I've already walked dozens of miles to get here. If I go somewhere else, I'll have to walk dozens more. That takes too much time. Could you ask around if anyone wants to buy something? I'll stay here and sell. Would that be okay? Wang Lijing was holding coarse salt in his arms and thought for a moment. He figured the peddler was just a traveling merchant selling goods right under his nose, so there shouldn't be any problem. He agreed without worry. Little did he know this person had big issues. Wang Lijing sent someone to notify everyone, saying there was a peddler at the village entrance. If anyone wanted to buy something, they could go there themselves. Soon, a few people gathered around the peddler. Most of those buying were women. The peddler's box contained their favorite daily items like needles, rolling pins, brushes, and also makeup like rouge and powder, as well as silk flower hair ties. There were also small toys that children loved, like clay figurines, rattles, spinning tops, and soccer balls. Even if they couldn't afford to buy, just looking made them happy. Oh, this is too expensive. Can you lower the price? A big sister said, eyeing two colorful hair ties. Exactly. Even the needles and thread are 2 coins more expensive than in town, another woman complained. I sell at small profit, so I can't really lower the price, the peddler replied. The big sister gently tugged at the woman next to her and gave her a look. The woman understood immediately and said, If that's the case, we won't buy. We'll go to town later. The big sister quickly agreed, Yes, we won't buy now. They both pretended to turn around and leave. The peddler hurriedly called out, Hey, don't go. How about this? I won't sell it cheap, but I'll give you this for free. He reached into the bottom of his box and pulled out a beautifully woven plum blossom knot made of bright red silk thread. The knot was intricate, and both women were instantly attracted. The peddler said, I made this myself. Look at the craftsmanship. Even if I sell it, it's only worth half a coin. Plus, the new year's coming soon. Hanging it on clothes or in the house looks very festive. The women thought about it. They hadn't bought new clothes this year, only worn out ones from previous years. Hanging a red plum blossom, not to add some cheer, seemed like a good idea. So they agreed and each took one happily, walking away with their new decorations. Seeing how beautiful and festive the knots were, others also asked the peddler for one. The peddler was generous. Anyone who bought something from him received a plum blossom, not for free. Since the village was now under strict security, no one wanted to go out. Seeing the peddler doing business generously, everyone invited him to come back often. Moved by their enthusiasm, the peddler agreed to return in 3 days, promising to bring more new and interesting items. The two women who first obtained the plum blossoms were neither from the Yi family nor the Wang family, but from a mixed family in the village, living not far from Zhang Mozi's house. They carried the plum blossoms and chatted happily as they walked. When they passed by Zhang Mozi's house, he happened to see them. Zhang Mozi had a scar on his eye, but it did not affect his vision. From a distance, he could see the bright red color clearly. "Wait, what are you holding in your hands?" He hurriedly approached, looking anxious, and the scar on his eye looked even more fierce. Zhang Mozi was a loner and usually kept to himself. Suddenly speaking up, the two women were startled and took a step back. "Plum blossoms. Where did you get them?" Zhang Mozi stared intently at the plum blossoms, as if he might them away at any moment. "We bought them from the peddler." Then he hurried away. Before he could ask anything else, the women had already disappeared. "The peddler?" Zhang Mozi asked around and finally learned that the peddler would return in 3 days. Hearing this, he felt very excited. Maybe someone was coming from that direction, and he finally had a chance to leave this place. Sure enough, 3 days later, the peddler arrived as promised, still outside the village. Zhang Mozi stood at the back of the crowd, waiting until the peddler was about to pack up before stepping forward. Seeing him staring at his box, the peddler smiled warmly and asked, "Customer, I have a full stock. There are many more in the box. Whatever you ask for, I probably have it." "I want the plum blossom from June," Zhang Mozi said carefully, staring at the peddler. The peddler's face immediately changed. He put away his smile and took out a blood-colored plum blossom from the box, saying, "There are no plum blossoms in June. I have a blood-colored one here. Would you like it?" Zhang Mozi took the plum blossom and smiled. "Finally, the day has come. Has the leader also come?" The peddler looked at the guards on the watchtower and made a gesture to Zhang Mozi. "Come find me in the 3rd house on Lushui Lane in the west street of the town this afternoon." After that, the peddler carried his basket and left. "Mother, we're late." "The peddler has already left," Yi Chang'an said sadly. "The young man from the Yi family said the peddler had a soccer ball, and he wanted to buy it to play with his friends. Yi Chang'an also wanted to buy 2 hairbands. They didn't expect to be a step too late. It's okay. In a few days, we'll go to the town to buy things, and also get some New Year supplies." Xu Yan had already decided what to eat on New Year's night. She would have the meat hot pot she tried in the county town last time, warm and hearty. She needed to buy a cast iron pot, a stove, and stock up on more pork as soon as possible.
Yay! Yay!
Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'an cheered excitedly. They hadn't gone out for over half a month, but the horsemen who collected vegetables said the outside was still safe, and there had been no news of bandits causing trouble. If there was no news in a few days, Xu Yan planned to take a risk and go out herself. After buying the New Year supplies, she could stay at home comfortably. Zhang Mozi and the 3 cheerful people passed by each other. In the afternoon, Zhang Mozi came to knock on the 3rd door in Lu Shu Alley as scheduled. The peddler was already waiting at home. When he arrived, he was led into the room. Zhang Mozi couldn't hold back any longer and asked eagerly, "Does the leader have new instructions?" The peddler knelt on one knee, clenched his right fist, and placed it on his left shoulder, then saluted Zhang Mozi respectfully. "Sir, the leader said we have gathered enough people. Over the years, I've traveled to many places and drawn many maps. I've been waiting to find you, so you can lead the big plan." Zhang Mozi laughed happily, his eyes burning with passion. 5 years, 5 years. I can finally do something big again. You don't need to pack up. We're leaving immediately. A few years ago, he had committed some crimes and was wanted by the court. He had to go into hiding in Gushi village, living under a false name, so they couldn't find him. The peddler worried, but now the outside world is tense. Many people are on alert, and they're even building watchtowers in the village. It's not easy to start a rebellion. Zhang Matzi scoffed disdainfully. They're just country folk. What's there to fear? Let the wind over for a while. When they're relaxed during the last New Year, we'll strike. That's the easiest way. Zhang Matzi didn't return to the village, but left with the peddler, riding 2 swift horses, and heading out quickly. When they returned after half a month, there were more than just the 2 of them. Early in the morning, Xian took the children on the horse-drawn carriage from Shitting-Lu and headed to Ping'an town.
First, they went to the blacksmith shop.
Based on the hot pot she had eaten before, she ordered a new pot, which would be delivered to Shitting-Lu in 3 days. When the horseman came to pick vegetables, he would bring it to her. Then they switched to a bullock cart and went to Luyang town. She heard that their New Year market there was bigger and had more goods than in Ping'an town. Today, Xian planned to buy all the New Year supplies at once. Since it was the New Year approaching, she first went to the meat shop. More people were buying meat, and there was even a whole pig on the chopping block. Customers could choose which part they wanted, and the butcher would cut it on the spot. Xian looked at the big, fat pig and felt very tempted. She regretted not raising pigs herself. Her family didn't lack chicken or fish, but Xian still thought that when people are craving food, they most often think of pork. Pork has more fat than other meats. So, she decided to buy the entire pig. She had enough space, and she could even fit 2 more pigs later.
Are you really going to buy the whole pig?
The butcher asked in surprise. Only wealthy families in town would buy a whole pig. Most ordinary people would only buy about 7 or 8 jin, a Chinese weight unit. That was considered generous, especially in rural villages. Xian said, "Yes, I want it. Please help move it to the alley nearby. My family will come to carry it later." "All right, got it." Seeing that she was serious about buying, the butcher happily took the money, wiped his hands, and quickly carried the pig to the alley. Xian looked around to make sure no one was watching, then immediately stored the pig in her space. Next, she went to the grain shop. Although her space already had enough grain for 3 years, she believed that more grain was always better. She bought 3 dough, a traditional measure, of unobtrusive grain. Finally, she bought various seasonings for cooking as well as some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sweet candies. Shopkeeper Zheng gave her a discount as usual. Before leaving, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chengel used their pocket money to buy a box of snacks to enjoy during the New Year. Shuyan added some money and bought 3 boxes of different flavored cakes and pastries all at once. With full baskets, the 3 of them headed home. As they passed by the Four Seas agency, Zhongding called out to them. "Hey, brother Zhong, what a coincidence. Aren't you out on a courier run?" Shuyan greeted with a smile. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chengel also politely said hello. "Hello, Uncle Zhong. Be good now. You 2 go inside and play. I need to talk to your mother." Yi Chang'an and Yi Chengel looked at Shuyan, who nodded, then they walked away. "Is there something important, brother Zhong?" Shuyan asked, noticing his serious expression. Zhongding said solemnly, "Sister-in-law, it's best if you buy more grain to store up, and try not to go out for now."
"Why is that?"
Shuyan had already planned not to go out, but Zhongding's words made her wonder if he had received some news. He made a gesture to invite her, and they took a few steps into the agency. Zhong leaned against a pillar and lowered his voice, saying, "I received news from other branches that hundreds of refugees have gathered, including foreigners. No one knows what they plan to do, but it's probably not good. It's better for us ordinary folks to stay out of it." Siwon thought of 2 words, rebel army. So, those refugees really are rebels, and they have already teamed up with foreigners. "Brother Zhong, have you reported this to the authorities? This is a matter outside our county. Our county magistrate has no authority here. But I've spoken to someone I know in the government, and as for how they handle it, I don't know." Actually, Zhong didn't tell the officials the full story. He hadn't told Siwon that the message was sent in Yi Chi's name, and only a few close brothers knew about it. The letter also said to inform close friends, and the 3 of them to be prepared, preferably hide away, because the world seems to be getting more unstable. This news is too big. Telling the officials could also involve Yi Chi's matters. But Zhong wouldn't stay silent. He planned to go to the place mentioned in the letter to investigate. If he really found traces of the refugees, he would report to the authorities later. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, brother." I'll be careful. Siwon's mind was a mess, and he needed to sort things out. Salze, this news can't be spread around carelessly. I'm about to leave for a long trip. If you need to buy grain in the next couple of days, just come find me. Buying grain was the only thing Zhong could do to help Siwon. Siwon didn't refuse and turned around, taking out 100 taels of silver from her space and giving it to Zhong. Then I'll trouble you, brother Zhong. Please exchange these 100 taels for grain. Zhong still held the heavy silver and was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Siwon to be so wealthy. All right, but 100 taels can buy about 2,000 jin of grain. Buying it all in one place would be too obvious. I'll need to visit several towns, so it will take at least 3 days. Okay, I'll come back in 3 days, Siwon said. After leaving the agency, Siwon was too tired to walk and hired a carriage to go back. On the way, her face looked very grim, and Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle didn't dare to speak to her. Siwon never expected that the rebellion was starting now, and it was actually a full 6 months earlier than in the book. That's right. By the time the court sent troops to suppress the rebellion in the story, the rebels had already caused chaos everywhere. She was thinking about fleeing. Maybe she could take the children and hide along the coast? Although only a few hundred rebels were found in the neighboring county, it was written that when the rebels started their uprising, all the districts and counties would erupt in chaos. Suddenly, the border became peaceful, so the court sent troops to fight the rebels. However, when the rebels and the imperial army fought fiercely, a large army of tens of thousands of foreigners gathered and quickly captured several border towns. This shows that these people secretly gathered forces everywhere. Which route should she take to avoid the rebels and safely reach the coast? It's too difficult. Xu Yun rubbed her aching head. Back in the village, she lifted the car curtain and looked at the watchtower, which was no longer guarded. Xu Yun went to persuade Wang Lijing, but he wouldn't listen. He thought that the refugees had already left, so there was no problem. She couldn't care less anymore and went to visit the village chief Yi, telling him that the watchtower outside the village still needed someone to guard it. Aren't there no news from the refugees? Why do we still need people to guard it? It's winter, and it's hard for people to stay up there, said village chief Yi with doubt. Just trust me. Village chief Yi asked, do you have some new information again? Xu Yun shook her head. No, I just feel uneasy. Village chief Yi smiled. Although Yi Chi's wife was capable, she was still a woman and tended to think too much. He comforted her, saying, don't worry, Yi Chi's wife. Nothing will happen. Since those people haven't moved, maybe it's because there's nothing worth targeting here, so they've left. How is there nothing worth targeting? They want our lives, said Xu Yun helplessly. They only want chaos and the lives of ordinary people. That's what will attract the court's attention. Village chief Yu was confused, but Xu Yun's words sounded frightening. She asked urgently, Yi Chi's wife, what do you mean by that? Uncle Village Chief, I can't say much more. If you believe me, the watchtower must be guarded. Maybe in the future. At first, the rebels' goal was just to attract the court's attention, so they probably wouldn't cause too much trouble initially. They might just cause some small disturbances here and there. Before fighting truly broke out, they wouldn't want to lose their own people, so they wouldn't fight too desperately. This way, they could buy time to find a safe place to hide. Looking at Xu Yun's serious face, village chief Yi said, Yi Chi's wife, I believe you. But you must tell me what information you have. Otherwise, it's strange to send someone to guard the watchtower without knowing the situation. The villagers will also complain. Xu Yun couldn't say much. In a village with over 100 households, everyone has relatives, and those relatives have their own relatives. Once news of the rebels leaks out, the villagers will start to panic before the rebels even arrive. Clan elder uncle, if your family has some extra money, please buy more grain. That's all I can say. After speaking, Xu Yun left. On the way back, she also warned Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle not to say a word about the refugees. Next, there was a lot to do. Xu Yun decided to learn how to prepare more dry food and store it in her space. For example, vegetable buns, meat pies, vegetable pancakes, and more steamed rice, so even if they can't cook on fire, they can still eat well with the preserved side dishes. Is Madame Ma at home? A voice asked. Yes, she is. Xu Yun immediately started working, taking out flour and preparing to make dough. When she looked out, she saw Madame Ma, Yang, Chun, Sister Gao, and Zhang Xinghua all there. Everyone looked happy, except Zhang Xinghua, who lowered her head, blushing all over. Is something good happening? Xu Yun asked with a smile. Yang and Chen looked at Zhang Xinghua and said, Xinghua, you tell Sister Xu Yun yourself. Zhang Xinghua's face turned even redder. She hesitated but couldn't say it out loud, so she stomped her foot. Seeing this, Xu Yun understood and asked, Are you planning to marry Brother Shi? Zhang Xinghua smiled shyly and nodded. Didn't you say you would wait until spring? Xu Yun asked. Madame Ma saw how shy Xinghua was and explained for her originally. Xinghua and Shi Dashia planned to get married after the new year and before planting season. But Shi Dahai thought it would be better to do it after spring when they could plant double crops. Xinghua is busy alone, so they decided to marry now so he can help her plant. Since Xinghua is still a widow, Shi Dahai often helps her in the fields. Others might gossip about it. Even if they marry later, people might say they had an unclear relationship first and rushed into marriage. Some might even say worse things. So, they decided to marry before the New Year holiday, so the two families can celebrate together and enjoy a lively new year. Then when will the wedding banquet be held? Xu Yun asked. We won't hold a big banquet. Daxia doesn't have many relatives, and you know my mother. She probably won't come. When mentioning Xinghua's mother, Xinghua looked sad but quickly seemed to accept it, as if she had already come to terms with what happened last time. I think it will be tomorrow night. Please come to Daxia's house for a meal and some fun. That will be enough. In fact, poor families in the countryside usually do not pay much attention to complicated wedding procedures. Usually, they just invite a matchmaker to negotiate, check the birth dates, and then the groom presents a betrothal gift and arrives at the bride's home. On the wedding day, the bride wears a red veil, and that's considered a wedding. Better-off families might send a bullock cart to pick her up, but otherwise, the bride just walks to her new home on foot. Zhang Xinghua was already a widow, and no one at home took care of her, so there were fewer formalities. After registering at the local office and holding a small banquet, the wedding was considered complete. Okay, I will come later, Xu Yun replied with a smile. During the banquet, Xu Yun wanted to talk to them about buying grain. They had known each other for a while and had developed some feelings. She also understood their characters well and could share a little information with them. The women talked and laughed as they left. They went home first to inform the men about the banquet tomorrow and discuss suitable gifts. They also took some vegetables, eggs, and other ingredients to help Zhang Xinghua prepare for the celebration. Xu Yun continued kneading dough and steamed about 100 buns. For dinner, they just ate buns. The next morning, Xu Yun collected the dishes sent by each family. After the horsemen left, she stayed in the kitchen busy making pancakes. At noon, she had lunch and then took a short nap on the bed because in the afternoon she was going to Zhang Xinghua's house to help with the wedding banquet, as she had promised Ma Shi early in the morning. This was also a favor Zhang Xinghua asked Ma Shi for yesterday. Since Shi Dahai's family had no women and the two men were clumsy, they didn't know how to manage the banquet properly. She brought many ingredients, including meat, acorn jelly, and snacks she made. She also brought a gift for Zhang Xinghua, and she took Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle to find Yi Shuliang and Ma Shi together. Xu Yun had never been to Shi Dahai's house before, but Yi Shuliang knew most of the villagers. Shi Dahai's house was quite large, with 4 rooms in the kitchen area. The room on the left looked newly built, with a double happiness character pasted on it, probably their new house. They were greeted by Shi Dahai's old father, Shi Da. Because he used to be a hunter, he was tall and strong for his age, similar to his son. He had a limp from an injury to his left foot sustained during a hunt. Old Shi, congratulations, Yi Shuliang said with a bow. Old brother, old sister-in-law, you're here. Please come in and sit, Shi Da said kindly, noticing Xu Yun holding the twin siblings. He asked, Are you Chang'an's daughter? Xu Yun nodded and smiled, Yes, Uncle Shi. She also asked Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle to greet him. Hello, Grandpa Shi. Alright, hello everyone. Shirda handed them some peanuts and said, "Go ahead, play with De Xiong and the others." Zhang De Xiong and Zhang Yenner also greeted the guests before taking Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle to play. Shirda saw Xu Yun and Ma Shi carrying baskets filled with vegetables and said, "Look at you, coming here with things. It's my wedding, and you bring vegetables? How can I feel comfortable with that?" Ma Shi replied, "Big brother, don't think of us as outsiders. We just wanted to eat these vegetables ourselves, and also wanted to ask if you'd be willing to lend us a pot to use."
Ma Shi's words nicely eased Shi Dai's embarrassment.
Of course, Shirda said with a smile. Yi Sholiang and Shirda were chatting in the yard, while Xu Yun and Ma Shi went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Shirda Hai and Zhang Xinghua were busy cooking. "Oh, today is your big day. How can you cook yourselves?" Ma Shi quickly took the spatula from Zhang Xinghua. "Xinghua, you're the bride today. Go to your room and get ready. Make yourself look nice." Dahai go outside and greet the guests. Ma Shi, as an elder and experienced person, quickly assigned appropriate tasks to the couple. "Go outside quickly. Today, you can also taste the winter feast at the food pavilion," Xu Yun said. Since Xu Yun was going to cook, Ma Shi helped her. Soon Yi Zhuang, Zhang Shuangzhu, and Yi Chang and others arrived. Yang Shi and Qin Shi also brought their children to greet Xu Yun and Ma Shi. "Xu, Auntie, Ma, Grandma, hello," the three children said in unison. Yang Shi introduced. "On the left are my son and daughter. The older brother is Yi Shaoshan, and the sister is Yi Tao. The one on the right is..." Before Yang Shi finished, the child grinned widely and said, "My name is Zhang Heizi." He looked cheerful, outgoing, and generous, just like his father, Zhang Shuangzhu. After the introductions, the children went outside to play. The women also started working, washing vegetables, chopping, cooking different dishes. While one cooked this, another prepared that. The men outside chatted and joked. Soon, the quiet courtyard became lively. But not long after, Yi Zuzhang arrived. "Yi Qi's wife, come out. I want to talk to you about what happened yesterday." Xu Yun was startled by his appearance. "Zuzhang, what's wrong with you?" Yi Zuzhang looked pale, with a large boil on his mouth. Yesterday, Chief Yi listened to Xu Yun's words and couldn't sleep, tossing and turning all night. When he got up, he found a blister had formed at the corner of his mouth. He thought about it at home for most of the day. As the day was about to end, he decided to go find Xu Yun to get a clear answer. However, she was not at home. On the way, he met Shi Dahai, who said he was here to attend a wedding with Zhang Xinghua and invited him to join the celebration. So he followed along. When he arrived at the courtyard and heard Xu Yun's voice, he hurried inside to find her. "Young lady, it's because you only said part of the story that I kept thinking and got upset," said Shi Dahai. Xu Yun sighed and said, "Uncle Chief, I didn't mean to cause trouble. After the banquet, I will explain everything clearly to you." "All right, this time I can't be vague. I don't want to suffer again," replied the chief. Hearing this, Chief Yi felt reassured and sat comfortably on a bench, taking a sip of tea. He relaxed, and the bitter tea went from his mouth to his stomach, making him feel better. Shi Dahai poured more tea into Chief Yi's cup until it was about 3/4 full and said, "Chief, why did you come alone? Call Yi Zheng and Yi Liang, and their wives and nephews too. More people will bring more happiness to my family. Forget it, they can just stay at home to eat." "I don't want to trouble you," said Chief Yi. Shi Dahai wasn't wealthy. In this small courtyard, 4 families were invited, plus many children, and his own family had 7 or 8 people. Wouldn't that cost him a lot? Shi Dahai pretended not to hear Chief Yi's words and called out to Shi Dahai, "Dahai, go call your brothers Yi Zheng and Yi Liang, along with their wives and nephews, to join the fun." "Yes, Dad, I'll go right now." Just as Shi Dahai had invited Chief Yi and hadn't even had a sip of water, he was sent out again. Still, he was happy. Weddings are better with more people. "Hey, Shirda," quickly called Dahai back. "There's no need to call them," said Chief Yi anxiously, standing up to go out. Shirda stopped him. "Chief, you know I don't have many relatives or friends. Brother Sholiang and the others came because of Xinghua. There's no big event at my place. It's rare to have such a happy occasion. I'm really happy, and I just want more people to join in the fun. The young couple will receive many blessings, and their life will be peaceful and happy. Don't you think that makes sense? By this point, Shurda had said enough. Chifi couldn't argue anymore, so he sat quietly. Shurda also had his own motives. His family name, Shur, was a small family in Gushi village. If he stayed close to Leader Yi, he could ask for help when he faced difficulties in the future. Just like Zhang Xinhua was able to earn money from Xuyun because Leader Yi introduced her. Soon, Yi Zheng and Yi Liang arrived with their wives and children. 6 families, over 20 people in total, couldn't all sit at just 2 tables, and there weren't enough plates, bowls, or chopsticks. Since Zhang Shuangzhu's family was nearby, the men went to his house to bring over tables and chairs, while the women went home to fetch bowls and chopsticks. As a result, the children sat at one table, and the adults, using 2 tables pushed together, sat together. 5 or 6 women prepared the food quickly, and before it got dark, all the dishes were served on the tables. The men who didn't go into the kitchen and the children looked at the full tables of delicious food and were amazed, feeling it was even better than the dishes in town restaurants. There were ordinary dishes made by Yang and Chen families, as well as several dishes from Xuyun's winter feast, such as chestnut braised chicken, wood ear mushrooms stir-fried with yam, and marinated acorn jelly noodles. Shurda and Shurda Hai and Zhang Xinhua all felt touched. Looking at the dishes, they could tell many were brought by these families themselves. They not only brought dishes but also gave gifts. For example, Yi Shuliang and Ma family gave half a bolt of cotton cloth, while Yi Zhuang and Yang family gave a simple, plain pair of wedding candles, useful items for the young couple. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, but they still waited politely for the host to speak. Shurda Hai subtly pulled Shurda back from his daze. Shurda finally snapped out of it and said, "Everyone, please start eating. Come on, don't be shy." Everyone then began to serve themselves, and during this, they stood up to toast the young couple, Zhang Xinhua and her husband. The adults chatted happily, and the children played joyfully. The cheerful atmosphere lasted until after the meal, when Xuyun mentioned the issue of the refugees. As they finished eating, a few women helped clear the bowls, tables, and chairs, then took off their aprons and prepared to leave. Xuyun stopped them and asked everyone to sit down, saying she had something important to discuss. Leader Yi, knowing it was about the refugees, suggested, "Shurda, it's already late and cold tonight. Why don't we go to the main hall to talk?" Shurda nodded quickly, yes. He started to move the benches outside to invite everyone inside. However, after drinking a few cups with some of the older men, he became slightly tipsy, his steps unsteady. Others hurried to tell him to rest, and they went to help move the furniture. Shurda Hai poured him a cup of strong tea, and Zhang Xinhua also poured tea for the others. A fire basin was placed in the middle of the main hall, and everyone sat around talking. Except for Mrs. De Tian, whose sleeping child was carried to another room. Xuyun took a sip of tea, trying to soothe her now upset stomach. Clan leader Yi looked at her slowly, feeling restless. He asked anxiously, "Yi Qi's wife, can you tell us now?" Xuyun put down her tea bowl and said, "Uncle Clan leader, I received news that hundreds of refugees are gathering in the neighboring county. I don't know what they plan to do."
What?
"Why didn't you tell us earlier? What should we do now?" Clan leader Yi immediately stood up, worried. "Refugees can only cause trouble, robbery, and chaos. There are hundreds of them. If they target us, what will we do?" The others were also shocked, and the women covered their mouths in fear. "Young Sister Shu, is this news reliable?" Zhang Zhuan still held on to a bit of hope. Actually, everyone shared his hope. "It's very reliable," she replied firmly. Those 4 words shattered their last hope. What should we do now? Everyone was at a loss, turning their eyes to Xuyun. She calmly said, "Don't worry, they are in the neighboring county. But we can't be sure when they will come over." Yi Zhuang was very worried. The room was filled with fear. The joyful atmosphere from before disappeared instantly. Without a solution, no one could enjoy their days. Every day was filled with anxiety. Xuyun was afraid they would react this way, so she didn't want to bring bad news. But she had to say it. In the beginning, they must unite the village's strength to protect themselves and their loved ones. She continued, if the refugees cause trouble, they will first target the wealthy. It's unlikely they will attack us first. If they rob the rich, the authorities will find out, and they will definitely come to suppress them. Right now, our most urgent task is to buy grain. If the government really sends troops, everything outside will become chaotic. We have enough food at home, so we won't starve or panic. Also, we need to buy salt. Salt is essential. After speaking, Xuyan looked at everyone in the room. She didn't dare say that peaceful days might not come for many years, or that there could be many more wars. If asked how she knew this, she couldn't answer. She could only use the military unrest as a reason to buy more grain. Everyone was silent. It was the clan leader Yi who made the decision. Young sister Shu is right. No matter how chaotic things outside get, we must first have enough food and salt to survive. Once those refugees start causing trouble, the prices of grain and salt will definitely rise. It might be better to buy more now. Later, when the government drives away the refugees, we can sell the extra food for money. We won't lose anything. Yi Shouyang nodded and agreed. That's right. No matter what, we need to buy grain and salt first. Both elders made their decisions, and others quickly settled on theirs. Each family was already calculating how much silver they had and how much grain they could buy. Xuyan reminded everyone, buying grain is necessary, but we must not all rush to the town to buy it. First, if we buy too much, it might attract the attention of others. Second, we need to prevent the officials from discovering our large stockpiles of food and salt. If we don't go to the town, where else can we go? The county seat? Yi Chong asked. Xuyan thought for a moment and said, okay, you each tell me how much grain you want to buy, and I will think about it. When it came to using money to buy food, none of the families were very wealthy. They couldn't afford refined rice or fine salt, only old rice, rice grains, and coarse salt. Zhang Xuanju and Chen family counted on their fingers and finally decided, my family will buy 50 jin of rice and 10 jin of coarse salt. Xuyan shook her head, Brother Xuanju, 50 jin is too little. I suggest over 100 jin. Zhang Xuanju's family had 3 members. The adult man alone could eat 2 jin of rice a day, so 100 jin would only last about a month. After husking, 100 jin of rice would leave about 70 jin of rice, which is not enough for a full month. Zhang Xuanju thought that even if chaos broke out outside and the officials sent troops, they could catch the refugees quickly. Stockpiling 100 jin of rice was enough. He was about to speak when Chen's wife held him back. She said, Sister Shu, let's stockpile 200 jin of rice. Xuyan nodded and asked the others. The Yi Shouyang family, Yi Zhuang family, and the Shi family also decided to stockpile 200 jin of rice and 10 jin of coarse salt. The Yi clan, with more family members, needed 300 jin of rice and 20 jin of coarse salt. When it was Yi Chang's turn to report the amount, he hesitated. They didn't have much silver, at most 500 coins, and half of that would be used to pay debts. Sister Gao also looked at Xu Yun with a shy expression. Xu Yun understood their difficulties and said, how did you find the fried yam dish on the table today? Do you like it? Gao's sister recalled, it was smooth and crispy, very tasty. Xu Yun smiled and looked at everyone because I supply the food hall. I haven't told you before, but yams can be eaten as a main food. If your food runs out later, you can dig up yams and steam them to eat. Not only Yi Chong and Gao Sa were happy, but everyone else was also very pleased. With mountains full of edible food they could dig up, they felt a bit more at ease. Immediately, Yi Chong and Gao Sa decided to buy 50 jin of rice and 5 jin of coarse salt. Yi Chi's wife, you're really something, said clan leader Yi, giving her a thumbs up. The mountain yam was something Xu Yun was selling for money, but she didn't hide any of it. In times of trouble, she told them they could eat it as staple food, helping solve their food problem. She deserved that thumbs up. Actually, Xu Yun had many thoughts in her mind. The mountain yams were meant for people to eat. They could be made into staple food, which could even save lives in emergencies. It would be even better if there were sweet potatoes and potatoes here. Just plant a handful of seeds, and who knows how many gene of harvests they would get. I roughly understand how much grain and salt everyone wants to buy. The total for grain and salt is over 1,000 gene. I plan to buy a few hundred gene myself. How should we buy and transport so much grain and salt? Xu Yun brought the topic back to the main issue. Uncle Clan Leader, Uncle Grainkeeper, what are your thoughts on how to buy the grain? She asked Yi Clan Leader and Yi Grainkeeper. Yi Grainkeeper was thinking, unconsciously rubbing his hand on his pants. That's a lot and it's not easy. I think we could buy small amounts multiple times. Buying small amounts repeatedly sounds good, but it's too troublesome. We can't just buy a few dozen gene each time. When do we stop buying? What if the grain runs out before we finish buying and refugees come first? Said Clan Leader Yi. Yi Grainkeeper also argued with Clan Leader Yi, but we can't buy everything at once either. Moving so much grain into the village without people noticing would be strange. The first to pass through is Shang village, and the Wang family has always paid attention to us Yi family. This was something Clan Leader Yi hadn't thought of, and he was out of ideas. At this critical moment, Shirda Hai and Shirda exchanged a glance. Shirda said, if we don't want the villagers to find out, there are ways. Xu Yun asked happily, oh? Uncle Shirda, do you have a good idea? Dahai, you tell them, Shirda said. Everyone's eyes in the house focused on Shirda Hai, making him a little nervous. He steadied himself and said, as you all know, my father and I used to be hunters, so we have a wooden cabin in the mountains. If you trust us, we can go around the village on mountain paths and temporarily store the grain there. Brother Shirda, your wooden cabin hasn't been used for many years. Could it have already collapsed? If it had collapsed, wouldn't we need to rebuild it? Shida Hai kept waving his hands. The last time I went, I stayed for a few days, and the house is definitely in good shape. He looked at Zhang Xinghua and remembered that last time he went into the mountains to hunt, it was also to propose marriage at her home. Zhang Xinghua blushed and turned her head to avoid his gaze. Xu Yun relaxed a little, thinking that since Shida Hai could sleep there, it should be safe from wind and rain. However, when they deliver the supplies, they still need to put some wood on the ground to prevent the food from getting moldy because of the damp mountain environment. That's good. Is the wooden house far away? Xu Yun asked again. Not far, just on the southern mountain. Hearing southern mountain, everyone became worried again because there are many wild animals there. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Shida Hai said, don't be afraid. The southern mountain isn't as dangerous as you think. Behind it is a big river, which separates the southern mountain from the other mountains. Large wild animals can't cross it. Shida Hai nodded as well. When he went to the southern mountain before, he only managed to hunt a few roe deer and mountain chickens. He had never seen bears or wild boars. With this explanation, everyone felt reassured and agreed to store the food in the hunting cabin. Now that the storage problem is solved, we still haven't agreed on where to buy the supplies. Zhang Shuangzhu looked at Xu Yun. In Yi Shouyang, Zhang Shuangzhu, and Yi Zhuang's minds, Xu Yun was gradually becoming the main person they trusted. If they all went together to buy food, Xu Yun wouldn't be able to use her space magic. But if she went alone to buy so much food, it wouldn't be safe. So, they could only split up. After thinking, Xu Yun said, let's buy food from nearby towns, Ping'an Town, Luyang Town, and a bit farther, Fengshui Town. So, we need you to split into 3 groups to go shopping. Yi Qi's wife, since you have a plan, just arrange everything. We'll follow your lead, said the village chief Yi. Yes, we'll listen to you, others agreed. Xu Yun nodded. Since everyone trusts me, I'll share my plan. Xu Yun first looked at Shida and Shida Hai. Uncle Shida, Brother Shida, recently, Ping'an Town has been the worst because it's easy to meet familiar people. But since you rarely go to the village, no one will notice you. So, you should go to Ping'an Town. When you arrive at the grain shop, pretend you're hunters coming down the mountain for the new year. You need to buy 500 gene of grain. Xu Yun looked at Zhang Shuangzhu and Yi Zhuang. Brother Shuangzhu and Brother Yi, you need to go halfway to help move things. The mountain path is difficult, so have Uncle Shi and the others guide you to get familiar with the way to the hunting lodge. Uncle Shi, Dahai, Zhang Shuangzhu, and Yi Zhuang all agreed and responded affirmatively. As for brother Yi Zheng and second brother Yi Liang, the villagers know you too well, so you need to go to Fengshui town, which is the farthest. But since someone must stay behind, you two can decide who stays. Why do we need to leave someone? Yi Liang asked. Of course, to help your father, the village chief replied bluntly. His second son isn't as clever or quick as the eldest. Yes, I already told Uncle Village Chief that someone must guard the watchtower so we can know if refugees come and avoid panic. But since it's cold and nothing is happening now, most villagers probably don't want to stay. You should stay behind to help persuade them. Then I'll go buy grain. Second brother, you stay to help Dad, Yi Zheng said. The village chief agreed, thinking Yi Zheng is reliable and careful, so it's better to leave Yi Liang at home. Shuyan nodded and looked at Yi Zheng. Brother Yi Zheng, you go with brother Yi Zheng to buy grain. Okay, no problem, Yi Zheng replied. As for Luyang town, I can go alone. That's not safe. With so much grain, not to mention whether you can get it, it's dangerous for a woman to go alone, Yi Shouyang and Ma Shi said anxiously. Shuyan reassured them, don't worry. Yi Qi's friend previously opened a branch of the Four Seas Agency in Luyang town. He's very trustworthy. He can help me buy the grain and bring it back. I won't be in any danger. Also, I know Xingzhang from the town's general store. I can ask him to buy salt for me, so it won't look suspicious. This way, she can also use the opportunity to retrieve the 2,000 jin of grain that Zhongding helped her buy earlier, storing it in her space. Everyone felt a bit more at ease after hearing this. Before leaving, Xu Yun reminded everyone, remember, this must not be leaked. If too many people find out, it's bad for us and might even attract refugees trying to steal grain. I know everyone has relatives and family, and Uncle Village Chief cares about the villagers. But even if you need to warn them, try to hide the fact that there are hundreds of refugees organized. It's best to give them other reasons to hide their grain. Yang and Chen looked at each other and asked Sister Shu about the yam. Can we tell our family? They don't have much silver to buy food. Shuyan smiled and nodded, of course. The yams on the mountain aren't mine. If you want to eat, anyone can go dig them. Yang and Chen happily left, thinking that even if their family didn't have money, they could still eat with the yams. Xu Yun then pulled aside Gao, who was walking last, and asked, Gao, how much money do you still owe? When is the deadline set by the creditor? Gao was unsure how to answer such a private and awkward question. She looked down at Yi Chong. Yi Chong asked Sister Shu, why do you ask? Xu Yun said, I don't mean anything bad. I just want to say that things are unstable now. If the creditor isn't in a rush, you can pay back the money after the new year. For now, it's best to use your money to buy food and salt. Maybe, by then, you won't need to pay back at all. Yi Chong and Gao also thought about it. They bought the least amount of grain, but if they didn't keep money for debts, they would need to exchange it after the new year. Where would they find money then? But Shuyan was not a talkative person. She told them to buy a little more grain, so she probably knew something they didn't. Maybe they should just listen to her. So, Yi Chong and Gao decided to buy another 100 jin of rice. After leaving Shi's house, Xu Yun and the others didn't go straight home. Instead, they went to Yinyo's house to tell him that there might still be trouble with the refugees and advised him to buy more food. Yinyo always trusted Xu Yun. Even his mother, Zhou Yunhe, said that Xu Yun was different from ordinary people, like a special person. If anything happened, listening to her would be the right choice. Okay, Sister Shu, I trust you. But I only have enough money to buy 50 jin of millet and 2 jin of coarse salt, Yinyo said. Xu Yun sighed. The money Yinyo had earned before was spent on medicine for Yunhe. Now he only had about 200 coins left. Buying millet and salt might leave him with no money at all. She also told Yinyo about the yams, asking him to go dig them during this time. He could dig as many as he could and hide them in a cave in the southern mountain. Yinyo scratched his head and asked sister-in-law, why is that? Xu Yun couldn't say much. She just said, if you trust me, just do as I say. Okay, I believe you, sister-in-law, Yinyo nodded firmly. I'll go dig yams tomorrow. When they got home, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el were so tired their eyelids were fighting. Shuyan boiled some water and told the siblings to go to sleep. She continued steaming the dried food. They worked until late at night before turning off the stove and going to sleep. The next morning, Shu Yun went to each household to collect money and gave each group the funds to buy grain. Shurda and Shurda Hai immediately set out for Ping'an town. In the morning, Shu Yun was still steaming dried food, while Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el helped wash and select vegetables, then handed them to Shu Yun for stir-frying before storing them in the space. Even in the dead of winter, when the water was freezing cold, they dared not delay even a little. Because of Shu Yun, time was life, and they had to prepare as much as possible. In the afternoon, she went to find Yi Xiaohua, telling her everything she said to Yinyo last night, asking her to buy grain. If she had no money, she was to dig up yams and hide them. She hadn't seen Yi Xiaohua for a long time, and she looked even thinner, with no energy. Purple bruises covered parts of her body that clothing couldn't hide. Shu Yun couldn't bear to look and patted her shoulder, telling her to take good care of herself before leaving. On her way back, she met Zhang Zhuanzhu and Yi Zhuang running hurriedly. "Shu girl, we found you," they said. "What's wrong? Did Brother Shurda and the others have trouble buying grain?" Zhang Zhuanzhu ran so fast and was so anxious that he was gasping for breath, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. He signaled to Yi Zhuang to speak. Yi Zhuang took a couple of breaths, swallowed hard, and said, "We ran into some refugees." "How many? Are Brother Shurda and the others okay?" Shu Yun kept telling herself silently that she must stay calm and not panic now. Zhang Zhuanzhu caught his breath and gestured for Shu Yun to walk with him while talking. "There are only 2 refugees. Brother Shurda and his son are experienced and immediately found a hiding spot when they saw people." Shu Yun frowned tightly.
2?
"Tell me the details carefully." When they entered Shu Yun's house, Zhang Zhuanzhu and Yi Zhuang didn't hold back. They sat down heavily, exhausted from the scare. Earlier that day, they had waited on the road for Brother Shurda and his son, who borrowed a cart to carry grain from somewhere. They first hid the cart at the foot of the mountain before starting to move the grain. The hunter's hut was not far, but not close either, and the mountain path was rough. Luckily, Shurda Hai knew the terrain well, walking step by step with him, making it not so difficult. They moved the grain about 6 or 7 times before finishing. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, Shurda Hai suddenly told everyone to crouch down and signaled to stay silent. He had sharp eyes and saw distant figures approaching slowly. When the others approached, they finally heard the 2 people talking. "This place where no birds even. What's worth stealing?" "I really don't understand what the leader is thinking," one complained. "You don't know anything. The leader has his reasons. If you could understand them, you wouldn't be the leader. Stop talking nonsense and memorize these routes," the other replied. "I think we should rush through the main road when the time comes. Those country folks probably won't run. Why bother climbing this broken mountain? If a wild beast comes out, we could lose our lives." Another person chuckled mischievously. "You're as naive as a girl. These villages rely on the mountains. As soon as we arrive, they run all over like rabbits. Catching them one by one is too slow. Better to trap them all at once. Besides, behind this mountain is a big river. There's nowhere for them to escape, which saves us effort." The 4 exchanged glances. They were bandits. After they walked away, Shurda Hai and Shurda decided to follow the 2 men to see what they were planning. They asked Zhang Zhuangzhu and Yi Zhuang to return first and report to Shu Yun. Shu Yun frowned. These 2 came early to scout the area. "What should we do?" Yi Zhuang and Zhang Zhuangzhu were very nervous. "Let's wait until Brother Shur and the others return," she said. As night fell, Shurda Hai and Shurda came back and immediately went to Shu Yun's house. Shu Yun sent the 2 children inside and brought out 2 bowls of hot water. "Any news?" she asked urgently. Shurda Hai, who had run all day on the mountain and was very thirsty, drank the water quickly, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said, "Grandpa and I followed them for a long time. They went along the mountain trail to the big stone village in front, then took the main road back. After he finished, Shurda spoke up, "Beyond the big stone village, there aren't many villages, just some remote ones with few people. There's probably nothing worth stealing. Shumei, do you have any ideas?" Shurda Hai asked. Shuyun stood up, looked up at the village lookout tower, and asked, "Did they see our village's lookout tower?" Shurda replied, "Yes, but no one was there, so they didn't pay attention." Shuyun's hand tapped the table absent-mindedly as she thought. She hadn't expected the rebel leader to be so cautious, even sending people to scout in the mountains. They just wanted to attract the court's attention, stirring trouble among the people.
Why go through so much trouble for that? Unless they want to.
Thinking of this, Shuyun said to Yi Zhuang, "Brother Yi Zhuang, please ask Uncle Clan Leader and Wang Lijing to come." Okay. Yi Zhuang hurriedly ran outside. When passing by Yi Shuliang's house, Ma Shi saw him and asked. Upon learning about the refugees, Ma Shi took Yi Shuliang and went to Shuyun's house. "Yun Yang, I heard Yi Zhuang say that refugees have arrived?"
"Yes. Please sit down first.
Let's wait for Wang Lijing and clan leader Yi to come and discuss if there's any way." Shuyun brought out a chair from her home. Yi Shuliang couldn't sit comfortably, so he nervously squatted on the ground. Winter nights are darker and colder. Shuyun drew a circle on the yard with stones, then shoveled some charcoal from the stove and laid it on the ground, adding dry wood to burn. This way, they could get light and warmth. Soon, Yi Zhuang arrived with Wang Lijing and clan leader Yi. A group of people hurried in, all looking worried and panicked. "Shu's family, what's going on? Why have more refugees come?" Wang Lijing asked, trembling as he listened to Yi Zhuang's story. Clan leader Yi didn't look much better. His hand was trembling as he extended it. "Yi Qi's wife, you called us here. Do you have any good ideas?" Shuyun shook her head. "No good ideas. The refugees' purpose isn't simple. I think they are targeting us." "What do you mean?" Wang Lijing asked. Shuyun looked at Shurda Hai and said, "Brother Shur, are the refugees saying we are their backing? Afraid we will run away?" "Yes," Shurda Hai nodded. Shuyun looked at everyone and said, "That makes sense. Normally, if they wanted to take something from us, they would just do it and leave. Even if they can't steal anything in this village, they can go to the next one. Why would they be afraid of us running away? Maybe they're worried we might escape and inform the authorities," Yi Liang said. Clan leader Yi immediately denied this. "That's not right. They're afraid we will run, true, but they aren't worried about us reporting to the officials. The county town is too far away. When the officials come, they'll be long gone." "Exactly," Shuyun nodded at clan leader Yi. Wang Lijing said, "So, it's likely they are targeting us. But why would they come after us simple folks?" "Because they need more people," Shuyun replied. "I think they are eager to grow their numbers. The rebels are planning to revolt. With only a few hundred people in various places, they might not even be able to attack the county town. They definitely need to increase their forces. They are in a hurry. Otherwise, why would they start causing trouble before the festival?" During festivals, local officials strengthen security to prevent theft and robbery. They choose this time to cause trouble because it's not wise to do so otherwise, so they only target remote villages like Gushi Village. "Are they trying to force us to join them?" Yi Zheng asked, wide-eyed. "They say we can join if we want, but I would never join, even if I had to die," Yi Liang said angrily. "This group of refugees is heartless and evil. He refuses to help them do wrong. What if they threaten you, your brother, your wife, or children?" After asking, Yi Liang fell silent. His family is his life. He lowered his head, squatted down, and punched the ground in frustration. Everyone present felt heavy-hearted. Each person has family, and they all know men have to work hard to survive. If women are harmed, are we just going to sit here and wait for disaster? Wang Chuanfa looked at Wang Lijing. Wang Lijing looked at Xu Yun. "Maybe we should report this to the authorities first," Xu Yun suggested. "The officials might not send many people now. We still have to rely on ourselves," she added. "What can we do?" Wang Chuanfa sighed. "Maybe we should run away." "Run where?" "Our families have lived here for generations. Our roots are here. Are you really willing to leave?" asked Yi clan leader. Who wouldn't want to stay? But this is a life-threatening situation. Nothing is more important than life. Xu Yun believed that once this news spread, many others would think like Wang Chuanfa. Wang Lijing also realized this and sternly scolded Wang Chuanfa. Old leader, your unfilial idea of abandoning our ancestors is far from acceptable, he said seriously to everyone. And besides tonight, no one else is allowed to spread this news. Yi Shouyang's legs went numb, and he moved his chair back. That's not good. If we want to prepare, how can we do that without the villagers knowing? Wang Lijing waved his hand. That's none of your business. I'll handle it tomorrow. Shu, do you really have no way? After half a year, Wang Lijing had to admit that Xu Yun was extraordinary. She was clever, quick-witted, innovative, and bold. Her actions often produced strange but effective results, unlike a typical farmer's wife. He guessed that Xu Yun's family might have once been a noble family that fell into decline. Only such a family could raise someone as smart as her. Furthermore, Xu Yun appeared very calm, not at all panicked like others, so he guessed she must have a plan. Xu Yun shook her head. For now, we can only take a gamble. How do we gamble? Bet that they don't want to waste soldiers now. First, the watchtower in the village must be guarded day and night, patrols should be increased, and all the idle young men should be trained. Xu Yun explained. Wang Lijing squinted and asked suspiciously, will that be enough? That's just the basics. The most important thing is what comes next. Listen to me, Lijing. Tomorrow you just say. Wang Lijing became more nervous. Will that work? Xu Yun raised an eyebrow. If it works or not, you'll find out if you try. Wang Lijing clenched his teeth and said, all right, I'll try. There's no other choice now. After Wang Lijing and Wang Chuanfa left, Xu Yun reminded Leader Yi and others, Big Brother Yi, you and Changming will leave early tomorrow for Fengshui Town. Brother Zhuang, you go with them. Be quick there and back, and be careful on the way. Sherdai Hai said, perfect, I still haven't returned the card I borrowed. You can take it and use it to save some effort. Okay. Yi Zheng nodded. The next day, before dawn, Yi Zheng and the others set out. Wang Lijing also sent someone to the county office. When morning came, he started beating the copper bell to gather everyone. What's going on? Why is Lijing calling us all out again? I don't know. Let's listen first. I'm tired of hearing that bell. Every time, it's never anything good. Wang Lijing rang the bell twice more and shouted, quiet. He felt a bit guilty about what he was about to say and glanced at Xu Yun. Xu Yun nodded at him. Wang Lijing steadied himself and said, I received news from the Yamen that they found refugees in the neighboring county. The villagers were shocked, some happy, some worried. Quiet. Wang Lijing rang the bell again and continued, although the people haven't been caught yet, the county magistrate of the neighboring county has reported it to the higher officials. They asked us to help catch them, and officials will come to assist. As long as someone reports the whereabouts of refugees, they will be rewarded with 3 or 2 silver coins. Whoever catches a refugee will get 10 taels, 2 refugees 20 taels, and so on. 3 or 2 silver coins already tempted many, not to mention 10 or 20 taels. These common folk might not earn that in 5 or 6 years. Even with danger, it was very tempting. The crowd started to get restless. Lijing, is this true? Someone asked. Wang Lijing cleared his throat and said, of course it's true. Actually, it's false. This was Xu Yun's idea. To resist the wandering refugees, we can't tell everyone everything about them, but we also can't hide it all. First, the villagers need to believe that the danger from the refugees isn't immediate and that the government has their back, so they feel safe. Second, there should be big rewards. Generous rewards will motivate brave people. This makes sense. If I catch 10 refugees, I get 100 taels of silver, a man said eagerly, rubbing his hands. Someone nearby scoffed, you? Catch 10? Better you don't lose your life trying. I'll gather my brothers from my family. If I can't catch 10, catching 1 or 2 is fine. When people heard about the shiny silver, they got excited and forgot that those refugees had once killed someone. Just as everyone was talking excitedly, Wang Lijing once again knocked on a gong. He used his usual way of convincing villagers and said seriously, I know everyone wants to earn this reward money. I want to earn it too. But we can't be reckless. 1 or 2 people won't do much. If we act rashly, it could bring trouble to the village. Remember, those refugees are not easy to deal with. So, we need to work together. When we make money, everyone will share it. Is that okay? Okay. The men answered together.
Good.
Now listen to my plan. The patrol team will keep patrolling, and the tower guard will keep watching. The patrol and tower guards will work hard and get 2 plain bread buns every day. If we catch the refugees, everyone will get more money. Before Wang Lijing finished, there was more noise below.
Huh.
We get plain bread buns and more money? I want to join too. Exactly, they're getting all the benefits. We're losing out. Xu Yan already knew some people wouldn't be happy about missing out on the rewards, so she signaled Wang Lijing to continue with her instructions. Wang Lijing shouted loudly, Quiet. What are you making noise for? Can't you wait until I finish? And what's so urgent?
I was just about to speak.
The unhappy ones immediately quieted down. Wang Lijing said, For those not chosen for the patrol or tower guard, there are other arrangements. If you do well, you'll get rewards too. What kind of arrangements? Actually, Xu Yan's plan was to confuse the rebels, making them think the villagers were brave and supported by skilled people. If the rebels rushed in recklessly, they wouldn't gain much. First, we need to remove the villagers' fear so that when facing the enemy, they become excited and feel more confident. Second, we should set up a few obvious traps near the village entrance to make the rebels think there might be skilled fighters inside, which will make them hesitant. Third, it will depend on Wang Lijing's performance at that time. However, this plan can only be used once. When the rebels come again, it won't work anymore, so Xu Yan said it's a gamble. Set some traps in front of the village, Wang Lijing said. What kind of traps? Any kind, even those used for hunting wild animals. Brother Shida, Deng Hai, since you two used to be hunters, I'll leave this to you. Take some people to set traps at the village entrance. Wang Lijing directly assigned the task. Shida and Deng Hai responded politely. After giving out the task, Xu Yan didn't have anything else to do, so she took the children to Luyang town. At the Four Seas Agency, Xu Yan and Zhong Ding discussed the discovery of the refugees. Did you report it to the officials? Zhong Ding asked anxiously. I sent someone to report, but I think it won't help much. Zhong Ding nodded. He thought the same. Originally, he planned to wait for Xu Yan to pick up the grain today and then go to the neighboring county to investigate, but unexpectedly, the refugees returned to their county and even tried to capture people. It seems he doesn't need to go to the neighboring county after all. Brother Zhong, I might need to ask you to help me buy 500 jin of grain. You should buy some for yourself too, Xu Yan said. Zhong Ding smiled. Coincidentally, I bought an extra 500 jin. You can take it all. Xu Yan shook her head. That extra 500 jin is probably for you. I can't take it. Please help me buy some more. Besides, the grain guardians are only interested in rice and aged rice, so it wouldn't be right to take it back. Zhong Ding looked hesitant. 500 jin is quite a lot. I can't buy that much all at once. I can only buy about 2 sure of grain in town. Buying more might attract attention. I'm not worried about attracting attention. I'm afraid if I don't buy now, it will be difficult later, Xu Yan replied. If she doesn't buy now, when the refugees arrive, grain prices will definitely rise, and even if they rise, it might be hard to buy that much later. So, it's better to buy as much as possible now. Xu Yan told Zhong Ding the amount of rice and aged rice that Yi Shouyang and others needed, as well as the millet that Yi Niu wanted. All right, you guys sit here for a moment. I'll go buy it now, Zhong Ding said. Wait, Brother Zhong, I want to see the 2,000 jin of grain first, Xu Yan said. It's in the warehouse.
Come on, I'll take you there.
Zhong Ding strode ahead. Originally, it was a weapons storage room, but to store grain, Zhong Ding sorted out the weapons and armor boxes. Over 2,000 jin of grain filled the entire warehouse. Such a large amount of grain. Where did you buy it from? Xu Yan asked in surprise. She had never realized that over 2,000 jin was such a lot. Buying so much grain elsewhere would raise suspicion, and transportation would also be a problem. Zhongding looked a bit proud. I asked my brothers at the neighboring county's agency to help me buy it. I told them I needed it for a major project, and I also put in an order for the 2,500 jin of grain. The brothers from the neighboring county earned some silver coins too. Xu Yan looked at him with admiration. Zhongding was very careful in his work. Having the agency deliver the grain was absolutely foolproof, and he even made a good impression on his brothers. Impressive. However, he must have spent quite a bit of silver. Xu Yan planned to leave some grain in the warehouse as a thank you for his help and to cover the silver he spent. If she asked him now, he probably wouldn't tell the truth, and he wouldn't accept money either. Thank you, Brother Zhong. Later, the villagers will help me transport the grain. Can I go into the agency? Of course, Zhongding said with a smile. Since it's still early, I'll go buy the grain for you quickly. Sister-in-law, feel free to do as you like. Wait a moment, Brother Zhong. The last 500 jin, the villagers probably can't move at all, so could you please lend me a cart from the grain shop? Sure, no problem. After agreeing, Zhongding quickly left. Xu Yan nodded, letting the two siblings keep watch, while she went inside to store the grain in the space. Apart from the 500 jin Zhongding bought himself, Xu Yan left him 300 jin, and the remaining 1,700 jin she stored away. Fortunately, she had previously cleared out a room. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space. Once the 1,700 jin of grain entered the space, it filled the master bedroom, leaving no room. Xu Yan moved some to another room. Luckily, her house was new and unfurnished, or she would have had to move out the furniture first. After finishing storing the grain, Xu Yan closed the warehouse door and went to the general store to buy salt from shopkeeper Zheng. Miss Xu, you're buying so much salt? Shopkeeper Zheng asked. Salt is a controlled item. She needed over 50 jin of coarse salt and 20 jin of fine salt, so Zheng's shopkeeper naturally asked. Since it's the festival season, I'm buying for the villagers, she replied. Oh, you're from Gushi village, right? Zheng's shopkeeper asked again. If there were any issues later, she could just go to Gushi village to find someone. Yes, Xu Yan answered. All right, I'll weigh it for you. A wooden box for salt had a hanging scale, with an iron weight on one side and a wooden container, like a ladle on the other. Salt was placed in the container to weigh it. If the amount was just right, it could be directly packed into bags. Shopkeeper Zheng first weighed fine salt, and with his skill, he scooped 2 ladles, which exactly weighed 20 jin. He then weighed coarse salt, doing this back and forth 4 or 5 times. In less than 10 minutes, all the salt was weighed. After storing the salt properly, Xu Yan hurried back quickly. About half an hour later, 2 workers arrived with a cart, struggling to pull it. Behind them, Zhongding ran quickly into the back door, brought out a horse, and tied the cart to it. Older sister-in-law, you can come up. I'll take you back, he said. Xu Yan naturally didn't refuse. She had originally wanted to ask Zhongding for help to send them back. The cart moved slowly. When they reached the area around Nanshan, Shida Hai told his father about the trap and then slipped out with Yi Zhuang to wait for Xu Yan. Zhongding saw the 2 men and thought they were bandits, so he was about to draw his sword. Brother Zhong, don't be nervous. They're here to help me carry grain. We're returning along the mountain path. Zhongding understood Xu Yan's meaning. Traveling through the village was too conspicuous, and taking the mountain route was much more discreet. He helped Yi Zhuang and Shida Hai carry 500 jin of grain into the mountains, then moved it into the hunting hut 1 bag at a time. Zhongding also needed to go back to bring his own grain and make a trip to the main office, so he left first. This was the first time Xu Yan and the others visited the hunting hut, which was located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by lush vegetation and tall trees, hidden behind the trees. Because Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el were there, Xu Yan took the children back first, leaving Yi Zhuang and Shida Hai to slowly carry the grain. After they finished moving the 500 jin, Yi Zheng, Yi Chang, and Zhang Shuangzhu also returned. But Yi Zhuang and Shida Hai were exhausted and almost collapsed. They could only stay to help at the hunting hut and couldn't run up and down the mountain anymore. Fortunately, Zhang Shuangzhu remembered the way, and the three slowly finished moving everything in about 2 hours. Shida Hai rested well, then pulled the cart back to town and returned it. The others also went back to the village. Back in the village, Shuyan first checked the work at the village entrance, advising Shida to make the traps more obvious. 3 days later, all the traps at the village entrance were set up, just waiting for the refugees to arrive. On a quiet afternoon, the village ahead lit up with firelight, and the patrol team returned to report to the people in the tower. The tower's people hurriedly rang the copper bell to warn the whole village. Wang Lijing rushed out, Shu's lost one, and asked, "What's going on? Are they here?" The patrol hurried forward to reply, "Village head, the refugees are in the village ahead. Over there." The person sent to investigate couldn't bear to speak after seeing the tragic scene. "Hurry up and tell me. Are you trying to make me panic?" Wang village head urged. Those refugees started killing as soon as they entered the village. Then they took control of all the women, children, and elders. The men were all chained together and locked in one place. They also assaulted a few young wives and then made the villagers cook for them. That's. Wang village head stammered in panic. He hadn't expected the refugees to be so terrifying. Village head, Shu Yun left the children at home. She called Leader Yi to gather the villagers. When Shu Yun arrived, Wang village head felt like a savior, and his heart calmed a little. "Shu clan, what should we do?" "Village head, don't panic. Follow our plan. I heard everything just now. The refugees have taken control of the village ahead. While they rest and eat, we need to prepare quickly." "Yes, yes." Wang village head quickly straightened his expression, gathered all the villagers, put on his shoes, and changed into clean clothes. Thanks to previous drills, the villagers assembled very quickly. Wang village head stood at the front, holding a horn and shouting. This horn was provided by Shu Yun, and the guards at the watchtower at the village entrance also had one. "Everyone listen to me. The refugees are in the village ahead and are coming here soon. Our rule is, make money if you can. Although they pay 10 taels per person, if you can't catch anyone, you must protect yourselves. Follow orders strictly. Anyone who acts on their own today will be considered a traitor to the village. Do you understand?" "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. "Good." "Leaders of each team, take your members and get ready. Everyone move out." Wang village head didn't really understand what a team was, but he trusted Shu Yun. They just divided tasks and worked together. Some teams set traps, others formed lines, and there was even a gossip group for women. Meanwhile, in the village ahead, the refugees had eaten their fill. "Big brother, when will we attack the next one?" A man with pimples and a face full of acne, who had a piece of chicken stuck in his teeth, asked the man sitting above him. He was big and burly, with a pair of drooping eyes, known as Old Zhao. He was holding a trembling woman in his arms. He didn't answer and lifted the woman's chin, but she refused to resist. Losing interest, he slapped her and picked up a large knife from the table, then said, "Let's go. Li San, leave half of the brothers here to guard, and the others follow me." After speaking, Leader Zhao turned his horse around, waved his whip, and a group of people followed quickly behind. 5 miles from the entrance of Gushi village, he saw the watchtower at the village entrance from afar and stopped his horse. "Boss, what's wrong?" Li Wu asked. "Look over there." Leader Zhao pointed to the watchtower standing out among the low houses, like a crane among chickens. "Strange, this small mountain village actually built a guard tower," Li Wu said in surprise. "I feel something's off. Let's check it out first." "Yes." Li Wu waved to the team behind him. Someone came up and said, "Go see if there's anything unusual about that village." "Yes." The person received the order and quickly went ahead. Soon, he returned, kneeling on one knee in front of Leader Zhao's horse, clasping his fists and saying, "Boss, there are some traps at the village entrance ahead. We need to be careful when we go through." Leader Zhao frowned slightly. "Let's go and take a look." When they boldly arrived at the village entrance, Leader Zhao was even more confused. The villagers saw them but showed no fear at all. Women sat under big trees chatting, Children chased each other, and elders sat at their doorways chatting casually. Only when the bell on the watchtower rang did people start gathering. At this moment, Wang Li came out with a gentle smile on his face.
Who are you?
What are you doing in our village? Li Wu narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, We are refugees. Hearing this, Wang Li's expression seemed to tense for a moment. Leader Zhao was somewhat satisfied. This is right. Ordinary people should look at them as if they were the king of showing his dominance. But soon, Wang Li relaxed again. Oh, I thought you were officials. Since you're refugees, we won't trouble you. Leave quickly. Li Wu looked at Leader Zhao. They're not afraid of refugees, but fear officials. Could these people be bandits? Are you not afraid of us? Leader Zhao asked suspiciously.
Ha ha ha.
The villagers started laughing as if they had heard a funny joke. All right, leave quickly. Don't linger at our village entrance. I tell you, there are traps buried here. If you take 2 more steps forward, you'll die. When Wang Lijing said this, his expression was meant to show a mix of slight disdain, a bit of dominance, and finally a gentle tone, just as Xuyun described. He had practiced this look for a long time to achieve the perfect effect. After speaking, Wang Lijing told everyone not to watch the spectacle here and to go about their business. Old Zhao was even more confused. The village was strange. Why would an ordinary village set traps and guard towers at the entrance? And why didn't the villagers seem afraid when they saw them? Instead, they looked calm, as if they weren't scared at all. Seeing them was like seeing ordinary passers-by. They looked no different. Li Wu was upset and angrily said to old Zhao, Boss, these villagers look down on us. Let's rush in and scare them a bit. The villagers seemed to hear Li Wu's words and turned to look at them with fierce, wolf-like eyes. The men looked excited, as if saying, Come on, try us. Wang Lijing shouted, What are you doing? Can't control your hands? If someone gets hurt again, I won't cover for you this time. The men then stopped their fierce looks and politely said to Wang Lijing, No, Lijing, we dare not. We're going back now. Old Zhao heard this and became even more convinced that this village was not simple. He only had about 50 brothers, and if they got killed here, it would be hard to explain. Anyway, there were other villages nearby. They could go to another village and wait until more people gathered before coming back to take this village. Wang Lijing and the others didn't go home right away. Instead, they hid behind the watchtower, waiting for the signal from the people on top. Soon, someone on the tower whistled, and everyone relaxed. Great, they're gone. Looks like they're heading to Dashishan village. We didn't make any money this time. The villagers fell silent. They had seen the refugees with their own eyes. Those people didn't look easy to deal with. They had just gathered their courage to act brave. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. They had thought refugees were all skinny and hungry, but these people looked fierce, like bandits or robbers. Luckily, they managed to scare them off. Otherwise, they would have ended up as miserable as the villagers before. All right, for now, everything's fine. Everyone go back home and do what they need to do, Wang Lijing ordered. Everyone dispersed. After so many tense days, it was time to relax. The new year was coming soon. Wait, Lijing. Xuyun stopped Wang Lijing, who was about to leave. Send 2 reliable people to sneak over from the back of the mountain. Check the situation in Dashi village and the follow-up actions of the refugees. They won't stay in our area forever. Okay. Wang Lijing immediately waved to 2 patrol team members, whispered a few words in their ears, and they nodded quickly. They hurriedly headed up the mountain behind. What can we do next? Wang Lijing asked. Wait for the people we sent out to return. Then, Xuyun headed back home. She was tired after a long afternoon and needed rest. It was also time to eat. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el knew there was big news in the village today, so they stayed quietly at home. When it was time, they steamed rice and washed the vegetables. Mother, you're back. Come sit here and warm up. As soon as the door opened, Yi Chang'el came out from the kitchen to greet her, inviting Xuyun to sit by the fire. Mother, have some hot water. Yi Chang'an brought over warm water. He was thoughtful. The water was just the right temperature to drink. After drinking the hot water, Xuyun felt a bit warmer and more comfortable. While she was warming herself by the fire, Yi Changel stood on a small stool with Yi Chang'an to finish preparing the vegetables. As it got dark, Wang Lijing and the village chief arrived holding torches, along with their son. Yi Qi's wife, the people we sent out have returned. Shuyan invited them into the kitchen because it was cold outside. What did they find out? Shuyan asked. After the refugees left our village, they went to Dashi village ahead. They stole food from the villagers and killed their livestock. Many people took the opportunity to run into the mountains. Those who couldn't escape were captured. And what about the village ahead?
Well,
The village chief sighed at this. When the refugees came to us, they probably fought with the remaining refugees, angering them. Several were killed, some escaped, but those who didn't manage to run away were captured, just like in Dashi village. Only some elders and children are left. Wang Lijing and the others were silent, unsure whether they felt sad for those people or relieved that Gushi village had escaped disaster. Sure, the refugees have left. Can we finally relax? Wang Lijing asked. Shuyan shook her head. Let's see what the government does. At least we can have a peaceful new year. As for what happens next, she couldn't say for sure. This was only the first wave of the rebels' actions. There would be a second, a third, until the court decided they were a serious threat and had to send a large army to suppress them. Li Zheng, please keep an eye on the government news, Shuyan said. Don't worry. Within a couple of days, Wang Li Zheng received news. Several villages had lost many villagers, which drew high attention from the authorities. Rumor had it that the prefecture had sent people to investigate. Official patrols searched tirelessly everywhere for the missing villagers, but it was as if these people had vanished into thin air. They couldn't find any trace. The villagers felt somewhat relieved. The government had sent troops, so the wandering people could rest for a while. At least they could enjoy the new year peacefully. Time quickly passed, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Shuyan and the others happily used red paper to make flowers and small red lanterns to decorate their home. Mother, look at this flower I made. How does it look? Yi Changel pinched her fingers, showing Shuyan a delicate small red flower she had crafted. Very pretty, Shuyan said with a smile. Shuyan's flower-making skills weren't complicated. She only knew how to make the kind of red flowers she learned from her teacher in kindergarten, but she enlarged them into big red flowers. Mother Yun, what are you guys doing? Ma Shi entered the yard, where a sea of bright red flowers and joyful decorations lay on the ground. Grandmama, Mother is teaching us how to make red flowers, Yi Changel said with a smile. Ma Shi bent down and picked a red flower from the ground. This flower looks quite festive. Grandmama, if you like it, take a few home, Shuyan said as she finished making another flower. Good idea, Ma Shi said without hesitation, grabbing a few flowers. Then she added, why don't you all come to my house for New Year's dinner tonight? My husband and I are all alone, so bring the children along. We can sit by the fire and welcome the new year together. Sounds good. Ma Shi and Yi Sholiang, the elderly couple, had no children of their own. Every year during the new year, the house felt cold and lonely. Perhaps with their company and the children's presence, their sadness would lessen. Shuyan genuinely liked these kind and gentle elders. Let me help you decorate the red flowers, then we can go together, Ma Shi said. The dull-colored house was now decorated with bright red accents, instantly changing its look and seeming more lively. Shuyan took the iron pot she had prepared earlier and brought out the bone broth that had been simmering in a clay pot. She also asked her two siblings to bring some meat and vegetables, along with her homemade pickled vegetables. What's this new thing? Curious, Yi Sholiang stared at the large iron pot divided into two sections that she was holding. His instinct told him that tonight they would enjoy a good meal again. Sholiang uncle, you'll find out tonight, Shuyan smiled. Can you help me bring the stove over?
of course, I'll go now.
Chang'an, take Grandpa Sholiang with you, Shuyan said. Okay. Yi Chang'an put the vegetable basket in the kitchen, then took Sholiang away. After Shuyan finished preparing the sour vegetable hot pot base, she and Ma Shi started cutting meat and vegetables. Her knife skills weren't as pretty as those in a shop, but she still tried to cut the meat thinly, so it would taste better. She sliced fish, pork, and chicken and also made fish balls, though it was hard work, so she only made 10, enough for each person to have 2. She added the ingredients to both the bone soup pot and the sour vegetable pot. When the food was half-cooked, she moved the iron pot onto the stove and simmered it on low heat. Shuyun invited everyone to sit around and enjoy the cooked food from the pot. "This is the first time I've seen this way of eating." Sholyang and Ma Shi, who had never been to the county town and never seen a hot pot, found it quite novel. "Here, try it and see how it tastes. I made the sour vegetables myself. See if it's flavorful enough." The fish cooked quickly, so Shuyun scooped some fish into the sour vegetable pot for the elderly couple. She also served fish to the 2 siblings, warning them to be careful of the fish bones. "Not bad, really good. The sour vegetables are just right. Sitting around the stove like this is quite warm." Sholyang took a bite and was still savoring the flavor when his chopsticks couldn't resist grabbing a second piece of fish. Ma Shi nodded in agreement. Yun is clever. She always comes up with something different to eat. This hot pot was really good, easy, and delicious to cook and eat. All 5 finished their dishes, each drank a bowl of soup, then moved to the main hall to sit by the fire pit, chatting, drinking tea, and snacking. They planned to stay up all night to celebrate the new year, but Shuyun didn't think it was a big deal. Yi Chang'an and his sister couldn't stay awake either, so after midnight, they said their goodbyes and left. Sholyang and Ma Shi saw their mother and the 2 children to the door, waved goodbye, and then headed back. That night, the whole village happily welcomed the new year, except Wang Dihuo, who hurried to Wang Lijing's house. Brother, Zhang Matzi is missing," he said urgently. Wang Lijing looked at his sons and pulled Wang Dihuo aside. "If he's missing, he's just missing. Why are you making such a fuss?" "Brother, wasn't it you who sent him out?" Wang Da asked. "What did I send him out for?" Wang Lijing rolled his eyes. "What's your problem with him?" Wang Dihuo looked away nervously. Nothing. Laozi warns you. Don't think about doing anything bad. The outside is not safe now, and our village can't afford any trouble. That rascal Zhang Matzi should never come back." Actually, Zhang Matzi is missing, which makes Wang Lijing very happy. He once had murderous thoughts against Shuyun because of forced labor, but he can't let her find out. Now, everything depends on her. Wang Da nods eagerly. I know. I just want him to get a good sword, so he can defend himself later. The court controls weapons, and blacksmiths can't just make swords freely. Stop dreaming. He's not a vagrant, he doesn't have that much skill. If he wants a good sword, he can just take your kitchen knife. Wang Lijing finds Wang Da's words strange, so he turns around and goes inside. Wang Da feels the outside is too chaotic. The officials haven't caught even half a vagrant. If more come, having a good weapon will make him feel safer. He doesn't want his family to suffer like those in neighboring villages and Dashishan village, where everyone has lost family members and people are crying every day. I heard some elders even went blind from crying. That's so sad. On the first morning of the new year, 6 families come to visit Shuyun and wish her well. Shuyun prepares roasted chestnuts and homemade sour jujube candies for the children. The children, with sweet mouths, accept the gifts and thank her together. Thank you, Auntie Shu. Happy New Year. Wishing you good luck, and everything goes smoothly. Good. Shuyun smiles and pats their heads. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'e look at Shuyun eagerly. Shuyun immediately understands what they mean. If you want to go play, just go. Okay, mother. We'll be back soon, Yi Chang'an says sensibly. Not long after, Yi Xiaohua arrives. Shuyun warmly invites her in, but she shakes her head and refuses. She takes out a few candies from her pocket and says, Second aunt, Happy New Year. Shuyun knows these candies are the best gift Xiaohua can give, so she accepts them without feeling disappointed. Happy New Year. Shuyun also gives Xiaohua some snacks to keep, then eats slowly herself. She can't give more than that now. At this moment, Granny Ge and others are clinging to Xiaohua like leeches, feeding on her. The more she gives, the more they eat, and the fuller they feel. Xiaohua, did you dig up the yam as I asked? Yes, I heard second aunt and dug dozens of jean. I hid them all, Xiaohua nods. Dozens of jean are not enough. You need to keep digging and try to find a hiding spot no one else can find, understand? Shuyun says seriously. Yes, I understand, second aunt Xiaohua replies. I'll find a good hiding place. How sister-in-law says it, she will do it accordingly. Shuyun furrowed her brows tightly before relaxing them. If the officials do not find any more refugees soon, they will withdraw their personnel in a few days, and the refugees will return. As expected, on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, during the Lantern Festival, most of the officials withdrew their people, but there was no sign of the refugees. This made her more worried. The calm before the storm is the most frightening. Mother, Uncle Dahan caught a wild chicken. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle came back from playing outside, excitedly telling Shuyun how good Dahan's skills were and how easily he caught the clever, agile wild chicken. Mother, I think that wild chicken's feathers look very similar to the ones we saw in Nanshan before, Yi Changle recalled. Yi Chang'an stroked his chin, acting like a little adult. I think it's definitely that one, no mistake. Mother, Uncle Dahan will go to catch wild chickens again tomorrow. Come with us, Yi Changle begged, swinging Shuyun's arm. All right, I'll go too, Shuyun agreed immediately. She also wanted to learn Dahan's technique for catching wild chickens and remember the cave on the hillside, which she thought could be a good hiding spot. The next day, in the forest, Shuyun, Zhang Xinghua, and a group of children quietly watched a wild chicken walk into Dahan's trap. They pulled the rope, and the chicken was caught. The children clapped and cheered. Wow! Uncle Dahan is amazing! Shuyun's eyes shone brightly. Sister Xinghua, can you set a trap for chickens? Zhang Xinghua shook her head. I'm not very good at it. Dahan tried to teach me several times, but I still haven't learned. Chickens are very clever. They don't fall into my traps. Dahan carefully tied the wild chicken and placed it in a basket, then walked over and said to Zhang Xinghua, No worries, I'll teach you slowly. You'll learn eventually. The newlyweds, just starting their life together, were in the honeymoon phase. Just a simple sentence between them was so sweet it made people's teeth ache. Shuyun felt like she and the children had become shiny light bulbs in front of them. To check if the cave could be a good hiding spot, Shuyun had to act like a bright light bulb. Brother Dahan, I've been worried about the refugees coming back. Staying at home isn't safe. We need a more secret hiding place, she said quickly, catching Dahan off guard. It was only then that Zhang Xinghua followed her lead, saying, We could go to the hunting lodge on the mountain. No, that's not good. If anyone goes up Nanshan, the hunting lodge will definitely be discovered. Again, we still have food stored there. In fact, the hunting cabin at the seaside can also serve as a temporary shelter, but it's not very hidden. Not to mention the rebels, even villagers could easily find it. That's true, said Shurdahai. In the past, he and his father built a wooden hut there mainly for hunting and resting. They didn't think about hiding from people, only animals. I have a very secret place, said Shuyun. Shurdahai asked, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Shuyun told Yi Chang'an's siblings to go back first with Zhang Daxiong and Zhang Yener. She and Shurdahai would go together. They circled from the foot of the southern mountain to a narrow canyon at the edge of the sky, and Shurdahai and Zhang Xinghua looked at the tight entrance, amazed. Shuyun led the way and warned, The path ahead is even narrower. Brother Shur, Sister Xinghua, be careful. Got it, said Shurdahai, a strong man. As he squeezed through the mountain gap, he took deep breaths, worried about getting stuck. When they reached the open cliff, Shurdahai finally exhaled heavily. Wow, there's such a place where you can see the big river below directly. It's so beautiful, said Zhang Xinghua happily. Shuyun only saw the steepness and felt it was dangerous. Shu Mei, is this the hiding place you mentioned? Shurdahai asked. It was quite secretive. No, Brother Shur, look down there, said Shuyun. Both Shurdahai and Zhang Xinghua looked in the direction Shuyun pointed. On the cliff, 2 crooked trees grew. Are you talking about that cave hidden behind those 2 trees? Shurdahai asked. Yes, Brother Shur, you have good eyes. Most people wouldn't notice this place. Do you have a way to get into that cave? Shuyun asked. It's not hard. I just need 2 vines, said Shurdahai. Zhang Xinghua was worried and asked, It's very high below. Are you sure it's safe? Hai replied, no problem. I'll tie the vines around my waist. I won't fall. There are trees underneath to cushion me.
Trust me.
Zhang Xinghua looked up at the two trees, making sure they were sturdy before helping Hai find vines on the mountain wall. Shuya noticed that Hai's way of making ropes was different from usual. When asked, she learned it was a special skill of hunters, making the rope stronger. After the ropes were made, Hai tied one end to a big rock, pulled hard to check its strength, and then slowly started exploring down the mountain wall. Zhang Xinghua's heart was pounding in her chest as she nervously watched Hai. Shuyan also looked on carefully, but she was confident that Hai could succeed. Sure enough, after climbing up the crooked tree, Hai leapt over the mountain cave. After a while, there was no sign of him. Zhang Xinghua couldn't help but shout, Hai, how are you? Are you still there? Zhang Xinghua called out several times, but Hai did not answer. She and Shuyan grew more nervous, and Zhang Xinghua even considered tying a rope to climb down.
Xinghua, don't worry.
Wait a little longer, Shuyan said, pulling her back.
But, Hai.
Just then, the rope on the rock moved, and Hai pulled himself up. Are you okay, Hai? Zhang Xinghua asked, checking him carefully for injuries. Shuyan also asked, Brother Shur, are you alright? Hai waved his hand.
I'm fine.
The cave is pretty big. From the entrance to the inside, it's about 6 or 7 meters, and I found a narrow at the very back. I tried for a long time, but couldn't squeeze through. I don't know where it leads. Where does it lead? Shuyan looked at the path she came from. The cave inside goes deeper into the southern mountains. She wanted to see where that led. Brother Shur, do you think I can squeeze through that? Hai looked at her slim figure. Well, you can't be sure. Then, can you help me go down? I want to try, Shuyan said. Forget it, girl. It's very dangerous. Why do we need to check that? Zhang Xinghua was worried. She watched anxiously as Hai climbed down the mountain wall. I'm just curious. Maybe there's a bigger space inside, or another exit. We could bring our supplies through, Shuyan explained. Although the cave was hard to find, not everyone had Hai's skills to jump into the entrance from the mountain wall. If there was another opening, it would be much more convenient. Finding a hidden spot here was difficult. If not in the southern mountains, then across the river, though that would be even less safe and more troublesome. Since we're already here, might as well check it out. Zhang Xinghua glanced at Hai, hoping he would persuade Shuyan. Hai scratched his head. Xinghua, I also want to see what's inside.
I even heard water sounds.
There must be a secret inside. Maybe there's treasure. Zhang Xinghua rolled her eyes at him. Silly guy, men are often just like children at heart. Seeing how persistent Shuyan was, Zhang Xinghua said, Sister Shu, why don't I go instead? I can go with Daxing. When I reach that, I will tie a rope around my waist. If anything happens, I will pull the rope. No, it's too dangerous, Shuyan replied. Is it not dangerous if you go? Zhang Xinghua asked. Yes, standing on the hillside, although the trees on the cliff help with climbing, the height is still scary. Enough. You two stop arguing. Xinghua, you go with me, said Hai. He thought that helping Shuyan into the cave would involve physical contact, so it was easier to go with Xinghua. Brother Hai, are you sure you can guarantee both of our safety? Shuyan asked. If safety can't be guaranteed, then forget it. Safety comes first. Look, the cliff is full of trees. I can use them for support. If I tighten the rope with Xinghua, it will be fine, Hai said confidently. Seeing Hai's confidence, Shuyan felt relieved and let them go. Hai first tied the rope to Xinghua. Then he descended a little first, guiding her step by step to use the trees for support and climb down carefully. Maybe with Hai there, Xinghua didn't show any fear. She followed him slowly and safely reached the cave entrance. Relax, Sister Shu. We've arrived, Hai shouted upward. Okay, I understand. Be careful, Shuyan replied downward. Xinghua followed Hai into the narrow he mentioned. She was petite and could turn sideways to fit through, so Hai tied the rope around her. Xinghua, there shouldn't be any danger inside. If anything happens, pull the rope Daxahai advised. Based on his hunter's instinct, there were no fierce animals inside, so it should be safe. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, Xinhua said, taking a deep breath and squeezing into the step by step. Daxahai held the rope and slowly moved forward. After about a tea break, Daxahai tried calling out, Xinhua, how are you? There was no response. Daxahai felt a little nervous and called a few more times, still no reply. He became anxious and pulled the rope. This time, from inside, Xinghua's voice came out, Daxahai, don't pull me. After a while, Zhang Xinghua turned back and said, Dahai, the inside is very spacious. The further we go, the more light and wind there are. It should be like Xu Mei said, there is another exit. Unfortunately, the rope isn't long enough. I need to untie it and go further to see. Please tell Xu Mei so she won't worry waiting. Shida Hai heard that the inside was safe and felt relieved. He then went to the cave entrance and shouted upward, Xu Mei, we're fine. Xinghua said it's very big inside, and we want to explore more. You can stay calm and wait above. Xu Yan was also waiting anxiously above. When she heard Shida Hai, her worried heart finally eased. Zhang Xinghua untied the rope and moved forward. Inside was a natural limestone cave filled with strange stalactites. A few rays of sunlight shone through the sparse openings above. Looking up, she didn't know which sky pit she was in. The pit didn't seem deep, but the surrounding area was covered with grass and trees. Zhang Xinghua climbed up a vine nearby and stood on a tree branch. She emerged outside. It was still on the hillside of Nanshan, but on the other side of the mountain. A few hundred meters ahead, she could see a corner of Gushi village. Shuyan had been waiting for half an hour and felt a little impatient. She couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth. At that moment, a person stepped out from the shadow behind her, slowly reaching out a hand. Shuyan sensed someone behind her. Her body hair stood up, but she dared not turn around. Her eyes kept searching the ground for something she could use to fight back. Just as she was about to crouch down and pick up a sharp stone, the person suddenly spoke. Shuyan grabbed the stone and turned around to throw it at the person. Xu Mei, don't be afraid. It's me. Shuyan looked carefully and recognized it was Zhang Xinghua. Xinghua, sister-in-law, you scared me to death, she sighed in relief, patting her chest.
Shorty, Xu Mei.
I usually walk quietly, I didn't mean to scare you. Xu Yun's tense mood eased, and she looked at Zhang Xinghua happily. You came from my side? Is there really another exit in that mountain cave below? Zhang Xinghua nodded. Yes, I crawled out from another hole on the other side. Then call Brother Shi to come along. Let's go see together, Xu Yun suggested. Xu Yun and Shida Hai followed Zhang Xinghua to the front of the hole. Zhang Xinghua said, This hole is covered with grass and trees. It looks dark and deep, but it's actually not deep. All right, I'll go down and take a look first. Shi Hai tied the vine to a nearby big tree and slowly climbed down the cave wall, using his feet to support himself. Once on the ground, he said, I estimate it's about 5 meters from the cave entrance. All right, Brother Shi, you come up first. I'll come down and take a look too. Okay. Shi Hai pulled up the rope and untied it from his waist. Xu Mei, are you okay? Zhang Xinghua asked worriedly. No problem. It's only 5 meters and Brother Shi made the rope so strong. It's safe. Xu Yun smiled. All right, I'll help you tie the knot. Hey, Sister Xinghua, you know how to tie this kind of hunter's knot? Zhang Xinghua blushed and looked at Shi Hai shyly, nodding. Yes, Daha taught me.
Done.
Zhang Xinghua tied Xu Yun securely, checked to make sure it was safe, then let Shi Hai pull the rope. As Xu Yun slowly descended, Shi Hai gradually let out the rope. He was very strong. He could carry a wild boar weighing hundreds of jin, so Xu Yun's weight was nothing for him. Before Shi Hai finished letting out the rope, Xu Yun had already reached the bottom. As Zhang Xinghua said, walking about 5 or 6 meters forward opened up a wide space, filled with countless natural stalactites and strange rocks, all crafted by nature's hand. It was so spacious that it could hold not just 1,000 jin of grain, but even 2 modern trucks. Xu Yun was very happy. Brother Shi, I'm done. Please help me up. Okay. Sure to Hai replied. After she came up, Shu Yun discussed with 6 villagers about finding a good time to move the grain into the cave. Wouldn't it be better to store it in the hunter's hut? Why move it again? Yi Liang asked. The village chief rolled his eyes at him. The Lunar New Year is almost over, and there's no news from the officials. Things don't look good. If more refugees come, the cave that Yi Qi's family found might be a safe place to hide. That's right, Uncle Clan Leader. I think more refugees will come soon, Shu Yun said. After she finished, Yi Sholiang sighed and looked out at the fields. The wheat in the fields will be ready to harvest in 3 months. We must protect these grains from being stolen by the refugees. Only families with land in the village were thinking about the wheat. Once the wheat was harvested, they could plant rice again, bringing hope for the new year. But unfortunately, the weather wasn't cooperating. It's been a long time since it rained. This looks like a sign of a drought. We'll see if it rains this spring, Yi Sholiang said. Elder Yi also sighed, worried about the rise of human disasters. He hoped no natural calamities would follow, or the common people wouldn't know how to survive. Forget it, don't think too much now. Let's move the grain tomorrow, Elder Yi said. The next day, only women and children stayed at 6 households. The men went up the mountain. Shu Yun also went along, reminding them not to damage the grass and trees outside the pits, and to avoid leaving traces of people so others wouldn't find this place. With many people working together, they quickly moved over 1,000 jin of grain. They also cut bamboo to build a platform to hold the grain, preventing it from getting damp. Every few days, someone would come to tend the fire at the grain pile to drive out moisture. By the end of the morning, everything was done. They had a safer place, and everyone felt relieved. After the Lunar New Year, the food and drink hall started contacting Shu Yun again. During the winter feast, Zhao Caifa was very impressed with her and wanted to work with her again for the spring feast. Unfortunately, displaced people arrived again. They secretly attacked at night, as the town had no officials guarding the gates. They boldly entered the town, and many people were caught off guard, their necks cut by cold blades. They stole the wealth and food of the rich families, fully taking over Ping'an town. Elder Yu received news from Wang Lijing and became very panicked. He hurried to find Shu Yun. Shu Yun asked, "What about other towns? They've also been taken over. Are the displaced people trying to rebel?" Shu Yun remained calm. Yes, they are no longer just displaced people, they are rebels. The day finally arrived. Many people from the other villages have already fled. Should we run too? Elder Yi asked anxiously. They've taken over the town. They want to fight the soldiers. If we can, we should hide, Shu Yun replied. No matter what war happens, the common people always suffer the most. In the past few days, many families in the Wang clan have started packing to leave. Wang Lijing tried to persuade them, but they said, "The rebels, no. The rebels haven't come yet, so we should leave before they arrive." How could they be persuaded? Their ancestors are important, but if they lose their lives, what use are ancestral sacrifices? Just then, Wang Lijing stormed in, angry. He asked Shu Yun for a cup of hot water, drank it, then slammed the cup onto the table. "I'm so angry. These unworthy descendants. They don't care about their ancestors at all. They just leave when they want." Wang Lijing's face was red with anger. He looked at Elder Yi, old brother Yi. "Look at your people. They're all filial children." Lijing, calm down. It's a life and death matter. It's normal for them to leave. Once the rebels are gone, they will come back naturally. Elder Yi comforted him. Chief Wang looked at Leader Yi and Shu Yun with suspicion. "Why are you so calm? Shu Shui, do you have some good plan again?" Shu Yun replied, "Chief Wang, you really think I'm a fairy? The rebels are many, and each one is deadly. I don't have any way to fight them 1 against 100. It seemed like Chief Wang was relying on her for everything. When it comes to lives, Shu Yun didn't dare to be careless. Especially facing the rebels, it was better to give up on relying on Chief Wang. The rebels will probably keep capturing people and expanding their group. It's better to escape to a safe place early, Shu Yun said. Is there no other way? Chief Wang asked desperately. No, just hide if you can, run if you can. There's nothing else. Chief Wang could only lower his head sadly and leave. Since Shuyan couldn't help, he also prepared to leave with his belongings.
He didn't want to die.
After Chief Wang left, Leader Yi asked Shuyan, "When do we set out?" The rebels had been occupying the town and hadn't moved in the past 2 days. They probably planned to attack nearby villages soon.
Shuyan was a bit confused.
The rebels now seemed to want to fight the court, but they didn't have the strength. It was like they were asking for trouble, which was strange. But she couldn't figure it out, so she decided to focus on saving her own life first.
Tomorrow at midnight, she said.
I'll go inform them soon. Okay, Leader Yi agreed, and went back to pack. Uncle Leader, wait a moment, Shuyan called him. What's wrong? Shuyan looked directly into Leader Ye's eyes and asked seriously, Uncle Leader, are you thinking about whether to bring all the villagers along? Leader Yi sighed. I was thinking about whether to bring everyone, but I know you probably wouldn't agree. And the more people who know, the more dangerous it is. Shuyan said, life and death are selfish matters. I can only try to protect my family. What do you think, Uncle Leader?
Leader Ye nodded.
Yes, this was about escaping. Even as the leader, his first thought was his family. All right, I understand. I'll go back and pack my things, Leader Yi said, hanging his head and leaving. Actually, there wasn't much for Shuyan to pack. She waved her hand, and everything went into her space. She just carried a basket on the surface to look normal. After packing, she went to each house to inform everyone to set out at midnight, and they would meet at her place. Everyone agreed. Shuyan walked back, and most of the mixed-blood villagers from the lower village had already left. The Yi family members were also packing their belongings, ready to leave at any moment. As she passed by Yinyo's house, she remembered Yunha's paralyzed grandmother and couldn't help but glance at her a little longer. Coincidentally, Xiaohua came out of the house and saw Shuyan. Her eyes lit up, and she cheerfully called out, Sister-in-law, why are you standing outside? It's pretty cold. Come inside and sit. Xiaohua, is it just you and Yunha's grandmother here? What about your brother?
Shuyan asked.
My brother went to dig for mountain yams. Shuyan thought for a moment and decided to go inside first to check on Yunha's grandmother. Shuyan has come. Come in quickly, Zhou Yunha greeted her with a smile. Yunha's grandmother, is your leg feeling better? Shuyan asked. It's still the same, but I can move my right toe now.
Look.
Zhou Yunha lifted the quilt and tried to move her toes with effort. Her big toe on the right foot did twitch a little. Seeing her success, Zhou Yunha smiled happily. Although only her toes could move, it meant her legs still had hope to heal. Shuyan felt sad. Yunha's grandmother was like this, and Yinyo and Xiaohua couldn't run far. When refugees arrived, they could only wait for death. Should she take Yinyo and the others with her? Shuyan hesitated. Yinyo's family had no other close relatives, unlike other villagers who had relatives and connections. If she wanted to take Yinyo and the others, she needed to ask about the situation of the other 6 families, especially the village chief Yi. She had just opposed his idea of bringing villagers earlier. Thinking of this, Shuyan immediately stood up and headed outside. Yunha's grandmother, I need to go out first. I'll come back later. Okay, you go ahead. Shuyan went to visit the 6 families again. They were all kind-hearted. Only Yinyo's family, with the 3 of them, had no objections to going into the cave. The cave was big enough anyway. However, Yang and Qin families hesitated. Yang and Qin families had their own relatives, unlike Sister Gao's family, who had died early, and the families of Da and Xiao, who had the village chief Yi to oversee them. Sister Xu, I know this request is unreasonable, but can I also bring my family members from my maternal side? After speaking, Yang was immediately glared at by Yi Zhuang. Sister Xu, don't listen to my wife's nonsense. Our family isn't bringing anyone else. I'm not talking nonsense. My parents only have me and my brother. They are far away in Yanglu village, and we don't know if they are alive or dead. Yang's tears started to fall as she spoke. Yi Zhuang was at a loss for words and could only sigh. He knew it was hard to persuade her, as caring for family is natural. Your parents are in Yanglu village? Shuyan asked. She remembers that Zhang Erge lives in Yonglu village, but Yonglu village is not close to Gushi village. Nowadays, no one dares to walk on the main road. If they take the mountain trail, it will take about 2 hours to cross. Mrs. Yang sniffles and nods. Yes, that's right. Madam Yang, I have to be honest with you. Bringing your family along is unlikely because Yonglu village is far away. Not only do you have your own family, but your sister-in-law also has her family. If you want to bring your family, she will want to bring hers too. With all these relatives, it's like pulling out a carrot and bringing out the mud. It's just too many people. When there are too many people, the risks increase. Shuyan doesn't know those people well, so it's hard to control the risks. Mrs. Yang understands that Shuyan makes sense, but just thinking about her parents makes her want to cry. She whispers helplessly, "What should I do? What about my parents? If you don't mind the distance and are willing to make a trip, you can ask them to dig a hole in the mountain and cover the entrance." Shuyan has seen many outdoor survivalists on videos. They dig holes in the wild to make homes, planting vegetation at the entrance, so it's hard to see any signs of digging from outside. Maybe this way, they can have a chance to escape. Yi Zhuang and Mrs. Yang listen and think it's a good idea. So, Yi Zhuang immediately prepares to leave. "I'll set out along the mountain trail behind. Big brother Yi Zhuang, remember to tell them to dig the hole quickly, hide the entrance well, and prepare more food at home. Once inside the hole, don't light any fires to avoid smoke that might be seen. This must stay a secret, understood?" Shu Yun carefully instructs. "Yes, I understand, Sister Shu." Yi Zhuang explains a few more words to Mrs. Yang and quickly leaves. If he walks fast, he can reach Yonglu village by evening, help the Yu family dig the hole at night, and return early the next morning. Mrs. Chen shares the same idea as Mrs. Yang, but her family lives deep in the mountain valley. "Madam Chen, do you live in the mountains behind?" Shu Yun asks. Mrs. Chen shyly nods. Mountain families rarely come out, and she married into a higher status family. "I'll need a day or two to go back." In such a remote place, Shu Yun reassures her, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. The mountains are safer than here. The rebels won't bother to go in and catch people." Mrs. Chen agrees, but she can't help but feel worried. Now that Shu Yun has said this, she feels a bit more at ease. All 6 families agree to join Yinyo's family. Shu Yun asked Yinyo to pack their luggage and carried Yun his mother to her house first. After returning home, Shu Yun told Yinyo to place Yun his mother on her bed. They could only sleep together for one night. She also tidied up another small shed to let Yinyo and Yi Chang'an, the 2 boys, sleep there. She then asked Yi Changle to steam some food and planned to cook when she returned. She hurriedly left. She was still worried about Yi Xiaohua. Standing outside the Yi family wall, she threw a few small stones into the yard. Yi Xiaohua, who was washing yam, looked over. Shu Yun waved to her. Yi Xiaohua happily stood up and ran out. "Second aunt, why are you here? I told you last time to find a safe place to hide. Did you find one?" Shu Yun asked. Yi Xiaohua looked troubled. "No, because Grandma said she's going to stay with Annie, and she's leaving tonight." "Are they taking you with them?" Shu Yun asked suspiciously. "Yeah, that's right. So I plan to bring some yams to Auntie, so they won't say I'm just eating rice for nothing. Auntie Yinga lives in town, doesn't she? Now the town is full of rebels. Are you still going?" Yi Xiaohua shook her head. "No, Auntie and them already left earlier. They're in Yonglu village ahead, waiting for us to go over. Then we'll head to Yunzhou." Shu Yun finally felt relieved. Yunzhou was taken over by the male lead and was one of the first places to end the war, so it was relatively peaceful. "All right, be sure to stay safe on the way. No matter what happens, you must protect yourself first, understand?" Shu Yun warned seriously. Old Granny Ge and the others were all unscrupulous, who knew if they might sell Xiaohua for money on the road. Shu Yun wanted Xiaohua to go with her, but she couldn't leave Li's family behind. There was nothing she could do but hope for her safe journey. But Shu Yun didn't expect the rebels to arrive in Yonglu village that night. After returning home, the rice was almost ready. Shu Yun started cooking. She cut some pork to stir-fry, thinking that after tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to casually cook with the pot anymore. So she made extra tonight. When the meal was ready, Xu called Yinyo and the others to eat, but Zhou Yunhe refused. The old lady felt that since Xu was willing to let them go together, it was a great kindness. She couldn't eat their food again, especially not the greasy pork. Yunhe's mother, at this critical moment, we shouldn't be too polite. Nothing is more important than life. Don't you agree? Let the two children eat well so they'll have the strength to walk the mountain road tomorrow. Zhou Yunhe thought it was not easy for Yinyo to carry her while walking up the mountain path. Xiao Chao, a young child, relied entirely on her to carry things from home, and she silently nodded in understanding. Yinyo first served Zhou Yunhe her meal before going to the kitchen to eat with everyone else. Don't be polite, eat more. Xu saw that Yinyo and Xiao Chao were feeling uncomfortable and quickly scooped a large portion of food onto their plates. Brother Yinyo, little sister Xiao Chao, eat quickly. My mother's cooking is really good. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle also encouraged them. After dinner, Yinyo and Xiao Chao insisted on washing the dishes, and they also took responsibility for the water used for washing up. They went to start the fire. Xu Yun agreed, thinking that otherwise Yinyo and Xiao Chao would feel guilty. Late at night, once everyone was asleep, Xu Yun quietly snuck out and collected all the chickens from the coop into the space, then went back to sleep peacefully. The next day, Xu Yun was not the first to wake up. When she did, Yinyo had already carried back a basket of yams. Hey, sister-in-law, I don't see the chickens from your yard. Yinyo had gone out before dawn, so he hadn't noticed that the chickens were missing from the coop. Now he found the yard was too quiet. Oh, I just sold them to someone in the village, Xu Yun casually replied. That's a pity. You could have killed the chickens and taken them with you. The weather isn't easy for spoilage, Yinyo said regretfully. Xu Yun didn't say anything, and Yinyo didn't pay more attention to it. The chickens weren't his, so Xu Yun could handle them as she liked. Sister-in-law, can I borrow your pot later to steam some yams? Yinyo asked. Of course, you can steam more. We might not be able to cook with fire later. Okay. That afternoon, everyone was packing up, and by evening, Yi Zhuang returned. Sister Shu. Yi Zhuang packed his belongings, and Yang Shi brought the children to Xu Yun's house. Big brother Yi Zhuang, Sister Yang, why did you come so early? Did any villagers see you on the way? Xu Yun stepped outside the door and looked along the path they took. Seeing no one following, she closed the door again. Yi Zhuang hurriedly said, Sister Shu, don't worry about that. I just finished helping the Yu family settle down. When I came back, I saw villagers from Yonglu village fleeing in panic. Asked around and found out that the rebels have started attacking the villages around the town, and they might be coming to our village soon. Hurry, Yinyo, Xiao Chao, pack your things. We're leaving immediately, Xu Yun decided quickly and shouted at Yinyo. Okay. Yinyo and Xiao Chao hurriedly gathered their belongings. What about the other families? Xu Yun asked. Yi Zhuang said, don't worry, Sister Shu. I have already notified them. When it gets dark, they will go around to the mountain behind the village and wait for us. Good. It's better not to come to my house anymore. That way, it's safer. Xu Yun asked Yi Zhuang and the others to wait a moment. She went to the kitchen, took the pot off the stove, tied it to her basket, and stored away the unnoticeable items, like clay jars used for spices, into her space. She also packed several bowls and chopsticks, boiled eggs, and a few plain buns in cloth, placing everything into her basket. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle had already packed their belongings in their small backpacks in the bedroom. Yunnang, Yi Shouyang, and Ma Shi also arrived carrying their belongings. Let's go. Xu Yun locked the small yard door. Fortunately, her home was in a remote area. They took the mountain path behind the house, so hardly anyone would notice their group. They dared not light torches, relying only on the faint moonlight to guide them. Luckily, Sherdahai was waiting for them at the foot of Nanshan Mountain. Brother Shi, where are the others? Xu Yun looked behind him. Don't worry, they are on the mountain. Let's hurry, it's hard to see in the dark, so stay close to me. Sherdahai casually grabbed the luggage hanging around Yinyo's neck. Brother Shi, I can do it, Yinyo said, panting heavily, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He was carrying his grandma on his back and had a bundle hanging around his neck. If they continued climbing, he wouldn't have enough strength. Don't push yourself. Carry your grandma carefully and watch your step. Shi Dahai also took some of the bundles from Yi Xiaochao and Ma Shi before leading the way. Before reaching halfway up the mountain, Yi Shouliang suddenly shouted, "Look over there." A group of people holding torches and riding horses was rushing toward Gushi village. Rebels had arrived. Village chief. Village chief. A Wang family member cried out desperately, "Refugees. Refugees are coming again." But when they pushed open the Wang Lijing family's door, they found it already empty, cold and dark, with no sign of candlelight. Unable to find anyone they could rely on, the person panicked and ran outside amid the sound of hooves. Suddenly, a cold blade appeared in front of him. The rebels drew their swords, and the defenders responded with a red blade. People in the village fled in all directions, and someone shouted, "Run into the mountains." People seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope and rushed toward the mountains in a crowd. Xu Yun and the others listened to the distant cries and the flames of a fire, falling silent. "Let's go quickly. The crowd will arrive soon," Xu Yun said, breaking the silence. Only then did Shi Dahai resume his hurried pace, his steps unconsciously quickening. Soon, they finally reached the cave. Yi Shouliang and the others were below the cave, listening to the sounds above, but not making a sound until they heard a bird call. This was the secret signal agreed upon with Shi Dahai. "Shu girl, is that you?" Shi Dahai replied for them, "Shouliang uncle, it's us. I'm about to lower the luggage." "Okay, we'll wait below." Shi Dahai and Yi Zhuang then tied the luggage to a rope and slowly lowered it down. Next, Yi Shouliang tied a rope ladder to the main rope and had Shi Dahai pull it up. The ladder was made by Shi Dahai, very sturdy, and 3 or 4 people could climb on it at the same time. "Yinyo, I have a lot of strength. I'll carry your grandma down," Shi Dahai said. Because Zhou Yunhe's leg was weak, Shi Dahai had to tie her to himself and wrapped a couple of coils of rope around her for safety. Okay, Yinyo agreed. Carrying grandma on his back was fine, but climbing the rope ladder might be too difficult. Shi Dahai carried Yunhe's grandma down first, with Yi Zhuang and Yinyo helping to pull the rope. Even though Shi Dahai was strong, carrying a paralyzed person was still tiring. Yunhe didn't dare make a sound, worried Shi Dahai would be distracted. Only after reaching the ground did she thank him sincerely. "Dahai, you've worked hard. Thank you so much." "No need to thank you, Yunhe's grandma," Shi Dahai said with a smile, then turned to climb back up. "Shouliang uncle, Yunhe's grandma is in your hands. I need to go up again." "Okay, Zhuangzhu, you carry Yunhe's grandma inside. I'll stay here and support them," Yi Shouliang said. "All right." Zhuangzhu carried Zhou Yunhe and headed inside. Once they were farther from the cave entrance, the Yi family members dared to light a small fire, both for illumination and warmth. Zhuangzhu placed Yunhe's grandma on a patch of dry straw near the fire. Yang and Chen specially made 2 backrests from straw to support her against the stone wall. "Yunhe's grandma, is this cushion comfortable? If not, I can make it thicker," Chen asked. "It's fine, very comfortable." "Thank you all," Yunhe gratefully replied. Yunhe then greeted the Yi family members and looked around slowly by the firelight. She hadn't expected such a place in the mountains, so hidden. No one would think that beneath a 1-meter-wide hole was a wide open space. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Yunhe felt even more grateful to Xu Yun. If she hadn't agreed to bring them, they might have died at the hands of the rebels tonight. As she sighed, Yin Yo and Yi Xiaochao also came down, immediately looking for their grandmother. "Have everyone come down? Where is Lady Chang'an?" Zhou Yunhe looked behind. "Shu's sister is back there." Brother Dahai went up to clean the traces to prevent anyone from finding this place, Yin Yo said, showing a bit of admiration for Shi Dahai. After Shi Dahai went up, he first lowered the rope ladder, then rolled up the rope and carried it on his shoulder. He fixed the disturbed plants around and covered the crushed grass with some dry leaves. Shi Dahai was skilled. Even without ropes or a ladder, he could easily jump down using the vines at the cave entrance. When Shi Dahai came down, Everyone gathered to sit together. Xu Yun said, "Listen, everyone. For the next few days, don't light fires or cook. Speak softly, and when packing or moving things, don't make too much noise." "Yes, we understand. We won't attract anyone," the village chief replied, glancing around at everyone. "Especially you kids. No joking or playing around here, understand?" All the families warned their children quietly. If anyone made a loud noise, they'd be punished. The children promised solemnly they wouldn't. After giving the most important instructions, Xu Yun told everyone to find a place to rest. They'd been tired all night. But Xu Yun went to look for Yi Zhuang, as she hadn't had a chance to ask earlier. "Brother Yi Zhuang, did you see Ge Laotao and Yi Tiantian in Yanglu village?" Yi Zhuang shook his head. "I went straight to my father-in-law's house in Yanglu village. After a quick talk, I took them to dig a cave in the mountains. I just helped carry most of their luggage up the mountain when the rebels arrived. I hurried to hide the cave entrance and then left the mountain, not going back to the village." Xu Yun felt uneasy. Does this mean Xiaohua might have encountered the rebels? The rebels only need strong men, and since she's just a young girl, maybe she still has a chance to survive. Everyone was lying on straw, unable to sleep, either worried about what might happen or listening to the footsteps outside the hole, busy and tense, making it hard to rest. By dawn, only the children were asleep. The adults hadn't closed their eyes all night. "Yunnang, there's water dripping from the mountain over there. Everyone is trying to find buckets and line up to fetch water. Give me your bucket, and I'll help you collect some," Ma Shi said. Xu Yun felt shy and quickly said, "Aunt Ma, no trouble. I'll go get my own bucket later." Ma Shi scolded gently, "Child, why are you being so polite with me?" Ma Shi didn't care about her and went straight to find a wooden tub and leave. Everyone tacitly agreed to let Xu Yun and Shi Dahai fetch water first, one for wisdom, the other for strength. Thanks to these two, they were still alive. Otherwise, they'd be like others outside, either dead or running around like headless flies. Xu Yun had already prepared cool and hot water in the space, not wanting to compete with them for water sources. "Chang'an, is Chang'e hungry?" Xu Yun asked after the two siblings woke up and washed their faces briefly. Yi Chang'e rubbed his stomach, nodded, and chuckled, a little hungry. Xu Yun smiled and patted her head, then turned away and took out 3 plain bread cakes stuffed with pickles from the space, one for each. She also poured some hot water into a bamboo tube. Sipping hot water and eating the warm bread made them feel much warmer. It was very cold tonight, so they had to add more blankets. The straw mattress was not thick enough. No matter how much they covered themselves, it felt like sleeping on ice. They needed to add more padding underneath. Otherwise, if they kept sleeping like this for 2 more days, they would definitely catch a cold. At this moment, footsteps came from above the hole again. It didn't sound like someone rushing past, but more like someone carefully exploring the cave, pacing back and forth. The hunter's hearing was better than usual. Shi Da and Shi Dahai exchanged glances and immediately signaled everyone to stay quiet, pointing upward, meaning someone was above. Everyone was busy eating, so they didn't even dare to chew or swallow loudly, just nervously staring at the faint daylight spilling from the hole. Shi Dahai moved quietly, slowly approaching the entrance, raising his head to look up. Suddenly, 2 heads appeared from above. Shi Dahai was startled and quickly pressed himself against the mountain wall to hide. "Sanner, do you think there's anyone up there now? Should we go down and check?" Xu Yun unconsciously clenched the bamboo tube in her hand. "You're silly. It's dark and cold down there.
Who knows how deep it is? Who would go down?"
"Sanner, you make sense. Let's go. Find other rabbits. If we go back empty-handed, we'll definitely get scolded." As their conversation ended, the footsteps gradually faded away. Shi Dahai turned around and whispered, "They've left. It's safe now." Everyone sighed in relief. From what they said, it seems the rebels are only searching for others on the mountain. Do they plan not to leave? Leader Yi asked worriedly. "What if they really don't leave? What should we do then?" Yi Liang asked. Because of Yi Liang's words, everyone started to feel anxious. They couldn't just hide in the mountains forever. The crops in the fields were still there. Xu Yun spoke to comfort everyone, saying, "It won't be like this forever. They don't have enough food, so they have to steal from others. They won't stay here forever." However, several days had already passed, and the government soldiers still hadn't captured the rebel group. "Who knows if the crops in the fields have been damaged by them," Yi Shuliang said with a worried look. "Tomorrow, I will go out to check the situation," Shi Dahai said. "If the rebels leave, they can go back too." That night, Shi Dahai crawled out of the cave and carefully hid at the foot of the mountain to observe the village. Most of the people had already left the village. They might be held somewhere by the rebels or might have escaped. Shi Dahai looked up and was relieved to see no one on the watchtower. He sneaked into the village in the dark, heading toward the area with firelight. The rebels had gathered in the threshing yard, roasting the chickens and ducks they hadn't taken from the village to eat. The leader was an old acquaintance, a refugee who had come before. The nearby houses showed signs of being burned, and their surfaces were covered in black ash. Shi Dahai desperately wanted to rush out and fight, to kill all these bandits and robbers, but he couldn't. "Boss, our mission is almost done. When are we leaving?" Li Wu asked. The cowardly officials from the prefecture only fought a few times in town and then ran away. "We should wait for the leader's news. I think the court has sent soldiers, and then we can leave," Zhao Laoda said as he bit into a chicken leg fiercely. "I sent my brothers to check. The troops in the nearby village will leave tomorrow. Did the leader forget about us?" Li Wu said, feeling dissatisfied. Zhao Laoda became fierce. "Bah! Impossible. Even if the leader is busy, Officer Zhang won't forget about us. We've made contributions. What about the group of rabbits we caught? Should we take them with us?" Zhao Laoda threw his chicken leg and wiped his greasy hands on Li Wu's clothes, sneering. "Brothers, we're tired of this. After we eat and drink our fill, we'll move all the gathered grain here. The women will reward you. The others kill them all. They won't listen anyway." The men chuckled and clinked their wine cups. "Thanks, boss." They had been eyeing those women for a long time. If the boss hadn't spoken, they wouldn't dare to act. Now, they could finally enjoy themselves. Shi Dahai didn't expect these guys to be so hateful and inhumane. He clenched his teeth and forcefully hit the earthen wall, then reluctantly turned back. Back at the hole, Shi Dahai repeated exactly what he had just heard. "Animals."
Lider 예무때렛 안
Yang and Chen, along with a few women like Zhang Xinghua, felt their chests tighten like a heavy stone, making it hard to breathe when they heard about the women being assaulted. "These will definitely go to." Yang cursed, hands on her hips. Xu Yun frowned. She was also a woman. Could she ignore such violence?
No.
But she only had one life. "Is there any way to save the villagers?" Leader Yi asked. Unfortunately, after hearing this, everyone fell silent.
How could they save them?
They had no weapons. "Brother Shi, do you see how many of them there are?"
Xu Yun asked.
"About 30 or so." Shi Dahai roughly counted. Around 17 or 18 people were gathered around a fire, and there were 5 or 6 fires on the threshing ground. "Little sister Xu, are you thinking of a way to save them?" Xu Yun shook her head. "No, just disturb them a bit and provoke their anger so they focus on something else. Also, I just heard you say they plan to leave soon. It should only be a matter of a day or two. As long as we hold on until their superiors urge them to leave, we'll be safe." Shi Dahai nodded. "But how can we do it? With just a few of us, it's like sheep entering a tiger's den. Didn't I tell you to dig up some wild yams? Don't you feel how itchy and uncomfortable your hands get when peeling them?" Xu Yun looked at everyone. Chen said, "Yes, as soon as our hands touch the yam skins, it's very uncomfortable and small red spots appear." Leader Yi immediately understood. "Are you planning to use these yam skins against them?" "Yes, partly. But that's not enough. We need a plan. They have too many people. We have to split them up to fight effectively."
"But..."
Xu Yun paused and looked at them again. "Are you really willing to go save the villagers?" Everyone was silent. This was a matter of risking their lives, and no one wanted to do it. Xu Yun added, "My plan doesn't involve physical strength or violence. It's pretty safe, but I can't guarantee we won't get hurt. So everyone think carefully. If you're not willing, we won't talk about saving them today. Just pretend you didn't hear what Brother Shi said. Shi Dahai clenched his teeth and said, I'm willing. If Xinghua and my father are captured, I hope someone will come to save them. Suddenly, Yi Chong stepped forward. I am willing to go too, if there's no great danger. I'll go with you, Xian said. Mother, don't go. Yi Chang'e tightly held Xian's waist. She didn't want her mother to take such a risk. Mother, I will go with you, Yi Chang'e said. Yi Chang'e couldn't believe Yi Chang'e agreed to let their mother go and wanted to go with her. Brother, what are you saying? Little sister, I believe mother can do it. Also, Uncle Shi said there are children inside, about our age. Maybe we've seen them in the village. I can't imagine how cold they look lying on the ground, Yi Chang'e comforted, gently patting her head. Yi Zhuang and Zhang Zhuanzhua also looked at each other. I'll go too. Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Chun pulled their men, trying to persuade them not to be heroes in such a dangerous time. I think like Dahai. If you are bullied, I hope someone will help you, Zhang Zhuanzhua told Mrs. Chen. Yi Zhuang shared the same idea. Then Yi Zhang and Yi Liang also wanted to join. Village Chief Yi and Yi Shouliang also wanted to go, but Xian stopped them. They were old, and her plan required a lot of energy and strength. All right, everyone just help me peel the yams. Be quick. Xian said. Xu Mei, while we're peeling yams, tell us about the plan, Shi Dahai said. It's simple really. Just 16 words. When the enemy advances, retreat. When they stay, disturb. When they tire, attack. When they retreat, pursue. Request failed Guzi's cellar is in the backyard. The cellar cover is a stone slab. When they moved the slab, someone inside suddenly appeared, raising a kitchen knife to attack. Shi Dahai quickly grabbed his wrist. The man shouted angrily, You heartless people! Even in death, I won't let you go. Shi Dahai covered his mouth. Yinyo whispered, Guzi's father, I am Yinyo. Guzi's father immediately stopped struggling, and Shi Dahai released him. Yinyo, what are you doing here? Have the refugees left? Guzi's father asked in surprise. Guzi's father, maybe we should go inside. The rebels outside are searching for people, Xian reminded. Then hurry up, come down quickly. Guzi's father pushed aside and made way. Shuyun and the others went down one by one, leaving Shi Dahai above to guard. The cellar wasn't big, and once they entered, there was no space left to sit. Brother Yinyo. The dog saw Yinyo and immediately ran to hug him. His mother had been taken away, and the villagers had disappeared. He and his father had been hiding in the cellar every day, feeling very scared. Now, seeing familiar people made him feel a little more at ease. Dog's father asked Shuyan about the outside situation and if she had seen his wife. Shuyan explained everything clearly to him. Dog's father angrily hit the earthen wall. That group of troublemakers. I wish I could go out and fight them now. Can I join you? Shuyan looked at his face full of hatred and said, It's possible, but I need to tell you first. Our goal is not to fight them. With their numbers and skills, we can't win. We need to delay them and wait until they leave on their own. Will they really leave? Shuyan nodded. Yes, we heard them say it ourselves. So you must not act impulsively or seek revenge recklessly. Doing so could harm everyone, including your wife and son. Worried he might get too angry and do something foolish, risking his life, Shuyan exaggerated the seriousness of the consequences. Sure enough, when Dog's father heard that it might endanger his wife and son's lives, most of his anger faded. He quickly said, I won't. As long as I can chase them away, I'll do whatever you say. Only then did Xian agree to let him join. Xu Mei, they're quiet now. Everyone go back and rest. Shi Dahai moved aside the stone slab to let them know. All right, let's start our plan. The rebels had just finished searching the village and outside, but they saw no one. Boss Xiao felt frustrated. After staying up all night, he was exhausted and had to go back to rest. A small group stayed on duty, while the others prepared to go back and sleep with their women. Just as they were about to loosen their clothes, someone outside was knocking loudly on the door. They asked who it was, but no one answered. The knocking continued. They thought it was an emergency, so they opened the door to check, only to see their companions looking confused. "Hey, did anyone see who was knocking on your door?" one asked. "Yeah, but when I opened it, there was no one there," another replied. "Let's go back." Just as they were about to get excited again and do something, the knocking started again. Who keeps messing with us? Fed up with the interruptions, everyone drew their weapons and rushed out, including Boss Zhao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Find whoever's doing this. I want to skin him alive."
Yes.
The rebels started searching the village bravely again, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Old Zhao knew it was definitely the villagers' doing, but they had turned the entire village upside down and still couldn't find a single person, which made him very frustrated. Li Wu was somewhat cautious and whispered mysteriously to old Zhao, "Boss, could it really be ghosts?" Seeing Li Wu's cowardly look, old Zhao was furious and slapped him. "Nonsense about ghosts. There are no ghosts in this world. It's those rough villagers doing this." Li Wu covered his face. "Even if we know it's them, we can't catch them." Old Zhao had an idea and smiled sinisterly. "You can't catch them, but I can. If you try to outsmart me, you'll end up very badly." He waved for others to gather around. "These lousy farmers keep bothering us. They're probably after the people we have locked up. Since that's the case, let's set a trap and catch them in one go." Li Wu listened to old Zhao's plan, ignoring his swollen face, and grinned. "You're right, boss. With your plan, they definitely won't escape." Fortunately, Shirda Hai and the others knew the village very well. They could easily move through houses and alleys, so even if the rebels ran until their legs gave out, they wouldn't catch them. Xu Mei, they went back inside again. "Should we go knock on the door again?" "Not yet." Xu Yun looked at the night sky. "What time is it now?" "Let's see. It should be the hour of Mao," Zhang Zhuanju said. "Let's wait another hour," Xu Yun replied. "But if we wait another hour, it will be dawn. If we act then, they'll see us." The rebels hadn't slept all night, and as dawn approached, they could hardly stay awake. Guzi's father was anxious. "That won't do. If we don't make a noise, what if they do something to the women?" "It's unlikely. After our several disturbances, they're anxious now. They're eager to catch us, to vent their anger. They're probably waiting inside the house for us now and aren't thinking about anything else," Xu Yun said confidently. Xu Yun's lips curled into a smile.
"It's okay.
We still have a secret agent." "Secret agent?" Everyone looked puzzled. "Look at this." Xu Yun opened her palm. Everyone examined it carefully. "Isn't this a sweet potato seed?" Xu Yun nodded with a smile. "What's it good for?" Guzi's father asked. Everyone except Guzi's father understood what Xu Yun was planning. Yin Yo explained to Guzi's father, "This sweet potato seed is highly toxic." "Oh, you want to put something into their food?" Dog's father suddenly realized. "But how can we get them to eat it?" "That depends on the secret plan I have arranged," I replied. As dawn broke, the rebels had been guarding for 2 hours without anyone coming to knock on the door. They were all so tired they could barely keep their eyes open. Li Wu yawned widely. "Boss, it's already morning. I don't think they'll come again. Maybe we should let the brothers rest now." Boss Zhao, infected by Li Wu's yawn, also stretched. "All right, since they probably won't attack us in broad daylight, let's prepare some food. After eating, everyone can take turns resting." "Okay, I'll go now," I said. Seeing that the brothers couldn't get anything done, I ordered the women to stay together until they woke up, then distribute tasks. "You two go cook," I said, casually pointing at 2 women. One of the women was pulled aside by Dog's mother. She silently said, "Let me go." The woman nodded, and Dog's mother and another woman followed me to the kitchen. In the kitchen, I warned sternly, "Listen, everyone, be honest with the cooking. If you try to cheat, the consequence will be death." Dog's mother and the other woman quickly nodded in agreement. I also called someone to stand guard at the door to prevent the women from escaping. The guard occasionally peeked in to see if they were seriously cooking. Dog's mother held the cool potato seeds in her arms, but she had no chance to act. "What should we cook?" the other woman asked, looking at the vegetables, mostly carrots and cabbage, that were in the kitchen. These ingredients couldn't make a good meal, and if it tasted bad, it might anger the thieves. Dog's mother suddenly had an idea. She looked at the coarse flour in the bag and said, "Let's make steamed buns." Dog's mother went to the door and told the guard, "Brother, all we have are carrots and cabbage. We can't make a good meal. Could you bring some meat? That way, we can eat better too." The guard looked into the kitchen. As Dog's mother said, there was only some greens and coarse rice, with no oil or meat. He was tired from most of the night and was very hungry. Of course, he wanted to eat well and sleep peacefully afterward. "All right, I'll ask," he said hesitantly before leaving. He wondered who would watch over them while he was gone. Dog's mother added, "We two women can't run anywhere. Besides, outside are all your brave men. We don't have the courage. You better ask quickly. It's getting late." The guards probably thought the same way. There's no way those two women could escape right under their noses. It seemed impossible. So, they relaxed and left. Guzzi's mother quickly took out some sweet potato seeds and split them in half, giving one part to another woman. "Quick, crush these." "What are these?" the woman asked. Guzzi's mother whispered close to her ear, "Something that will make these beasts die." The woman was shocked and, realizing Guzzi's mother might be planning to poison them, hurried to crush the seeds even faster. Those creatures deserved to go to. Together, they crushed the seeds and mixed the powder with flour. The guards returned with some meat, about 3 or 5 jin. Guzzi's mother pretended to look troubled. "That's only a little meat. If we cook it as a dish, each person might only get a small piece. Or I can make buns. What do you think?" The guard didn't know much about cooking but wanted to eat more meat, so he agreed. Making buns would let them eat a bit more. He said, "Our boss's portion of food should be more filling." "Got it," Guzzi's mother replied quickly, eager for them to eat the poisoned buns. More than half an hour passed, and Li Wu came to check. "Why aren't they ready yet?" Li Wu moved the steamer aside and looked inside. The smell of meat was strong and tempting. He couldn't wait to grab a bun and eat it. Guzzi's mother's heart pounded. She hurriedly stopped him. She felt nervous and said, "Sir, the buns aren't ready yet, especially the top layer. Eating them now might cause stomach trouble. Just a little longer, please." "All right, hurry up. When they're ready, bring them over. We're all starving." Li Wu rubbed his empty stomach and grumbled as he left. Guzzi's mother sighed in relief. They couldn't let anyone eat first. If someone got sick, they'd become suspicious, and their lives would be in danger. Finally, all the buns were ready. Guzzi's mother took some to deliver to old Zhao and the others, while another woman made sure the other rebel guards received theirs, ensuring everyone ate a bun. "Sir, could you help carry the buns?" "I'm still holding the vegetables," Guzzi's mother asked the guard. He couldn't afford to forget. He had been planning to eat a bun himself, but when Guzzi's mother asked, he had no choice but to carry a basket of buns along. Old Zhao was sitting in a chair, nearly asleep, when Li Wu woke him up. "Boss, the food's here." The dog's mother was trembling all over and kept telling herself to stay calm, watching them eat the buns with her own eyes. She placed the buns on the table and also set down 2 cooked dishes. Old Zhao looked at her briefly, then glanced at the dishes, thinking for a moment, and said, "Eat a little from each dish first." The dog's mother hesitated, took a small bite of the food, then took a bite of the bun, and chewed and swallowed carefully under Zhao's watch. After a while, seeing she was okay, Zhao picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "Fifth brother, you guys should eat too," Zhao called out to Li Wu and the guard. The dog's mother quietly slipped away and met with another woman. "Have you all eaten?" she asked. "Yes, we have," the woman replied. "Let's go quickly and hide," the dog's mother said. Shurtahai was hiding behind a big tree at the back of the village, watching them. After they hid, the rebels started falling to the ground, crying out in pain. Zhao, after eating the bun, also began to suffer severe stomach pain. Li Wu hadn't eaten much and immediately realized he had been poisoned. He helped Zhao out, seeing many brothers lying on the ground. Some who ate a lot had already passed away. Li Wu sensed danger and said, "Boss, we need to leave now. Those 2 women are probably working with the people who harassed us last night." They plan to poison us. Just then, Shi Dahai and others ran toward them. In his panic, he saw Zhao had lost consciousness. Sorry, boss. I have to leave you now. We're in big trouble. I promise I'll avenge you, Li Wu said, dropping Zhao and rushing to the horses. He mounted his horse and galloped away. When Shi Dahai and the others arrived, they could only see his distant back disappearing into the distance. Xu Mei, we lost one, someone said. It's okay. He probably can't bring reinforcements now. Let's hurry to save the villagers, Xu Yun replied. Shi Dahai and Yi Zhuang went to rescue the men who were imprisoned, while Xu Yun looked for the women. Yi Chong, Zhang Shuangzhu, Dog's father, and Yi Niu were clearing the bodies of the rebels in the village. Long and Yang, Dog's mother, emerged from a house. Dog's mother, are you all right? Someone asked.
I'm fine.
You're amazing. The bandit leader really was as you guessed. He made me try the food first. Luckily, I marked the bun with a secret sign that others couldn't see, so mine wasn't poisoned, she said with a smile. Do you know where the other women are being held? Xu Yun had just checked the previous house, but didn't find the women. We moved to another place.
Come with me, she said.
Xu Yun helped release the women, and the men and children were also freed. They saw the ground covered with the bodies of rebels. At first, they were scared, then angry, and they started hitting and kicking the bodies. Many families had loved ones killed, and their homes were burned down. The heartbreaking crying made everyone feel sad and tearful. Young Sister Xu, will the rebels come back again? What should we do with these bodies? Shi Dahai asked, looking at the corpses on the ground.
Bah.
If you ask me, just throw them on the mountain to feed the wolves, bears, and wild animals. Zhang Zhuangzhu spat harshly at the bodies. He hated the rebels and would never dig graves for them. Xu Yun thought for a moment, then said, Brother Shi, you walk fast. To be safe, I need to ask you to go to the town and check the situation. As for the bodies, let's first place them in the grain-drying yard. We can discuss with the clan leader later. Shi Dahai nodded and turned to go with Yi Zheng to the hole to bring the clan leader and others. Xu Yun was worried about her two younger siblings and followed. Yi Liang, Zhang Zhuangzhu, and their dog's father helped carry the bodies. The men rescued, some of whom had lost contact with their families, went to find loved ones. Others who had already reunited with their families helped carry the bodies. Yi Zhuang, is that you? As they climbed the mountain, someone suddenly emerged from behind a rock. Yi Zhuang looked toward the voice. It was the clan uncle. Seven uncle, it's me. What's the situation outside? Did those bandits leave? Yi Zhuang replied, it's safe outside now. We killed all the bandits. After saying this, Yi Zhuang hurried to catch up with Xu Yun and the others as they continued up the mountain. Yi Qi was stunned in place. Killed? Could Yi Zhuang and the others really kill the rebels? Yi Qi didn't think much and quickly returned to a small cave to tell his family the news. His son said, Yi Zhuang has always been honest. He probably wouldn't lie. Let's go to the village first. If it's safe, we can go back. Yi Qi also didn't want to stay in this wild place any longer. He carefully led his sons down the mountain. When Yi Shouliang and the clan leader in the cave heard sounds at the entrance, they immediately became alert. Then they heard a few familiar bird calls and finally relaxed. Dahai, is that you? Shi Da asked. Father, it's us. Then Shi Dahai lowered the vine-made rope, and Shi Da tied a rope ladder to the vine, slowly pulling himself up. Xu Yun had experienced climbing ladders before, so she wasn't as scared this time and quickly climbed down. As soon as she landed, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el rushed over and hugged her tightly. Mother, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Xu Yun crouched down and hugged them. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xu girl, how did it go? Yi Shouliang and the village chief looked at her with concern. It's done. We managed to escape from one, but the others all died, Xu Yun replied. Yi Shouliang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Xu Yun to be so powerful. The more than 30 ruthless rebels she killed, she could easily become a female general leading troops. Will the one who escaped come back with more people? Yang and Chen asked worriedly. I think it's unlikely. They originally planned to leave, but I still asked Brother Dahai to go to the town later and check the situation. Dahai, why don't you go now? We can wait here for news, Sure Daji suggested. But Dad, how will you go up there? The village chief replied, We'll send a few older folks to check the village first. The women and children should stay here. Once you're sure no more rebels will come, then you can come to pick them up. The village chief's plan was careful, and Shuyan agreed. After all, better safe than sorry. Dahai nodded. All right, I'll go now. Since the village chief had gone down the mountain, many villagers who were still watching, along with Wang's family, also returned to the village. Seeing the devastated, burned village, they felt heartbroken. Although Gushi village was poor, with every family living modestly and houses made of simple bricks and tiles, they had built it little by little with their own hands, pouring their hearts into it. Now, suddenly struck by disaster, who wouldn't be angry or resentful? So, the bodies of the rebels on the threshing ground were beaten again and again. The village chief stopped the angry villagers. Enough, enough. They've already died. No matter how much you beat, you can't vent your anger. Go back and tidy up your houses. If you need repairs or rebuilding, report to me. We'll all help rebuild together. Everyone in the village listened to the village chief. Compared to losing loved ones, losing their homes was a lesser pain, so they all went back. Those who had lost family members cried bitterly on the spot. The village chief couldn't comfort them. No one could truly come to terms with the loss of loved ones. Because Wang Lijing was not present, no one could take charge. They could only look longingly at the village chief. They are now completely without pride. At a critical moment, Wang Lijing couldn't be relied on, and in the end, it was still the people of the Yi clan who came to save them, even killing the rebels. Now, their houses also need repair. They really have nothing to be proud of anymore. Clan leader Yi spoke calmly, saying, We are all from the same village. After this hardship, we must help each other. We haven't forgotten your houses, but everyone will take turns. There are fewer than 50 households left in the village now, and we don't have enough people. The Wang clan members gratefully said, Of course, of course. Father, how should we handle these bodies? Yi Zheng asked. Clan leader Yi looked at Yi Shouliang. Although it's winter now, leaving these bodies for too long makes the grieving families feel worse. Maybe we should burn them. Yi Shouliang agreed, that works. Burn the bones and ashes. These animals deserve such punishment. Then I'll go call people, Yi Zheng said, heading to each house. This was also a suggestion from Shuyun. If they took the bodies to the county office, the magistrate was overwhelmed with the rebel issue and wouldn't have time to deal with the bodies. They would probably tell them to handle it themselves. They couldn't just leave the bodies in the mountains either. There are no large animals on Nanshan. Wolves and bears are deep in the mountains by the big river, and building a bridge to get there would be too time-consuming and difficult. Burning them was the best choice. No land occupied and environmentally friendly. Yi Zheng quickly gathered many men. Some went into the mountains to gather firewood, while others carried the bodies to an open area far from the village. Soon, thick black smoke rose from afar, visible to everyone in the village. The people, filled with deep hatred for the enemies, watched helplessly as the bodies of the foes were consumed by fierce flames. As the fire spread, their hatred seemed to lessen somewhat, but their grief grew stronger. Killing the enemies could not bring back their loved ones. But where could they seek justice? Son, your mother is here to be with you. Old partner, wait for me. The villagers' cries of grief were louder than ever, and some even rushed toward the fire, only to be stopped by the men. Clan leader Yi sighed helplessly, telling everyone to take the fainted and despairing people back home, to watch over them carefully and prevent further tragedies. They burned the bodies from afternoon until night, only half of them done. The leader arranged for shifts, burning all the bodies overnight to prevent any corpse mutations. But these are superstitions from ancient times. Scientifically, corpse mutations do not exist. As dusk fell, Sher Dahai also returned. He hurried to clan leader Ye's house. Dahai, how is it? Master Sher asked about the situation. Master Sher Dahai said, The rebels have all left. Are you sure they won't come back? Leader Yi asked urgently. Yes, the rebels in town have been driven away by the army. Leader Yi sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. However, Sherdahai looked puzzled and said, "There are some strange things, but I can't quite put my finger on it." What strange things? Leader Yi and the others listened to Sherdahai and looked happy. It's not our soldiers. It shows the court is taking this seriously and has sent other troops to fight the rebels. Sherdahai scratched his head. That makes sense, but he still felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell Xu Yun. Maybe she would notice something unusual. Most of the village had been cleaned up. Sherdahai and a few young men went to pick up Xu Yun and her group. Then what should we do with these grains? Sherdahai asked, looking at the piles of grain on the wooden boards. Xu Yun said, "Let's leave them here for now. Once the court stabilizes the situation, we can decide." But the situation probably won't stabilize. It will only get worse. Keeping the grain here is the safest. When they arrived at the village, everyone was going home. Sherdahai then said, "By the way, Xu Mei, I have something to tell you." "Brother Shur, go ahead." Sherdahai had walked from the village to the town. Just before reaching the town gate, he heard fighting inside and was frightened. He quickly hid in the grass to watch. Only after the rebels were driven away did he come out, but the soldiers sent by the court weren't from the local city. He couldn't tell where they were from. They arrived so quickly. "Based on your description, they should be border troops," Xu Yun frowned, thinking deeply. "What? The court has called up border troops?" Sherdahai found it hard to believe. How could border soldiers be moved so easily? Our Ijo is next to the Western barbarians. Sending troops from the border to suppress the rebels is the fastest way. But as long as the border troops return quickly, there won't be much trouble. However, if the border troops leave, the Western barbarians might take the chance to act. The rebels wouldn't let them go so easily, and chaos could happen again. That's why the rebels chose to cause trouble in Ijo. They knew the court would send border troops to quickly end the chaos. Xu Yun didn't tell Sherdahai all this. She wanted to see how things would develop in the town first. In the following days, Sherdahai went to town every day and returned to say that the border army had already left. The town was returning to its usual appearance. However, grain prices are still rising. Now it's 150 coins per bushel, double what it was. Chief Yi took some tobacco from his cloth bag, placed it on his pipe, and happily smoked. This is normal. In a while, the grain prices will fall back again. They felt relieved after hearing Xu Yun's advice, as they had already bought enough grain. "Can I sell my grain at the high price now and make a good profit?" Yi Chong asked. He was still thinking about exchanging money. Chief Yi didn't notice and instead looked at Xu Yun, who was lost in thought. "Yi Chi's wife, what do you think?" Xu Yun was considering whether to escape to another state during this brief peace. Suddenly called out, she snapped out of her thoughts. "My suggestion is to wait a bit longer. What if the rebels come back again?" Yi Shouyang agreed with Xu Yun, saying, "That's right. Those untrustworthy people keep bothering us. Maybe they're secretly watching, waiting for the army to leave and then return." Yi Chong nodded, thinking it made sense, and said he would consider it further. After 2 more days, many shops in the town had reopened, and people from nearby villages started coming to trade. 6 days passed quickly. Besides most families hanging white banners, the village and town seemed to have returned to normal. The rebels had disappeared again. Xu Yun felt uneasy and decided to go to Luyang town to find Zhong Ding, who had better information. The only ox in the village had been killed and eaten by the rebels, so Xu Yun had to walk to town. Yi Shouyang, worried about her being alone, decided to accompany her. They set out early in the morning and walked for most of the day before reaching Luyang town. Luyang was quiet and deserted, but some shops were still open. There weren't many customers, only a few scattered visitors. The grain shop had the most customers as grain prices were high and many still wanted to buy. During the days the rebels occupied the town, they had looted all the stored grain, and the villagers had hardly eaten enough. As soon as the grain shop opened, everyone rushed to buy grain. Xu Yun didn't bother to look around and went straight to the Four Seas agency. The door was closed. Yi Shouliang knocked, but no one answered for a long time. Xu Yun then tried the back door. Finally, someone came to open it. "Who are you looking for?" asked a young man she didn't recognize. "I'm here to see Zhongding." "Is he here?" The young man shook his head. "He went to the headquarters and hasn't come back." "Are there others around?" Xu Yun thought it was okay to ask someone else, as she had met several people before. "No, only I am here now, guarding the local branch. The others haven't come back." "Did they say when they would return?" The young man looked helpless. "They won't come back anymore, because this branch is closing. If you want to find someone, go to the county town." "All right, thank you." The young man politely nodded and closed the door. This shouldn't be happening. Now that the rebels have been driven away, why is the door still closed? Xu Yun wondered if they had received some news, or if the current peace was just an illusion. "Uncle Shouliang, let's go back quickly." Xu Yun looked at the tightly shut Shanghai agency, feeling uneasy inside. "Okay, let's go." The town's carriage shop was closed, so Xu Yun and Yi Shouliang had to walk back. "Here, Uncle Shouliang." Xu Yun handed him 2 plain rice cakes with some small salted vegetables inside as they walked. Yi Shouliang didn't refuse, and after a while, his stomach was empty, so he ate the cakes eagerly. After eating 2 cakes, he felt a bit stronger. Xu Yun and Yi Shouliang sat on a stone by the roadside to rest. It wasn't that Xu Yun was too delicate. They had walked for 5 or 6 hours, and her feet were almost blistered. "Young Miss Xu, rest well. Let's keep going, or we won't get back before dark," said Yi Shouliang. "All right, let's go." Xu Yun finally squeezed her calves and stood up. "Once we pass the small hill ahead, the road will be easier." Yi Shouliang pointed to the small hill in front. But before they reached the hill, the ground started to tremble slightly, and soon they heard the sound of hooves. Xu Yun quickly told Yi Shouliang to hide in a small ditch nearby. "Young Miss Xu." Yi Shouliang looked confused. Xu Yun put her finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. She and Yi Shouliang quietly peeked out half their heads, took a quick look, and almost shouted out loud. He covered his mouth tightly and pulled his head back, hiding in the dirt ditch. Only after the sound of hooves faded did he peek out, his voice trembling. "The rebels again?" Request failed. Chief Yi squatted on the ground, helpless and overwhelmed, almost crying. "They are giving us no way out. Father, let me go this time. I will earn a future for the family and come back," said Yi Liang, kneeling beside him. Yi Zheng said, "Second brother, what are you saying? If there's a draft, it should be me, the eldest brother." As the eldest son, he naturally steps forward first when something happens. Yi Liang picked up a stone, threw it away, then turned to Yi Zheng with a smile. "Big brother, you know me. I've wanted to be a hero since I was young. Now that there's a chance, don't take it from me. It's just that." Yi Liang looked back at Xiao Tian and his daughter Yi Dodo. "After I go, I hope Big Brother will take good care of them." Yi Zheng shook his head. "I still need to help your sister-in-law more. Brother, the little nephew, is not even 1 year old. You should stay at home." "No, you stay." "I'll go." "No, I will go." "You stay." Seeing the 2 brothers arguing and almost getting angry, clan leader Yi shouted loudly, "Enough. Can't you let me have some peace?" In his heart, he couldn't bear to see either son go. Compared to Yi Zheng and Yi Liang's willingness to give in, others felt much worse. Zhang Shuangzhu, Yi Zhuang, Yi Zhang, and the older Yi Shouliang family each had only 1 man. They were drafted, leaving the family without a pillar. The Shi family had to decide whether Shi Da or Shi Dahai would go. Every household was heavy with sadness. Yi Chang'an looked at his friends, all with sad faces. The young girls were secretly wiping tears. He asked, "Mother, do we have to go for the draft? Can we not go?" Xu Yun sighed. In ancient times, with fewer people, war meant mandatory conscription. Refusing military service was considered a serious crime, possibly leading to death or slavery. These punishments were to ensure enough soldiers and strength for the army. But ordinary people couldn't bear to risk their lives. They had only 1 life, and when the men left, who would support the family? Moreover, the old emperor was foolish and incompetent. Over the years, he became more outrageous. He indulged in luxury, building palaces today and traveling to the south tomorrow, draining the treasury. As a result, when disasters struck, there was no money to help the people. To celebrate his birthday, treacherous ministers suggested raising taxes, and later, more palaces were to be built. Who knew what chaos would follow? The emperor only cared about pleasure, letting treacherous officials run wild. Who would truly want to serve him? Yang was hot-tempered. She wiped her tears and said, "Well, I think it's better to hide here. If the soldiers come, they won't find us. We probably can't avoid the draft." "I think that's a good idea." Chen also didn't want Zhang Shuangju to go and agreed with Yang. Zhang Xinghua nodded and said to Shirda and Shirda, "Hi, father, Dahuai. Maybe you shouldn't go either. The rebels are very fierce, and I'm worried about what might happen if something goes wrong. How can I handle this?" Tears started to fall as she spoke, for she had just gotten married. "That can't be. If we don't go, our whole family will be punished," sighed Shirda. "I've decided. I'll go this time. You two young ones just got married. Father, you're so old now. How can I let you go?" Shirda disagreed. Shirda patted him. "You brat. I still have plenty of strength. I'm not old. Father, I mean it. I should go instead. I can take care of myself," she said, speaking to Zhang Xinghua. Although Zhang Xinghua felt sad inside, she couldn't refuse. Yang and Chen hesitated after hearing about the collective punishment. They didn't want their husbands to risk their lives, but their children needed to survive. Shuyan saw everyone struggling and feeling sad in the cave. She said, "Actually, if you're not drafted, you probably won't be punished collectively. The court is facing internal and external troubles, and the situation is serious. They're only drafting those who can serve. They won't bother with those who refuse. We're worried about being punished later," said Leader Yi. "The old emperor won't live much longer. The crown prince hasn't been decided yet, and no one knows who will become emperor next. A new dynasty might bring a ruler who cares for the people and won't punish everyone," Xian added. "These are just guesses," said Leader Yi. "It's true. But have you thought about this? The Western tribes are already stirring at the border. They've always had big ambitions. Now they're daring to send rebels to cause chaos, which shows they've planned this long ago. Soon they'll attack. Then the court will definitely draft soldiers again. Even if you manage to survive fighting the rebels, what if you're sent to fight the Western tribes?" Leader Yi was completely stunned. He understood that Xu Yan's words were very likely true. Before the rebels are defeated, they might be called to fight the Western tribes directly. This was terrifying. The Western tribes are strong and fierce, with horses that can carry 2 men. If the court's army isn't enough, they might have already broken through. "Shu girl, what should we do now?" Yang's eyes were swollen from crying.
"Run."
"Hide," Shu Yan replied simply. "If they hide now, they can hide again during the next draft. After 3 or 5 years, once the main character ascends the throne, everything will turn for the better. Currently, risking one's life is not worth it." Yi Shouliang took out his cigarette, took a puff, and smiled. "Anyway, I'm getting old. I won't live much longer, but I don't want to die outside. I'll hide in the mountains. I can also make myself a good coffin, which is pretty good." Ma also agreed, since only they two are left at home. She's not afraid of any collective punishment. As long as the old man can stay with her now, nothing else matters. Just like Yun Yang said, things might change later. Living well now is the most important. Yi Chong and Gao's couple have no children, and their parents are gone. They don't have kids now either. The other person is the most important person to them. After hearing Yi Shouliang's words, they also decided to hide in the mountains to avoid conscription. Yinyo's family, Zhou Yunhan, naturally didn't want his grandson to join the army, and Yinyo couldn't abandon his grandmother and young sister, so they also decided to hide from conscription. Yang and Chen also wavered, but Yi Zuchong was still hesitating. What about the villagers? Yi Zuchong remembered the white banners hanging in the village. If he lost loved ones again, how could he bear it? Shu Yan bit her lip and said, "Brother Shi, maybe you should talk to the villagers about this. Those who want to leave can leave. The conscription officer isn't coming today, but he'll come tomorrow. Let me go," Yi Zuchong stood up and stretched his tired legs. No, Uncle Zuchong, you can't go. Shu Yan shook her head to refuse. Request failed. The combined grain of several families adds up to over 1,000 jin, but Chen's family is far away and uphill. Carrying all that grain is really difficult. Shu Yan can't bring it with her in this space. She looked at everyone and asked, do you have any good ideas? A dozen brains working together might not come up with a perfect plan, but they could probably think of a good solution. Everyone started to think hard. Yi Zuchong was the first to speak. We must move all the grain. The problem is how to move it. The mountain path is hard to walk. Even if all the men carry it together, they can't move everything at once, Yi Shouyang said. Then we don't have to move everything at once. We can move part of it first, and the rest can be moved later, Yi Jingdao suggested. But leaving the remaining grain here isn't safe. What if someone finds it?
Yi Chong said.
This grain was his entire savings. If he lost it, what would he eat in the future? Even if he could farm again, it would take time. Then we should take all the grain with us. Yi Liang was feeling a headache and thought it might be better to move everything all at once. It's tiring, but at least I can rest assured, he said. Yi Chong nodded in agreement. Mrs. Yang waved her hand firmly. No, that won't work. People can't handle it. The trip is originally 3 days, plus transporting the grain. It might take 7 days, and we can't stay in the mountains all the time. Even if the adults can endure sleeping outdoors, the children might catch cold, which is not good. When it came to the children, the women strongly disagreed. Yinyo scratched his head thoughtfully. I have a middle ground idea. Tell us, Shu Yan said. Yinyo shyly smiled. Since it's hard to carry all the grain at once, and we're worried about leaving it here, we can find a place halfway to hide some grain. When we arrive at Aunt Chen's house and settle down, we can slowly bring the grain back. After Yinyo finished, everyone thought for a while. That's a good idea, Yi Shouyang praised. But even halfway, it will still take several days to carry the grain. So, Yinyo's plan had flaws, and everyone was again troubled. Everyone frowned tightly. The situation seemed to be getting tense. Shu Yan said, here's an idea. We can divide the journey into 3 parts, and in the middle, only need to find 2 hiding spots for the grain. The men can work together to move the grain to the first hiding spot. After resting enough, they can go to the second spot. Once the grain is hidden there, we leave it and settle down first. Later, we can go back and bring the grain to Aunt Chen's house. The second hiding spot is closest to her, so we can be more at ease. Everyone looked at each other happily after hearing this. Village head, Yi clapped his hands. That's a good plan. We can rest in the middle too. How about this? Let the women and children go ahead to Aunt Chen's house first, so they can settle in quickly. The men can take their time moving the grain, Yi Liang suggested. No, that's not good. If they leave first and something happens on the way, what do we do? Sher Dahai raised his hand to refuse. Mainly because they had to cross mountains, and if they separated, the women and children might encounter dangerous mountain bandits, wolves, or other aggressive animals, and they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Brother Yizheng is right. We should go together, Shu Yan said again to Sher Dahai and Sher Da Uncle Sher, Brother Sher, since you're familiar with the mountain conditions, you can find the hiding spots for the grain. All right, leave it to us, Sher Da agreed immediately. Su Yun looked at the women again. Tomorrow, who wants to go to town to buy things with me? Lady Yun, I will go with you, Ma Shi said. I'll go too. Yang Shi, Qin Shi, Sister Gao, Zhang Xinghua, and the 2 Tians all said they wanted to go. Su Yun waved her hand. No need for so many people, it's too obvious. The 2 Tians looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Are you ladies trying to tell me something?
Su Yun asked.
Tianda lowered her head, her face flushing red. She opened her mouth but didn't speak. Yi Zheng, understanding her thoughts, stepped forward to speak for her. Su Mei, my wife and sister-in-law, just want to visit my father-in-law's family at home.
Shu Yun smiled.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to go, just go. But if Brother Yi Zheng and second brother Yi Liang want to come along, you'll have to go after dark, so the officials don't see you. After saying this, Su Yun turned to pack her things.
Ye Zhang spoke again. Hey, Su Mei.
Is there something else? Su Yun looked at him with curiosity. That little brat, go away. Aren't you making things hard for Yiqi's wife?
Yezuzang fronet and patet yezeng.
But father, my parents. Tianda and Tian Zhao's eyes welled up with tears.
Shuyunan nerstod.
The two Tians didn't just want to visit their parents, they also wanted to bring them along. Su Yun couldn't agree to this. Luckily, Yi Zhang knew his limits. He pulled his two daughters-in-law and sons aside. I understand your feelings. As children, you want to bring your parents because you care. That's filial piety. But not only do you have relatives back home, your sisters-in-law all have their own families too. Relatives are connected, and if we keep bringing so many people, in the end, 200 or 300 might come. Too many people and gossip could leak the news. If that happens, not only will we lose food, but our lives could be at risk. The two Tians also understood this logic, but thinking about not being able to take their parents made them sad. Yi Zhang sighed helplessly from the start, whether it was doing business, buying grain early, or avoiding the rebels and officials, it was all thanks to Yi Qi's wife. And this time, we're visiting Chen Shi's family. We must remember their kindness and not put them in danger. Do you understand? Tears finally fell from the eyes of the two Tians. Yi Zhang and Yi Liang both comforted their wives. Master Yi sighed and said, if you want to blame someone, blame me for resenting the eldest and second brothers. It's our own fault. We can only rely on others. Don't let your hearts turn sour and blame Yi Qi's wife or the Qin family. Both De Tian and Yi Zheng said they bore no resentment or blame. Yang heard Master Yi's words and quietly swallowed her thoughts of bringing her parents along. Yi Zhuang looked at his wife's worried face, plucked at some wild grass nearby, and walked over to Xu Yun. Yang hurried to follow. What are you doing? Are you going back? Xu Yun watched the two pull at each other and understood everything clearly. Yang, like De Tian, was worried about her family. Xu Mei, I care about my father-in-law's family, but I never thought of bringing them here. I just want to ask if you have any way to help them. Yang's pulling on Yi Zhuang stopped. Yi Zhuang patted her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Because Yi Zhuang asked so sincerely, Xu Yun felt reassured. He wasn't trying to make things difficult for her. Big brother Yi Zhuang, let me think about it and tell you tomorrow. Yi Zhuang smiled and thanked her. Just being able to help was enough. Mother, isn't Uncle Yi Zhuang making things difficult for you? Yi Chang'an looked a bit upset. Xu Yun pulled him to sit down, yes, but he's helpless too. It's all for you and Aunt Yang. We can't take all your Aunt Yang's family away. It would hurt her. Uncle Yi Zhuang asked me to come up with ideas because he cares. During these tough times, Uncle Yi Zhuang is brave enough to ask for help himself. That shows he's a true man. Because Yi Zhuang was sincere and honest, Yang had taken a liking to him from the start. Yi Chang'an seemed to understand but was still a bit confused. Xu Yun smiled and patted his head, told him to lie down, and tucked in Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'an. Fortunately, she had bought over 10 jean of cotton in advance and made 2 quilts, one laid on dry straw and the other for covering. This way, they wouldn't catch a cold. The next day, sunlight shone into the pit. Xu Yun got up, secretly took out some hot buns from her space, and let the children sneak and eat them in their blankets. She had been eating plain bread so often that her mouth was numb. Every time she entered her space and saw the buns, she would swallow hard. After they finished eating, each family gradually woke up.
Xu Yun called Yezhuang, Yang, Yezeng, Yeliang, and Datian.
Yesterday, Uncle Yi Zhuang asked me to think of a good plan for Aunt Yang's family. I thought about it all night and came up with 2 ideas, but they're not perfect. After you hear them, think if they're suitable. Xu Yun made sure to be honest first. Everyone nodded. Based on my guess, the Western tribes will definitely have a fight with our country. Ordinary people like us will either have to leave for distant lands, heading further south, or hide deep in the mountains. If we go south, we need to leave quickly, preferably by water, because the Western tribes are not good at swimming. Water routes are faster and safer. Since the outside world is unstable now, the roads won't be peaceful. Another option is to hide in the mountains. To live safely and avoid war, we must go deep into the mountains. Of course, there are dangers. Wolves and tigers surround the area, So going into the mountains means finding remote, inhabited mountain valleys or following hunters who live in the mountains all year round. After she finished speaking, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The Yang family and the Daitian family looked especially pale. Sister Shu, going south is too far, and the roads are unsafe. Going into the mountains also has wild animals. Neither option is good, Yi Liang said, glancing at the others. Yi Zheng, Yi Zhuang, and the women all nodded in agreement. Yes, what should we do then? Xu Yan replied, these are the only two options I can think of. She's not a fairy, so she can't think of everything. Clan leader Yi sighed, if only the wild animals in the mountains wouldn't attack people. That's impossible. Wild animals eat meat, so they would attack, Yang said, feeling hopeless. Suddenly, Xu Yan had an idea. It's impossible, but we can make sure they don't attack people. Everyone looked at her with confusion. What do you mean? Brothers and sisters-in-law, does anyone in your family know how to use a bow and arrow? My brother knows a little, Yang said. Daitian shook his head, but Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. My sister-in-law's brother knows how. Xu Yan said, when you go back today, have your family practice shooting.
Why?
Are we supposed to train them to fight the wild animals in the mountains? Even if we practice now, it's too late, Yi Liang asked, confused. It doesn't have to be perfect. As long as they can hit the target, that's enough. The most important thing is strength, making sure each arrow hits deep into the animal. Hearing this, Yi Liang became more anxious. What's the point of practicing bows and arrows now? That's nonsense. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet, Xu Yan said, stopping everyone from speaking. I know of a plant called poison kiss. Its sap is highly toxic. Yi Zheng exclaimed happily, you mean we can put the sap on the arrows to shoot the wild animals? Xu Yan nodded.
Exactly.
Where does this plant grow?
Yang asked eagerly.
Xu Yan pursed her lips and said, it's not easy to find. This kind of herb grows on steep cliffs. Its leaves look like bamboo leaves, and the flowers are white with a hint of purple at the tips. Even if it's hard to find, I will find it, Yangshi said, tightening her grip on her clothes. At this moment, Zhang Xinghua approached and said, Sister Xu Yan, I've seen that kind of herb before. Yangshi grabbed her hand happily and asked, really? Where did you see it? On the other side of this cave. I saw it last time when Dahai and I followed the cliff to another cave entrance. That's great. Let's go find it right now, said Yangshi. Yi Zhuang's husband and wife, along with Yi Zheng and Yi Liang, immediately prepared to go. Dahai stopped them, saying, that cliff is dangerous. Without my skills, it's risky. Let me go, instead. The 6 people bowed deeply to Dahai. Zhang Xinghua hurried to help Yangshi and the other women, while Dahai helped the men. Dahai was skilled and returned about an hour later, holding several plants in his cloth bag. Xu Yan, look. Is this the herb? Xu Yan examined the plants carefully and sniffed them. Yes, this is the poison kiss. It emits a strange, pleasant smell. Everyone was excited and eager to leave immediately with the herb. Let's not wait until night. We'll leave now, taking a longer mountain route to avoid people, said Yi Zhuang. Yi Zheng and Yi Liang agreed with this plan. Before leaving, Xu Yan explained how to use the herb and what to watch out for. After they left, Xu Yan, Ma Shi, Gao Sa, and Zhang Xinghua headed to the town. Dahai, Zhang Shuangzhu, and Chen Shi went to find the first grain storage point. Xu Yan and the others continued walking toward the town, passing several villages. The scenes were heartbreaking. Even from a distance, they could see white banners hanging in the villages and women working in the fields. They sighed quietly and kept walking. The streets of Ping'an town were very messy, with crooked signs and baskets and other items piled outside shops. There were no people on the street, and almost no shops were open except for the grain store. It seemed everyone was frightened by the rebels, afraid they might come back again soon. Since there's no one here, maybe we should go to Luyang town to take a look, Ma Shi suggested. Xu Yan nodded, but even the doors of the Jishatang were tightly shut. They turned to leave, but suddenly, a door behind them creaked open. Are you Miss Xu Yan? Asked a young clerk from inside. Yes, I am, she replied. Xu Yan said, There is someone waiting for you in the backyard. Come with me quickly. Is Dr. Zhou waiting for me? The young man shook his head no. Xian was confused. Who else could it be? She followed the young man inside. As she lifted the curtain in the main hall, a familiar figure appeared before her. Aunt second. Yi Xiaohua ran over crying. The moment she saw Xian, she choked up. Xian asked in surprise, Xiaohua, what are you doing here? Didn't you go with your parents too? Yi Xiaohua shook her head hard. That day, my parents and I just arrived in Yanglu village when we met the rebels. Grandma was killed right then. After that, they took us to the town. My parents were sent to do work, and my younger brother was scolded and taken away somewhere because he didn't listen. Later, Yi Xiaohua's tears kept flowing, blurring her sight. Xuyun handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She patted Yi Xiaohua's trembling back from crying. Aunt second is here. Don't be afraid. Take your time to tell me. Yi Xiaohua calmed herself down and slowly, clearly, said, Later, I was taken to help cook for the rebels. Dr. Zhou recognized me and secretly took me away, hiding me until the rebels left. Where is Dr. Zhou now? Xuyun asked. All the herbs in the shop were gone, probably moved away. The young man said, Dr. Zhou's family has already gone back to their hometown. But Miss Yi didn't want to leave, so she stayed. I originally wanted to find Aunt second, but then the rebels came again. I could only hide. When the rebels left, everything outside was chaotic. I thought I'd wait until it was safe to return to the village. I didn't expect Brother Sun Nian to see you just now. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua wiped her tears and finally smiled. Xiaohua, you've suffered. From now on, just follow Aunt second without worry, Xuyun said, hugging her. Yes. Yi Xiaohua's nose became sore again. She thought to herself that it would be so good if Aunt second were her mother. Her parents really didn't deserve her. Your name is Sun Nian, right? Xuyun asked the young man. Yes, I am Sun Nian. Thank you, young master Sun, for taking care of my little Xiaohua. Xuyun bowed her thanks. Sun Nian shyly avoided her gaze. Auntie, there's no need to thank me. Dr. Zhou asked me to come see Xiaohua every day. I haven't done much. But you still should be thanked. Xuyun looked at his thick clothing, probably filled with cotton, indicating he wasn't poor. Is your family from the town, young master Sun? Yes, I live not far from here, said Sun Nian. Xuyun nodded and said to Ma Shi, Aunt Ma, you and little Hua and the others go out first. I need to talk to Dr. Xiao Sun for a moment. Okay. Yi Xiaohua didn't ask much and followed Ma Shi and the others out willingly. Dr. Xiao Sun, could you help me by pouring a glass of water? I'm a bit thirsty, Xuyun asked. Of course, I can, Sun Nian replied, going to the back kitchen to pour water. Xuyun took the opportunity to take a bag of grain from the space. Sun Nian came out with a bowl, and Xuyun thanked him, took a few sips, then placed the bowl on a nearby stone table. Dr. Xiao Sun, the situation isn't stable now. There might be a war in the west. You and your family should leave quickly and go south to avoid danger, Xuyun advised. Sun Nian said, That's exactly what we're planning. We'll leave in a few days. I'm worried about Miss Yi being here alone, but I'm relieved I met you today. Now I can leave with peace of mind. It was a perfect coincidence, so Xuyun didn't need to persuade him further. Then we'll say goodbye here. Dr. Xiao Sunday Sun Nian nodded respectfully. Xuyun approached the door and said, Don't forget to take the bag behind the stone table. Then she and Ma Shi quickly left. Sun Nian curiously went around to the back of the stone bench and found it was a bag of rice. He looked at the direction Xuyun had gone, surprised, realizing this rice was her gift for taking care of little Hua. Sun Nian smiled. Now, even with money, it was hard to buy rice, as everyone could only buy 2 jin a day. This bag of rice was exactly what his family needed. He bowed again toward the direction they left, then closed the door, carried the rice, and returned home through the back door. The group leaving Ping'an town felt confused. If they went back today, it would be hard to come out again later. But they needed to buy medicine and seeds, which were essential. Luyang town was too far away, and the women walking on the road seemed unsafe. Yunyang, should we go back or head to Luyang town? Ma Shi asked. Let's go back first, Xuyan replied. Medicine and grain were important, but not more than life itself. Besides, aside from the rebels, bandits and robbers were also taking advantage of the chaos. It's better to be cautious. All right, Yunyang, we'll follow your advice, Ma Shi agreed. The women set out on their way back. To avoid being seen by the few villagers remaining, Xu Yun and her group decided to return from the mountain to the cave. When they reached outside the cave, Sister Gao took a rope ladder from the nearby grass and tied one end to a tree, then swung the other end down. Several women had gone up the rope ladder many times and became quite skilled, but Yi Xiaohua was very scared the first time she climbed. Yi Xiaohua held her breath and only dared to breathe out once she landed safely. Little flower sister, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'e saw her and ran back. Yi Chang'e was even teary-eyed and hugged her tightly. Little flower sister, are you okay? Just moments before, Yi Xiaohua had acted like a child in front of Xuyan, but when she saw her younger siblings, she became a calm, caring older sister. She smiled and asked them, "Look at me. Is there anything wrong?" Yi Chang'e really circled around her to make sure she was fine, then hugged her again. "That's great, little flower sister. We can be together again." Yi Xiaohua sniffed and felt touched, softly nodding in response. "All right, you two. Take little flower inside and get her some food and drinks," Xuyan told the excited children. Yi Chang'e understood and pulled Yi Xiaohua to their own stall, handing her water and quietly giving her some snacks she had bought earlier but was reluctant to eat. Yi Chang'an stayed nearby, talking to her about everything that had happened before. Xuyan and a few women went to Yi Zichang's side, saying they didn't buy anything today and planned to ask the men to go to Luyang town tomorrow. After dark, Yi Zhuang and Yang Shi returned first. Yi Zheng, Yi Liang, and the elder and younger Tian families also came back, but Zhang Zhuanzhu and Shi Dafu's family hadn't returned by early morning. They were expected to come back tomorrow or the day after. Time was tight, so Xuyan decided not to wait for them. She, Yi Zhuang, Yi Chang'e, and Yi Sholiang would go to Luyang town together. Since Yi Zheng and the others hadn't returned, they bought more supplies than usual, so if needed, they could share some later. Because the men were with them this time, they traveled along the mountain path. It took the whole morning, and they only arrived at Luyang town at noon. The men stayed outside, hiding and waiting, while the women went into town to buy supplies. Luyang town didn't look as rundown as Ping'an town. About 1/3 of the shops on the street were still open. Xuyan and the women first went to the general store, but shopkeeper Zheng had already gone back to his hometown to take refuge, leaving only the clerk. Xuyan bought all kinds of seeds, but unfortunately, the salt was already sold out. At this time, everything was more expensive, and supplies were scarce. Zhang Xinghua, Ma Shi, and Gao Sa had limited money and only bought some common seeds. There is no need to buy grain. Each family has purchased rice. Xuyan will exchange rice with them later. They couldn't find salt at the general store, so they went to the official salt shop. The Ma family knew how important salt was, so even though the price had risen, they still bought it with a tight grip. Next, Xuyan went to the fabric shop. Thinking it might be hard to come out again soon, she bought 2 bolts of cloth. She also remembered Yi Xiaohua's clothes, which were 2 summer outfits layered together and not warm at all. She bought 3 jeans of cotton to make better clothes. Finally, they went to the medicine shop, but many people were waiting outside to see the doctor. It was the season change, and because of the scare from the rebel army, many people were sick. But Xuyan and her group didn't see a doctor. They went straight to the counter to buy medicine. "Shopkeeper, I want to prepare some common medicines. This young lady is asking a lot." There are many kinds of common medicines, like those for wind heat or wind cold, stomach issues, or injuries. The shop assistant listed many. Xuyan waved her hand. "I want all of those and some for snake, insect, rat, and ant bites too. Living in the mountains, these are essential." It was the first time the shop assistant received such a large order. Because of the rebel chaos, many medicinal ingredients hadn't arrived yet. He apologized and felt a bit regretful about earning less money. "Whatever you have, just give me that." Xuyan felt a little disappointed, but was glad she could gather ingredients locally to make medicine herself. "Miss, please wait a moment." Since Xu Yun ordered so much, the shop assistant needed some time to prepare the medicines. Ma Shi and Zhang Xinghua also bought some basic medicines, but not many. Gao Sa had little silver and only bought a medicine for wind cold. After about 15 minutes, the shop assistant finally finished preparing all the medicines. Miss, your medicines are ready. The package has instructions on how to use them, so you'll know at a glance. Shuyan thought about the many snakes in the mountains and, being most afraid of snakes, asked shopkeeper, "Do you have medicine for snake venom? If bitten by a venomous snake and there's no cure, it could be deadly." "Yes, we have a poison-removing pill that can treat common snake toxins." The shop assistant took out a small bottle from under the counter. "What about rare snake poisons?" Shu Yun asked. "For snake venom I've never seen before, we naturally can't prepare an antidote," he replied. "There are many snakes, and doctors haven't seen all of their poisons. Usually someone gets bitten and then the doctor can learn and treat accordingly." "All right, then please give me some wound ointment too." Suyin thought, in case she encounters a beast and gets injured fighting it, or suffers other external injuries, having medicine to treat wounds is the best choice. The shop was noisy. The clerk hadn't heard clearly and stretched his neck to ask again, "Miss, are you talking about golden wound ointment or golden injury medicine?" "Golden wound ointment? Golden injury medicine?" Suyin was confused. "These are two different medicines. What's the difference between these two?" The clerk patiently explained, "Golden wound ointment is mainly used for cuts from knives or axes and bruises. Golden injury medicine also treats cuts and bruises, but it works better. As long as the wound doesn't hit the meridians, no matter how serious the cut, just a little of this medicine applied can stop bleeding quickly and reduce inflammation, preventing infection or worsening." Su Yun valued her life above all, so she definitely needed the golden injury medicine. The clerk grinned. "Miss, this golden injury medicine costs much more than the golden wound ointment." "I know, don't worry. I can afford it. Since it both reduces inflammation and stops bleeding quickly, it must be expensive." Seeing she could pay, the clerk dared to take it out and said, 10 taels of silver per bottle."
"What?
That expensive?" Ma Shi and Zhang Xinghua were both stunned and said in unison. They thought the medicine was only 2 or 3 times more expensive than normal, at most 2 taels of silver, but this price was sky high. Su Yun also thought it was expensive, but the effect was so good. Even if she had money later, she might not find this medicine again. If an accident happens, having medicine is better than not. She clenched her teeth and said, "All right, give me 2 bottles."
All right.
The clerk handed all the medicines to her. "Miss, take care and walk safely." Turning around, Suyun put the 2 bottles of golden injury medicine into her space. The medicine looked like gold. She didn't dare carry it openly. If the bottles broke, she'd be heartbroken. She lowered her head and walked, suddenly bumping into someone. Su Saozi, sister-in-law Su. Suyun looked up and saw Zhong Ding, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. "Brother Zhong, you're back?" Zhong Ding awkwardly nodded, hiding the medicine bag he was holding behind his back. But Suyun had already seen it. "Brother Zhong, are you sick? Is it serious?" Zhong Ding looked a bit unnatural. "It's not me. It's my brother who got a little hurt." "Oh, I see. I saw you bought medicine already, so you should go quickly." Judging by the 2 big bags of medicine in Zhong Ding's hands, his brother's injury must be serious. I'll go first." When Zhong Ding left, his gaze carried a hint of sadness. Suyun even wondered if she had seen it wrong. "Miss Yun, we have bought everything we need. Is there anything else you want to buy?" Madame Ma asked. Suyun thought for a moment. Everything they needed was in the space, so she had nothing more to buy, and shook her head. "Then let's go back," Madame Ma said. "Okay." But after just a few steps, Zhong Ding, who had returned, called her back. His expression was very urgent. "Sister-in-law, please come with me." Suyun thought Zhong Ding wanted her to treat his brother, but then she remembered she had never told him she knew medicine. However, she trusted Zhong Ding a lot. He must have had a reason to ask her, so she went with Madame Ma and the others to the Four Seas agency. The main door was still closed, so they entered through the back door. Zhong Ding led them to a side room. Before opening the door, they could smell a strong, bloody scent inside. It seemed there was a seriously ill patient inside. "Come in alone, sister-in-law," Zhongding said. Xu Yun nodded to Madame Ma and the others, who looked worried, then pushed the door open and went inside. As she walked in, the smell of blood grew stronger. The person on the bed was a man. Xu Yun slowly approached. When she saw the man's pale face, she was shocked. It was Yi Qi. He hadn't died? Yi Qi in front of her looked different from her memory. Though still handsome, his skin, which was once wheat-colored, had turned pale. He also had a short, rough beard, making him look more worn out. He was lying quietly on the bed, eyes closed. Xu Yun couldn't help but step forward and check his breath with her finger. She breathed a sigh of relief. His breath was weak, but still there, alive. She pulled his hand out from under the blanket and took his pulse. As time went on, her brow furrowed more and more. She covered him with the blanket and then opened the door to leave. She looked at Zhongding. "Yi Qi is poisoned?"
"Yuki?"
"Miss Yun, your Yi Qi is inside?" Madame Ma was surprised and asked, "How could a dead person appear here?" "Yes," Xu Yun said, not looking at Madame Ma but staring directly at Zhongding, hoping he would explain everything. Zhongding exhaled and made a gesture inviting her. "Sister-in-law, please come this way." "Madame Ma, wait for me in the side hall," Xu Yun said. Madame Ma, Zhang Xinghua, and Sister Gao nodded in agreement. This was Xu Yun's family matter. No matter how curious they were, they shouldn't intrude. If Xu Yun wanted to tell them, she would do so later. After Xu Yun sat down in the small pavilion in the garden, Zhongding began to explain the full story. At first, he received a secret message from Yi Qi, which he usually used. The message only warned him to be careful of the refugees. The rest was smudged by rain and unreadable. Zhongding tried to find out where the message came from but was unsuccessful. Soon, he received a second letter confirming that Yi Qi was alive and had been captured by the Shirong people, forced to work for the enemy. The third letter arrived just as the refugees caused chaos. Yi Qi told him that some Shirong spies were among the refugees, aiming to disturb the people's lives. He warned Zhongding to be very careful and to take care of Xu Yun and her family. After the border troops drove away the rebels for the first time, I returned home, thinking I could settle down and look after my sister-in-law and Chang and Changle. But then the rebels came again. I had to hide in the agency. One night, someone sneaked in, and it turned out to be Brother Yi Qi, dressed like a rebel. I was very scared. Xu Yun looked toward the room. How did he get poisoned? Zhongding sighed and hit the pillar with his fist. Brother Yi Qi said the Shirong people poisoned all the captured civilians. They need to take an antidote every 10 days. If they refuse, they get no medicine and suffer painfully until they die. Did you call a doctor? Yes, but it was useless. The doctor couldn't cure the poison. Zhongding sat down dejectedly, resting his arms on his knees and helplessly holding his head. If he doesn't get the antidote soon, Brother Yi Qi might not survive the next attack. Xu Yun frowned, surprised that Yi Qi was suffering so much. When did he get poisoned last time? 7 days ago, Zhongding replied. Brother Yi Qi told me repeatedly not to tell you, but if something happened to him, you wouldn't even get to see him one last time. That's why I told you. There were only 3 days left. Time was very tight. I understand, Xu Yun said, raising her hand to stop him. Let's go, I'll check his pulse again. Tell me what symptoms he has when he's poisoned. Hey, sister-in-law, do you know medicine? Zhongding looked at her with admiration. Her pulse-taking technique was very professional, just like a doctor in a clinic. Yes, Xu Yun sat on a small stool beside Yi Qi's bed and took his pulse again. When Brother Yi Qi is poisoned, he feels stabbing pain all over his body, and he vomits blood. He also feels very weak. Xu Yun thought silently. The stabbing pain is similar to symptoms in modern medicine, such as phlebitis, diabetic neuropathy, or scleroderma. Vomiting blood usually indicates problems with the digestive system. If medication is used and the illness is not caused by their own health issues, these conditions can likely be ruled out. Xu Yun does not understand poisons and doesn't know where to start, but her grandfather's notes contain some home remedies and ancient formulas that can be tried. Given Yi Qi's current condition, only a tentative attempt can be made. Brother Zhong, do you have ink and brush? Yes, I will go get them, Zhongding said, and left. Shuyun entered the space, looked through her grandfather's notebook, and wrote down 2 prescriptions suitable for the symptoms. Zhongding brought ink and brush. Shuyun didn't care how messy her handwriting was. She raised her hand and wrote the names of the medicines in a crooked way. Brother Zhong, please help gather these 2 medicines. All right. Zhongding folded the prescriptions and put them in his pocket, then ran off. Shuyun went to find Ma and the others. Aren't you going back? Ma asked. Shuyun nodded. Yi Qi's condition was dangerous, and she couldn't leave. Even if she had no feelings for Yi Qi, she sincerely hoped he would recover. But if he didn't, it would be one more life lost, especially since he was the father of Chang and Changla. She was not indifferent. Aunt Ma, you and the others should go back first. After returning, don't tell Chang and Changlu about their father's condition. If something happens to Yi Qi, I'm worried they will be too sad. Shuyun was not sure she could save Yi Qi, so it was better not to tell the children now, to spare them the pain of losing a loved one again. Ma nodded. All right, don't worry. I will take good care of Chang'an and Changla. After seeing Ma and Zhang Xinghua off, Shuyun went to the yard and cut a bamboo stick to make a drainage tube. Yi Qi was still unconscious, probably unable to swallow medicine, so tools were needed. Hey, what is this? Zhongding returned with the medicine and saw the ground full of bamboo shavings and a long, slightly curved bamboo piece in Shuyun's hand, polished smooth overall. It's for giving medicine to Yi Qi. Shuyun took the medicine package from him and went to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. They used 2 pots simultaneously to save time, boiling both prescriptions. Let me do it, sister-in-law, Zhongding said, taking the fan from her hand. You go check on Brother Yi. Okay. Shuyun thought about tidying up Yi Qi's room. It was too stuffy and poorly ventilated, making it uncomfortable to stay inside. She also explained some precautions for boiling the medicine to Zhongding before leaving. When she entered the room, her first action was to open the window and hang a light curtain to block the cold wind a little. Then she carried out the extinguished fire basin in front of Yi Qi's bed, which was full of ashes. Breathing that in was bad for health, and filled the water jug with water. While Shuyun was busy, Yi Qi slowly woke up. He heard sounds in the room, lifted his heavy eyelids, and looked through the thin curtain. The person in the room was not Zhongding, but a graceful woman. Her back looked familiar, but her face was hidden. Yi Qi wanted to ask who she was and where Zhongding was, but he couldn't speak and soon lost consciousness again. Shuyun was sitting at the table drinking water and didn't notice Yi Qi waking up. For her, Yi Qi waking up was still an awkward thing. After about 15 minutes, Zhongding came in carrying medicine. Sister-in-law, the medicine is here. Help me support him a little so he can sit up slightly. Yi Qi's head needed to be raised a bit so that the medicine wouldn't choke him when given. Okay. Zhongding sat by the bed, supporting Yi Qi's head on his lap. Shuyun said, use one hand to gently hold his cheeks and open his mouth a little. After doing so, she began to feed him the medicine. She placed a bamboo stick in Yi Qi's mouth and used a spoon to carefully slide the medicine into his throat through the bamboo. It was half an hour after finishing this dose. Zhongding gently moved Yi Qi's head back onto the pillow and covered him with a blanket. Sister-in-law, when should I give him the other medicine? Shuyun stretched her shoulders, feeling her arms tired. To avoid the medicine conflicting, give it an hour later. However, an hour later, after they had given Yi Qi the medicine, he started coughing up blood. Zhongding quickly took a cloth to wipe the blood from Yi Qi's mouth and the blanket. Sister-in-law, why did Brother Yi cough up blood? Zhongding asked anxiously. Shuyun said nothing, quickly checking Yi Qi's pulse. His heartbeat was abnormal, indicating sudden distress. She frowned, thinking this poison was very aggressive. The medicine Yi Qi drank, even in small amounts, caused rejection. Brother Zhong, I will prepare a few more prescriptions. You go buy the herbs. Shuyun picked up her brush and began to write again. Now they could only try different recipes. Only those that Yi Qi didn't reject would work. Xu Yun remembered an old recipe from her grandfather's notes. Most of the herbs listed were toxic, but using poison to fight poison might help. Zhongding took 3 or 5 prescriptions and hurried out to buy herbs. Soon, he returned with several sets of medicine and went straight to the kitchen to prepare the herbs. It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky and Yi Qi had coughed up a small basin of blood that Xu Yun finalized the final prescription. Sister-in-law, you've been tired all night. Rest in the West Wing. I'll stay here to watch over Brother Yi. Xu Yun nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Zhongding was a martial artist and much stronger than an ordinary person like her. She simply couldn't hold on any longer. She collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep, waking up the next morning. How is he? Xu Yun asked. After staying up all night, Zhongding let out a big yawn, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Nothing unusual happened in the second half of the night. Xu Yun checked his pulse again. It was steady. She felt relieved. Brother Zhong, you should rest now. I'll stay here and watch over him. Oh, sister-in-law, I already gave Brother Yi some medicine just now, Zhongding said, exhausted, and went to rest in the East Wing. Xu Yun nodded. After Zhongding left, Xu Yun prepared hot water to wipe Yi Qi's face, mainly because there were faint traces of yellowish medicine soup around his mouth. She couldn't stand it anymore. The sound of water stirring woke Yi Qi. He looked at the familiar figure. It was the woman from yesterday. Could she be Zhongding's? As Xu Yun turned around, Yi Qi quickly closed his eyes. If she was Zhongding's friend and came to take care of him, and he woke up to see her, it would be awkward for both of them. Better to pretend he was still asleep. Yi Qi thought to himself, how could Zhongding let a stranger come to care for him? Just then, Xu Yun leaned in close and gently wiped his face with a warm cloth from his forehead to his chin. They were too close. Yi Qi felt uncomfortable. It was a bit too intimate. He wanted to push her away, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of clear, autumn water-like eyes beneath long lashes, calm and transparent. Xu Yun was just finishing wiping his cheek. She seemed to notice something, raised her eyelids slightly, and accidentally met his gaze. Their eyes locked at close range, creating an awkward, tense atmosphere. Yunyang? Yi Qi called out in disbelief. Xu Yun quickly hid her embarrassment and smiled softly. It's me. You're awake. Why are you here? Brother Zhong told me, Xu Yun said, dipping the cloth in water, wringing it out, and placing it on the rack. Where are Chang'an and Chengle? Yi Qi looked around but didn't see the 2 children he missed so much. They're not here, and I don't know about your poisoning. Xu Yun helped him sit up and leaned him against the wall. She poured him some water. Drink some. Yi Qi was indeed thirsty. The bitter taste of the medicine soup filled his mouth. He took the cup and drank it all. He pouted slightly. The water was too little, and the bitterness in his mouth hadn't yet faded. Yet, he felt shy to speak openly to Xu Yun. Xu Yun saw through his thoughts and took his teacup, pouring him another glass. Thank you, Yi Qi said as he took the cup and drank the water completely. Is the village safe now? Are the children, your mother, and your elder brother safe? Yi Qi asked. A lot had happened during his absence. The original owner had died, she took over, and was driven out by Grandma Ge. She started from nothing to make money. She didn't know how to explain all this, so she just softly nodded. She decided to wait until he recovered fully and then see Chang'an and Chengle. You're probably hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Xu Yun was afraid he would ask more difficult questions, so she hurried out of the room. Most importantly, they felt awkward being together. Yi Qi watched her hurried figure leave, feeling confused. Xu Yun seemed to have changed. In the past, she was timid and gentle. When she saw him, her eyes would show uncontrollable love. But now, when she looked at him, it was like she was seeing a stranger. Could it be that his words when he left earlier had upset her? No. Yi Qi quickly dismissed his guess. The change in Xu Yun was far more than that. He traveled a lot, seeing all kinds of people. Usually, a simple action, a look, or a few words could reveal a person's character. Shuyan now looked completely different from before. She behaved naturally and confidently, spoke softly but with strength, giving a feeling of safety and trust.
Яка я сега за Даркинд?
He wondered what had caused her such a big change. Shuyan was nervous in the kitchen, feeling very worried. Yichi kept watching her with curiosity. His instincts told him he was not someone easy to fool. Her return was a trouble for her. Maybe after the chaos of the world ended, she should leave. The world was big, and Shuyan was confident she could live well anywhere. But her 2 children, she had been with them for so long, and she felt a bit reluctant to leave.
But
she would never settle for a stranger just for her children. Yes, that's decided. Anyway, Yichi had no feelings for the original owner. He hadn't even shared a proper marriage with her. Their marriage was just mutual benefit. She got a stable life, and he had someone to help take care of the children. The original owner liked Yichi, but now, this body belonged to Shuyan, and she would act according to her own wishes. Shuyan remembered what Yichi said when he left. If she now asked for a divorce, he would probably agree. Soon, Shuyan cooked a bowl of porridge for Yichi and brought it to his bedside. Here, have some porridge. Your current health only allows for light food. Yichi looked at the plain, tasteless white porridge with mixed feelings. He hadn't seen rice in a long time. He reached out with his big hand, holding the bowl, and drank large mouthfuls.
He didn't even need chopsticks.
Before long, he finished it all, still wanting more, feeling only half full. Shuyan then made him eat 2 more bowls before taking away his bowl. You've been in bed for a long time, and you shouldn't eat too much. Yichi nodded, thinking that made sense. He looked up at Shuyan. She seemed to have gained some weight, her complexion rosy, no longer as thin and weak as before, lacking spirit. Could it be that her heartless stepmother suddenly turned kind, willing to sell her flesh to feed her? Shuyan sensed his deep, almost penetrating gaze, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out from under the quilt and took his pulse. Yichi was caught off guard by her sudden touch, his brows furrowing in confusion, unsure of what she was doing. But she, like a doctor in a clinic, accurately checked his pulse. When did you learn medicine? Yichi asked, his doubts deepening. I've always known how. Shuyan finished checking his pulse, and then placed his hand back under the quilt. Your pulse is steady, but you still need to keep taking medicine to clear the remaining toxins. I'm going to prepare some medicine for you now. With that, she picked up the bowl and hurried out of the room as if fleeing. Yichi didn't have time to call her back. He wanted to say a few more words to Shuyan, but she ran too fast. He had so many questions about Chang'an, Changlo, whether they had grown taller, whether they had winter clothes and quilts during winter, and whether the Gu family was mistreating them. Shuyan felt both fear and frustration towards Yichi. She was afraid he would notice her odd behavior, and she was annoyed because her hard-built home was about to be handed over. In her heart, Yichi now seemed like a robber. There was nothing she could do. Her legal status and the connections she had built depended entirely on her husband. Otherwise, the original owner would still be a lonely girl, and Chang'an and Changlo weren't her biological children. Apart from her earnings, it seemed like she had nothing else. This feeling was terrible. Forget it. She would just get through these difficult days first. After Yichi recovered and went back, she would set some ground rules with him. Shuyan didn't eat the leftover plain porridge in the pot. She didn't like bland food. She took out the dumplings she had previously wrapped in the space and boiled them to eat. In the afternoon, Shuyan finished brewing the medicine, and Zhongding also woke up. Shuyan brought the medicine over and heard Zhongding happily say, "Big brother Yi, you're fine now." Sister-in-law's medical skills are even better than the doctor's at the medical hall. That's amazing. Zhongding couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Are you saying I cured this poison? Yichi looked surprised and couldn't believe Zhongding's words. The poison on him was carefully prepared by the old shaman of Shirong, and even the doctors of Shirong couldn't easily cure it. Could Shuyan's medical skills be so high? Shuyan carried the medicine inside and said, "Drink this." Yichi's dark eyes fixed on her. I just heard Zhongding say you cured my poison? Yes, Shuyan nodded. Why didn't you tell me before that you have such good medical skills? Yi Qi recalled the past and seemed unable to find any signs of her medical ability. You never asked me before. Besides, women practicing medicine is not accepted in this world. Even if I could, there's nothing to say about it. Xu Yun answered perfectly. Yi Qi always felt that this person was not the same Xu Yun from before. Xu Yun said to Yi Qi, I've been out for a day and a night. I should go back now. Chang'an Changlu is probably waiting anxiously. You rest here and wait at the foot of Nanshan in 5 days. Someone will come to pick you up to our current residence. She needed to go back and prepare first, mainly to ensure that the two siblings wouldn't reveal the space's existence, and to move some items out of the space. Thinking of this, Xu Yun felt even more annoyed. Having Yi Qi around was just trouble. Yi Qi narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, she just showed a hint of annoyance on her face. Was she annoyed with him? Zhongding didn't notice the strange atmosphere between Yi Qi and Xu Yun, only thinking that the couple hadn't seen each other in a long time and might be a bit shy. Things are not peaceful outside. Why don't I send sister-in-law back? Zhongding said this to Yi Qi before Yi Qi could speak. Xu Yun thanked Zhongding first. All right, then I'll trouble you, brother Zhong. There was no need to ask others about her matters. Yi Qi didn't care much about this, only feeling that Xu Yun had changed too much. He nodded and softly said, Go ahead. Be careful on the way. Zhongding escorted Xu Yun halfway up Nanshan, then she told him to go back. While there was still some sunset, Xu Yun reached the pit and threw a small stone inside, calling out, Guardian uncle, clan leader uncle. Yi Qi's wife, is that you? Yi clan leader's voice came from deep inside. It's me. When Shi Dahai came down, he had already taken the rope ladder, so he needed to be helped up again, allowing Xu Yun to come down. Soon after, Xu Yun climbed down the rope ladder. Mother, you're back. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el still rushed into her arms like little calves. Yard, daughter-in-law. The head of the Yi family glanced at the two siblings, clearly knowing about Yi Qi since Yi Qi was no longer in danger. Xu Yun no longer hid anything from Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el. She crouched down and said seriously, Chang'an, Chang'el, the reason I didn't come back yesterday was because I saw your father. Really? Mother saw father? Where is he? The two siblings eagerly looked up at the hole above. Chang'an, Chang'el, your father is still in Luyang town. He won't come back for a few more days. That's great. I knew father was still alive. He will come back for sure. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el were so excited that their eyes welled up with tears. Xu Yun gently wiped their tears, saying, All right, don't cry. Be happy. In a few days, you'll see your father. The two nodded fiercely, having waited so long for this day. Xu Yun told the two siblings to go to the side because she had something to discuss with the Yi family head and others. Big brother Shi, have the 2 grain storage sites been found? Shi Dahai nodded. Yes. Everything is ready. Very good. If everyone agrees, shall we start the journey tomorrow or whenever it's best? Xu Yun asked. Won't you wait for Yi Qi? The Yi family head asked. And how is Yi Qi doing? Yi Qi was one of the most capable young men in the clan. The Yi family head had been paying close attention to him even when he was still in the village. He's fine now. He'll be back after a few days of rest. We also need to move the grain and relocate, so we'll leave first. We'll come back to pick him up in 5 days, Xu Yun replied. Yi Sholiang shook his head. There's no more activity outside now. The people hiding in the mountains have left, so there's no danger. Waiting 5 days is fine. The others agreed. They thought about Yi Qi, Xu Yun, their children, and how long it had been since they last saw each other, hoping they could reunite soon. Exactly, but 5 days is enough. It would be better to let your family reunite sooner, the Yi family had said. Yes, we don't mind, Zhang Shuangzhu and the Yi Zhuang families also agreed. They didn't know about the awkwardness between Xu Yun and Yi Qi, they only felt that their separation was too long, initially life and death apart, with no chance to meet again. They never expected Yi Qi to still be alive. This news would be celebrated by any family, especially since they could meet sooner than expected. Xu Yun's mouth twitched, and she silently complained with a helpless smile. Thank you for your kindness, but she really didn't need it. She sighed and called Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle aside. Chang'an, Changle, I have a secret about a divine helper that I can't tell your father. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle looked at each other. Mother, why is that?
Well,
Shuyun felt very troubled. She didn't know what excuse to use to convince them. If you talk about the divine helper, you'll probably mention that I died once. Your father would be very upset. He's been worried about us outside for a long time. I'm afraid he can't handle the shock all at once, so I won't tell him now. I will tell him myself later, okay? After saying this, Shuyun secretly looked at their expressions. Yi Chang'an wanted to say more, but Yi Changle pulled him aside and whispered to him, facing away from Shuyun. Brother, mother is right. Dad just came back and he doesn't know many things. If we tell him everything all at once, he won't be able to handle it.
And
Yi Changle whispered a couple more words into Yi Chang'an's ear. The voices were too soft for Shuyun to hear clearly, but she saw the two kids giggling. They turned around. Mother, we understand. We won't tell Dad for now. We'll tell him later ourselves. Shuyun scratched her head, but as long as they agreed, that was enough. She didn't want to think too much about it. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle had spontaneously formed a matchmaking team. They thought Yi Chi had been cold to Shuyun before, probably because he didn't like her. But since they only recognized Shuyun as their mother, they now wanted to help them get together. If Shuyun knew what they were thinking, she would be shocked. Her jaw might drop to the ground. She never imagined her children could be so clever. In fact, children are the most sensitive to the subtle feelings within the family and between parents, but they usually don't say anything. During these 5 days, Shuyun kept taking things out of her space every day. Their baskets and shoulder poles gradually became heavier. 5 days later, Shi Dahai and Yi Zhuang met Yi Chi at the foot of the mountain. Yi Chi went down into the hole and saw so many people. He was a bit confused at first, but soon his eyes were drawn to Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle. He stood about 5 steps away and carefully observed the two children. They are not as thin and pale as expected, nor wearing thin clothes. Instead, like Shuyun, they have rosy cheeks, full and round faces, and are even a bit chubbier than other children here. Both children have grown taller and look healthy. They are dressed in thick cotton clothes, and they are wearing new shoes I haven't seen before. At this moment, Yi Chi feels extremely happy and grateful towards Shuyun. She has taken good care of the children. Shuyun pats the two stunned children and says, Chang'an and Changle, your dad is back. Go hug him quickly. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle look at him eagerly as he climbs down the rope ladder, but their father looks a bit different from what they imagined. He is thinner and more tired, with a pale face, probably from the hardships outside. The more they think about it, the more upset they feel, and tears well up in their eyes. Chang'an, Changle, Yi Chi opens his arms wide. The two children can no longer hold back and rush into his embrace, crying out loud. Seeing this scene, everyone nearby is moved and wipes away tears. Even Xiao Hua is deeply touched, crying as if her tears are beads breaking off, one after another. She wishes her parents were like this too. Shuyun thinks she is moved and gently holds her, patting her back softly. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle cry for a long time before stopping. They wipe their tears, choking, and sit next to Yi Chi. Although many people have questions, they wisely step aside to give the family space. Dad, I miss you so much. The two siblings sit in front of him, holding his hands. I miss you too. Yi Chi gently strokes their heads. How did you come here? What about your grandma and them? Yi Chi looks around and recognizes the familiar Yi Zuzhang, Yi Shuliang, and Yi Zhuang, as well as some unfamiliar faces like Zhang Zhuanzhu and his family. But apart from Xiaohua, there are no other members of the Yi family. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle exchange a quick look. Their smiles instantly fade, replaced by anger. Then, the two siblings tell him everything that happened after Yi Chi left, including Grandma Go almost selling Yi Changle, forcing them to split up, and people trying to ruin Shiyun's reputation, among other things. After hearing this, Yi Chi stands up angrily, fists clenched, with a very grim expression. He knows that Go is not a good person, but He didn't expect her to be so vicious, along with Li and Yi Tian, who took advantage of his absence to do many shameful and disgraceful things to Shuyun and her children. Where are they now? Yi Chang'an and Yi Chengel looked at Yi Xiaohua at the same time. Yi Xiaohua shyly walked over and said, "Second uncle, my parents and younger brother have been taken by the rebels, and I don't know where they are." Hearing this, Yi Qi's face eased a little. They wouldn't benefit at all if they were in the rebels' hands, and they might even lose their lives. It's just a pity he couldn't personally make them pay the price. Yi Xiaohua bit her lip and said, "Second uncle, if you're angry, you can take it out on me." Yi Qi calmed his anger, and his eyes softened. "Xiaohua, you are you, and they are they. Second uncle is not the kind of person to vent his anger recklessly on others. Whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences." He had watched Yi Xiaohua grow up and knew her nature well. "Xiaohua, second uncle knows you are a good girl. From now on, follow me and be friends with Chang'an and Chengel." Hearing this, Xiaohua finally relaxed and showed a faint smile, nodding her head. She was afraid that her second uncle wouldn't accept her. If she left him and his wife, she truly wouldn't know how to go on. Yi clan head saw that they had almost finished talking and came over. "Yi Qi, young one, you just came back from outside. Do you know what the situation is like outside now?" Yi Qi's expression immediately became serious as he replied, "It's not good." The outside situation was not only something Yi clan had wanted to know, but everyone else was curious too. So, everyone gathered around and listened carefully as Yi Qi spoke. "The Western Rome people have long coveted our great gene, so they set a trap early on. Besides Izhou, other places outside the south and near the capital are also starting to fall into chaos. But our county, close to the border, is worse. Their goal is to force the court to withdraw the border troops so they can advance east." Yi clan head and others had already guessed this, so they weren't too surprised and continued to listen patiently. In recent years, the court has increased heavy taxes and levies. The common people are already full of complaints. Many have risen in rebellion, taking advantage of the refugee situation. Several rebel leaders have declared independence, and the spies of the Western Rome secretly communicate with them, stirring up chaos. The Western Rome people are just watching and taking advantage of the chaos. Finally, Yi Qi summarized, "The next few years probably won't be peaceful." Even without him saying it, everyone could see it clearly. Yi clan head couldn't help trembling. Rebels and Western Rome people again. It seems the world is about to change hands. Aren't the common people going to suffer for more? How will they survive these days? Shuyun observed everyone's expressions, some angry, some helpless, some sighing, some scared. It truly proves the saying, when the country is prosperous, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. Behind the endless wars and chaos, there is broken homes, abandoned fields, and people suffering from displacement. "Big brother Yi Qi, how do you know so much?" Yi Liang asked curiously. At this point, everyone here is united as allies hiding from danger, so Yi Qi had nothing to hide. "Back when I was delivering messages, I stayed at an inn and accidentally overheard a conspiracy among the Western tribes. Soon after, I was chased all the way, and even my brothers who were with me were captured by the Western tribes." "How did you manage to escape then?" Yi Shuliang asked. He looked at Yi Qi's face, which seemed to be recovering from a serious illness, probably having suffered a lot. "Actually, I've been under the surveillance of the Western tribes for a long time. About half a year ago, they poisoned us captives, and we had to take an antidote every 10 days, or we would suffer greatly and die. Because of the poison's control, they relaxed their guard. My brothers and I took the chance to blend in with a rebel group they sent out and escaped." Thinking about the days spent with the Western tribes, Yi Qi's eyes darkened with anger. They managed to escape, but other villagers who were captured were still suffering inside. The Western tribes didn't see the people of Dajin as humans. Captives were even considered less than livestock. He turned to look at Chang and Chong sitting beside him, his eyes softening. "What? You were also poisoned. What about now? Is the poison gone?" Leader Yi exclaimed, and others were surprised too. They hadn't expected the Western tribes to be so cruel, using poison to control people. It's gone now, Yi Chi said, looking up at Shuyun. Shuyun healed me. Yi Shuliang nodded and smiled. Shu girl's medical skills are unmatched. I never thought she could even cure Western tribes' poison. Whenever they mentioned Shuyun, the serious expressions on everyone's faces turned into smiles. Leader Yi also laughed. Yi Chi, you really found a good wife. Not only is she skilled in medicine, but she's also good at making money. Ma Sure added, yes, even we've benefited from her. Shuyun is the smartest person I've ever seen. You don't know, she can make mosquito coils and… Everyone took turns telling the story of what happened over the past 6 months. Yi Chi looked at Shuyun with a shocked expression. Selling mosquito coils, planting sweet potatoes, enjoying the winter feast at Dinglu, treating the county magistrate's wife, fighting against wandering refugees. He seemed to be listening to the story of a legendary figure. Is the person in front of him really Shu Yunyang, the woman he married long ago? Why does she look more unfamiliar the more he looks at her? Shuyun felt a hot gaze on her. She turned her head and saw Yi Chi looking directly at her. Seeing her clear, bright eyes, Yi Chi froze for a moment, but quickly looked away. Shuyun continued to look at him and asked, I heard you say that the people who were caught were given poison. What about the few who escaped with you? How are they now? Yi Chi finally looked at her again. I asked Zhongding to bring the medicine you gave, so I think they should be fine now. Shuyun felt relieved and nodded, then turned her gaze elsewhere, no longer looking at him. The nervous feeling in Yi Chi's heart disappeared. Since the situation is so bad and Yisheng has returned, when should we leave? This question from the head of the Yi family was directed at Shuyun, and others also looked at her. Shuyun said, let's leave tonight. Everyone should pack up their belongings quickly now. Shurda Dao said, Sister Shu, we'll move the grain to the cave entrance first, so we can pull it up at night. Shuyun nodded. Okay. Thank you all for your hard work. Yi Chi saw this scene and was again shocked. It seemed everyone was implicitly following Shuyun's lead. Even the peers, and how about Uncle Yi Chang'an and Uncle Yi Chang'el? They were also like this. He pulled Chang'an and Chang'el aside and asked. Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el thought it was normal for everyone to listen to Shuyun and said naturally, it's always been like this. Mother is smart and capable, so everyone listens to her. Father, you'll get used to it. After saying that, they jumped to Shuyun's side to help her pack up. Watching Shuyun's quick and skillful movements, Yi Chi quickly pushed aside these unnecessary feelings, replaced by gratitude and guilt. If it weren't for Shuyun, Yi Chang'an and Yi Chang'el wouldn't have been bullied by Granny Ge, nor would they be so well cared for now. Moreover, Shuyun and they had no blood relation. Yi Chi walked over to her and softly said, Thank you. Then he added, Sorry for troubling you. If he had been more careful at the beginning and not been caught by the Shirong people, Shuyun and the children wouldn't have suffered Granny Ji's schemes. And she almost lost her innocence. If he had been there, no one would dare to do such things. Because of the last sentence, Shuyun paused her actions. She thought this was a good chance to talk about separation. She turned her head. Yes, I also feel very wronged. She arrived here without reason and became a stepmother. Just as she was working hard to create a better new life, he returned. How could she not feel wronged? Yi Chi looked into her eyes, his expression very serious. I will make it up to you. Shuyun's cheeks flushed red under his gaze, like 2 rosy sunsets on her face. Honestly, Yi Chi's appearance is really good. He is handsome, over 1.8 meters tall, and although his build isn't as broad as Shurda Hai's, he looks strong and sturdy, fit and muscular. Even in rough cloth clothes, he looks very good. Shuyun's heart beat a little faster. She quickly turned away and took a few steps forward. After calming down, she called him back.
Yiki, come down.
What's wrong? Yi Chi was still confused. She ran off halfway through her words. Do you remember what you said to me before you left?
Yiki frowned.
I remember. That night, he heard her quietly crying. When he asked, he learned she had been bullied by the Ge family. He didn't have feelings for her, but he couldn't bear to see a young girl wasting her time on him and suffering so much. So he said that after this mission was over, he would help her find other relatives, She still had an uncle in this world. Once he helped her find her family, they would divorce. At that time, Shiyun's mother also wavered. She knew Yi Chi didn't have feelings for her, and she didn't want to continue being bullied here. But out of frustration, she didn't agree then, thinking she would wait for Yi Chi to return and discuss it. Is it still valid now? Shuyun asked eagerly. Yi Chi hesitated for a moment. Yes, it's still valid. Shuyun's lips curved into a slight smile. That's good. But the matter of finding my family and the divorce can only be dealt with after this chaos ends.
Yiki nodded.
Right now, it was impossible, and even if they divorced as a weak woman, how could she survive in this chaotic world? Since we've reached an agreement now, we are still husband and wife in front of others, especially in front of Chong and Chongla. I hope you won't tell anyone. I'm afraid they won't accept it right away. She thought carefully, and Yi Chi agreed with a simple okay. The two of them went back together. Yi Chong'an and Yi Chonglu happily leaned over. Dad and Mom are talking about a little secret. We want to listen too. Listen, there's no need to keep talking. We need to pack up now. Shuyun gently tapped them. All right, let me see what you've packed in your small baskets. Yi Chi was helping to tidy up nearby. Once everything was organized, he realized that Shuyun had earned a lot of silver over the past half year. They had so many belongings that 4 baskets couldn't hold everything. What Yi Chi didn't know was that her belongings weren't just in these baskets. They filled an entire space. This still isn't enough, Shuyun said, tying 2 quilts together with a rope to make them look like a soldier's backpack. Other women saw this and praised her clever method, asking Shuyun to teach them how to fold quilts like that. Even though everyone tried to make the most of their space and use things efficiently, they still had too much stuff. They couldn't carry everything at once. They didn't want to throw anything away. People say a broken home is worth a lot because every item is like silver. Especially since they were going to the mountains and wouldn't have a chance to buy more, they wanted to cherish what they had. Everyone was worried. If it's really too much, we can go back to the first hidden grain spot after we leave, said Leader Yi. Going back again would be too much trouble. According to Sherdahai, the first grain hiding spot was still a day away. Yi Chi thought for a moment and said, maybe we can go to the village. I remember Wang's family used to have a bull cart. Maybe the cart is still there. That sounds good, but we should wait until it gets dark, Leader Yi warned. There are still some people in the village. If they see us, it could be a problem. Yi Chi agreed and called Sherdahai, Yi Zhuang, and Zhang Xuanju to discuss going into the village at night. He didn't know them very well, but now he had to get to know them. Soon, the moonlight filled the sky. Yi Chi and the others set out. When they reached the village, only a few houses had oil lamps on, casting dim light that seemed like it could go out at any moment. They moved quietly and soon found the house of the family that used to pull the bull cart. There was no light or sound inside, and the cart was in the yard. Yi Chi told Sherdahai and the others to wait outside. He quietly climbed into the yard. He carefully approached the window but heard no sound. Slowly, he peeked through using the moonlight to see inside. The house was empty. Come in. No one is here, Yi Chi said, unlocking the door latch. That big cart will make noise when we move it. Zhang Xuanju looked around at the cart. Then we lift it, Yi Chi said. It was just one cart, and 4 strong men could lift it easily. In the quiet night, Yi Chi and 3 others quietly carried the cart out of the village, without disturbing anyone. They hid the cart at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, then went back up the hill and entered a cave. Since the cart is down the mountain, should we put the grain on it or our belongings? Zhang Xuan asked. Let's put the belongings, Xu Yun replied.
Why?
Isn't the grain heavier?
Zhang Xuan asked.
Xu Yun pointed to the scattered household items and said, the grain is packed in neat bags, easy to carry or load on a shoulder. But our belongings like pots, bowls, and utensils are harder to carry. Xu's idea is right. My basket is already full with just a few things, so it's better to put the belongings on the cart, Yang said, still holding 2 jars that couldn't fit in her bag. Let's decide on that. No time to waste. Let's move quickly, said Leader Yi. The women and children went ahead first, leaving 2 men behind to tie the belongings and grain to a rope, while others pulled from above. It took over 2 hours just to pull the belongings and grain out of the cave. As dawn approached, the group pushed the cart, carried the grain and backpacks, and held bundles, setting out. Leading the way were leader Yi and Yi Shouyang, watching the situation closely. Behind them were Shi Dahai and Zhang Zhuan pulling the cart together. In the middle walked the women and children, and at the back, the other men protected the group. Zhou Yunhe's leg was paralyzed, so they left a space on the cart for her to sit. Yi Niu was also more relaxed and could help Yi Xiaoqiao carry things. The mountain path was rugged, so they moved slowly. Luckily, they didn't meet anyone along the way. At noon, they found a spot beside the forest to rest and ate some dry food to fill their stomachs. Everyone was exhausted, especially the men, sweating in the cold weather. Shuyan took out a clean cloth, soaked it with water from a bamboo tube, and handed it to Yiqi here. Yiqi looked at the outstretched hand, smiled, and said, "Thank you." He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Mom, what are we eating for lunch?" Yi Changel, who had been walking for a long time, was already hungry. Plain flour pancakes and salted vegetables. She took out a cold, pre-cut pancake from her bag and a jar of salted vegetables, then scooped some vegetables and placed them inside the pancake. "Here, take it and eat," Yi Changel said, sighing as he held the cold pancake. He leaned close to Shu Yun and whispered, "Mom, I want to eat hot buns." Shu Yun glanced at Yi Qi, seeing that he probably didn't hear her, and whispered, "When we get there, I'll secretly give you some to eat. Don't let your dad hear." Yi Changel smiled softly and nodded politely. "Take the cake to your dad." "Okay." Yi Changel happily ran over, saying, "Dad, eat the cake." Mom made it very tasty. Yi Qi was surprised, still holding a precious, white flour cake. He thought it was made just for him by his mother and sisters, so he said, "I won't eat it. You all enjoy it. We all have some." "Dad, please eat it," Yi Changel said, waving the cake in his hand. Yi Qi looked back at Shu Yun and Yi Chang, who were also eating white flour cakes, and felt reassured. He took the cake and took a big bite. White flour cakes are tasty, even when cold. The salty vegetables inside add flavor. The more he ate, the more he liked it. After a few bites, he finished it all. Seeing him eat so quickly, Shu-yun handed him a bamboo tube and said, "Drink some water. Be careful not to choke." "Thank you." Yi Qi's throat was a bit dry, so he took a couple of sips of water and felt much better. But Shu-yun didn't leave. Her bright almond-shaped eyes kept watching him, smiling happily. Seeing her cheerful smile, Yi Qi was stunned for a moment. "Father, you have cake crumbs on your mouth," Yi Chang'an said as he walked over.
"Huh?"
Yi Qi hurriedly touched his mouth with his hand, then realized how Shiyun's smile was caused. He also remembered his distraction just now, and his ears turned red. "There's still cake left. You're pulling the cart, so eat more," Shiyun said, handing him 2 more filled cakes. "Okay." Yi Qi took them shyly. He always had a big appetite, and 1 cake wasn't enough to fill him. After Shiyun left, Yi Chang'an looked at Yi Qi's red face with curiosity. "What are you looking at me for?" Yi Chang'an asked curiously. "Dad, why are you so shy in front of Mom? I feel like you're acting strange around her." In Yi Chang'an's memory, whenever Yi Qi came home, his mother's eyes never left him, but his attitude was cold. He asked Yi Qi once if he didn't like his mother. Yi Qi, worried about Yi Chang'an's young age, said that he and Shiyun treated each other with respect and kindness. Yi Chang'an learned this word, and even asked the clan leader about it. The clan leader explained that it was a good phrase, meaning a harmonious marriage with mutual respect. But today, seeing how different Yi Qi and his mother seemed from before, Yi Chang'an felt something was off. When Yi Chang'an asked directly, Yi Qi looked like he was caught hiding a secret and immediately denied it. "No, it's just that I haven't seen my wife in a long time, so I feel a bit awkward. It will get better with time." "Oh, I see." Yi Chang'an felt relieved that his parents were fine and had no issues between them. Yi Qi felt a bit strange. He didn't know what was wrong with him. When facing Shiyun now, he couldn't help but feel nervous and tense. Maybe it's because she has changed so much. Yi Qi took a big bite of his biscuit. "Ocean, How much farther is our resting place? The head of the Yi family sat on a rock, eating a rough bread, and asked. Sherdahai took a few steps forward, looked at the tall mountains ahead, and said, Uncle, once we cross the next mountain, we'll be there. The Yi family looked at the swirling clouds on the mountain peak ahead. This mountain is really tall and big. Once we go around it, there probably won't be many people left. All right, we've rested enough. Let's hurry up and keep moving. I think we'll arrive around evening. The Yi family had put the last piece of bread in his mouth, took a sip of water, and said, Everyone packed their bags, carried their supplies, and prepared to leave. Just then, Yichi raised his hand and listened carefully on the ground. There are horse hooves, quite a few. Everyone quickly hide in the woods. Everyone hurried into the forest. Sherdahai and Yichi pulled the cart behind a hill. They just hid when a group of cavalry rushed past. Judging by their clothing, they weren't from Dajin. They seemed to be Shirong people. Once they were far away, everyone cautiously came out. Shuyun and Yichi exchanged a glance. Are they Shirong people? Yichi nodded, his face serious. Yes. They're so bold, probably broke through the border. The enemy was invading. The great rivers and mountains of Dajin were now in turmoil. A feeling of tension and fear lingered in everyone's hearts. Let's go quickly so they don't come back and find us, Shuyun said. The stunned group reacted. There was no time for sadness now. Saving their lives was the priority. They immediately packed their bags, carried their supplies, and hurried forward. By evening, they crossed the mountain and arrived at an abandoned mountain village. Tonight, we'll rest here, Sherdahai said. The village had only 5 or 6 houses. Besides the collapsed ones, only 2 could block the wind and rain. The Yi family chose a larger house, meaning everyone could rest together and watch out for any problems during the night. Everyone agreed. They quickly cleaned the house, the men carried the food to the back, and the rest spread dry grass inside. As it grew dark, everyone gathered in the middle of the house around a circle of stones, collected dry wood, and lit a fire to keep warm. Stay away from the campfire and sleep here. It's just right, Yichi advised. Shuyun looked around and saw that this spot had more dry grass spread out than others, and she carefully covered it with a blanket. Thank you, Shuyun smiled gently. She was now temporarily sharing a shelter with Yichi, who was attentive and helpful. She was happy to save effort. You're welcome. Rest now. You've been traveling all day and must be tired. Yichi said, then stepped away to leave. Where are you going? Come rest with us, Shuyun quickly said, realizing her words sounded too close. She explained, I mean, since there's enough space, you and Chang'an sleep over there and I'll sleep here with Chang Lo and Xiaohua. Yichi looked at her face, lit by the firelight, and his fingers twitched as he smiled. I understand. I just discussed with the clan elders about staying on watch. I'll be the first guard, so you all sleep first. Hey, wait a moment. Shuyun turned and took 3 plain bread sandwiches and a water bottle from her bag, offering them to him. That was their dinner. After Yichi left, Shuyun let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness he didn't misunderstand. Then she started to worry again. Once they reached the place, how would she and Yichi live together? If they slept separately, the 3 children would definitely become suspicious. Never mind, she thought, she'd decide later. She was tired of cold food, so she threaded the bread sandwiches onto a stick, sprinkled some water on them, and roasted them by the fire. This way, the bread wouldn't dry out too much. All set, you can eat now. Be careful, it's hot. Shuyun divided the bread among the 3 children. Once they had eaten, everyone lay down on the dry straw to rest. Before dawn the next day, Shuyun woke up early. Even earlier was Yichi, who had somehow fetched a bucket of water for them to wash up. After tidying everything, they set out again. In the past 2 days, they had crossed 2 more mountains. They had thought that with a cart, they could carry all the grain and belongings at once to their destination, but the mountain roads became more rugged and narrow, making the cart unusable. At the second hidden grain stash, they decided to leave the cart and supplies there, and the next day, everyone took their luggage and left. Sherdahai found this mountain cave, very hidden. When they arrived at the Chin family's place, he immediately moved the grain away so no accidents should happen. Yi Qi, just like the night before, spread a thick layer of straw on the ground before letting Xu Yun and the others lie down. But as soon as they lay down, they heard the howling of wolves nearby. The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming. Tonight is Yi Liang's first watch, and he runs in panicked. Everyone else is also very scared and naturally huddles together. Mom, the wolf is coming. What should we do? Will it eat us? Yi Chengel clings tightly to Xu Yun, and Yi Xiaohua also moves closer. Yi Qi gives Xu Yun a firm look. Don't be afraid. I'll go check. Xu Yun nods. Okay. How many are there? Sherdahai quickly comes over and asks. Yi Liang trembles badly and stammers. I didn't see them. I just heard the sound. Clan leader Yi says, Dahai, you have lots of experience. Do you have any ideas? Sherdahai shakes his head. When I met wolves in the mountains, I climbed a big tree and stayed there overnight. When the wolves left, I came down. But we can't climb trees. Masher looks back at the fragile women and children. As they speak, the wolves' howls grow closer. Everyone stay calm first. Yi Qi steps out to comfort everyone. From the sound of the wolves, there aren't many, at most 3. When I was out on patrol before, I also encountered wolf packs. Besides fighting them bravely, we can also scare them away. Yi Sholi asks, how do you scare them? Yi Qi replies, wolves are afraid of fire. We should start 2 fires at the cave entrance. Sherdahai helps him light the fires. The flames cut through the darkness, and he faintly sees a few green, glowing eyes. Sherdahai says, Brother Yi Qi, they're here. Yi Qi nods and tells everyone to move further inside. The men instinctively let the women and children stay in the back, while the men stand at the front. Wolves are very smart. First, we can't be afraid. Even if we are inside, we must hide it. If they sense our fear, they will attack boldly. Second, if you can't climb a tree quickly, do not run away. The wolves will see you as prey, Yi Qi explains. After he finishes, he turns to look behind him. 2 wolves, frightened by the fire at the entrance, are wandering around, looking for a good chance to attack. What should we do now? Zhang Zhuanju tries to keep his voice steady. Men, show your strength. Don't back down. Stand with me and shout loudly. Yi Qi steps toward the entrance first. If he doesn't take this step, others will find it even harder to do so. Next is Sherdahai, then Zhang Shuangzhu, and Yi Zhuang. All the men stood at the cave entrance, loudly barking at the 2 wolves. The brave sounds echoed through the lonely, open forest. Su Yun remembered reading somewhere that wolves become alert to unfamiliar sudden noises, like the sound of metal hitting something. She didn't care if it was reliable. She had to try. The men couldn't keep shouting forever. She took out an iron pot from the basket and asked Ma Shi to bring out her family's spatula. Then she ran to the cave entrance. Yun Yang, come back quickly. It's dangerous. Ma Shi called her back. The men looked at her too. Yi Qi held her back, but Su Yun gave him a firm look. Trust me. Yi Qi looked into her strong, determined eyes and let her go. Su Yun started banging the iron pot with the spatula. The loud, rough, and sharp sound mixed with the men's shouts. Surprisingly, the 2 wolves panicked and stepped back a few steps. Seeing this, Yi Qi quickly told everyone to make noise with their iron pots or tools, just like Su Yun. The wolves hesitated for a few seconds, then ran into the darkness. Great. The wolves are gone. Everyone cheered. Sun Yang's method is really good. Next time I see wolves, I won't have to run away, Sherdahai said happily. Yi Qi also looked at her with admiration. Su Yun shook her head. This trick won't work if you do it too often. Many animals, including wolves, naturally react to sudden loud noises. They might get scared or become alert. But it doesn't mean they're afraid of the sounds. They just haven't heard such strange noises before. So, we still need to be careful at night. The wolves might come back. Everyone nodded, feeling a bit disappointed that there was no real way to fight the wolves. Tonight, 2 people will take turns on duty, each for an hour. Make sure the fire at the cave entrance doesn't go out, Yi Qi said. Fortunately, The wolves didn't appear again until morning. Since there were wolves in this area, everyone didn't want to hide food here anymore, in case the wolves came back to take it. But the cart couldn't be used anymore. Everyone was busy carrying food and luggage, which was very tiring. Soo-yun circled the cart and thought for a moment. If the car was too big to go up the mountain trail, maybe making it smaller would help. Yi-chi saw her staring at the cart and asked, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we can change the cart into a unicycle cart. That way, we can solve the problem of carrying food," she replied. "What is a unicycle cart?" Yi hesitated and asked. Chief Yi also came over and said he hadn't heard of it. "Have you all never heard of a unicycle cart?" Soo-yun asked in surprise.
No.
"All right, if no one knows, then so be it." She immediately squatted down and drew a simple version of the unicycle cart with a stick. The unicycle cart uses the lever principle, bringing the load's resistance point closer to the fulcrum, which is the wheel, making it easier to operate. It also shares the weight between the cart and the person pushing it. Soo-yun explained in detail, even drawing a sketch, so everyone could roughly understand. Chief Yi said, "It doesn't sound too hard. Let's take apart the cart and try to make one."
Okay.
Yi Zhuang, who knew woodworking and had tools, took the lead, while the other men helped. After more than an hour, the unicycle cart started to take shape. "Shu Mei, do you think this will work?" Yi Zhuang asked. Soo-yun looked carefully and said, "Brother Yi Zhuang, we should add a support under the handle so that when we rest, the cart stays balanced and the things on top don't fall off."
Good.
Yi Zhuang kept working hard. Chief Yi and Yi Shouyang stood beside Yi Chi, praising Soo-yun for the umpteenth time. "Young Yi, if your wife were a man, with her intelligence and cleverness, she could definitely build a big career." Yi Chi glanced at Soo-yun, who was guiding Yi Zhuang, and couldn't help but smile. When he heard Chief Yi call her your wife, he felt a strange sense of pride inside. "It's okay for her to be a woman," Yi Chi said. "That's true. But the world has many restrictions on women. You need to support her more in the future." Yi Shouyang sighed and patted Yi Chi's shoulder. Yi Chi thought about how Soo-yun had told him before that she wanted to leave and felt complicated, but still responded to Yi Shouyang. "Yes, I will. Uncle Chief, both unicycle carts are finished. We can leave now," Yi Zhuang said. Chief Yi pushed the cart himself and sighed, "This thing is really convenient and saves effort." The others also tried it and agreed it was useful. It was almost noon, so everyone quickly packed up, tied their belongings securely to the carts with ropes to prevent them from falling. Zhou Yunhe was still sitting on the cart. She looked guilty because she had taken up space on the cart earlier. Now, with the smaller unicycle cart, she still sat on it and took up space. But the mountain road was difficult, and she couldn't ask Yinyo to carry her. She could only do her best to help everyone carry things. "It's okay. I'll just sit on the cart. Carrying these things isn't hard." Zhou Yunhe insisted on helping the Ma and Chen families carry things. "Really, there's no need," elder sister, Ma Shi said, holding her small bundle tightly. She knew Zhou Yunhe wanted to do more for everyone, so she suggested, "Maybe you can help Tianshi carry the baby. Her little one is under a year old and can't walk far. I see her carrying the baby and holding things all the way. It's very hard."
All right.
Ma Shi immediately called Tianshi over. She was very grateful when Zhou Yunhe agreed to help carry her baby. "Thank you so much, Miss Yi." Tianshi often had to carry and soothe her baby, which caused her back to ache. After walking for several days, she was very tired. Although Xiao Tianshi had been helping her along the way, her back still hurt a lot. Now, with Zhou Yunhe willing to carry the baby for her, she felt much more relaxed. "We're all family, no need to be polite," Zhou Yunhe said carefully as she gently took the child and held him in her arms. The group traveled for 2 more days and finally arrived at the Qin family's home in the late afternoon of the 5th day. The Qin family's house was deep in a mountain valley, very remote. From a distance, only 5 or 6 scattered households could be seen. Their fields were right outside the door, with tall mountains behind. The only road to the village was a narrow trail winding down through the trees, connecting the houses and fields. "This place probably doesn't even get visits from tax collectors," Elder Yi sighed. Chun Shi smiled shyly. "Still, They have to come. Uncle Tribe Leader, I should go back and tell my parents first. Elder Yi looked at their group of many people. If they didn't inform the villagers first, they might think they came to rob them. Go ahead, we'll wait here. Zhang Shuangzhu and Chen Shi, holding Zhang Haizi and carrying their bundles, headed back. The others could rest here comfortably. Old Chen was busy working in the fields and didn't see Chen Shi and Zhang Shuangzhu approaching. But a neighbor nearby saw them from afar. Old brother Chen, do you think those two are your daughter and son-in-law? Old Chen looked down at a wild grass he was pulling, thinking the neighbor was joking. He smiled and said, Old brother Feng, don't tease me. Our mountain village is 5 days from Gushi village. How could my daughter Xinghua come back? Old brother Feng saw that he didn't believe him and became a bit anxious. I'm not joking. Just look up and see for yourself. Old Chen smiled slightly, usually not bothering to argue.
He looked up at them.
Suddenly, Old Chen was stunned. He thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes with his hand, which hadn't been in the mud, and looked again. Oh, it's really my daughter Xinghua and her husband. Old man Chen hurriedly put down the wild grass in his hand and rushed toward Mrs. Chen. Xinghua, my girl, why have you come here? Father, take it slow, Mrs. Chen said, walking a few steps forward and helping old man Chen. Father, Zhang Shuangzhu called with a smile, then nudged Zhang Haizi to call someone. Grandfather, hello, Zhang Haizi greeted politely. So you're Haizi. I haven't seen you in 7 or 8 years, and you've grown so tall. That's great, that's great. Old man Chen last saw his grandson when Zhang Haizi was 2 years old. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and he has grown old. As he sighed, he saw the young couple carrying bundles and asked, What are you bringing? Father, let's go to our home first. I will tell you everything there, Mrs. Chen said. All right, let's go home. His daughter had finally returned after many days of longing. Old man Chen was so happy, he smiled with all his wrinkles. Before they even entered the house, he called out, Wife, come out quickly. Xinghua is back. Old Mrs. Chen heard her daughter was back and couldn't believe it. She hurried out to check and saw it was indeed her daughter. She immediately went over and hugged Mrs. Chen tightly. My girl, I missed you so much. Mother, I missed you too, Mrs. Chen said emotionally, her eyes moist. No matter if she was married or had children, coming home was always loved by her parents, their precious treasure. Mother, grandmother, Zhang Shuangzhu and Zhang Haizi called out. Hey, you must be Haizi. Old Mrs. Chen's dim eyes lit up. Zhang Haizi nodded. Yes, I am Haizi. Grandmother. My good grandson. You must be tired from the journey. Come inside quickly, old Mrs. Chen said, holding her daughter with one hand and her grandson with the other. She turned to Zhang Shuangzhu. Shuangzhu, come on, I'll pour some water for you. The family happily entered the house. Old Mrs. Chen poured water for them. Mrs. Chen took a sip and looked around. Father, mother, where are elder brother and sister-in-law? Oh, your elder brother is chopping firewood on the back mountain, and your sister-in-law went to dig wild vegetables, old man Chen replied. Father, please call them back. They've been working hard, Mrs. Chen said. All right, since you've come back after so long, let's all sit together and have a good talk, old man Chen said, and went out. Soon after, Chen Nian and his wife Bai Shi returned. Little sister, brother-in-law, father said you're back. I didn't believe it at first, but it's really you. Chen Nian ran in excitedly. Mrs. Chen and Zhang Shuangzhu greeted him together, big brother, sister-in-law. Zhang Haizi also took the initiative to greet uncle, aunt, hello. Chen Nian patted Zhang Haizi on the shoulder. Good boy, it's been so many years, and you've grown so tall. Zhang Haizi patted his chest, showing that Chen's praise was correct. All right, the boss is back. Let's sit and talk instead of standing around, said old man Chen. Yes, yes, sit quickly. Chen Nian pulled over stools for old man Chen and the Bai family. Little sister, is there something urgent you came back for? Chen looked at Zhang Shuangzhu. You tell them, she said. Zhang nodded and explained the chaos outside and how they came back to escape danger. Old man Chen's family listened, feeling both surprised and scared. Is it really chaotic outside? Did the Shirong people really come in? Old man Chen asked, trembling. Yes, Dad. We barely escaped with our lives, Chen Nian replied. Chen also explained how the first group of refugees from Gushi village, hiding in caves on Nanshan, and their journey over the past 5 days. Old man Chen's eyes filled with tears as he listened. He held Chen's hands tightly, feeling that only this way could he be sure his daughter was alive. You all escaped death and came back. That's good, Mom. Why are you crying? Your daughter is safe and sound, Chen said, seeing her mother crying, and she couldn't hold back her own tears. Since it's unsafe outside, you should stay at home peacefully. Oldest daughter-in-law, go prepare a room for their family of 3. Old man Chen told Bai. Yes, Dad, I'll go now, Bai replied. Zhang Shuangzhu hurriedly stopped her. Big sister-in-law, we're not just here for ourselves. He was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with his family. Chen realized and said, right, Dad and Mom, a few other families from the village also came back with us. Without their help, our family might have already lost our lives. Chen also recounted how Xu Yun had helped their family and how they supported each other through difficult times. Since you have such great kindness towards us, I welcome you all. But we need to discuss this with the other 3 families first, Old man Chen said. Chen Nian nodded, agreeing. Only 3 families now? Chen asked in confusion. Oh, the other 2 families moved to the town 2 years ago, Old man Chen explained, then went out to invite the others. Soon, 3 families arrived. The Feng family, the Zhu family, and the Chu family. Old brother Chen, why did you call us so urgently? Asked Old man Feng. Old man Chen asked Zhang Shuangzhu to repeat what he and Chen had just said. Uncles, here's what happened. The 3 old men, upon hearing this, looked just like Chen Laohan did earlier, wide-mouthed and shocked. Seeing their reactions, Mrs. Chen spoke again to comfort them. Don't worry, uncles. Our mountain village is too remote, so I don't think those Shirong people will come here. Old Zhu thought for a moment and said, yes, they usually think our mountain village is far away. Now, it actually works in our favor. Old Chu asked, by the way, how many people came with your villagers? Mrs. Chen pursed her lips and decided to tell the truth, about 20 or so. Chen Laohan and the 3 old men were stunned. What? That's more than our village people. The 3 old men looked worried. Old Chu politely refused. Is that too many? Our small mountain village can't hold so many people. Old Zhu also said, Chen family's niece, we don't know these people. What if something happens? What should we do? Old Zhu was worried because he didn't know the character of Leader Yi and his group. If they were troublemakers, it could be dangerous. Mrs. Chen earnestly said, I can guarantee to you all that they've lived in the same village with me for many years. I know their temper and character very well. They are kind people. Our family has survived because of their help. Chen Laohan naturally sided with his daughter and added, my daughter Xinghua grew up with you all. You all know what kind of person she is. She would never harm anyone. Besides, her mother and I are still here. Would we bring troublemakers to harm our own parents? The 3 old men thought about it and agreed that made sense. Mrs. Chen, who had always been very filial, would never lie about her parents. Old Chu said, of course, we trust Xinghua's niece. We're just worried you might be fooled. Don't worry, inquiète. Why don't you meet them first? Then you'll see they are honest people, Mrs. Chen suggested. Better not. We don't want to be targeted again, Old Chu said, scratching his beard. The atmosphere and conversation became tense. Zhang Zhuanzhua scratched his head awkwardly, and Mrs. Chen didn't know how to persuade them further. Just then Leader Yi and Xu Yun, along with Yi Qi, arrived. Is this the Chen Lao family's home? Xu Yun asked from outside the door. Xu Mei, what brings you here? When Chun heard Xu Yun's voice, she knew reinforcements had arrived and felt very happy. The 3 old men also turned to look at them. Hello, uncles and elders, Xu Yun and Yi Qi greeted in turn. She then introduced Yi Zuzhang. This is the head of our Yi family. Xu Yun nodded slightly to Yi Zuzhang. Since Zhang Zhuanzhu and Chen left, Yi Qi said, this matter isn't as easy as we thought. Shu Yan also felt that the people in Mountain Gully Village wouldn't agree easily and were not prepared for outsiders to stay long. As time passed, Zhang Zhuanzhu and his wife hadn't returned for a long time, and Shu Yun and Yi Qi became more certain of this. So, they discussed with Yi Zuzhang. Yi Zuzhang looked down at the mountain village and said, "It's normal that they don't want to. After all, we're not relatives or friends." If they don't want to, they have to agree.
We have so many people, Yi Liang said.
They had traveled a long way, and besides this place, they didn't know where else to go, so they had to stay here no matter what. Stupid boy. What are you saying? Yi Zuzhang raised his hand and patted his back. We're not bandits or robbers. We'll live here in the future. How can we offend others now? Will we be able to live here later? Then what should we do? Yi Liang asked, feeling wronged. Yi Zuzhang thought for a moment. Based on his many years of experience as a clan leader, he said, people are short-sighted and soft-hearted. Maybe we should give them some benefits first. What benefits? Everyone asked. Yi Qi and Shu Yun looked at each other and said in unison, grain. Shu Yun observed the fields in Mountain Gully Village. The best farmland was no more than 6 acres. The rest were mountains. Even if cultivated, the harvest wouldn't be good, so they lacked food. Our own grain isn't much, and we don't know when we can buy more outside. If we give it away, we'll be hurting ourselves, Yang said. Shu Yun had already thought of this. She said, how about I provide the grain? That won't do. How can your family give grain? Yang shook her head. Others also disagreed. Exactly, Shu girl. We can't always take advantage of you, Yi Zhuang said. Shu Yun said, don't worry. I won't give them rice or coarse grains. I want to plant sweet potatoes for them. The mountain land here produces little grain, but it won't affect the high yield of sweet potatoes. That's a good idea. Sweet potatoes are so productive, they'll definitely agree. Yi Zuzhang clapped and said. But if we count it this way, we're still taking advantage of you. No, I also have my own interests. I will give them sweet potatoes for free in the first year, but starting from the second year, they need to pay me 20%. This way, they are helping me grow the crops, she explained. Shu Yun thought that after a few years, once she and Yi Qi separated, she could start her own business with the sweet potato flour immediately. Yunyang, we know you're kind and thinking of us. My family will also help you grow the sweet potatoes, and we will give all of them to you later, Ma Shi said, holding her hand gratefully. Sister-in-law Shu, my family is also willing to help you grow them, Yinyo said. We are willing to, others agreed. Village head Yi stepped forward and said, to make sure no one is at a disadvantage, I propose this. For the first year, we will help Yi Qi's wife grow the sweet potatoes for free. How about that? Okay. Everyone nodded. Feeling grateful for everyone's kindness, Shu Yun said generously, all right, since everyone agrees, starting from the second year, you only need to pay me 20% of the sweet potatoes. Everyone reached an agreement, and village head Yi and Yi Qi, along with Shu Yun, were chosen to negotiate as representatives. Village head Yi stepped forward and said, hello, everyone. I know our group suddenly came to your village and disturbed your peace. But if it weren't for these troubled times, we wouldn't want to leave the village we've lived in for decades. Please understand. I promise we won't do anything harmful or unjust. His sincere words eased the suspicions of old men Feng, Zhu, and Chu. They all said that it's hard to leave their hometowns. They understood this feeling well. If it weren't for their attachment to this land where they grew up, they would have left these mountains long ago. Moreover, Gushi village is 100 times better geographically than their place. If there were no wars outside, no one would bother to come here. Seeing their hesitation, village head Yi continued, to thank everyone for your understanding, we have prepared a small gift. With that, Shu Yun took out some sweet potatoes from a small basket. This is called sweet potato. It can be used as a main food, a vegetable, or even a fruit. The yield per acre can reach about 10,000 jin. If grown well, over 10,000 jin is possible. As soon as he spoke, Old Man Chen's family and the 3 old men, Feng, Zhu, and Chu, opened their eyes wide in surprise. Is that true? Old Man Chu asked. Mrs. Chen replied, yes, it's true. We grew some last year. 1 mu of land can produce over 1,000 jin. And these sweet potatoes are very tasty. Shuyun asked Mrs. Chun to help cut some sweet potatoes and shared them with everyone to taste. Chun, Feng, Zhu, and Chu all took a piece and couldn't help but smile. Wow, it's really sweet. It's also juicy, much better than wild berries from the mountain. The other old men were all focused on tasting the cool yam, but Old Man Chu caught the main point. I heard you say this can be eaten as a meal? Shuyun smiled and said not exactly as a full meal, but this cool yam is very filling. It can serve as a main food. After saying this, Shuyun looked at Leader Yi and asked if it was true. Compared to this young woman, Old Man Chu naturally trusted the clan leader more. Leader Yi replied, yes, that's true. Now the other old men also lost interest in the cool yam and started thinking. They exchanged glances to confirm each other's intentions. Then Old Man Chen spoke. Are you planning to let us grow such good things? Seeing that these men preferred to listen to Leader Yi, Shuyun stepped back a few paces, signaling Leader Yi to talk with them. Yes, as long as you, elders, are willing to be our neighbors, Leader Yi said. Old Man Chen had always been willing, but the decision mainly depended on the other 3 elders. Please wait a moment, Leader Yi. We need to discuss this. All right. Leader Yi gestured politely. Old Men Chen, Feng, Zhu, and Chu moved aside to discuss. How do you all see this? Zhu asked. Old Man Chen spoke first. They are benefactors to my family's apricot blossoms. I can't just chase them away. Old Man Feng said, just for this cool yam, I want them to stay. Zhu nodded, showing he agreed with Feng. Now only Old Man Chu was left. Seeing his silence, Old Man Feng said, Brother Chu, you wouldn't refuse such a good thing, would you? You know these past 2 years, harvests haven't been good. We only have a few acres, pay taxes, and can't even afford a bowl of plain porridge. If we grow cool yams, at least the whole family can fill their stomachs. Old Man Chu sighed. He knew life was hard. His second daughter-in-law was pregnant, and only she could have a bowl of coarse rice each day. The rest of the family ate vegetable porridge every meal, and only when they caught a mountain chicken or wild rabbit could they have some meat. But they weren't hunters, just setting a few traps, and catching game was rare. I'm just worried about what might happen after all. People's hearts are hard to read. Old Man Chu and his family are not native villagers. They moved here only 10 years ago. Having experienced the harsh realities outside, he is more cautious than the older men in the deep mountains. I'll ask them again. The 4 old men turned around and Leader Yi immediately asked, have you reached an agreement? Chun, Feng, and Zhu all looked at Old Man Chu. Old Man Chu suspiciously stared at Leader Yi and the others. Are you willing to let us plant such good seeds? No other conditions? Leader Yi looked at Shu Yun, Yi Qi's wife. Why don't you tell them? Shu Yun nodded in agreement. Knowing that Old Man Chu is the hardest to deal with among the 4 families, she said, of course there are conditions. These seeds are mine. You won't find another person with such seeds in Ping'an County. If you go elsewhere, you'll basically find nothing similar. Because of this uniqueness and the high yield of the cold potatoes, I have some conditions. The condition is that these cold potatoes are free to plant for only 1 year. After that, I will take 20% of your harvest, and all the seeds produced must be given to me, no hiding. This is also to protect my exclusive rights. Are you willing, uncles? After Shu Yun finished speaking, Old Man Chu's mind started racing quickly. Seeing his silence and consideration, Yi Qi proposed another benefit. He said everyone knows that outside is in chaos now, internal troubles and external threats. Not only are the Shirong people invading, but there are also uprisings across various regions, fighting for territory. Although this place is remote, villagers might come here to escape the war, and bandits are also wandering around. If they come to seize this place, do you 4 families have the strength to defend yourselves? His gaze swept over the 4 old men, clearly showing their thoughtful and worried expressions. Yi Qi continued, if we have so many people here, wouldn't that give us more security? Chun, Feng, and Zhu all looked at Old Man Chu, exchanging glances. Old Chu, what are you waiting for? Just agree quickly. Old Man Chu finally nodded. Chen sighed in relief and said, "We have 2 empty houses behind us, previously used by villagers. They left the mountain village 2 years ago. You can stay here for one night first, and tomorrow you can build your own houses. How does that sound?" "Great. Thank you so much, elder brother," Leader Yi said, bowing repeatedly. Leader Yi was thinking about where to sleep tonight. Now that he was sleepy, this was like sending a pillow. He was very happy. You're welcome. Hurry up and move your luggage." Old Man Chen smiled and called Chen Nian to help. Zhang Shuangzhu and the Chen family also went along. "Everyone, let's go." "We've all agreed," Yi Qi said, running ahead to inform everyone. Everyone was very happy, finally able to rest peacefully. All the tiredness from the journey seemed to disappear, and they even had the energy to move things. Feng, Zhu, and Chu looked at the bags of grain being brought in one after another, feeling envious. But when they looked up at the 10 or so men, they still felt a bit nervous. It's better to live peacefully together. If they had any conflicts, they wouldn't be able to fight these men. The 2 empty houses near the back mountain weren't big, only about 5 or 6 rooms in total. "Uncle Clan Leader, there are only so many houses. How will we all live?" Yi Chong asked. "I suggest that Shu's family live alone in one room." "We all owe her a lot," Yi Zheng said. Yes, we agree," others nodded. Shu Yun kept waving her hands. No, let's all live together. Everyone is tired, and it's better to rest early. We still have work to do tomorrow." Clan Leader Yi thought so too. Everyone had traveled for 5 days and camped outdoors for 5 days. They were already very exhausted. Yi Qi's wife is right. "We'll just make do and rest together tonight. But tomorrow, we'll help Yi Qi's wife build a house," he said. Yi Qi and Shu Yan wanted to refuse, but everyone kept giving them no chance. Clan Leader Yi said, "First, everyone gather the grain and put it into one house. Then I'll see how to arrange everything." 1,000 jin of grain was safely stored in the only house with a lockable window. This grain storage also needed someone to guard it, so Clan Leader Yi assigned Shurdahai, who had free time, to watch over it. As for the other rooms, some had broken windows, or the ceiling was so low you could see the sky above. The beds inside were no good, they were too fragile to sleep on. Since they couldn't use the beds, they took apart the bedboards and laid them on the ground, then covered them with dry straw to make a bed similar to a tatami mat. But they hadn't brought any dry straw with them when they left, so they had to borrow from Old Man Chen's family. They might not even be able to borrow it. Dry straw was very important for farming families. It had many uses. For example, dry straw was one of the main feed sources for herbivorous livestock like cows and sheep. Especially in winter or when grass was scarce, dry straw could serve as the main roughage, helping the animals grow and produce. After composting, dry straw can be turned into organic fertilizer to provide nutrients for farmland. Straw is rich in organic matter and trace elements, which can improve soil structure, increase fertility, and promote crop growth. Dry straw can also be used to weave everyday items like hats, mats, shoes, and baskets, which are common household items for farmers. When the village elder asked to borrow some dry straw, Old Man Chen was happy to share, and Feng, Zhu, and Chu's families were surprisingly easy to talk to. They also wanted to learn how to make a unicycle cart. "Brother Yi, I've never seen a one-wheel cart before. It's perfect for a mountain area. The 2-wheel carts are too big and not suitable for the narrow mountain paths," said Old Man Chen. Old Man Chu added, "Yes, especially when we go to buy things from the mountain, we rely on young people carrying everything on their shoulders. Walking for days is really hard." As they traveled, Leader Yi experienced how difficult mountain roads are and how convenient the unicycle cart can be. The old men also cared about their sons and understood their needs. "This unicycle cart wasn't made by me, it was made by Yi Qi's wife." "I can ask her about it," said Leader Yi. "That's the girl who took out the sweet potato?" they asked. During their conversation, Old Man Chu heard Leader Yi call out to Shuyan. "Yes, that's her," nodded Leader Yi. Old Man Chu was amazed. "This girl is so clever." Leader Yi sighed. Yi Qi's wife is truly a remarkable woman. After hearing what Leader Yi said, Shuyan smiled and said, "It's nothing. Brother Yi Zhuang can teach you guys. She didn't invent the unicycle cart herself. She relied on her ancestors' creations. It's just a few wooden carts, and since she wasn't using them for business, there's no need to hide her skills. Once the four old men learned she agreed, they came to thank her personally. Shuyun felt a bit shy and used the excuse of needing to do work to send them away. If they kept thanking her endlessly, she wouldn't be able to handle it. The straw was sorted out, and everyone cleaned the room. It hadn't been lived in for 2 years, so it was full of dust and spider webs. Leader Yi called some men to fetch water with buckets, while others took out their pots and utensils to fill with water. Suddenly, there were screams from a room. Shuyun, along with 2 others and Yang's wife, shouted in fear. Yi Qi hurriedly ran inside, worried. What's wrong? What happened? They tremblingly replied, There's a mouse. She is most afraid of mice and feels sick when she sees them. Just now, a mouse ran past her feet, and she kicked at it. She can still feel the soft, squishy touch. Yi Qi quickly checked around the house to make sure there were no mice. When he confirmed they were gone, he looked at Shuyun, who was still closing her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. It's okay now. The mice are gone, he said softly. Really? Shuyun still kept her eyes closed. Yes, really. After hearing this reassurance, Shuyun slowly opened her eyes. She looked around the room to confirm there were no mice, then let out a big sigh of relief. At this moment, she realized she had a pair of hands on her shoulders. Yi Qi was very close, only about the width of a palm apart, and the atmosphere felt a little awkward. Shuyun cleared her throat and said, Thank you. Yi Qi's ears turned red. He quickly moved back, saying, You're welcome. Meanwhile, Yi Chang'an and Yi Changle, who had been forgotten by Yi Qi, quietly muttered, Dad, we're scared too. Yi Qi looked a bit embarrassed. Are you both okay? I'll take you outside. Yes, yes. The siblings obediently stretched out their hands for him to hold. Then everyone discussed that during this building period, they would eat together from a big pot to avoid crowding in the kitchen. Each family would send 5 jin of grain daily, and they would gather wild vegetables from the mountain to cook and eat. That night, except for Shurdahan, who was on guard for food, the other men divided into 2 rooms to sleep. The women and children shared 3 rooms. Although the rooms were crowded, everyone slept peacefully that night, no longer worried about wolves howling or the sudden appearance of Western tribes or bandits. They slept soundly through the night and woke up early the next morning. After breakfast, the men split into 3 groups. Some repaired the existing 2 houses, others went to the mountain to cut wood, and the last group started digging foundations and making mud bricks. There are 8 families in total. Besides the 2 empty houses, they need to build 6 more. The Yi family, being larger, needed bigger houses. The other families had at most 3 rooms plus a kitchen. The work was quite demanding and required a lot of effort. So, besides building houses, Yi Qi and Shurdahan also went hunting in the mountains every morning to bring back some meat for everyone. The men started working, and the women and children split into 2 groups. A group of women, along with older children, went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and gather firewood. Another group of women was responsible for fetching water from the creek for the men and looking after the younger children. Old Man Chen and Chen Yan also came to help. Old Brother Chen, you really don't need to come help. We have enough people here. Leader Yi thanked Chen Old Man for his kindness. Old Man Chen was busy working and said, Brother Yi, don't be so polite. We are neighbors now. Besides, I have my own reasons. I want my daughter Xinghua and my son Zhuo to move into a house soon. Leader Yi was not being overly polite. He wanted to save grain. Usually, when Chen Old Man and the others helped, they would be invited to eat. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. But right now, they were poor. After building the houses, they still needed to clear land and plant crops. The harvest wouldn't come for at least half a year. Leader Yi pointed at the men laying the foundation. We've planned to build 2 houses at a time, so everyone can move in quickly. But even so, it will take at least 3 months to finish. I'm worried you won't have enough time to plan in spring, Chen Old Man said. Leader Yi also worried about this. We'll try to work faster. Uncle Leader, come quickly. came an urgent shout from the other side. Leader Yi heard it and hurried over. What's wrong? Leader Yi thought something had happened and rushed over anxiously. Uncle Leader, we don't have enough straw, Yi Chong said nervously. Leader Yi looked at the remaining half of dry straw on the ground and the straw bits mixed into the soil. It was clear there wasn't enough straw. They needed to build 6 houses, and even if they mixed all the dry straw into the mud bricks, it wouldn't be enough. Leader Yi sighed and scolded, You all should have saved some. Don't put so much straw into the mud bricks. We already used less straw. If we use less, the bricks will when they dry, Zhang Zhuozhuo replied. That made sense. Mud bricks definitely need straw. Without enough straw, the houses wouldn't withstand heavy rain once built. It would be better if they were still in Gushi village. Every household had stored last year's dry straw, enough to build 10 houses. All right, you all keep working. I'll think of a solution, Leader Yi decided. He already had an idea, but they would need to wait for Yi Qi and the others to return to discuss it. Meanwhile, Xu Yun took Yi Chong and Yi Chongle and Yi Xiaohua out to pick wild vegetables. It is already spring, and there is so much to eat, like bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and wild vegetables everywhere. The group digging for wild vegetables is having a big harvest. Second aunt, I'm going to the front to look around. I won't go too far, Yi Xiaohua said happily as she carried a small basket of wild vegetables. Okay, call me if you need anything, Xu Yin replied.
Hey.
Yi Xiaohua skipped ahead, already eyeing some mushrooms in front. Chong and Chongle, come over. Xu Yin quietly called the 2 siblings over when Yi Xiaohua wasn't paying attention. Mom, what's the matter? Xu Yin took out 2 steamed buns from her space and handed them to them. Eat quickly, don't let Sister Xiaohua see. Since arriving at Mountain Gully Village yesterday, they hadn't had time to cook because they were busy tidying up. They just ate some dry food to get by. This morning, they were repairing the stoves in 2 houses, so everyone started working without breakfast. Xu Yin was very hungry. On the way up the mountain, she secretly ate 2 buns to fill her stomach. When Yi Xiaohua walked far ahead, she quickly handed some buns to the children. But what will Sister Xiaohua eat? Yi Chongle asked, holding the delicious, fragrant buns, reluctant to eat them. Mom definitely won't forget Sister Xiaohua. When the buns cool down, take them to her and say they were brought back by your father 5 days ago. Don't tell anyone else, Xu Yun warned. Okay, Mom, I remember, Yi Chongle said, taking a big bite of the bun. Mom, what did Dad eat? Yi Chongle asked. Xu Yun was caught off guard. She could easily fool Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Qi wouldn't be tricked so easily. She could only pretend, Your dad ate some pancakes this morning. When they come back from hunting at noon, I'll make something delicious for you and your aunt. Hearing there would be good food at noon, Yi Chong's attention shifted, and he stopped asking. He happily went to dig wild vegetables. Xu Yun, Zhang Xinghua, Ma Shi, Yang Shi, Chen Shi, the big and small Tian Shi, and Gao Sa, the group of 8 women, finished gathering wild vegetables and went back to prepare lunch. There are over 30 people in total. Just making porridge requires boiling 4 or 5 pots, not to mention other dishes. So, Xu Yun, Zhang Xinghua, Ma Shi, Yang Shi, Chen Shi, the big and small Tian Shi, and Gao Sa, the 8 women, split into 2 groups, each using 1 kitchen. One group, including Xu Yun, Zhang Xinghua, Ma Shi, and Yang Shi, was responsible for choosing, washing, and stir-frying vegetables. The other group, including the big and small Tian Shi, was in charge of boiling porridge. The children were very obedient and sensible. Older children, like 16-year-old Yin Yo and 12-year-old Zhang Haizi, helped with simple building tasks. Younger kids, such as siblings Yi Chong'an, Dadi's eldest daughter Yi Maishui, and Zhang Daxiong, helped the women in the kitchen with chores. Before long, Yi Qi and Shi Dahai returned with hunters, carrying rabbits, mountain pheasants, and small fish from the stream, filling 2 large baskets. Everyone looked at the game and couldn't help but swallow hard. Lunch would be good today. The men worked even harder. Yi Zhuang, bring a few people to make some simple wooden boards so everyone can sleep on the ground tonight without getting cold, said the clan leader while building a mud brick wall. Also, the recipe for making clay bricks isn't enough. Since we have more people, you should make more this afternoon. Yi Zhuang nodded reluctantly and agreed. There were about 30 people, and he was the only one who knew some carpentry, though only a little. He didn't want to embarrass himself, but he had no choice. He needed to make plans for the bricks, beds for sleeping temporarily, doors and windows, and water buckets with poles, since the stream was far away up in the mountains. Yi Zhuang really wanted to shout to the sky, "Someone help me. Brother Yi Zhuang, I also know some carpentry. Let me help you," Yi Qi said, walking over and patting Yi Zhuang, who looked very helpless. Okay. Yi Zhuang replied gratefully, feeling like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Just then, Ma Shi shouted, "Everyone, men and boys, when you're almost done, come back to eat." The hungry men finally saw the food. The women had arranged porridge and dishes in one place. The men, starving like wolves, looked at the bowls of vegetables, porridge, and oily mushroom chicken and stir-fried greens cooked in chicken fat. They couldn't wait to start eating. Seeing the men rush forward, Ma Shi tapped the edge of a bowl with a spoon and said, "Everyone, take out your bowls and chopsticks and line up to serve the food. Those who don't line up will eat last." Hearing this, the men quickly searched for their bowls and chopsticks. Ma Shi, Deity, and Xiao Yan took turns serving food with spoons from the big pots, just like in a school cafeteria, to prevent waste and fighting. One spoonful at a time, they finished eating and then refilled. This was a rule set by Shuyun, similar to school dining halls. "It smells so good," said Yi Liang, the first to eat. He was quick and got his food first. He had been hungry all morning. After taking a big sip of porridge and eating several bites of chicken, he finally felt alive again. Soon, the yard was filled with the sounds of men slurping vegetable porridge. Everyone was focused on eating and had no time to talk. Soon, 3 bowls of porridge were finished from 5, and the chicken and greens were almost gone. The women remembered everyone's appetite and planned the next meal carefully. After the last bowl of porridge was finished, Leader Yi wiped his mouth and told everyone about the shortage of dry straw. "Actually, I have an idea, but I don't know what you all think. I think we should go back to Gushi village to get more, but this method is too dangerous. If we run into the Shirong people, it could be bad. Maybe we should forget it." Leader Yi decided to give up this plan because he was worried about the danger. It wasn't worth risking their lives just to get dry straw. Yi Chui's wife, "Do you have any ideas?" Leader Yi habitually asked Shuyun. Shuyun remembered the old broken house from her rural hometown. "In my hometown, we can use dogtail grass instead of dry straw to make mud bricks, but the effect is a little worse." She was young then and saw the straw sticking out of the broken bricks. She asked her grandfather why there was straw inside. Her grandfather listed several reasons. She was young and only understood half, so she didn't pay much attention. She kept asking if it was okay not to use dry straw. Her grandfather said no, because without straw, the bricks would and fall apart. But if not using straw, they could use some tough, special grasses, like her favorite dogtail grass. Leader Yi asked, "How long can bricks made with dogtail grass last?" 3 or 5 years, okay? Shuyun nodded. That should work. Then, that's settled. Leader Yi thought they wouldn't live in the mountain village forever. Once the fighting stopped, they would go back. This afternoon, everyone will go cut grass, aiming to gather all the grass needed for later. Yi Zhuang raised his hand. "Uncle Leader, Yi Qi and I still need to make bedboards. Maybe everyone will sleep on the cold ground again tonight." "All right, then you can make the bedboards at home." Ma Shi raised her hand again. "Leader, we also need to leave 2 people to keep digging vegetables." Since Ma Shi was older and had a higher status, Leader Yi asked her to arrange the women's work. "Okay, you 2 stay too," said Leader Yi. "Everyone else get moving and do what needs to be done." "Dad, I have one more thing." Yi Liang raised his hand. Chief Yi was interrupted again, feeling very annoyed. When he saw it was his useless second son, he became even angrier. "Why didn't you say anything earlier? You're just wasting time." With time running out, everyone was trying to hurry. They needed to work faster. They kept talking back and forth without end. Yi Liang, who was scolded, looked like a quail and dared not speak. "Quick, tell me what's going on." Chief He glanced at him. Father, the water source is too far from us. Carrying water back and forth is too troublesome. Chief He almost rolled his eyes at this. He gave Yiliang a smack on the head. Carrying water is troublesome? Isn't eating also troublesome? You have to work to chew and swallow. Can't you just not eat? Yiliang shook his head quickly. Humph. Then don't bother. Go work. All you do is think about slacking off all day, Chief He said, frowning and glaring at Yiliang. Yiliang was unhappy about being scolded and muttered, "It's already troublesome, and it takes a lot of time." In the morning, they spent most of their time just carrying water. Uncle Clan Leader, second brother Yiliang has a point, Shu Yun said. Shu Yun spoke up for Yiliang, and his eyes lit up immediately. This was Shu Mei, so her father would definitely listen to her. If someone else spoke, Chief Yi would probably scold them again, but Shu Yun's position and importance in his heart were not ordinary. Chief Yi smiled and said, Yi Chi's wife, do you also think carrying water is troublesome? Shu Yun replied, yes. The small creek is in the mountains. Going up and down the hill is really tiring. Everyone's strength is used up just carrying water, which isn't worth it. Later, we need to irrigate the fields and every family needs water daily. Carrying water all the time is really inconvenient. So you mean to bring the water down? Yi Chi asked. How to bring it down? Use bamboo pipes connected to bring the water down and dig a water reservoir below. After clearing the land, we can also dig channels to carry water to the fields. Yiliang clapped his hands happily. Hey, that's good. We won't have to work so hard and carry water from far away. Dad, let's do what Shu Mei suggests. It'll save a lot of trouble. When he heard they could irrigate the fields, Chief Yu was very happy. As the saying goes, the biggest thing in the world is food. Dear father, dear mother, land is the most precious. Nothing is more important than farming. As long as it helps farming, he fully supported it. All right then. Besides those staying at home to work, everyone else will be divided into two groups. One follows Yi Chi's wife to bring water, and the other goes to cut grass. Everyone started to get busy. Shuyan asked the men in her group to go cut bamboo first. She took out the charcoal pens and paper she had prepared earlier and started drawing a sketch of how to direct water using bamboo joints. After finishing, she showed it to Yi Chi. Can you help me see if anything is unclear? She asked. Yi Chi looked carefully and said, It's very clear and easy to understand. He thought Shuyan was becoming more impressive, so bright that he wanted to look at her more. She smiled and said, That's good. She took the men to a higher spot near the creek to start building the bamboo joints, continuing all the way down the mountain. They also began digging a water reservoir near the house. Mother, what can we do to help you? Yi Chang'an, followed by a group of children, asked. Auntie, what can we do to help? The children asked, watching the adults busy at work. They were small but wanted to do small tasks to help their parents. You don't need help digging the water reservoir. How about I take you to find stones? Shu Yun suggested. Find stones? They asked. Yes. It would be better to use stone slabs to line the bottom of the reservoir, but since they had no tools to cut stone slabs from the rocks in the mountains, they used cobblestones or broken stones to cover the bottom, forming a thick layer of stones. Although cobblestones and broken stones aren't as good at preventing water seepage as slabs, they can slow down water leakage and help stabilize the soil at the bottom of the pond. Watch carefully. You need to pick round, smooth stones. Don't pick the wrong ones, Shuyan warned. Okay, Auntie, they replied. The children found collecting cobblestones fun and kept comparing whose stones looked better. But it was nearing evening, and the reservoir wasn't finished yet. Shuyan's plan was for a 3-square-meter area, 2 meters deep, which would probably take another day to dig. That night, they cooked rabbit meat with leftover chicken fat, which smelled so good it could be smelled from 10 miles away. Old Man Chu's eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Chuer, held a vegetable pancake and said sourly, Dad, those people are eating meat again. Why didn't they bring us some? If we hadn't objected, they could eat peacefully here. They don't even thank us. Shut up. They already promised us we can plant sweet potatoes. What more do you want? Big brother, take care of your wife. Old man Chu glared at Lu Chuer and went into the house. Chuer, say less. If Dad gets upset, I'll go up the mountain tomorrow to get some for you, said Chu Dalong. Lu Chuer rolled her eyes and said, You? Huh. I'll be starving to death before you catch anything. Trust me, I can do it, Chu Dalong reassured her. Old man Chu listened to the conversation outside and sighed. His eldest son was weak and easily controlled by Lu Chuer, lacking any leadership presence. He wondered how to manage the unruly Lu Chuer. He knew his daughter-in-law had disliked living in the mountain village from the day she moved in. She wanted to go outside for a better life, and over time, she became prone to complaints, vanity, and envy of others' better lives. Now that the village was growing, he hoped Lu Chuer wouldn't offend anyone. Midday, wild chickens. Evening, rabbits. Everyone's stomachs were full of greasy meat. Despite their hardships, they felt it was all worth it. They hoped future days would have meat at every meal, so the men started thinking about learning to hunt from Yi Chi and Sherdahai. Learning to hunt? Look at the situation now. Are we even building houses? The village chief's words cooled everyone's enthusiasm. Uncle Village Chief, maybe we can let one person each day learn hunting from Yi Chi and Dahai. We can take turns, and it won't delay building the houses. It was rare for Yi Chong to speak up. His family didn't have enough food, and after the houses were built, everyone would eat on their own. His family might go hungry, so he really wanted to learn hunting skills to ensure food for his family. Not only he but Yi Nyo and a few other families also shared this thought. The land around the village was mostly wasteland, and the first harvest wouldn't be good. No one wanted to go hungry. Everyone was eager to learn. As the tense atmosphere grew, Yi Chi spoke up. Uncle Village Chief, I think Yi Chang's idea makes sense. If one person learns to hunt each day, it won't delay anything. In fact, the village chief also agreed with everyone. He planned to send Yi Zheng and Yi Liang to learn hunting since the children were growing and eating some meat now, and then was good. But as the head of the family, he had to be strict sometimes. Rules were necessary. Since Yi Chi gave him a way out, he agreed, but with conditions. All right, since it won't interfere with building the house, you can learn. Just do it every morning, in the afternoons, work with everyone else. The village chief agreed, and the men smiled happily, discussing who would learn first and who second. The next day, after breakfast porridge, the men went back to work, continuing to dig the water reservoir, cut grass, and make mud bricks. Zhang Shuangzhu stood by the water reservoir, which was already about a meter deep, and said, Sister Shu, I think 2 meters is too deep for the reservoir. A grown man falling in would be hard to see, so imagine small children. Yes, Sister Shu, like Yi Chi and those others who are over 6 feet tall, when they fall in, they can only be seen when they jump around. I'm even shorter than them by a head, Yi Chong joked. Thinking about it, Xu Yun agreed. If a mischievous child fell in, the water might be too deep to call for help in time. Brother Zhuanzhu, your idea makes sense. Let's dig 1.5 meters deep. Okay. They only needed to dig another half meter. Zhang Zhuanzhu and Yi Chan quickly finished digging and then packed down the bottom and sides of the hole. Xu Yun chose the location for the water tank carefully. She picked a spot that required climbing 3 steps of earth to reach, so the tank would be at a good height. She planned to make a hole on top, then dig a few channels leading to the fields, making watering easier without carrying water back and forth. Next, she poured the large stones she and the children collected into the tank, smashing them into the soil at the bottom. Then she added crushed stones on top of the stones, so that only stones could be seen at the bottom, with no dirt left. Afterward, Xu Yun asked Zhang Zhuanzhu to help her cut a thicker bamboo stick, using 2 sections of it. She drilled a hole in the middle of the bamboo, and also made a hole at the bottom. Hey, Sister Xu, why did you put cloth and sand into the bamboo? What's this for? Yi Chong and Zhang Zhuanzhu, who were digging a trench, looked confused. They couldn't figure out what Xu Yun was trying to do. Xu Yun smiled quietly. She handed the bamboo to Zhang Zhuanzhu and asked Yi Chong to hold a bowl under the hole at the bottom of the bamboo. She then scooped some murky water from somewhere and poured it into the bamboo. The water passed through charcoal, sand, stones, and pieces of cloth she had placed inside, becoming clear and shining as it flowed into the bowl in Yi Chang's hand. Wow, how did the water turn so clear? I remember it was muddy when you poured it in, Yi Chang exclaimed, amazed at the sparkling clear water. Let me see, let me see. Zhang Zhuanzhu and Yi Chang exchanged looks. Really, look at this pure water. Zhang Zhuanzhu kept shaking the bowl and marveling. His friends gathered around to see this miracle. Hey, come look. Zhang Zhuanzhu called everyone over. What's going on? Chief Yi was the most worried, afraid something bad might happen, so he was the first to arrive. Zhang Zhuanzhu mimicked Xu Yun's actions in front of everyone, pouring the murky water into the bamboo. Look, isn't this water clear now? Isn't it amazing? Wow, this is really strange. How did you do it? Chief Yi asked. Zhang Zhuanzhu chuckled. I don't really know. Sister Xu did it. Everyone looked at Xu Yun, asking her to explain. Actually, I used some materials inside the bamboo to filter impurities, like charcoal, sand, and cloth. Putting these in layers helps clean the water. Worried they might not understand, Xu Yun gave a simple example. It's like why mountain streams are cleaner than river water at the bottom, because rainwater naturally filters through soil and rocks. My simple filter works on the same idea. Although we usually bring cleaner water from the mountain, I think it's better to filter it again because rain can carry dirt, rotting leaves, or tiny bugs into the bamboo. Filtering makes the water safer for drinking and cooking, which keeps us healthy. But even filtered water should be boiled before drinking. Never drink it raw. Xu Yun used this water story to remind everyone. Chief Yi nodded. Though he didn't fully understand the filtering process, he knew that drinking dirty water could make people sick. Yi Qi's wife knows medicine. Listening to her is right. To avoid getting sick, we should use filtered water from now on. Got it, everyone replied together. Then they all went back to work. Meanwhile, Lu Chuer, who had been secretly listening from behind the crowd, had a new idea. She hurried to the fields and told Chu Dewang about it. Dewang, fetching water from the mountain is tiring. It takes half a day just to wash up comfortably. Maybe we should go to them and get water to use. That might not be good. The water source is managed by others, and if we go without permission, it could cause trouble, said Chu Dewang, who is usually soft-spoken but knew to be cautious.
Liu Kuya rolled his.
Why not? We're all from the same village. They shouldn't mind sharing. Maybe we should ask Dad about it?
Que Dawang hésita-t-elle?
I think it's unnecessary, Lu Chuer said, a little nervous about Chu Lao's reaction, but she nodded. If you want, you can talk to him. Chu Dewang told Chu Lao about it, and he immediately suspected Lu Chuer was behind the idea. But Chu Lao also heard that the group was digging ditches near the wasteland to bring water to the fields for irrigation. He was interested and called his second son to discuss the matter. Dad, I think we can talk to Uncle Chen, Uncle Feng, and Uncle Zhu about this. Maybe they have the same idea too. Old man Chu has always favored his second son, Chu Erlang. Chu Erlang is honest and smart, and his second wife, Xiaoyun, is kind and generous. Sometimes, Old man Chu wishes Chu Erlang were the eldest son. Since that's the case, second son, go call a few uncles over, Old man Chu said. Okay, Dad. Soon, the three old men arrived. I just went to their place to make water channels and dig ditches. It's very convenient for their daily water use and watering the fields, Old man Feng said. Old man Zhu also said if they're willing, I'd like to share with them too. It's really tiring to climb the mountain every day to fetch water. Old man Chu looked at Chen Lao Han, who hadn't spoken, and said, Brother Chen, how about you ask your wife, Xinghua, and your son-in-law to talk to them? Chen Lao Han pursed his lips. He knew this matter would make him take the lead. So he said somewhat reluctantly, what do you mean? Are we just taking their things for nothing? We didn't help build anything. No matter if they want your help or not, your attitude should be respectful first. Old man Chu nodded. Then, what do you think we should give them? Chen Lao Han thought for a moment. Their main priority now is to finish building the house, but we can't help them with that. Otherwise, they'd invite us for a meal every day, and that would mean we're taking advantage of them. I think we should help them clear the land. What do you say? Clearing land? Old man Chu was surprised. He wondered if Chen Laohan was doing this on purpose. You know how many acres of wasteland there are, right? They have 8 households and each has 1 acre. That's 8 acres.
Tian Laohan snorted inwardly.
Old Man Chu was calculating, deliberately raising the bar, waiting for Old Man Chu to bargain. 8 acres is a bit much, but they promised to teach us how to make a wheelbarrow before. We've already taken advantage of them. Brother Chu, what do you think? Old Man Chu considered it. Since they agreed to teach us how to make a wheelbarrow, if we don't show some sincerity, it looks like we're just taking advantage and freeloading. Old Man Chu cared a lot about his reputation and didn't want to be embarrassed. All right, then let's help them burn the land. Burning the land means setting fire to the weeds and grass and leaving the ash as fertilizer. Old Man Feng and Old Man Zhu agreed too. Burning the land is relatively easy. With spring plowing approaching, they also need to start harvesting wheat and preparing for spring planting. Finding time to help burn the fields is already a good effort. Therefore, Old Man Chen didn't say much more. In the afternoon, he went to talk to Leader Yi about this matter. When Leader Yi heard they wanted to help with burning the fields, he agreed. Old Man Chen smiled and said, Brother Yi, thank you very much. It's all about mutual benefit. No need to thank me, Leader Yi replied with a wave of his hand. After these days of interaction, Old Man Chen realized that these people are honest and kind. Long-term contact only brings benefits. He opened his heart and shared his thoughts with Leader Yi. Brother Yi, if you re-clear the land now, the rice can be planted, but the harvest later this year might not be good. Maybe you should think about collecting the wheat you planted earlier, so you can make do. Leader Yi was also worried about the harvest in the second half of the year. Their stored grain wouldn't be enough for their 10 mouths, even if they saved. If he had known earlier, he would have bought more grain. Old Man Chen thought about harvesting wheat back in the village. He didn't do it because he was afraid of danger. He wanted to discuss this carefully with everyone. Leader Yi guessed that many people were thinking about this too. Time was running out, and Leader Yi was worried others might harvest his hard-grown wheat early. He thanked Old Man Chen for his kind reminder and continued working, feeling full of worries. They would talk about this again at night. Meanwhile, Xu Yun's water supply device was successful. Water from a creek a kilometer away was rushing quickly toward the reservoir. When it was about to reach the reservoir, it split into 2 streams. One stream passed through a simple filter Xu Yun made before reaching the reservoir, while the other flowed directly into the reservoir. When the water was almost filling the reservoir and about to overflow, it flowed out through a hole in the wall into the ditch and continued forward. Everyone remember, only use water that flows out of the filter on the left for daily use, Xu Yun told Chen, Feng, Zhu, and Chu's families again, explaining that drinking untreated water could cause illness. The 4 families thanked her again. After Xu Yun left, they silently resolved to build a good relationship with her. They all admired her skills. They had seen her ability to make cold potatoes, a wheelbarrow, and now a filter. She was truly a talented craftsman. They wondered secretly about her mysterious identity. Otherwise, how could she make so many things that ordinary people could never imagine? Yichi was also wondering the same.